Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching.
Chapter 401. All right, this is the beginning. 3. Cal walked through the narrow forest path and slowly got closer and closer to the southern alchemist's tower. It's been a while since you last visited, hasn't it? The alchemists guiding them tried to make small talk with Plavin. It has. I haven't been here in 2 weeks. Ahem, the tower looks as magnificent as usual. As guild leader Plavin mentioned, Cal started to frown as they got closer to the southern alchemist's tower. His face wasn't visible because it was covered by a mask, but he had a big frown as he looked around the southern alchemist's tower. Human. The southern alchemist's tower seems to be very wealthy. It's so dazzling. Wow, is that gold over there? Unlike the alchemist's bell tower in the capital, the southern alchemist's tower had a large sculpture in front of it. It really is made of gold. The shining sculpture was in the form of a person wearing an alchemist robe and holding a staff in one hand and alchemy tools in the other. Wow, human, isn't the staff in that sculpture's hand made of diamond? It's shining so much. Hoo-woo. Cal let out a low breath as the alchemist started to speak. Haha, this is all thanks to your help, guild leader Nim. You even made over 1/10 of that sculpture over there. Ho 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 ho, ahum, was that the case? The merchant guild leader stealthily peeked behind him toward Cal. What are you looking at? Plavin quickly looked forward again after getting that message from Cal's sharp gaze. Damn it. Plavin could feel annoyance and anger in Cal's eyes. We really have to thank you. We are able to be well off as we prepare for the future thanks to your help. Shut the duck up. Plavin wanted to cover the alchemist's mouth. He felt as if he could feel the anger of the man from the Sun Guard faction standing behind him. Our tower masternim is extremely grateful that you happily agreed to send over everything we need for this operation as well. Ho ho ho, is that so? Damn it, shut the duck up. Plavin was laughing on the outside but crying on the inside. The alchemist looked around before getting closer to Plavin and whispering to him. Once we gain control of everything in the capital, you will gain more money than you spent on us, as well as power and fame. If you're going to whisper, do it so the person behind me can't hear it. Plavin wanted to cry because the alchemist was speaking quietly, but it was still loud enough for the man from the Sun Guard faction to hear it. Is that so? That is great news. However, he made it seem as if he was happy on the outside. He then changed the topic. It looks like a lot of new things have appeared since I've been here. The Southern Alchemist's Tower was a 10-story tower. There was a small town with this tower at the center. It was also the place with the largest faction between the 4 alchemists' towers. However, Merchant Guild leader Plavin was not talking about that. Isn't the town full of life? The alchemist started to smile. Many people wearing regular clothes were moving around the town. They're all on our side, right? The alchemist smirked before responding quietly. Our real forces are gathered somewhere else. As expected. Cal's eyes clouded over. There was no way that the alchemists' towers who were planning to attack the capital in secret would gather their forces in the town around it. They were bound to be hiding somewhere. Can you tell me where that is? Plavin smartly asked, but the alchemist just smiled and pointed to the entrance to the southern alchemist's tower. All of the high-ranking individuals are in the tower. He was saying that he couldn't tell Plavin where the troops were located, but the people Plavin would like were all stealthily hiding in the tower. Oh, is that so? How wonderful. Plavin smiled as if that was the answer he wanted, but he was frustrated on the inside. This was because as long as he was stuck with the Sun Guard faction, he needed to figure out the location of the troops so that he could help the Church of the Sun Guard win the battle. Duck, nothing is going my way. Plavin felt as if he was boiling inside. He peeked to see the man from the Sun Guard faction gently smiling at him. His gaze seemed to be saying, do it properly if you want to live. A desperate Plavin kept a poker face as he started to speak. Then when can I meet with those esteemed individuals? The alchemist waved to the guards greeting him from the entrance. Screech, the large door soon opened, and Cal could see the inside of the southern alchemist's tower. The alchemist confidently answered at that moment. You can meet them right now if you wish. Plavin and Cal stealthily exchanged gazes before Plavin answered. Hurry up and take me to them. Yes, sir, I'm sure it will be a fun time for you, Merchant Guild leader Nim. Screech, boom. The entrance door closed once Cal and the others entered. He was completely in enemy territory now. They are on the 7th floor. Cal followed Plavin as if he was guarding him as he exchanged glances with Ran and Beecrox. There were things for them to do here today. Guild leadernim. Beecrox started to speak. Plavin became anxious after hearing that. This was the signal to start. What is it? He asked the alchemist for a moment as he turned toward one of his masked subordinates. Beecrox bowed and started to speak. I believe we need to move our items, sir. Ah, that's right. Beecrox had a bag in each hand. The alchemist smiled and responded, You don't need to worry about that. You can just have someone take it for you. Ah, that won't work. Excuse me, guild leadernim. Plavin put on a sly smile as he whispered to the alchemist. These are things to show my sincerity to those important individuals. Ah, the alchemist grabbed someone and had them guide Beecrox as if he understood. He then told them the location of the room Plavin synced and would be staying in. Sir, I will be back soon. Beecrox bowed 90 degrees toward Plavin. Nonsense. Plavin sharply criticized Beecrox at that moment. Do you know how precious those things are? Stay there and guard them. You got that? Yes, guild leadernim. Beecrox moved away from the others while holding two large bags and headed for Plavin's room. Plavin motioned to the alchemist with his chin before whispering to him, I didn't tell him to guard it because I don't trust the people here. You know that, right? Ah, of course. I'm fully aware. I know what you are thinking. Thanks. And this. Plavin quickly handed something to the alchemist. It was a money pouch. The alchemist flinched before smiling brightly and respectfully gesturing Plavin forward. Please come this way. Sure. Cal nodded his head to Plavin, who walked toward his destination with light steps. Cal heard Rayan's voice in his mind at that moment. Human. Our Beecrox, who is very good at cooking, will do a good move moving the magic bombs. You don't need to worry. Cal's mouth underneath the mask curled up to a mischievous smile. There were precious things in the two large bags Beecrox was holding. They were the newest versions of Eruhaben's homemade magic bombs. Beecrox would stay in Plavin Sington's room in the name of guarding precious goods. He would be there with the magic bombs that could easily destroy this southern tower. Heh! Cal subconsciously let out a short chuckle. Of course, only Plavin and Ran heard that chuckle, and Plavin ignored the goosebumps on his back as he continued to walk. It's over here. They finally arrived on the 7th floor. Once they arrived at this place with many important people, Screech, the large fancy door started to open. Human, this is so shocking. Cal was just as shocked as Rayan. These rotten bastards, how could they? The 7th floor of the southern tower. This entire floor was a large banquet hall. The insides were decorated with gold, jewels, and fancy linen. There were many tables with royalty, nobles, and high-ranking alchemists drinking, eating, and chatting while enjoying the music. In simple terms, they were slacking off. These crazy bastards. A large battle that could be called a civil war was about to start. But the upper echelon was here fooling around. Human, I feel upset for some reason. I'm suddenly feeling so angry. I want to destroy everything here. Cal wanted to destroy everything as well. However, Cal's eyes calmly looked around the banquet hall. I don't see the core individuals. Cal recalled the descriptions of the core individuals he received from Sir Rex. The tower master of the southern tower was not in the banquet hall. There were some high-ranking alchemists present, but the ones who were actually moving the forces were not here. That means that at least the preparations are being done properly. Cal could finally feel the atmosphere in the banquet hall properly. There were half who were truly fooling around, while the other half were concerned and nervous about what was to come. But they were mixed together and playing around as if nothing was wrong. How entertaining. They seemed to be having so much fun. Oh, Merchant Guild leader Sinct Ure here. Hello there, Markinim. Plavin walked to the center of the banquet hall and respectfully greeted a drunk noble. Hee, you should drink some too. You've traveled a long way. The alcohol here tastes great. Is that so, Markinim? Yes, the alcohol is so good. Come rest here for a bit. You can do that here. Kekek. Plavin respectfully responded while peeking toward Cal. He then whispered to the Marquis who approached him, I have a great item. Ahem, is that so? The Marquis' eyes filled with greed. Plavin looked at Cal and sharply gave an order at that moment. You heard the location earlier, right? Go get it. I understand, sir. Plavin warmly started to speak to the alchemist who guided him up after hearing Cal's respectful response. You don't need to guide me anything. Thanks for your help. It was nothing. It looks like you asked your subordinate to go get an item from your room. Should I guide him there? The alchemist asked respectfully as he had received something earlier, but Plavin shook his head. There's no need. People like us don't need to do things like that. You, hurry up and go get it. The alchemist was happy that Plavin included him in the group by using we, and the Marquis was waiting for this great item that would soon be brought to him. Cal then left Plavin to Ran and quietly left the banquet hall. The people of the alchemist's towers did peek at the masked Cal wearing a black outfit, but they just let him go after seeing him come out of the seventh floor banquet hall. Human, are we getting started? He heard Rayan's question in his mind. Cal then descended to the sixth floor and headed to a dark corner where people could not see him well. He did not feel any gazes around him. Nobody is looking at you. Cal nodded his head after Rayan confirmed it. His body was hiding in the shadow. Then it slowly turned invisible. Shall we get started? Cal took the golden top's whip out of his pocket. It's the eighth floor. The eighth floor. One of the three wind elementals who had teleported with him from the Empire shouted with excitement. Kekekekek, this should be fun. Go to the eighth floor. I'll show you the way. Cal cast a light breeze as he walked out of the shadow. A person walking by tilted his head in confusion after feeling the breeze, but continued to walk after not seeing anything. Cal walked past that person and floated toward the eighth floor. He was heading quickly but silently to the eighth floor thanks to the sound of the wind. It's completely different. Unlike the seventh floor, there were guards starting from the entrance of the eighth floor. It's fine. It will erase your traces and any noises. Cal was easily able to move past them thanks to the help of the three wind elementals. This would be hard if there were multiple people, but the wind elementals could easily cover his traces because Cal was alone. The end, it's the room at the end. It's not a room, it's more like a storage room. Hehe, destruction, chaos, ruin, kahaha. He only paid attention to the important parts of the wind elemental's comments. Human. There are three people in the second room, one person in the fifth room, and two people in the last room. Rayan let Cal know the number of people in each room. Cal cautiously headed toward the last room. He then stood in front of the door. He could hear people inside. He heard some loud noises coming from inside. They're coming out soon. Cal could hear the doorknob turning as soon as one of the elementals shouted. Screech, the door opened. Two alchemists walked out. You accurately counted all of them, right? Of course. Wow, how plentiful. Even still, well, it should go well. The two alchemists were talking. The one in the rear was about to close the door. He suddenly felt his cheek being itchy and let go of the doorknob to scratch his cheek. What the? He scratched for a moment before closing the open door. Hurry up. Yes, sir. He quickly slammed the door shut after hearing his sonbee's comment. Barring. Hey, be careful. I'm sorry. Damn it. Why did my cheek suddenly have to get itchy? The grumbled as he quickly followed behind his sonbee alchemist. Hehe, I was the one who tickled your cheek. You stupid idiot. Hee, good job. That was funny. The wind elementals mischievously laughed while watching the alchemist chase after his sonbee, while the two of them had tickled the alchemist's cheeks. That was easy. Cal had turned toward the door and looked around. He used the short moment the alchemist moved his hand away from the doorknob to quickly enter. Human. There is nothing nearby. I temporarily halted the magic devices as well. Nobody will know once I reactivate them as we leave. Rayan removed his invisibility and puffed up his fat belly as he shouted with confidence. Cal nodded his head and started to speak. Then let's get started. Sounds great. Rayan had a wide grin on his face. Heh. Cal started to laugh as well. He looked around the room. He could see some large boxes. Merchant Guild Leader Plavin. Cal had asked the Merchant Guild Leader a question before coming here. The Alchemist's Tower probably asked others for magic stones as well, right? I believe that is the case, sir. Those magic stones probably belong to the new mage faction they're working with. I believe that is probably the case. The eighth floor. This was the place with the tightest security compared to the other floors. Open them. Rayan gathered his black mana after Kel gave the order. Open sesame. Rayan shouted and the black mana surrounded the boxes locked with magic. Click, click, click. The boxes started to unlock one by one. Cal walked up to the boxes. There were spatial pocket bags inside them. Hee. Cal could not stop himself from laughing. So these are all magic stones. He thought about the people fooling around on the seventh floor. He then started to think about the leaders of the alchemists' towers who created such shameful displays to distract people even as they prepared for war. Rayan, you filled with spatial dimension with rocks, right? That's right. I brought over a ton of rocks. Rayan and Cal made eye contact. The three wind elementals shouted at the same time. Scam, theft, despair, Kahaha. Kale took a spatial pocket bag out of his pocket. There were tens of other spatial pocket bags located inside it. The one human and one dragon spoke in serious tones. Let's get started. All right. Cal took a spatial pocket bag out of a box. He then poured the contents directly into his spatial pocket bag. The empty spatial pocket bag was handed over to Rayan. Hee hee. Rayan laughed as he filled it with rocks from his spatial dimension. The black dragon turned his head as he did that. He could see his human who was crouching down in a mask and a black outfit as he continued to steal magic stones. Get smacked from behind properly, you morons. Cal looked happy as he moved magic stones over while mumbling to himself. Rayan started to smile. Human, are we going to steal all of these and use them ourselves? Of course. We are going to loot them of everything. Rayan recalled what Cal had said to Bud. This is a battle of two things, money and magic. Rayan started to ask, Human, are these all going to be used for magic? Of course. Cal started to think. Something that shocked people even more than overwhelming strength. That was someone showing off their overwhelming wealth. There was nothing that could defeat someone showing off their overwhelming wealth. Magic stones were expensive items. They would use that overwhelming wealth toward the enemies in this war. The alchemist's tower won't even have a penny. Despair, destruction, chaos, tears, don't do that. It'll make me feel bad for the alchemist's tower. It's fine. These bastards deserve to be destroyed. Cal ignored the shouts of the elementals, and he focused on stealing magic stones. It didn't matter to Cal whether the enemies would cry after seeing the rocks later. A human who seems like a scary devil, but oddly like an angel as well. The cheapskate of the fire of destruction was mumbling something for the first time in a long while, but Cal could not hear it. The one human and one dragon just focused on looting magic stones and replacing them with rocks. Beep, they heard a small beeping noise. Rayan took out a video communication device. Human, it's the smart Rosalind. Rosalind, who should be at the Roan Kingdom's capital, was calling. Connected. The video communication device was stealthily connected, and Rosalind was quiet for a moment before she started to speak. Young Master Cal, what are you doing? Stealing magic stones. Is something wrong? Rosalind was at a loss for words, seeing young Master Silver Shield, who was called a hero, and a black dragon who was great and mighty crouching down and stealing magic stones. Chapter 402. All right, this is the beginning. 4. Why are you not saying anything? Ha! Rosalind could only sigh after hearing Cal's question. Is this what you meant when you said you were going to procure magic stones? Both Cal and Rayan started to chuckle. Yes, aren't there a lot? Smart Rosalind, we have a ton of magic stones now. How wonderful, we're also going to get more. Even more than this. Heh. Rosalind got the chills after hearing Cal's short laugh. She should be happy because they were on the same side, but she had an ominous feeling for some reason. Cal didn't care and continued to speak. I already informed the Synced Merchant Guild leader. I told him he will receive a fitting reward if he gathers as many magic stones as possible. Cal had received the magic stones from Plavin Synced already, but had coaxed him to gather more when they met again this time. Merchant Guild leader, gather a lot of magic stones. Sir, I understand. The value of those magic stones will be the value of your Merchant Guild's future and your own future position. My very best. I will give it my all. Cal recalled Plavin's passionate expression with a satisfied look on his face. Rosalind asked while looking at Cal's face. Isn't the reward for the Synced Merchant Guild leader going to prison? Of course. Rosalind did not say anything else. The Synced Merchant Guild leader would probably gather a lot of magic stones after being seduced by Cal's words. However, his reward will still be going to prison. Rosalind organized her thoughts before starting to speak again. It seems like a great idea, isn't it? Chhhhhhh. Rosalind lost focus for a bit while watching Cal move the magic stones into a different spatial pocket bag. By the way, did something happen? She only snapped out of it after Cal asked her why she had called. Cal could see the grim expression on Rosalind's face. Young Master Cal, it looks like Choi Han is going to be late. Rayan and Cal stopped moving. Were there problems while getting Syram's powers? Choi Han had headed over to the Roan Kingdom's capital with Iruhaben. He was planning on taking the three ancient powers in Siram, the fake dragon slayer's possession. Of course, it was true that this was happening earlier than planned because they had to change the plans at the Margoru Empire. However, Cal didn't think there would be any issues, especially with Eruhaben there with him. There were no issues with getting the ancient powers. Rosalind said there were no issues as Cal expected. It was at that moment. "I'll explain the rest." He heard a familiar voice. Cal could then see Rosalind, who was up against the screen, move back. Cal could finally see the scenery behind Rosalind. It was a bedroom. He could see Eruhaben as well. Human, Choi Han. Choi Han is lying there. He could see Choi Han lying on the bed behind Rosalind and Eruhaben. Rayan's short front paw was pointing to Choi Han. "This is bad. Choi Han fainted like you do, human. He's similar to you for something so useless. He was not just lying there." Ah! They could hear Choi Han's painful groans in the short moment Rosalind and Eruhaben were silent. Rayan's jaw dropped. Choi Han's body was shaking as well. He would flail his body every so often as if he was in pain. Cal had never seen such a frown on Choi Han's face before. He did not feel good seeing the punk who always had a relaxed expression on his face during battles such that it annoyed their enemies frowning like this. What happened? He became like this after taking the powers. Eruhaben looked much more fatigued than when he left the Black Castle. Choi Han was fine for a few minutes after receiving Siram's ancient powers in the underground prison. How Eruhaben stopped Cal with his palm, telling Cal to listen to what he had to say first. "The reason I determined he was fine was because his plate was fine, even after taking in three ancient powers. I told you this before, but remember how Choi Han's plate is much sturdier and larger than yours." Cal nodded his head after recalling how Eruhaben had mentioned Choi Han's plate in the past. Eruhaben and even Cal's ancient powers had determined Choi Han's plate was very large and sturdy such that it was perfect to take in ancient powers. Then how did he end up like this? Furthermore, the ancient powers he received from Siram are similar to your fake aura and the vitality of the heart. They were like the dominating aura and the vitality of the heart. They are powers that are not connected to any of the five natural attributes, so they shouldn't have clashed in his body from a lack of balance. That was true. That was why Cal had agreed to Choi Han taking Siram's powers. The White Star's body is not in balance without the Earth attribute ancient power, because he, like the ancient White Star, is trying to become an overlord with the Sky attribute and all five natural attribute powers. But this was not Choi Han's situation. Then this isn't because the ancient powers are clashing inside his body. Correct. Cal could then feel the confusion in Eruhaben's expression. Even the ancient dragon was confused about what was happening. Choi Han had said that he wanted to confirm if he had received the three ancient powers properly. Cal slowly started to frown. Eruhaben quickly added on, "I know what you are thinking. He was just going to test if the Sword of Disasters worked properly. He didn't use the other two powers. And the Sword of Disasters was fine. The issue happened afterward." But then, suddenly, Eruhaben closed his eyes before opening them back. Choi Han fainted. He did not use the wyvern controlling ancient power, nor the final ancient power when he had used the Sword of Disasters. I confirmed the flow of power inside Choi Han's body. I remember what you asked me to do when you had me come with him. Cal had a full frown on his face now. As Choi Han fainted, I felt an unknown source of power roaring inside Choi Han's body. Cal started to get a headache. Siram's three ancient powers. Two of them were the wyvern controlling power and the half-sword of disasters, and the final third power. Choi Han had learned about this third power after chatting alone with Siram in the underground prison on the day Cal's group visited. Cal had heard about the power before splitting up with Choi Han on his way to the Margoru Empire. What power is it? Cal had thought it would have to do with passing the other powers to someone else. The name of that power is abandoning your life. Choi Han had looked at Cal with an odd smile on his face. I told you about this last time, right, Calnim? The first dragon slayer gave up his vitality to create the Sword of Disasters. Cal realized what abandoning your life was used for after hearing that, making him unable to only have good thoughts about Choi Yung-gun. The abandoning your life ancient power you mentioned sounds like a power or device where you turn your vitality into a different power. That is correct. Don't take that one. Abandoning your life. Nelan Barrow. It was the power that allowed Choi Yung-gun, Choi Han's youngest uncle, to create the Sword of Disasters. The book had mentioned how he had used his vitality to create the Sword of Disasters, but had no explanation on how he had achieved it. The explanation was in this abandoning your life ancient power. He wasn't crazy enough to let Choi Han take such a power. Cal had no plans whatsoever to make Choi Han take it. I'm not going to use it, but I will still take it from him for now. Why? Choi Han said that he was going to take it. If I don't take that power, the abandoning your life ancient power will end up residing in a location or an item once Siram dies. We cannot allow someone else to take this power. Won't it be a problem even if it returns to the White Star's hands? Then I will take it. I cannot let you do that, Kalnim. Why? Because I think you will use the power if things look bad. Cal had been at a loss for words after hearing Choi Han's response. Choi Han's next words seemed to be something he came up with after debating it for a long time, as there were no openings for Cal to argue about. I will make a vow of death with you. If I use that power to negatively impact my vitality, my lifespan, or even my body's condition, Cal had cut Choi Han off. Using abandoning your life means you are giving up a portion of your life. Isn't that the same as dying? So how is the vow of death useful? No, death is not the consequence I am thinking about in the vow. If I use my life for that power, I swear that I will lose someone important to me. Cal knew at that moment that Choi Han would never use his life for that power, losing someone important to him. Choi Han had been fighting all this time to prevent that from happening. So I will take that power as well. Cal could feel that Choi Han would not budge on this. One more. That was why Cal had countered with the following. Add one more condition to your vow of death, losing someone important to him. There was a blind spot in this condition as well. Lose, the definition of that word. Choi Han could lose someone important to him from the curse of the vow of death. This could be understood in one of two ways. Either that person dies, or that important person loses all memories related to Choi Han so that he means nothing to that person anymore. Choi Han, do not use abandoning your life to protect people important to you. Cal had sternly commented. If you use your powers for that reason, that important person will lose just as much vitality and lifespan as you used. Cal knew Choi Han quite well. That was why he put an almost cruel condition. If you use your life for that power, your important person will die from the vow's death. Someone important to him will die. That person will die because of him. Ha ha ha. Choi Han had started to laugh in front of Cal. He then stopped smiling and smiled brightly before responding. I understand. I will make that vow as well. I will ask Iruhe Nim to verify all of those parts. Cal was speaking coldly, but Choi Han seemed to be happy about something such that he responded back with a smile. I really do not plan on using that power, so please don't worry about me. Choi Han meant what he was saying. That was why Cal had left Choi Han to take care of the Siram situation. Choi Han did not use abandoning your life. Iruheben's voice allowed Cal to get out of his thoughts. I know that the best. After hearing about Siram's powers from Cal and Choi Han, Iruheben came with Choi Han to the capital, where they made a vow of death through cage. He then helped Choi Han receive Siram's powers in the underground prison. Iruheben was able to confirm through the vow of death that Choi Han did not use abandoning your life. I told you already. It was a power I could not determine. A mysterious power that the ancient dragon could not determine was running wild inside Choi Han's body. Ah, oog! They could hear Choi Han's painful groans every time there was silence. Choi Han said something before he fainted. What did he say? He said memories were pouring into his mind. Memories. Iruheben recalled his conversation with Choi Han as Cal looked confused. It had happened as Choi Han's body suddenly started to shake and he curled forward. Ah, memories, ah. Choi Han, stop talking. Try to calm down memories, are pouring into me. Memories are pouring in. What? Choi Han had clenched Iruheben's clothes and said something right before he had fainted. Those words came out of Iruheben's mouth right now. Choi Young-soo. Who? What name did Iruheben just say? Choi Young-soo. Why is that name coming out? Cal's eyes opened wide. He said the name Choi Young-soo and said that memories, the records are pouring in before he fainted. Iruheben recalled what had happened. Choi Young-soo. Choi Han, who seemed confused, had grabbed his head before he fainted. Memories, the records are pouring in. He said that one more time as he fainted. Iruheben could see Cal's stiff expression as he continued to speak. I asked Siram if he had seen something like this, and he said no. It was at that moment. Cal. Ah, Cal subconsciously placed his hand over his heart. He quickly put his hand into the inner pocket of his black outfit. It was hot. The spatial pocket bag he usually carried with his items inside was hot. He quickly opened the spatial pocket bag he took out of his pocket. He then took out the hottest item inside. It was a black book. It was the guard of death's divine item. It was the book that described how to defeat death with death. Cal turned the page. The words on the first page had changed. You really seem to be someone who breaks the laws of nature and fate. I was right to decide to trust you. I will pass on Choi Young-soo's memories to Choi Han. Of course, I plan on keeping the decision you will have to make a secret. This rotten guard, this is my gift to you. A gift my ass. Chapter 403. All right, this is the beginning. 5. Who in the world would give a gift like this? Cal, are you okay? Human. Iruhaben and Rayan looked toward Cal with concerned expressions. Cal could not feel their gazes properly as he continued to look at the black book. Cal was getting fired up on the inside. You damn guard doing whatever the duck you want. It was even worse than when Cal did whatever he wants to do. Why are you dragging in an innocent person? Cal could not understand this part. Iruhaben looked toward Cal with pity. There were many times he forgot that this kid was only 20 years old because of his thoughts and actions. However, he could feel Cal's age while looking at him get angry and frustrated at himself after seeing an injured friend. Cal. The ancient dragon started to speak gently. I am sure you are worried and angry. I understand how you feel. I'm sure you are feeling angry at yourself for this happening. No, Iruhaben Nim, I'm not angry at myself. It isn't my fault either. Cal was angry. Choi Han would naturally be seeing Kim Rok-soo's life if he's going through Choi Young-soo's memories. He might even be able to connect Cal and Kim Rok-soo together. Choi Young-soo would have memories of Kim Rok-soo using his ability. Furthermore, his tone, speech, and actions were similar to when he was Kim Rok-soo. I'm going to get found out. It was possible that the fact that Cal Henitus was Kim Rok-soo would be revealed. But why that? The fact that it might be revealed was not very important to Cal. Who cares if Choi Han looks through Choi Young-soo's memories? Of course, it might cause a rift in their relationships, or Choi Han might get the wrong idea. But so what? Rifts or misunderstandings can be mended. Choi Han could be disappointed and angry that Cal did not say anything and pretended not to know about Korea. It could take a long time to untangle that disappointment and anger, but he could do it. He thought about this a lot already. Cal thought that untangling it might be easy or extremely different. Of course, there were concerns and dilemmas about that process as well. But he could do it. Why? Because Choi Han is alive. You can't untangle any misunderstandings or disappointments with the dead. You can't chat with them or see them ever again. Cal, who had thoroughly realized that fact for his 30-plus years of life, would try his best to mend the relationship with Choi Han as long as he had the chances to do so. It was also not something he needed to worry about right now. They can think about it together after Choi Han wakes up and they have a serious conversation with each other. It was something else that was making Cal angry. But why make someone be in pain? The situation of giving Choi Han Choi Young-soo's memories. Sure, let's say I understand to a degree as to why the god of death would do that. But why did he need to make it a painful process? I can't understand him at all. Cal could not understand the god of death. In addition, there was one more thing. Cal started to frown. Choi Young-soo, he the last memory of his would be death. He had been very injured and bled out a lot. He had died a painful death, but had died smiling. Wouldn't Choi Han see and experience that as well? Choi Young-soo had been the last to die alongside team leader Lee Soo-hyuk. He had watched his teammates die one by one. And Cal brushed the front of his face with his hand. His hand was slightly shaking. Choi Young-soo's memories would show Kim Rok-soo's expression, gaze, and everything that happened as he died. Kim Rok-soo had no records on his expression at that time. He could not see his own face, but he clearly remembered his emotions from that time. How those emotions would have been revealed on his face, how it would have seemed to Choi Young-soo. He could imagine it even without seeing it. Choi Han would see the despair and sorrow on his friend's face that Choi Young-soo had seen. He would see those painful memories. Why make him go through all of that? Cal knew Choi Han pretty well. That was why he could anticipate how difficult Choi Young-soo's death would be to Choi Han. Cal could not understand what this mother-ducking god of death must be thinking. Human. However, Cal moved his hand away from his eyes after feeling a chubby front paw on his knee. The others could see his usual stoic expression. Choi Han will be okay soon. Oh, okay. And please ask Miss Cage to check on Choi Han's condition. Cage, the priestess of the god of death. Iruhaben's eyes clouded over for a minute before clearing back up. He felt as if he could understand that unknown source of power he couldn't determine after hearing Cal suddenly talk about the priestess. However, Iruhaben did not ask Cal anything else. All right then. I will ask Cage to check on Choi Han's condition as you mentioned. I won't ask more since you said Choi Han will be better soon. Rosalind will move according to the original plan. That's right. I'll be leaving soon, young Master Cal. Cal could see a faint smile on Rosalind's face. I need to go since neither Aruhaben Nim nor Choi Han can leave right now. Thank you for your help, Miss Rosalind. No need to thank me. We are doing it together. Cal's mind became complicated with current issues after seeing the smile on Rosalind's face. The original plan was to overwhelm the enemy with magic, with Iruhaben, Rayan, and Rosalind working with a large amount of magic stones. He had also thought Choi Han becoming stronger with Siram's ancient powers would help out as well. I guess I need to take out Iruhaben Nim and Choi Han. However, he needed to make a new plan without these two people. Cal could only be relieved having Cage and the ancient dragon with Choi Han since they didn't know when he would wake up. This is complicated now. Overwhelming magic. Rosalind and Rayan were strong, but there was a large gap in Iruhaben's absence. Will the plan be okay? However, Cal refreshingly responded to Iruhaben's question. Yes, Iruhaben Nim, it should be fine. Iruhaben looked apologetic. It was because he would not be taking part in a magic-related plan, but Cal really was fine. He'll just buy or steal more magic stones. Ha! Please don't worry about it. If all else fails, well, smack them on the head with magic stones, I guess. Iruhaben opened and closed his mouth a few times, as if he had something to say before just saying that he understood and that he would call if anything happened before hanging up. Human, what is it? Hurry up and fill the bags with rocks. Cal calmly resumed what he was doing, tap, tap, but he had to look at Rayan who kept tapping on his knee. What the? He could see Rayan's cold expression. What's up with him? Cal could then hear Rayan starting to speak with a solemn expression and a low voice. Human, did you get shocked and concerned after seeing Choi Han in pain like that? Of course, I was shocked and concerned. We've had to watch you be in pain like that over and over. Cal became extremely shocked at that moment. Rayan had placed his paws on his lips and put on a scary expression. Human, learn from today's incident. You should not be in pain. It makes me sad. It makes Gramps sad. It makes everybody sad. The tiny and chubby dragon did not look scary no matter how hard he tried to be scary, however. Cal actually felt a bit scared by Rayan this time. That was why he just casually commented, I can be an idiot at times. He was feeling that what you think about something in your head and experiencing something in person was different. And no, human, you are not an idiot. The White Star is an idiot. Human, you are just sleety, just slightly less great and mighty than I am. Yes, yes. Cal caressed Rayan's back as he responded. The feeling of Rayan's soft back felt nice. I'll work hard so that I won't worry you in the future. Rayan started to smile. I knew you were smart, human. Rayan then fluttered his wings and resumed moving the rocks into the alchemist's tower's spatial pocket bag. The two of them were in perfect coordination and soon finished the task. A pile of money. Cal could hear the fire of destruction, but just ignored him. It was funny that the cheapskate who could not use magic stones and had a fire attribute that wasn't even magic was responding to money. That's not the case. Ha! Cal flinched. Click, click, click. Rayan locked the boxes with the spatial pocket bags back up and returned them under the magic lock as before. Nobody would be able to tell that anybody had been here, at least until they saw the rocks in the bags, that is. Cal was calmly watching this, but his mind was getting complicated at the cheapskate's comment. No, the cheapskate can use magic stones as well. Money and jewels work when fortifying my strength, so why wouldn't magic stones work? Oh, I guess that makes sense. Cal nodded his head at the cheapskate's response. It made sense, but this isn't for you this time. It was for their side's magic faction with Rayan and Rosalind in the vanguard. I don't need it right now. You'll be fine just using it for magic. Cal brushed aside the cheapskate's comment. He heard a clear voice at that moment. I need to get stronger, too. It was the sky eating water. Cal's expression turned odd. Most ancient powers left tattoos on Cal's body as they became absorbed. However, the sky-eating water and the scary giant cobblestone did not leave any tattoos. Human, are we not leaving? Cal heard Rayon's voice and decided to think about fortifying his ancient powers later as he grabbed the top's whip again. His body became invisible once more. Human. Rayon started to speak into his mind again. Are we going to go steal a map and the coordinates now? Cal started to smile. Yes. He could hear the voices of the wind elementals through the top's whip. I saw them having a meeting on the 9th floor. There was a map open there. I've confirmed where their troops are hiding. I also confirmed the coordinates for the north, east, and west alchemists' towers. Destroy, obliterate. Hey, you stop saying weird things like that. No. Chaos, destruction, obliteration. Ka-ha-ha-ha. Cal looked toward the closed door. There should be guards, knights, or alchemists outside on the corridor. Human, how are we leaving? Cal slowly reached his hand out at Rayon's question. Click. A lock was unlatched. Screech. And the window was opened. Oh, right. We can fly out the window. Cal looked out the window that was wide enough for him to fit through. The Southern Alchemist's tower was 10 stories tall. He could see the beautiful scenery outside. Cal stepped on the ledge and walked off into the air. Swoosh! Small gusts of wind gathered at the tip of Cal's feet. Magic surrounded Cal at the same time. It's flight magic. It is destruction if you fall, obliteration, so you must live. Cal could hear both Rayan and the wind elemental in his mind. Cal carefully closed the window. Please. A wind elemental responded to that from inside the closed window. I will lock the window. I can do it with a tiny breeze. Click. The closed window was locked by a wind elemental who remained alone on the inside. He'll come find you once the door opens later. Cal nodded his head at the wind elemental before looking up. The 9th floor and the 10th floor. There were floors Cal had not seen yet. The 10th floor was said to be where the Southern Alchemist's tower's tower master resided. Cal first slowly floated up to the 9th floor. The invisible Cal could look inside the window. He could see alchemists busily moving around. The third window to the right. The map and coordinates are inside the room through that window, but the window is locked. Cal moved to the right as the wind elemental mentioned. He passed by the first and second windows. He could now see the third window. Once he looked inside the glass. Son of a human. Cal moved away from the window in shock. Click. The window opened. Cal quickly moved as close to the wall as possible. He then put his hand over his mouth. The breeze feels nice. He could hear someone's voice. That person was slightly leaning out the window and enjoying the breeze. It was that bastard, the mage who was with the white star, the one who had a poisoned dagger stabbed into his ankle and had his one wrist cut off. Cal was so shocked that his heart almost jumped out after suddenly seeing that guy's face. That mage wasn't there just now. He couldn't even hear the wind elemental's voice properly. Cal turned his head to the side while remaining absolutely silent. He could see the slightly pale mage. He's not fully healed yet. He confirmed that the mage had not completely resolved Ran's attack and the poison. Cal started to smile. His body condition is not normal. That is why he hasn't figured out I'm here. This was great information to have. Cal knew that he had found out some important information. Someone wearing an alchemist's robe walked up next to the mage and started to speak. Tower Masternim, the breeze is pure and wonderful here because we are next to many mountains and the jungle. Tower Master. The White Star's lackey mage is the Tower Master. Cal found this to be odd. Tower Master. The mage frowned after hearing the alchemist call him the Tower Master and shook his head. However, the mage was smiling. The alchemist gently added on, as if he understood what was on the mage's mind. You are the person who will lead the greatest magic tower on both the eastern and western continents in the future. So of course you are the Tower Masternim. I am not there yet. Who? The corners of Cal's lips twisted up. No, Rosalind is the Tower Master, you stupid mage. Rayan was shouting in his mind, but Cal focused on the two people's conversation. He could hear the alchemist's voice again. Cal's eyes opened wide at that moment. Did the Liege head to the north? The Liege, the White Star. They were talking about the White Star. The mage responded to the alchemist. Based on what I heard, the Liege debated long and hard about whether to head to the land of the Whale tribe, the southern region of the Caro Kingdom, or the Rhone Kingdom's northwest region to gain power. This was unexpectedly huge information. The Rhone Kingdom. The place Cal expected the other Earth attribute ancient power to be located, but the Roan Kingdom's northwest region, Marquis Taylor's territory. The White Star debated between those three places to go find the Earth attribute ancient power. The Caro Kingdom's southern region, Mary's neighborhood, is on his list as well. Wow, this is a big one. Chapter 404. Only me one. Human. So the White Star thinks that the Earth attribute ancient power is either in our next-door neighborhood, the Whale tribe's neighborhood, or Mary's neighborhood. Cal quietly nodded his head at Rayan's question. Only two people were said to possess the Earth attribute ancient power during ancient times. One was the scary giant Cobblestone, while the other was the ancient White Star. The current White Star was looking for the ancient White Star's Earth attribute ancient power. The three potential locations of this power were the Roan Kingdom's northwest region, the land of the Whale tribe, and the Caro Kingdom's southern region. Boom, boom. Cal could feel his heart beating wildly. This is driving me nuts. The location of the Earth attribute ancient power Cal and Choi Han had deducted using Choi Young Gun's memoirs was the Roan Kingdom. That meant that the answer was the Roan Kingdom's northwest region, the home of Marquis Taylor Stan. It makes sense. This hypothesis made a lot of sense. The Roan Kingdom's northeast region that Cal's Henitus territory represented was famous for its marbles. In comparison, the Roan Kingdom's northwest region, Marquis Stan's territory, was famous for its granite. Marble and granite. The Roan Kingdom was famous for being the land of boulders because these two different types of rocks that existed in large quantities. Things are turning out quite interesting. Cal could not help but smile. It was at that moment. Beckrock Tower, Master Nim, do you think that the Liege will visit all three locations? The Southern Alchemist's Tower's Tower Master was calling the mage Beckrock Tower Master Nim. Cal now knew that the mage's name was Beckrock. Human. That alchemist is spewing nonsense. The smart Rosalind will be the Tower Master. Even Gramps said that Rosalind was a genius. He ignored Rayan's side comments. Despair, destruction, chaos. He ignored the wind elemental as well. Cal then got closer to the window. I am not sure. The Liege said he would first visit the spot that is most likely to hold the power. Then I guess the North had the highest possibility. How did such information, the Southern Alchemist's Tower's Tower Master looked toward Mage Beckrock with curiosity and greed as he asked, do you wish to know, Tower Master Nim? However, he changed his expression after seeing the cold gaze in Beckrock's eyes. Of course not. I just wish to follow the will of our liege. Good. That is all we need to do. Cal could see the sweating Southern Alchemist's Tower's Tower Master and Mage Beckrock as he got closer. He could also see inside the 9th floor. There were many different types of documents, and he could see a map of the entire Margoru Empire on the wall. There were many red dots on the map. It's their travel route. Cal could instantly tell that the red dots and the connecting lines were the routes the four alchemists' towers would use to attack the capital. Human, are we going to steal that? Steal? For what? It'll be obvious if we stole it. With Beckrock here, it was better not to mess up the 9th floor. That was why Cal pulled on the black cloth covering his neck. We just need to record it. His eyes started to record the entire map and every single detail on it. Human, don't we need to steal those documents? As Rayan mentioned, Cal could not only look at the map. He needed to go in and look through those documents as well. The size, makeup, and location of the enemy troops were important as well. It was at that moment. Knock, knock, knock. What is it? The Southern Alchemist's Tower's Tower Master raised his voice after hearing the knocks. Beckrock looked toward the door as well. Tower Master Nim, I think you need to meet a merchant. The Southern Alchemist's Tower's Tower Master started to frown after hearing the response. The one who made the report was one of his trusted subordinates who would not interrupt his conversation with Mage Beckrock for no reason. A merchant, but he interrupted them for a damn merchant. The Tower Master continued to speak as he found this to be odd. Come in. Click. The door opened and trusted subordinate bowed as he continued to speak. I apologize for interrupting your conversation. It's fine. What do you mean you think I should meet with a merchant? The Tower Master could see a small smile appear before quickly disappearing from his subordinate's face. The subordinate even peeked toward Beckrock before looking back at him. That made the Tower Master even more curious. This was not someone who would make such motions for no reason. Do you remember the Cinque Merchant Guild, which is one of the Empire's 5 largest merchant guilds and was close to the royal family in the capital? Are you talking about guild leader Plavin Sington? Yes, sir. What about him? He was an important merchant, but not someone the Tower Master would easily meet without an appointment. He says he has gathered around 200 slaves. What? The Tower Master's eyes opened wide. 200 slaves. That was not a small number. It was quite large, especially now, when they could no longer conduct the slave trade they had been doing in secret. The subordinate continued to speak with confidence. We will be able to gain a lot of dead mana if we receive those slaves. Dead mana. It was a necessary ingredient for black magic, as well as something they needed to offer to the White Star. The Tower Master now understood why his subordinate had peeked toward Mage Beckrock. The Tower Master's shoulders opened wide with confidence. He peeked toward Beckrock as he started to speak. Ahem, this is great. Don't you agree? Yes, it is. You managed to get someone very useful on your side, Tower Masternim. I knew there was a reason the Southern Tower was doing the best in comparison to the other 3 towers. The Tower Master started to smile after hearing Beckrock's comment. Beckrock would share similar sentiments to the White Star. That would raise the Tower Master's status as well. I might even get to be the new Tower Master of the Alchemist's Bell Tower. That position was currently empty as the former Tower Master had died. The person in that position would lead all black mages and be close to the White Star. If he could get that position, the Tower Master pushed down his rising greed as he ordered his subordinate. And you've confirmed these slaves? Of course. Merchant Guild leader Plavin brought a video recording device with him. I have confirmed the slaves chained down in the basement of his secret residence. Oh, really? The Tower Master was slowly starting to get excited. The subordinate sounded prouder as well. Mage Beckrock slowly moved away from the window and walked up to the 2 individuals. This made the Tower Master and the subordinate even more excited. Yes, sir. There seem to be hundreds of slaves in there, so I have no reasons to doubt the 200 number. Oh, I see. Is that why our merchant guild leader Plavin wishes to meet me? The corners of the subordinate's lips went up in a sly way. Yes, sir. He said he wishes to meet the person who will be the future owner of the Bell Tower. Ahum, the future of the Bell Tower. Ahum. The Tower Master quickly responded without being able to hide his joy. I guess I need to see our merchant guild leader Plavin's face at least once. I need to compliment him for doing such a good job. Of course, Tower Masternim. The subordinate responded, but the Tower Master was looking at Beckrock. His gaze seemed to be asking for Beckrock's permission while reinforcing his worth to the White Star's needs. Tower Masternim, may I come with you? I want to meet such a talented merchant as well. The Tower Master's expression became even brighter after hearing that Beckrock wanted to come as well. Of course, let's go meet him right away. Prepare a spot on the 10th floor. Yes, Tower Masternim. They could not meet him here on the 9th floor with all of these strategic documents. The subordinate quickly closed the 9th floor window. Then all 3 of them left the room and headed toward the 10th floor. Click. The door closed and someone locked it from the outside. Swoosh. Then a small gust of wind blew in toward a tiny crack in the window. Opening window. Chaos, destruction, larceny. Clang, clang. The lock on the window started to move. Larceny. Then it managed to unlock. Screech. The window made a quiet noise as it opened wide. There doesn't seem to be any surveillance magic devices. Cal walked into the room while listening to Rayan's voice. He looked around before starting to speak. I guess they were very happy. I didn't expect them to go see Plavin right away. Human, they're all so funny, hee hee. Rayan fluttered his wings in excitement. Cal was already picking up a document as Rayan laughed. Flip, flip. The information in the documents were quickly being recorded in Cal's mind. The humans in Evil Merchant Guild leader Plavin's basement are all soldiers in disguises. They're all being tricked. Ka-ha-ha, scam, deception, crime, despair. Rayan and the Wind Elemental were not chatting with each other, but they were oddly saying similar things. Cal was still busy recording, but Rayan continued to rattle on in excitement. They'll get captured by the soldiers when they go to collect Plavin's slaves. We will smack them from behind. Cal started to smile. The soldiers in the capital. These soldiers who were angry at Imperial Prince Adden and the royal family happily disguised themselves as slaves in Plavin's secret residence. The Southern Alchemist's Tower will send some forces to the residents to collect these disguised slaves. 200 was too big of a number to teleport or transport in the merchant guild's carriages. Plavin will also say that he will not be able to move all of them himself. The Southern Alchemist's Tower's forces will be treated as criminals as they try to leave with the slaves. But that Beckrock bastard went with him. Will Grandpa Ron be okay? Ron Marlin was next to Plavin right now with his face under a mask. Yeah, it's fine. Beckrock's body is not normal right now. He didn't even notice us outside. Ron's stealth techniques are top-notch. The current Beckrock would not be able to tell if Ron hides his strength. Hee hee, this is fun. I'm so excited. Destruction, chaos, kahaha. Rayan was flying around in circles in the air. I'm so excited I want to spin in circles. But I'm not going nuts like the Crown Prince. Swoowoosh, a small breeze joined Rayan in the air. I'm going to spin too. Party, joy, despair, clap. They heard a small clap at that moment. Rayan looked toward Cal. Human, are you done? Yeah, there were no more documents in Cal's hand. Rayan, make a call. The corners of his lips were twisted up. Who do you want me to call? Call them in the order I tell you. As quickly as possible. Cal told Rayan the order to call people, and Rayan immediately called the first one. Merchant Guild leader Plavin will buy them as much time as possible. Ha! Young Master Nim, long time no see. Tasha. Dark Elf Tasha, Crown Prince Albaru's aunt. I sent the kids, young Master Cal. Are you currently stealing something? I'm going to speak quickly because I don't have much time. Tasha sat up straight after hearing Cal's comment. Of course, go ahead. Will it be okay to drag the White Star to the land of death? The Caro Kingdom's southern region, Mary's neighborhood that is known as the land of death. Oh, Tasha let out a short gasp before asking. I'll need you to tell me more details. Please come here. I do not have time. That is fine. I will come to the Empire soon. The call ended. Then the next call was placed right away. Young Master Nim. Cal joyfully greeted the person who seemed shocked to see him in a mask. Marquis Taylor Nim, have you been well? Young Master Nim, what the F? What is up with your appearance? Oh, young Master Nim, what are you doing? Are you stealing something? He could see an anxious Taylor and an excited Cage through the screen. Cal started to talk to these two people, showing very different reactions. I will keep it short, as I do not have much time. The two of them quickly looked serious. Marquinim, please hold off on the fake ancient document for now. Excuse me, and Miss Cage, please cuss out the guard of death for me. Oh, should I do that? And both of you. Cal had a thought on his mind. Can you both come to the Empire if you have some time? The land of the Whale tribe at the northern tip of the western continent. The Caro Kingdom's land of death located at the western continent's western region. And finally, the Rhone Kingdom's northwest region on the eastern region of the western continent. A huge play that encompasses all three places filled Cal's mind. That is fine. Sure, well be there. The third person they called greeted Cal from the other side of the screen. Calnim, you seem to be writing the legend from the backside of history once again. Clope. Cal looked at Clope's white hair as he continued to speak. Stealthily come to the Empire. As Clope's green eyes started to show confusion, let's increase the playing field. I understand, Calnim. I finally get to be a part in the leg click. The call ended. Cal closed his eyes while Rayan connected the last call. Clope Seca from the north, Tasha from the land of death, Taylor Stan from the Rhone Kingdom's northwest region, the three of them and himself, and the White Star. I will take away what you wrongfully believed is yours. Cal would take away the White Star's wish as the White Star had taken away Rayan's future and Lord Sherritt's dream. Anger. Revenge. It wasn't something like that. It was just because it was beneficial. Young Master Nim. Cal, he could see the people on the other side of the screen for this last call. They were Necromancer Mary and Mercenary King Bud Illies. I have figured out the enemy's attack routes. Cal started to explain the routes for all four directions. Once Bud wrote all of them down. Bud, contact Hannah, Sir Rex, Jacknim, and Ray Stecker. Bud jumped up with the paper detailing the routes in his hand. His eyes were waiting for what Cal would say next. Tell them to get started. Okay, once Cal's words are delivered to them, they would immediately start to move toward the four alchemists' towers. The troops waiting to leave the capital would start to move. Mary. Yes, young Master Nim. There were a few dark elves behind Mary. They were reinforcements from the land of death. Cal started to speak to them. I figured out where they are storing the dead mana. The location of the dead mana storage facilities for all 4 directions. Start the hunt. Merry bode. All of the dead mana in the Empire will soon be taken by Merry and the Dark Elves. Tonight, Cal said the last thing as he ended the call. The Southern Alchemist's Tower will explode tonight. This was the start of war. Chapter 405. Only me too. All of the calls ended. Cal immediately left through the window. Clang, clang. The 9th-floor strategy room window locked once again. "I'll come to you a bit later." He could hear the voice of a wind elemental. Now 2 of the 3 elementals stayed behind in the magic stones storage room and the strategy room. Of course, they would reunite with Cal later. Explosion. Blow it up. Kahaha. Only a weird one was left, but Cal did not have time to think about it. Let's go to where Beacrox is. I got it, human. Cal headed toward Merchant Guild leader Plavin's room where Beacrox should be. He would meet with Plavin, Ran, and Beacrox over there. Click. Cal looked toward the door after hearing it open. He slowly stood up from the couch. "You're here, Merchant Guild leader Nim." MM. Plavin sinked and flinched after hearing Cal's greeting as he walked into the room. He then nodded his head as if nothing was wrong and continued to walk in. Click. He then clenched his eyes and then reopened them after hearing Ran lock the door behind him. It was at that moment. "What do you think?" He could hear Cal's nonchalant voice. Plavin was shocked at this instant change of attitude, but he quickly started to speak as he preferred this nonchalant attitude. "Some of the mages and the alchemists will head over in 1 hour with some troops to collect the fake slaves." Plavin's 2 hands pointed to Beacrox and Ran. "I convinced them to let these 2 seniors lead the way, as you mentioned, sir. Ran and Beacrox. These 2 would be the ones to lead the Southern Alchemist's Tower's troops to collect the fake slaves. The mages are said to be skilled enough to install teleportation magic circles. Their plan is to teleport the slaves in batches, as they are not strong enough to teleport all 200 at once." How wonderful. Cal started to smile. The mages who would head into a trap with Ran and Beacrox were not skilled enough like Rosalind or Beckrock to teleport multiple people at once by themselves. However, it was fine if they were skilled enough to teleport 200 slaves, even if it took multiple teleportations. It becomes easier to blow up the tower when more of those skilled mages are not here. Cal's side would become more advantageous the more mages were not at the tower. Plavin Sington, who finished his report, looked toward Cal with anxiety. Cal started to speak. "Open them." Beacrox's hands started to move. Zzzzzzzzz, one of the backpacks on the table was unzipped. HMPH, Plavin gasped. Boom, boom, boom. His heart was beating wildly. He could see the magic bombs. These will explode today. The tips of Plavin's fingers were slightly shaking. Pat. Plavin felt the man from the Sun Guard faction placed a hand on his shoulder. "You are going to move with me. You should know how lucky you are." Plavin could see the laughing man's reddish-brown eyes. "You should not get swept up in the explosion if you are with me. Doesn't that sound great?" "Yes, yes, sir. It sounds great." Plavin tightly closed his eyes and reopened them as he responded. The man from the Sun Guard faction's voice hit him like thunder at that moment. "We will move the enemies to the trap in 1 hour. We will start the explosions 3 hours after they leave. Exactly 4 hours from now. 10 p.m. tonight. A time when even the summer sky that stays bright so long is completely dark. The greatest defense is a preemptive strike. They will hit the enemies first. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock." Plavin Sington's face slowly turned white as he looked at the watch in his hand, his gaze headed toward the window. He could see someone looking out at the dark night sky. "It's time." Plavin clenched his fists after hearing those words. The eyes behind the mask headed toward him, jumped down. He then pointed outside the window. "Do I really need to jump?" The man did not respond. Plavin Sington clenched his fists even tighter. He could see outside the 6th-floor window. He did not have any say in this. However, he was scared. It was at that moment. 10, 9, the countdown had started. Damn it. Plavin's pupils started to shake. Cal stoically looked toward Plavin. He didn't care if this bastard was scared. He had no reason to make it comfortable for Plavin. However, there were others who were responding to his countdown. "It's finally starting. Everybody move to the top of the tower. Destruction. The countdown to hell. Kahaha. 876 human. I'm all set to go. 5, 4, tap, tap." Cal turned toward the sound of the footsteps. "Ah!" Plavin screamed as he ran toward the window. 3. Cal held the golden top's whip in one hand as he cast some wind at the tip of his feet. Swoosh, once the wind surrounded him. Let's go. Swoosh, the three wind elementals jumped through the window. Two. Damn it. Plavin's body jumped out the window. One. Swoosh, Cal's body quickly jumped out the window as well. Gasp. Plavin gasped. I'm alive. He could feel the wind surrounding him as well as see the scary distance to the ground, his gaze headed toward the masked man. Gasp. However, he could only gasp once again. It was black. Something black was crawling up the tower starting from the first floor. What is that? His body turned because of the wind before he could think any further. Ha! The forest near the southern alchemist's tower. The wind surrounding Plavin started to move toward the forest. Plavin's gaze headed back to the masked man. Shut up and stay hiding. If you wish to live, that is. The man coldly stated before waving his hand. Shoot. Plavin's body moved away from the tower and started to quickly move to a cave at the edge of the forest that a wind elemental had discovered earlier. It was a safe location, but Plavin covered his mouth in fear as he had no way of knowing that. He wanted to say something because he was expecting the man to protect him until the end, but he could not do so. Son of a... How could such a person be from the Church of the Sun God? He quickly started to understand what was surrounding the alchemist's tower. Black mana. That was what was enveloping the tower starting from the bottom. Swoo-woo-whoosh, swoo-whoosh. He could also see a large whirlwind being created at the top of the tower. Beep, beep. The southern alchemist's tower's alarms started to go off in response to the black mana. The alchemist's tower that only had a few lights on here, and they started to quickly get brighter. The alchemists, mages, and knights remaining in the tower were probably running around to deal with the emergency situation. However, Plavin did not need to see any of that. The man in the black mask heading to the top of the tower. The black mana rising up behind him, the whirlwind at the top of the tower. Finally, the magic bombs that would respond to that black mana and explode soon. That person. Plavin was scared of that man in the black mask. The new Church of the Sun God. Saint Jack, who seemed to be a good person. This man was leaving a bigger impact on Plavin's mind than either of those two. He seemed the most like a villain. Plavin could not look any more. Cal had landed on the pointy roof of the tower. Beep, beep, the entire southern alchemist's tower was on alert. Human, let's do it. Cal heard Rayon's excited voice. He looked down and started to speak. Open the door. That was the beginning. Chaos, destruction. Kahaha, shut up and open the door. The whirlwind descended from the top, enveloping the entire tower as it went. Clunk, clunk, clunk. All of the windows clunked as they opened wide. Two of the wind elementals were opening every window as they went down. What the hell? The people looking out the window looked shocked. There were many people running out of the tower as well. Oh, over there. There were a lot of people pointing to Cal at the top of the tower as well. The others who were staying around the tower quickly started to head to the tower as well. Who are you? That person is one of Merchant Guild leader Plavin's subordinates. There were people who recognized Cal. One was the alchemist who had guided Plavin earlier. However, Cal's gaze was not on any of them. Clang. Once the window to the 10th floor tower master's room opened. Perhaps this voice. Beckrock, that bastard, looked out the window with a shield cast around him and looked up at Cal. Cal shouted at that moment. Throw it. Swoosh, one magic bomb headed into the open 10th floor window. In addition, explode. The black mana started to roar. Bararang, barang, bararang. A total of 3 times. 3 explosions shook the area. People started to scream as they lowered their bodies. Some of them were shouting in astonishment. That is the 9th floor. It is near the strategy room. The 6th floor exploded as well. The tower masternim's place. The 6th floor, 9th floor, and the 10th floor. Magic bombs exploded in a total of 3 locations. Fire could be seen through the open windows. No, the spots where the windows used to exist. There was smoke, fire, and the sound of the place being destroyed. It was at that moment. That's round 1. They could hear the man on the top of the tower. The voice that had been changed and amplified with magic could be heard by the people on the ground. Move, move. Duck, what is going on? Shut up. All of you get in formation. There were people shouting to get away from the tower as well as troops who had returned to their senses trying to get into formation. The amplified voice reached all of their ears. Round 1. That meant that there was a round 2. All of them looked toward the burning southern alchemist's tower. Human, I blew up the places without people first. Cal started to speak as if he was responding to Rayan. Round two will start soon. The man in the black mask, surrounded by black mana and wind, his words started to cause chaos. You bastard. Someone shot out through the fire on the 10th floor and rushed toward Cal at that moment. This mage had a shield cast with one hand and appeared without any damage or soot covering him. Beckrock, the white star's subordinate. He was glaring at Cal. Cal looked at him and waved his hand in a friendly way. You recognized me right away. Long time no see, Beckrock. Your one hand seems a bit empty. Ha ha ha. Beckrock started to laugh. He then soon stopped laughing. It looks like the black dragon came with you. His eyes were cold as he looked at the black mana. Cal did not respond to Beckrock and shrugged his shoulders. There's no need for me to answer you, right? Beckrock did not show any response to Cal's cheeky retort. He started to smile instead. He caressed his stump with his other hand as he started to speak. Good. Beckrock's one hand started to move after he said that. He then shouted, It is war. Proceed according to plan. Barang, the 8th floor. A window on a floor that had not exploded suddenly broke. Beckrock had broken it. Maybe it was because of the explosion or because of Beckrock's voice, but the troops quickly surrounded the tower and Cal. I will slash your wrist and that black dragon's damn mouth. Ooh-wong. Mana started to surround Beckrock. Cal looked at him and started to speak, but I don't want that. What? Beckrock started to frown, flinch. He then flinched. His gaze headed to the north. He could feel a large amount of mana coming from that direction. Something was coming. Something was coming from the north. It was different than this black mana. Beckrock's gaze quickly headed back to Cal. Cal was smiling. You bastards suddenly said that you were going to invade the capital. Cal and Rayan both leisurely waited, so it caused issues with our original plan. That's why we changed it. The original plan would have been for the Empire's power players and some people, including Choi Han, as their backups heading to the 4 towers. However, with Beckrock and the White Star's Magi faction getting involved, they needed to change things. And you bastard. Beckrock, we needed someone to deal with you. It was a dark night. Cal could finally see it. Parat. He could see the red mana that was as bright as the sun. A large red pillar of light was shooting up from the forest to the north of the tower. Hee. Human, that's the teleportation magic circle that took us 4 hours to create. Rayan and someone else had created this teleportation magic circle during the 4-hour gap before the explosion. A large number of people were coming through that teleportation magic circle right now. Crack, crack. Magic stones were breaking down as they gave off a red light. Cal could see 2 people floating up from the ground that was covered in red light. One was a knight wearing a cape. The other was a mage in a red robe. The 2 people quickly started to fly toward the southern tower. The knight was Sir Rex. The mage's face could not be seen because it was covered in a hood. However, the mage pointed to Beckrock after getting close to the tower. Is it you? Are you the one claiming you'll be the tower master? The mage then saw the mana surrounding Beckrock and commented, Ah, it is you. Bright red mana that looked like fire started to gather around the mage in the red robe as soon as she said that. The mage whose face was covered by the robe, that mage was Rosalind. Cal looked toward Sir Rex. Sir Rex immediately started to speak as soon as they made eye contact. Explosion round 2 start. Bararang. Another explosion started to shake the night. The bright red mana started to move with the fire from the explosion. Chapter 406, Only Me 3 Duck. Move away from the tower. Boom. The ground started to shake as a part of the 7th floor exploded. The fancy area where the royalty, power players, and influential people were having fun was destroyed. Human. They all seemed to have run away. There was nobody on the 7th floor. As Rayan mentioned, the people fooling around until late at night on the 7th floor were the first to run away without even looking back as soon as they heard an explosion. Ha, ha, ha. Cal turned his head after hearing someone laugh. Mage Beckrock was laughing while looking at the exploding 7th floor. He started to sneer as he looked at Cal. It was at that moment. Bang! Someone broke through the window and burst out of the burning 10th floor. This person was covered in black mana. It was the Southern Alchemist's Tower's Tower Master. No, his real title was the Southern Black Magic Branch Manager. His alchemist robe was fluttering as dead mana surrounded him. Beckrock watched him come out before he looked toward Cal and started to speak. It looks like your plan was to destroy the royalty or the other high-ranking people, but too bad. We evacuated them first, so none of the royalty probably died. However, Beckrock could not hear a response from Cal. Cal just quietly flew behind a knight and stood there. Clang! The knight took out his sword as he responded. It doesn't matter. Sir Rex confidently made a proclamation as well. We have secured all secret passages from the Southern Alchemist's tower already. I'm sure the royalty are escaping through those secret passages right now. The tip of his sword pointed toward the Southern Tower Master. Sir Rex, the Southern Tower Master. Two people who were both aiming for the future of the Margaru Empire observed each other. I'm sure the Tower Master appeared late because he was helping them evacuate. But those escaping royalty will probably get caught by our soldiers too. Do you really think that'll be the case? The Southern Tower Master responded in a relaxed manner. Beep. A sharp noise shot out with the tower at the center. Beep. More sharp noises came from the forest around the alchemist's tower, as if they were responding to the first noise. The birds shot up to the air in shock. Human, it looks like the soldiers are starting to move. Me. I saw it as I shoved the merchant guild leader into the cave. The hidden troops are moving toward the tower. They are not coming to the tower, they are trying to surround the soldiers from the capital. I think they are heading for the teleportation magic circle, enemies located. Death, chaos, rain down destruction, Kahaha. The hidden enemies started to move. At that moment, surround them. The Southern Tower Master gave the order. Sir Rex let out a moan. Ooong, he could see black mages flying up into the air from different spots in the forest. They created a large circle with the tower at the center. Start. Other mages flew up next to the black mages once Beckrock shouted as well. Flap. Beckrock and the Southern Tower Master. Their robes fluttered more as the two of them moved toward each other while being surrounded by their respective mana. Beckrock looked toward Sir Rex, Cal, and Rosalind, who were surrounded in red mana, and nonchalantly added on. Seeing you barging in here like this, I'm sure you've started to raid the other 3 towers as well. You probably have a map of those towers. The corners of his lips slowly went up as well. Sir Rex, do you know what your weakness is? Sir Rex, who was pointing the tip of his sword at the Southern Tower Master, looked toward Beckrock. However, Beckrock was looking past his shoulder at Cal as he continued to speak. It's the fact that you are a collection of trash. Sir Rex's expression stiffened. However, Beckrock leisurely continued to speak. Sir Rex, I'm sure your backing is reliable, but there are only a few of them. Cal quietly observed Beckrock, who was talking about him. But the people around you, or the saint, are all soldiers that the Imperial Prince determined that he had no issues throwing away. Our side has more knights and mages as well. Beckrock started to think about their allies coming toward the tower. About 100 of them went to Plavin's secret residence. He was certain they will die or get captured. However, there were a lot more knights and mages. On the other side, the majority of Sir Rex's forces were trashed soldiers. Soldiers are things we can always refill. You think you can take them and strike all 4 towers at once? Hee. Beckrock started to laugh as he added on. Thank you for walking yourselves to your deaths. It was at that moment. Human, Cal heard Rayon's urgent voice in his mind. Ha! A confused sound came out of Cal's mouth at the same time. The Southern Tower Master. Beckrock. Once the two people got close to each other. Crack. The dead mana and mana surrounding the two people crashed into each other. No, are they merging together? He didn't know whether to say it was crashing or merging. It was hard to describe what was going on between the two mana. Perhaps. Cal looked toward Rosalind after hearing her mumbling. However, Rosalind's eyes opened wide after seeing the dead mana and mana merging together. Yes, the manas were merging. They were getting much stronger as they merged. It was not a simple 112. Their merging seemed to not be reaching 2, but at least 4 or more. Beckrock then looked toward Rosalind, whose face was still covered by her red robe. You asked if I was the person who wanted to be the Tower Master. He eagerly nodded his head. Yes, I'm the only one who will become the Tower Master. He was the only one who could do it. Beckrock truly believed this to be the case. Why, I am the person who figured out a way to merge dead mana and mana. He was a genius. It is a new law of nature. It was a new way of using magic that had never existed before. The living and the dead. Those two oppose each other but exist together. The mana that mages used was the natural mana. In comparison, black mages used dead mana. These two could not exist together. Furthermore, society had decided that black mages had to disappear from the eastern and western continents. They were beings that needed to be eradicated. Bekrak started to smile more toward the mage in the red robe, who seemed less certain about herself. Did you know? Things that oppose each other create greater, deadly force the more they clash. The living natural mana and dead mana. These two opposing forces became much stronger as they clashed and merged together. This explosiveness went beyond all imaginations. Crack, crack. Cal looked around after hearing the noise get louder. He could still hear Bekrak's voice. The east, west, and the north. This should be the situation in the other three towers as well. A circle. Black mages and mages were making a large circle around them. All of them started to draw out magic circles. The dead mana and mana increased on volume as they clashed. Bang, bang, bang. Small explosions could be heard inside the fierce mana whirlwind. You will all die from this mana whirlwind. Bekrak's one remaining hand pointed to Rosalind. This is the reason I am the greatest mage in the world. You are just shoot. Next was Cal. And as for you, dragon, the black dragon, Bekrak knew about the dragon. He realized the dragon was near after seeing the black mana. However, he was not afraid. It was different than at the Castle of Light. This was a battlefield made for him. The reason dragons are strong is because they can control more mana than humans. That was why the method to defeat a dragon was simple, so I just need to supplement my mana. Bekrak waved his hand toward the tower. Bang! The eighth floor door burst once more. Finally, the southern tower master started to smile. Boxes started to appear. Clank, clank. The locks were removed and the boxes opened. They could see the spatial pocket bags inside the boxes. Crack, crack. The mana in the circle started to get stronger. These opposing forces were clashing to create a stronger power. Dodge, move back, kill the soldiers from the capital who teleported over. Bekrak savored all of the noises. He was happy. They were all sounds of his getting revenge on the people who took one of his hands and poisoned his body. Kehe, we can make up the mana with magic stones. We can just kill the dragon. I'm sure the liege will be happy. Bekrak motioned toward the spatial pocket bags. It all happened in a moment. Ooh-wang, ooh-oo-oh, the bags flew out of the box and toward the mages forming the circle. They moved so fast that Cal and the others could not snatch them in the middle. Half of the bags started to surround Bekrak. Bekrak's eyes clouded over. There are magic stones in these bags. This combined mana whirlwind was already extremely strong. He would exponentially increase that power with magic stones. Bekrak started to shout, "You are the only ones who will explode." It was at that moment. "You're being so loud." What? Sir Rex started to laugh. His cape fluttered from the wind caused by the combined mana. Rex, Cal, and Rosalind. All of them looked as if they would get swept away by the mana whirlwind at any moment. It's true that most of my people are regular soldiers. Cal quietly observed Rex's back. Human, it looks like Rex grew a bit. As Rayan mentioned, Rex looked different than before. Sometimes a position could help a person grow, but our soldiers survived the boundaries of death. They were there while that trash of an imperial prince and the fallen nobles ran away. Trash of an imperial prince. How dare you? You were a knight of the empire. Aren't you the leader of the rebels? The southern tower master glared at Sir Rex as he shouted. However, Rex continued to smile. Bekrak sneered after seeing Rex's smile. Interesting how you can still smile in such a situation. Of course, I didn't come empty-handed either. What? Bekrak flinched, so Rex started to shout. Start round 3 of explosions. His voice spread out with amplification magic. A few seconds later, bang, bang, bang. Tens of explosions started to occur. Each individual explosion was not strong enough to shake the ground. Bang, bang, bang. However, the numerous explosions started to cause smoke in all directions. The southern tower master's pupils started to shake. A circle. Those smoke created a large circle. It may be true that the Margoru is lacking in black magic and magic. The tower master could determine the identity of those explosions. They were too weak to be called magic bombs, and he did not feel any mana coming from them. Rex's confident voice echoed in the area. However, the Margoru still has the real alchemists. Bang, bang, bang. The alcoholic alchemist, Ray Stecker. He had gathered the alchemists who were in hiding. They then got to work and started to research. You cannot forget that the Margoru is the land of alchemy. The alchemy bombs that Sir Rex and his comrades had used to blow up the palace in the past. These bombs that were created by the alchemists who will become a new foundation for the Margoru were placed as weapons in the soldiers' hands. The soldiers at the capital trained day and night to use these bombs to defeat the enemies and protect themselves. These soldiers who were thrown away once already trained and trained again so that the strong weapon in their hands could become even stronger. Bang, barang, barang. The sounds of trees breaking could be heard along with the explosions. Dust and smoke started to rise. The dust and smoke created an even larger circle than the circle created by the black mages and mages. You are the ones who are surrounded. Sir Rex started to smile. Human. Rex became Ju-woo-woost a bit cool. Cal nodded at Rayon's comment. It was at that moment. Kekekek. Bekrock was laughing so loud his shoulders were moving. He then shouted with a stoic expression. The trash did something funny. I will show you the greatest power of all. Magic. Bekrock believed magic was the greatest power. Why else would dragons, who were known as the greatest living creatures, use magic? Open the bags, cast the magic circles. Bekrock waved his hand. The mages started to open the spatial pocket bag. Ooh-wang, they pointed the spatial pocket bags down. I will show you the power of mana that even a dragon could not have imagined. However, he could not finish speaking. Plop, plop. They watched the things touching their shoulders. Rocks. Rocks were falling out of the spatial pocket bags. The tiny rocks plopped to the ground through the opening of the spatial pocket bags. They were not magic stones that would float back up in response to their mana. They were all rocks that were crumbling from their magic. This? Just what? His eyes opened wide. He could see the mage in the red robe step forward. Here, take this. He could also see Cal Henitus throwing her a spatial pocket bag with a stoic expression. Perhaps. Before he could finish this terrible thought in his head. Plop, plop. The items in Cal's spatial pocket bag fell into the mage in the red robe, Rosalind's palm. They were magic stones. An endless number of magic stones continued to pour out. They then started to surround her along with her red mana. She opened the bag even more. Chhhhhhhhhh. Tons of magic stones mixed with her red mana and shined like jewels as they surrounded Rosalind. Rosalind raised her hand. As Bekrock looked at her hand, Rosalind formed a fist. Crack. One of the magic stones broke as if responding to her action. Then a voice that was mixed with laughter started to come out of her mouth. The Tower Master, that's going to be my position. That was the signal. Crack, crack, crack. The magic stones started to break and get absorbed by Rosalind's mana. Ooh-wang, the circle made with the combined mana of the black mages and mages. A light that resembled the sun shot up from the center of that grey circle. Rosalind pointed that red light toward Bekrock. Go! A red arrow was shot toward the enemy. Chapter 407, Only Me 4. Bekrock looked at the falling rocks and the red arrow with a precipitous expression. Shoot! Tower Masternim. Some of the mages making the grey circle shouted toward Bekrock as they watched the red arrow. Damn it! The mage's pupils were shaking. It could not be helped. The arrow created by red mana that had gobbled up a large number of highest-grade magic stones was extremely strong. The mages started to become frantic and not know what to do. This was the same for the black mages as well. It was at that moment. Snap out of it. Bekrock's shout cut through the noise of the mana and reached his subordinate's ears. Southern Tower Master. Yes, sir. Bekrock quickly moved his one hand to create a magic circle. The Southern Tower Master started to create a black magic circle as well to merge together. Bekrock Nim. The Southern Tower Master's eyes headed toward the large red arrow quickly flying toward them. Do it faster. He could hear Bekrock's stoic voice. The Southern Tower Master moved his eyes. He could see that the precipitous expression on Bekrock's face had been replaced with a cold and calm expression. He could also see Bekrock's casting that had become even faster. He's faster than me, even with one hand. The best way to mix magic and black magic was to cast magic with your hand and have the two mixed together. The Southern Tower Master drew out all of the dead mana in his body and increased his casting speed to try to match Bekrock's formidable speed. He then started to think as he did that. No wonder he is the one the Liege treats as the most important. The bear tribe had told the Southern Tower Master about how the White Star had rescued Beckrock as they escaped from the Castle of Light. He had been so shocked to hear that. He had even thrown away the alchemist's bell tower's tower master. The White Star had not cared whether the bell tower's tower master had died or not. Of course, the Southern Tower Master knew the White Star was like this and still chose to follow him for almost 80 years. Why, a person with infinite life was the most honorable overlord. Furthermore, black mages had no choice but to be subservient to the sky attribute ancient power user. It was the only way for black magic to come out of hiding and dominate the world. Their skill levels are quite different. He understood why the White Star would care for Beckrock. Beckrock was now 24. He was only 24, but his magic talents were beyond human levels. The Southern Tower Master looked forward and started to speak. It's coming. The large arrow was right in front of that. It's fine. The Southern Tower Master finished casting the spell the moment he heard Beckrock's words and looked toward him. The last bit was Beckrock's responsibility. Crack, crack, crack. Black magic and magic mixed together to create a large shield. Beckrock looked at the tip of the red arrow on the other side of the grey shield and started to mumble. Come. The red arrow then crashed into the grey shield. Bang! A loud explosion filled the area. Ah! Sir Rex subconsciously let out a groan. There was a silver shield in front of him. However, the strong crashing of the two manas shook his body. Is this what a true magic battle looks like? The crashing of mana against mana. It felt as if even the air was shaking in fear. The wind was roaring, and hot air made it hard to breathe. It was different than getting cut by a sword. This was a power that worked with nature. Sir Rex's gaze moved toward Rosalind without even thinking about it. He was able to be safe from the explosion because of young Master Cal's silver shield. Rosalind him. He could see Rosalind looking forward without a shield around her. Her red hair was fluttering in the wind. She didn't need a shield. The exploding manas were gobbled up by the red mana around her before they could touch her. Crack, crack. There were still magic stones, still pouring out of the spatial pocket bag and providing mana to Rosalind. Watching this made Sir Rex think about an existence. She's like a dragon. He had seen Rayan and Aruhaben fighting against enemies in the past. Rosalind, who was covered in this red mana that was slowly getting stronger as it absorbed magic stones, reminded him of dragons in battle. I knew it would not be easy enough to finish in one shot. Sir Rex returned to his senses after hearing Rosalind's voice. Sir Rex, young Master Cal. Rosalind looked toward the nervous Sir Rex and the stoic Cal. Bang! The battle between the red arrow and the grey shield had not ended yet. However, Rosalind knew this attack was just the beginning. That is why she started to speak to the two, no, three people including the hidden dragon. I will take care of this place. Sir Rex started to frown. The magic battle. The original plan was for Cal and Rayan to be with Rosalind. That's different than our original plan. Sir Rex looked toward Cal after hearing his voice. Cal was looking at Rosalind. She smiled as she responded. The Southern Tower Master and Beckrock. I will handle those two is what I am saying. Especially Beckrock. Rosalind recalled the grey shield. It was a large shield that was created in an instant. That shield that was a mix of dead mana and natural mana was as strong as Rosalind's arrow that was fortified with numerous magic stones. The one who made it was a young mage. He was someone who dreamed of becoming the Tower Master like she did. I need to take care of him. She wanted to do it. She felt as if she needed to do it. It wasn't either of those. She had to do it. That was Rosalind's decision. She came to that decision after thinking about her team as well as her future and her desires. Cal's expression turned odd. It could not be helped. Human, I will take care of the other black mages and mages. I will also keep an eye on Rosalind so that she doesn't get hurt. Don't worry, we will keep an eye out. That's right, that's right. We'll use our wind to help her run away if she's about to get hurt. Kahaha, what a cool mindset. Destruction, obliteration, affection. It was because of Rayan and the wind elementals' loud conversations. Well, if they're going to watch over her, then she should not get hurt or be in danger. Cal understood Rosalind's mind as well. He nonchalantly responded, You're trying to monopolize the most desirable thing. You really can be greedy at times. Isn't that a part of my charm? Rosalind smiled as she responded. Pat. Sir Rex put his hand on Cal's shoulder. Please help us on the ground, young Master Calnim. Cal nodded his head at Sir Rex, who was saying they should trust Rosalind and take care of other things first. That was the signal. Rayan. A video communication device appeared in the air once Cal called Rayan's name. It connected right away. "Shall we go?" Sir Rex asked, and Rosalind sent them off with a smile. "Human, he'll be watching you too. There are three of us, so I'll go with Cal. I will go. Chaos, destruction, despair." "Sure, sure. You're probably better next to Cal." He could hear Rayan and the wind elementals again. Cal put his hand on Sir Rex's shoulder. "Descend." Cal and Sir Rex instantly started to descend. They got out of the grey circle and headed toward the ground. Cal's body turned invisible as they descended. It was thanks to Rayan's magic. Boom! The breaking Southern Alchemist's tower. The enemy forces around it. There was one person descending to the ground between those things. It was Sir Rex. Rayan had placed a 1-hour amplification magic on him. So Rex took out his sword and shield once he reached the ground. He then shouted, "Start the attack." That was the beginning. Bang, bang. Soon the sounds of alchemy bombs exploding and weapons clashing could be heard. Once a bomb went off near him, Sir Rex, Rexnim. A group of soldiers and knights came out of the forest toward the alchemist's tower. It was Sir Rex's people. Attack. We just need to capture Rex, the leader of the rebels. Capture Rex, he's the murderer who killed the royal family. The enemies nearby started to charge toward him. Rex started to chuckle. The leader of the rebels, the murderer of the royal family. Those were his sins according to the enemies. Those could be justified to be true. But I can't let it be that way. Rex's eyes lit up. Rosalind was fighting against Beckrock and the Southern Tower Master. They were the White Star's subordinates. However, the people pointing their swords at him right now were soldiers for the royal family, nobles and power players. He and the Margaru people needed to defeat these enemies with their own hands. "Throw it away," Rex shouted. Tang. So Rex dropped his sword to the ground. What the? And the approaching enemies flinched. The enemy leader put his sword down, but Rex was not the only one. Clang, tang. The soldiers behind him put their weapons down as well. Instead, the knights surrounded Rex and the soldiers and put their swords back in their scabbards before holding up shields. They had formed a rhombus-shaped formation. What the someone within the enemy ranks who figured it out started to shout. "It's bombs, Dodge." However, Sir Rex took out alchemy bombs from his spatial pocket bag and started to shout. "Throw them." Sir Rex and the soldiers started to throw their bombs. Bang, bang, bang. The small explosions that had filled the forest were now going off here as well. A knight threw his sword away and is using such shady. Sir Rex could hear one of the enemy knights who had retreated shouting toward him with disgust. He scoffed at that comment. He then started to speak to his soldiers. "We are not shady." The soldiers nodded their heads. The knights nodded their heads as well. These were people who had come under Rex after seeing the battle at the capital's alchemist's bell tower battle. The soldiers and knights who were with Sir Rex here had seen the attacks the Empire had thrown at them with black magic. Shady. A knight throwing away his sword. Why did that matter? War was a chaotic place where someone dies and someone lives. It did not need to be beautiful. One of the soldiers around Sir Rex shouted back in anger. "You are the shady bastards." That night, the noble that the knights served. It was one of the nobles and subordinate knights who had escaped from the Whipper Kingdom War while leaving the soldiers behind. But he wants to talk about Shady. The bastards who killed innocent people to make dead mana and watched as their own soldiers died after getting caught up in the explosion from that dead mana wants to call them Shady. The soldier could not believe it. That was why he put another alchemy bomb in his hand. It was their new weapon to fight against black magic. Attack again. The soldier started to move after hearing Sir Rex's firm voice. Such attacks were happening in multiple locations. It's going as expected. Cal took a step away from the battlefield and stealthily started to move. The enemy doesn't even have time to get into formation. The enemies could not get it together as they faced this sudden attack. Alchemy bombs would fly at them and disrupt them every time they tried to fix their formations. Many unintentional small battles were taking place in the forest and around the Southern Alchemist's tower. That was why the enemies could not gather together in large numbers either. Cal, who was standing on top of a tree with nobody around it, started to speak. Speak. He heard a voice from the video communication device, reporting the current situation. He could hear mercenary King Bud's voice. Bud was currently in the Margaru capital. The East, West, and the North, they have all infiltrated as planned. Based on the changes to the original plan, Sword Master Hannah was at the East, Saint Jack was at the North, and alcoholic alchemist Ray Stecker was leading the soldiers to the West. Of course, the trained knights took care of the official leading of the soldiers, but the three people led the direction of the battle. They are all focusing on surrounding the alchemist's towers and keeping the enemies trapped. They are mainly focusing on defense. And the magic stones, he could see a smiling bud, 4 hours, the amount of time they had before the southern alchemist's tower had begun. All successfully taken. Cal started to smile. That made them find us, but everybody infiltrated in a defensive formation, so thankfully, the goods and the people are fine. The Allied forces to the north, east, and west sent strong individuals and stealthy individuals into the three other towers to first steal the magic stones. Of course, they were all caught in the process because they didn't have Rayan or the wind elementals as Cal did. But it did not matter. It was fine as long as they stole them. The enemies do not dare to attack us knowing that the magic stones were stolen. Still tell them to be cautious of a combined attack of the black mages and mages. Bud nodded his head. Bang, bang, bang. He could hear the explosions around Cal. He could also hear people screaming and weapons clashing against each other. He could sense how chaotic it was. However, he soon focused on what Cal was saying. We will immediately commence step 2 once Mary contacts us. Mary had not contacted them yet. Necromancer Mary and the Dark Elves. Once they acquired all of the dead mana storage facilities, black magic will be finished in Saint Jack and Mary's hands. Bud cautiously asked, "Can you come back before that?" According to the plan, the attack on the Southern Alchemist's tower had to be almost finished before they started step 2 of the operation against the other 3 Alchemists' towers. Cal debated for a moment before starting to speak. Probably, I think it is Poe, however, he could not finish speaking. Barararang. He heard a large explosion in the sky. Human. He could hear Rayan's urgent voice as well. Cal looked up to the sky in shock, and then he saw it. That crazy. He could see a neck in Beckrock's hand. It was thin and weak-looking neck. That neck was slowly being ripped apart by grey mana. Cal subconsciously shot up into the air. The person with their neck being choked started to speak at that moment. Why are you doing this to me? The Southern Tower Master. He was looking at Beckrock in shock while being choked. Human. That Beckrock bastard is absorbing the Southern Tower Master's black magic. No, the dead mana. Cal could hear Rayan's astonished voice. He could also see the Southern Tower Master dry up like a mummy. Crack, crack. Beckrock then crushed the Tower Master's neck. He then looked toward Rosalind. There are plenty of things to use even without magic stones. Cal could hear Rayan's voice. He can somehow possess dead mana along with mana. That's not possible. He should die as they clash inside him. However, Beckrock in front of them was showing that it was possible. I was only going to pretend to be slightly smart, but it looks like I need to do it properly. What's up with this bastard? What the hell happened in that short instant? Cal could only look at Beckrock, who became stronger after killing someone from his own side with disgust. He could then see it. He could see the concern on Rosalind's face. Human, Rosalind is going to lose. He could hear Rayan's low voice. Are you in shock? I wonder if you know. Don't you want to get much stronger? Then you need to learn how to use the lives of the people around you for your benefit. Beckrock started to laugh as he looked at Rosalind. You're Rosalind, right? How would a mage from a royal family who had a comfortable life understand what I mean? Isn't that right? Chapter 408. Only me? 5. Mage Beckrock turned his gaze away from Rosalind. He looked down at the soldiers who were being destroyed by the alchemy bombs and tight formations from Rex's side before nonchalantly starting to speak. I already told you, right? I found a way to mix dead mana and mana together. Wouldn't that mean that I can control both of them? Crack, crack. Grey mana started to surround Beckrock. Boom. The Southern Tower Master fell from Beckrock's hands and into the burning tower. Human. Cal could feel paws on his back once he was in the air. Rayan was the only one who would do this. What is it? The smart Rosalind was using magic stones to make her mana stronger, and that Beckrock bastard was defending with a grey shield before he suddenly absorbed the Southern Tower Master like that. How is he fine after absorbing dead mana? Cal looked toward Beckrock in disbelief. Living humans should feel pain once dead mana entered their body. Of course, there was an exception. A black mage. Dead mana and mana cannot coexist. If that was possible, dragons would have absorbed dead mana and used black magic as well. Dead mana was not something that had to be forcefully gathered like the White Star and his subordinates were doing. All living things would naturally die at some point. Dead mana would come out of their bodies upon their death. That was why dark elves used to live near cemeteries to absorb the dead mana flowing out of them. Cal's eyes opened wide as he looked toward Rosalind and Beckrock. Rayan, Miss Rosalind's hand. Cal could see Rosalind's hands were shaking. Did she get hurt? That did not seem to be the case. Rayan would have jumped in if she was about to get hurt. Then what was it? Kekek, your hands are shaking. Beckrock resolved Cal's question for him. He looked toward Rosalind's shaking head as he continued to speak. It's not manageable, right? He pointed to the spatial pocket bag that was no longer pouring out any magic stones. Do you know why I divided the magic stones up with my subordinates instead of using them all by myself? Crack, crack. Dead mana and mana continued to clash and grow in size around him. The grey mana was slowly getting bigger. I didn't want to get indigestion. Cal flinched at that response. Magic stones are concentrated balls of mana. You want to control tens, no hundreds of them on your own. You'll explode and die. Beckrock sneered while Rosalind, whose face was covered by her hood, bit down on her lips. If you want to use them, you need to use them within your limits. Tens of them at a time if that was the limit. 100 at a time if that was the limit. That is why, Rosalind, there has to be a limit to how much mana you can control at once. The evidence of that was Rosalind's shaking fingertips. Don't say such nonsense. Rosalind's mumbling reached Beckrock's ear. Ka-ha-ha, he started to laugh. He then stopped himself before giving an order. Go down to the ground. Yes, sir. Yes, Tower Master Nim. The black mages and mages paired up before heading down. Sir Rex started to shout toward them. Throw the bombs. The alchemy bombs were thrown into the air. Bang, bang. Hey, Cal. It looks like it will really end up giant chaos at this rate. Bud, who was still connected, started to speak with concern. There were still many alchemy bombs. However, it was likely for the soldiers to struggle if the black mages and mages helped out, especially if they used that combination mana. Crack, crack, crazy. The mana is still getting bigger. The grey mana was continuing to get bigger. Bud was watching this with disgust. Cal was looking at Beckrock with shock. Isn't this amazing? Beckrock opened his arms to the side as if he was proudly showing off his grey mana. The dead and the living continue to clash and get bigger. Do you know what the difference is with magic stones? He looked at the grey mana around him as if he was in love. I only need to use my powers at a 3 to use 10 of this combined mana. That was the greatness of this combined mana. He just needed to put in 3 for them to clash against each other and get to 10. Isn't this great? Beckrock could see Rosalind's red eyes underneath the hood. Those eyes were telling him the following. How is something like this possible? Beckrock could tell that the robed woman was confused and bewildered at how he could control both magic and black magic. That was why he started to smile. He then started to speak in an insidious way. I know a bit about you. I looked into you because I was curious about this talented mage people kept talking about. Rosalind and Beckrock made eye contact. Beckrock continued to speak in a relaxed manner. I was shocked by what I found. We had a lot of similarities. SHHHHH. Beckrock's one hand started to move. Ooh, the combined mana that was clashing with each other started to gather together. He kept his eyes on Rosalind even as he did that and continued to speak. First of all, our ages are similar, 24 years old. Beckrock and Rosalind were the same age. We are both very smart. We show great talent in magic. Beckrock's smile changed into a twisted smile at that point, but I was born poor. That's where we are different. Beckrock looked down at the soldiers under his feet. I was trash like them. He was born without money, power, or anything to his name. However, unlike those trash down there, he had talent. That was why his liege, the White Star, cherished him. He was a genius. He was also a hard worker. He worked his ass off. Beckrock was certain. Unlike Rosalind in front of him, he had learned magic in extremely difficult conditions, which allowed him to have greater results. Sacrifices were necessary for such results. It was fine as long as it would take him to higher places. Who cared if some useless trash died for a genius like him to reach greater heights? His gaze headed toward Rosalind. You must have had it really easy learning magic. That was why he hated Rosalind. She was a princess, had a lot of money, and probably had an easy time learning magic with a great instructor. As part of Cal's group, she also had great reputation. So why should I tell someone like you? Ooh, the grey mana that had been gathering together started to take shape. Great heroes of history always grow up from the bottom. You look like an extra who will be sacrificed in my path to greatness. Ooh, the noise slowly got louder. It was now at the point where the people fighting below flinched and looked up. They all flinched at what they saw. Dragon. Someone subconsciously made the comment. The grey mana was slowly forming into a shape of a large dragon. You probably learned magic from dragons, right? Those stupid dragons. Beckrock thought about how Rosalind would have peacefully learned magic from the black dragon and the ancient dragon as he started to laugh. So, it would be entertaining for you to be killed by a dragon. Kekek. Ruuwa. The large dragon made of grey mana let out a loud roar. The grand and overwhelming appearance of the dragon made some people blank out in fear. However, Beckrock was just happy. How could he not be when he was controlling a dragon that was known to be great and mighty, and was going to use that dragon to kill Rosalind? Crack, crack. The grey mana dragon continued to grow in size. It already overwhelmed Rosalind's red mana. Bud, who was watching this from the other side of the screen, started to shout with urgency. Hey, shouldn't you go do something? Why are you flying down instead? He could not help but be concerned as Cal was heading down instead of heading toward Rosalind. Cal calmly responded, I will help down on the ground. What about Miss Rosalind? I need to trust her since she said she'll take care of it. I'll save her if she seems to be in danger. Hey, is she not in danger right now? Bud, who was shouting toward Cal, flinched. Roo-woo-woo-woo-woo-wah. The grey dragon started to flap its wings. Why are you so quiet? Are you scared? Kekek, Beckrock leisurely continued to speak to Rosalind. The woman in the red robe had her head down. That made Beckrock start to laugh even louder. It was at that moment. He heard a voice coming from the robed woman. How shameful. What? Beckrock looked toward the robed woman. He had flinched at the words she used as it did not fit royalty, but he was more shocked that she was saying such things in the current situation. Rosalind was shaking her head. She was scoffing and shaking her head. She then started to speak to Beckrock. Hey, bastard, you are the biggest trash here. Rosalind thought about Lark and Choi Han at that moment. She had not heard details about Choi Han's life, but she did hear that he had lived a difficult life by himself away from his family. He had said the Forest of Darkness was his hometown. What about Lark? How many painful things did that little kid have to go through, and the other wolf children? And Miss Mary, Rayanim, she thought about her friends before thinking about her own life. I had an easy life. She didn't choose to have an easy life. There were some difficult situations, but she had money and power since she was born. There were many benefits she had because she was born a princess. So what? Did I do anything bad because of it? She had not. She did not consider her benefits as guaranteed and stood in the vanguard of the Breck Kingdom during the Battle of the Gorge of Death. She had lived a life she would not be embarrassed about, but she was embarrassed now. Why? I was shamefully scared. It was only for a moment, but that bastard's strong grey mana had scared her a bit. She had even wondered if he was a better mage than she was. However, she had heard a voice at that moment. Rosalind, I told the human not to worry about you. I told him you are a genius. She had heard Rayan's voice. You have an area where you are great as well. Gramps said so too. The corners of Rosalind's lips slowly started to go up. Cal was heading down to the ground during that time. He could still hear Bud mumbling through the call. No, but still, she's fighting someone like that. Shut up. Bud looked at Cal as if what Cal said was unfair. However, Cal didn't even give him a glance as he started to think about Rosalind. Rayan had said the following before he decided to descend to the ground. Human, Rosalind will lose right now. He had been shocked at that, but she would soon win. He was relieved after hearing what Rayan said next. She would lose right now, but would soon win. An odd smile appeared on Cal's face. Choi Han, Lark, and Rosalind. These three were heroes who were the main characters of the birth of a hero. The three of them also had the type of personality that would destroy a foreign kingdom's palace without any concern. Now that he thought about it, the only one Rayan always said was smart was Rosalind. Rayan had continued to speak. Human, both Goldie Gramps and I think Rosalind is a genius. Think about it. The smart Rosalind used tens of magic stones in the Gorge of Death. Rosalind was now hearing the same thing Rayan had told Cal earlier. Rosalind, you easily used tens of magic stones in the Gorge of Death. You coughed up a bit of blood at that time, but so what? You handled them well. Rosalind could see her shaking hands. She then started to think. Was she having difficulty right now? No, it was not hard. She clenched her hands into fists. She forced her hands to stop shaking. That Beckrock bastard seems to be a genius when it comes to making magic law. The Black Dragon admitted what he needed to admit. He still needed to tell her the truth. There was a reason both Iruhaben and Rayan believed Rosalind would become the Tower Master. There was also a reason they agreed to Cal's Magic Stones plan. Smart Rosalind. Beckrock was a genius when it came to magic circles or magic law. You are a genius when it comes to handling mana. Rosalind was someone who showed overwhelming talent for handling mana. It made Rosalind think about when she was controlling mana as a young child. She had finally been able to play with mana late at night, after a long day of lessons, to be the future queen. Those were her happiest moments as she thought about becoming a mage and handling mana. I think that you need to become the Tower Master. Smart and nice, Rosalind. Smart and nice. That was Rayan's view of Rosalind. Rosalind never complained when dealing with the complicated and annoying things on the back end. And it did not seem like she was doing everything just because Cal brought her magic stones and said he would help her construct a new magic tower. Even Choi Han, Hannah and Mary, who were extremely wary of people, were relaxed around Rosalind. Furthermore, Rayan remembered how Rosalind came to find Cal when Lark first went berserk, even though she knew her identity as a princess could be revealed. And if you really think you can't do it, well, beat that bastard up together. That fake grey dragon is so ugly. Our Gramps is more handsome and my mo anyway. There are cooler dragons. She could hear Rayan's mumblings. Did you go crazy looking at overwhelming strength? She could hear Beckrock's marking tone as well. Rosalind had been blankly staring at the grey dragon. What the? However, he soon had to start frowning. Heh. Rosalind was laughing. Beckrock started to frown after hearing her laugh. Her choice of words and actions did not seem like a princess at all. Her red mana was decreasing in size as well. How annoying. It was annoying to deal with her anymore. Someone he had been curious about was now boring him. He'd rather go find and kill the assassin who took his hand. Beckrock sneered as he gave the order. Go, Ruhuor. The grey mana dragon flapped its wings and charged toward Rosalind. The sharp fangs inside its open mouth and its long claws looked ready to rip Rosalind into pieces. The gust created from the flapping wings was enough to make Rosalind stumble. It was at that moment. How entertaining. Rosalind said that as she started to move forward. Ha! Why? The mages who were watching her found this to be odd. Ha ha ha, looks like you want to die. Beckrock was laughing so loud his shoulders were moving. Rosalind was charging directly at the grey dragon. Hey, isn't Miss Rosalind going to get hurt like this? Ha! Bud was shouting with anxiety. Ha! A confused ha then came out of Bud's mouth. That just now, what the? He was confused. Cal started to laugh. This is how it should be. He looked at Rosalind. Rip. He could see the spatial pocket bag being ripped open. It was the spatial pocket bag Cal had given her. Rosalind had ripped that bag open. Tens, hundreds, no, thousands. An almost endless number of magic stones flew out of the ripped bag. Ooh, her red mana shot out and started to gobble them up. Crack, crack. The magic stones started to break apart. They started to then break apart even faster. Bang, bang. Some of them started to explode as well. Rosalind was surrounded in the red mana and magic stones. Is that okay? The enemy mages who were looking up were mumbling in shock. Crazy, shell explode like that. She was still going. The red mana was gobbling up magic stones non-stop. Rosalind's whole body was red, as if she was a human surrounded by fire. She looked toward the grey dragon and made a comment. You can't look down on my desires. Her hands were shaking. Her whole body was shaking. However, Rosalind continued to gobble up the mana from the magic stones. She dominated them. She made them her own. Human, what did I tell you? Rosalind is smart. She is a genius. She is better than that bastard. Even Gramps said that Rosalind is smart. Cal could hear Rayan's cheering. Rosalind is unmatched when it comes to handling mana. It was at that moment. Rosalind, who was covered in red mana, crashed into the grey dragon, causing a loud explosion. Cal could then see it. He could see the red mana ripping apart one of the grey dragon's wings. Chapter 409. Only me 6. Rosalind's fingertips were shaking. There's too much mana. She bit down on her lips. Boom, boom, boom. Her whole body felt as if it was on fire. This boiling fire that she could not stop even if she wanted to do so seemed to want to gobble her up. However, she continued to shout internally as she reached a hand toward the grey dragon. More, more, more. I want to handle more mana. No, I want to control it with my bare hands. You're a crazy. Are you desperate to die? Bekrak's voice could not reach Rosalind. Roo-woo-woo-woo-woo. Rosalind only looked at the grey dragon that charged toward her again with its mouth open. Crack, boom, bang. Magic stones continued to break or explode as they crashed into each other before turning into red mana. Rosalind continued to reach her hand out. Bang. The grey dragon and the red mage crashed against each other. The grey dragon tried to chomp off her side. Rosalind moved her left hand. Bang. Red mana blocked the dragon's mouth. She did not even finish looking at it before turning her gaze away. Everything is red. Everything looked red to her right now. Everything from the tip of her head down to her toes. Red mana was covering her eyes, nose, mouth, and every part of her body that her world seemed to be red. Even the grey dragon, Bekrak, and the night sky had lost their original colors and looked red. I like this. She liked what was going on. Her whole body, every breath that she took, all of her actions were full of her mana. Rosalind smiled as she reached her right hand out again. A large mana hand that resembled her hand was created. Squeeze, Rosalind formed a fist. Barang. The large red mana hand ripped the grey dragon's wing. Rosalind's eyes flashed. The combination mana made from dead mana and mana. The grey being was being ripped apart. That crazy. Bekrak's eyes were full of astonishment as he watched. It was not because Rosalind blocked the grey dragon's attack and ripped off one of the grey dragon's wings. It was fine, since he could just attack again. It was something else that had shocked him. Are you really planning on dying? Crack, crack. Rosalind was absorbing mana from an endless number of magic stones. All of the mages were thinking that she would soon be swallowed by the red mana and die. They could see her entire body shaking. Her eyes had been dyed red as well. Bekrak shouted the word the mages used for such a situation. Mana explosion. Was she trying to defeat him even if it forced her to go into mana explosion? Why would someone who lived an easy life as a princess do such a thing? Why was she going so far? He could not understand at all. He could see Rosalind opening her mouth at that moment. The owner of the red hand that had turned the ripped wing into dust looked directly at him as she started to speak. I will win. No matter what. Bekrak got chills after her say these words with a crazed expression on her face. This crazy person. Self-destruct. Rosalind's face made him think of that word. She looks like she's saying, let's both die. She plans on killing both of us with her mana explosion. He could not die. Bekrak did not want to die. He lived too hard of a life to die here. He was already in pain after losing a hand and having one of his ankles poisoned. But to die, putting his life on the line. His hand pointed to the grey dragon. Block her, rip her to shreds. A grey shield then appeared in his hand. Ruwuwa, the large dragon charged toward Rosalind again. Bang, bang. Dead mana and mana crashed against each other to restore the ripped wing. Kill her now. The grey dragon swung its front paw at Rosalind as if to respond to Bekrak's order. Bang. Rosalind blocked the paw with an arrow. She then started to move forward. She didn't care whether the greedy dragon got in her way. Bang, bang. Her red mana exploded and slowly dwindled as it crashed with the combined mana. But she did not even glance at it once. Magic stones were providing her with an endless amount of mana. Mana explosion. She thought about the word Bekrak had just shouted. She started to laugh. During the battle at the Gorge of Death, the dragon half-blood had caused a mana explosion. Mana explosion could be said to be a disaster caused by a mage's extreme greed toward mana. Their bodies would explode, and they would die for being greedy without knowing their limits. Boom, boom, boom. A large amount of mana was pressuring her body on all sides right now. It felt as if this red mana would gobble her up instead of the grey dragon. But you see, Rosalind quickly moved forward. Why am I not in any pain? She should be in pain if she was about to enter mana explosion, but she was not hurting at all. In fact, she felt strong. The shaking in her body was slowly stopping. The pressure from the mana surrounding her was slowly losing strength and unable to hinder her movement. She was slowly becoming freer. She heard the great and mighty 6 years old dragon's voice at that moment. Smart Rosalind, you should know your own current condition. Yes, I know my condition. This is my optimum condition. She could not help but laugh. Being surrounded by a large amount of mana like this was the optimum condition for her. Words such as best or greatest were not fitting for this situation. It was as if the condition of having a large amount of mana surrounding her that she other people worried she might go into mana explosion was like wearing a perfect fitting outfit for her. How could something other people feared be so fitting for her? She could not help but laugh. This is bad. It was really bad news. Did Rayan understand what she meant? Rosalind, the human says he has plenty of magic stones, so you can use as much as you want. Rosalind started to laugh even louder at Rayan's comment. Pwah, then I don't have to worry about magic stones. She had thought it would be bad to have to use so many magic stones to reach her optimum condition every time. She didn't need to worry anymore because a wealthy person told her she didn't need to worry about it. Kill her, Rosalind responded to Beckrock's shout. Who gave you permission? Rosalind moved both hands as she said that. Two large red hands appeared in the air. She only moved forward. She did not care that the direction was right into the chest of the grey dragon. The two red hands slammed onto the grey dragon. Bang, bang, bang. More combined mana broke apart each time. It could not defeat Rosalind's strong attack, forcing the dead mana to split away from each other. You. Beckrock started to frown as he watched this happen. The grey dragon was squirming as if it was in pain. There was a reason it seemed this way even though it was not real. My combined mana. It was because Rosalind's mana ripped the combined mana apart. The laws within my combined mana are perfect. They are perfect. There is no way you can rip through it so easily. Beckrock sounded full of disbelief as he continued to create grey shields in front of him. Roo-wah! The grey dragon's loud roar shook the night. The dragon's stomach had been pierced. Two red hands had ripped its stomach apart. Those hands then headed for the owner of the grey dragon. Damn it! Beckrock created more shields as he looked toward the red mage behind the two red hands. The two red hands headed toward the first shield. Barang, the first grey shield instantly broke. Damn it, how could my combined mana break so easily? Is that really possible? A genius created it. He started to frown even more. Then he created many more grey shields. He needed to make them thick enough that he could not see those two red hands properly. He needed to create a shield that was large enough to cover him. Only then would those two red hands not be able to get to him very easily. It would take her a while to break through the shields. Rosalind would not be able to see him because he would be covered by the thick grey shields. Then I will have an opening to escape. Peek. Beckrock peeked down. He made eye contact with one of his subordinates. He nodded his head, and the subordinate mage nodded back before looking around. We are running away. We will go to a different alchemist's tower. His subordinate mages and the black mages should have understood his signal and would escape with him. Rosalind, Cal, and Rex are here. The black dragon is here as well. That means that the attack strength on the other towers are weaker. He was not scared of the Sun God Saint and the Holy Maiden. There were Choi Han and the others, but nobody would be able to use magic to defeat them. That was good enough. Barang, another shield was broken. However, the grey color was so opaque that he could not see the enemy on the other side. Beckrock started to smile. However, his actions were thorough. He stealthily started to draw a teleportation magic circle. I have to do it without the black dragon finding out. Rosalind should not be able to stop because of mana explosion right now, so she would keep trying to break through his shields to kill him. He needed to use that lack of rationality to his benefit. I will retreat and make my magic law even more perfect. He made that resolution as he shouted out, You think you can get through these? You'll soon die from mana explosion. He purposefully said something to rile Rosalind up. Barang. He could feel the two red hands breaking the grey shields even stronger as if responding to his provocation. This is it. I need to do it now. Beckrock started to shout. Now, ooh, the mages on the ground all started to use teleportation magic. Both skilled and novice mages worked together to use teleportation magic. Beckrock also cast teleportation magic as well. However, the magic was broken. He looked down. He could see a hand choking him. Barang. I can still hear the two red hands slamming on the grey shield. So how is the person with red mana choking me right now? Bekrok's pupils started to shake. The teleportation magic was broken. Why? Crackle. A hand covered in red mana was grabbing onto his remaining hand that was covered in grey mana. It disturbed the grey mana. And then, behind his back, Bekrok felt a strong fluctuation of mana behind his back. He could also hear a voice. Is this how you had choked the Southern Tower Master earlier? SHHHHH. He could see Rosalind revealing her face to him. Ah, how? Bekrok started to frown. How had she appeared behind him soon as he started to teleport, when she should not have been able to see him from the other side of the grey shield? You bastards do the same thing every time. You escape and leave your people behind whenever you smell trouble. Rosalind confidently responded. The White Star's subordinates always escaped alone or with people they deemed useful in urgent situations. Shouldn't they notice it now after seeing them do that so many times? Plus, it was weird that you were only defending. Wouldn't you wonder if your enemy was trying to escape if they only defended without attacking? Squeeze. A hand covered in red mana clenched Bekrok's neck even tighter. Bekrok could not breathe. However, Rosalind's eyes were cold as they looked at him. That is why I let my magic keep attacking you before using invisibility and sneaking up behind you. Simple, right? How is that simple? She needed to use mana extremely stealthily for him to not notice. Bekrok was extremely angry. His hand was shaking as he flailed his arm. PSSSSSSSSSS, the grey shield disappeared. He could see the two large red hands that had been banging on the shield. Why, you should be in M, mana explosion, how can you control mana so stealthily? Bekrok looked toward Rosalind in disbelief. She calmly responded to his question. I'm not in mana explosion. What? All emotion disappeared from Bekrok's face. He was so shocked that he almost forgot about the pain in his neck. Why are you so shocked? This is the perfect condition for me. Do I look like I'm about to die? Bekrok finally realized that the mage covered in red mana looked better than before. How could that? How could a human control this much mana? My combined mana is perfect. You're telling me you did not get injured at all while ripping that perfect mana apart. You are not going to die. Bekrok started to frown not because of the physical pain, but a different type of pain. The fact that his combined mana did not manage to hurt this mage at all was painful to realize. He then heard some cruel words that amplified that pain even more. Are you sure you didn't just mistakenly believe it to be perfect? Rosalind's voice was calm. Bekrok's face scrunched up as much as possible. No, it was perfect. My combined mana is a power that will change the history of magic. It is a new power that someone like you who learned magic so peacefully would never be able to obtain. Rosalind quietly looked at Bekrok. How could something like this happen to someone like me who overcame all obstacles to get here? Bekrok had to overcome many obstacles ever since realizing that he had talent. He recalled the obstacles he had to overcome in his life. He thought about how he was a beggar who got lucky and ended up as a mage's disciple, and how he had stealthily killed that mage's #1 disciple so that he could become the #1 disciple and let his talents shine. How hard had it been to stealthily kill such a talented bastard? He then worked very hard once he became the #1 disciple. He had then met the liege, and finally, the time for him to rise to a position where he could treat those useless trash however he wanted was near. He would become a great hero. So why? Why is a beach like you getting in my way? Rosalind started to think as she watched Bekrok shout in anger. Did they say we were the same age? Bekrok was the enemy, but Rosalind admitted that he was skilled. He was so skilled that you could not help but admit it. She recalled how Bekrok said that they were similar in many ways. But why was it that Bekrok did not realize where they were most similar? Bekrok, I was practicing magic as well while you were making your law and doing magic. I worked my ass off too. I really did. Bekrok's pupils started to shake. Rosalind loosened the grip on Bekrok's neck. Rosalind looked into Bekrok's eyes that were full of fear and continued to speak. Thank you. I grew stronger thanks to you. Barang. The two large red hands slammed against Bekrok once she let go of him. Ah. Only Bekrok's terrible scream could be heard. Chapter 410, Holding Back the Tears. 1. Both the allies and the enemies blankly watched the two red hands clasped together in the night sky. The two large red mana hands formed a sphere that resembled the sun once they merged. Nobody could do anything as they heard the painful screams of the person captured within that sun. Wow, this is no joke. Bud could not pick his jaw back up as he watched from the other side of the video communication device. He could see Beckrock flailing around inside the red mana hands. Beckrock was trying his best to defend against Rosalind's mana that was attacking him as if it was fire. However, he could not do it. The red mana crashed into his combined mana each time to divide it back into dead mana and mana. Then the mana would be destroyed. Damn it, damn it. Duck. The mana getting destroyed was the mana inside Beckrock's body and not the Southern Tower Master's mana. It was the mana he had built up while practicing magic. This. Beckrock started to frown. Rosalind's mana was destroying his mana. This proved that Rosalind was much greater than him when it came to handling mana. He finally realized the meaning behind Rosalind's words. Beckrock, I was practicing magic as well while you were making your laws and doing magic. And now, the mana that she had practiced for so long was tightening its grip around Beckrock. Beckrock was extremely angry. Thank you. I grew stronger thanks to you. He understood the meaning behind that statement as well. Rosalind's current condition, her growth, was something she realized during their battle. Beckrock was slowly getting suffocated. He could not escape. The red mana would destroy his mana every time he would try to cast a teleportation spell. It was extremely tenacious. Ah, ah, ah. Beckrock wanted to breathe. He wanted to live. He did not want to be in pain. For me to die like this. I thought I stepped on everyone to get here. His view slowly turned black. Beckrock could see Rosalind's stoic face right before his view became completely black. She did not show any joy, sorrow, nor even anger. Beckrock frowned as he fell into a completely dark world. The two red hands disappeared. Beckrock's body started to fall. Swoosh, however, a red breeze that flew in from somewhere held Beckrock's body in the air. It was Rosalind's magic. She started to speak to the person approaching him. Young Master Cal, Miss Rosalind. Rosalind pointed to Beckrock. He's not dead. We should put mana-restricting chains on him and pass him over to Sir Rex. Buddies was watching this from the other side of the screen. He looked in the direction Rosalind was pointing before gulping as he observed Beckrock. It probably would have been better to have been killed. He would die soon enough. She probably kept him alive so that she could hand the leader of the enemies to Sir Rex, Jack, Hannah, and Ray Stecker, the four people who would lead the future Margoro. I didn't know Rosalind had a side like this. She was cold but thorough. Bud liked this side of her. It was because she showed this side to the enemies. It was better than having a weak heart that would end up getting your allies injured. And this confirms her position as Magic Tower Master. Bud recalled the image of Rosalind being surrounded by red mana. He had never seen a mage in such a battle form before. She was strong, and there was also something to it that grabbed other people's hearts and attention. I should increase the amount of people from the Western continent in the Mercenaries Guild's directory. Bud's mind started to get filled with complicated thoughts about the future. Cal started to speak at that moment. That must have been tough. He then took a potion out and tried to hand it to her. Rosalind could only stare at the potion. There was a simple reason for it. I have no strength. Rosalind's body was out of strength now that the adrenaline from this sudden explosive growth and the battle that helped her get over the wall had ended. It's not to the point where I will faint. She was just tired. Her body and her mind were tired. Rosalind, who peeked toward the unconscious Beckrock, started to think. No, it would be better to say there was a new concern on her mind. It was something that happened often, but she was tired. It was at that moment. Pat Rosalind could feel small paws on her back. You were great. Smart Rosalind, you were awesome. She started to smile. Rosalind could see Cal continuing to speak with a grumbling expression. Do you want me to open it and hand it to you? Or do I need to pour it into your mouth myself? Human, I will do it. I am stronger than you. Oh, my goodness. Whatever you want. Rosalind started to laugh out loud after hearing Rayan and Cal's casual conversation. She then grabbed the potion and started to speak to Cal in front of her and the invisible Rayan behind her. I have enough strength to open it and drink it. Furthermore, I also have enough strength to take care of the small fry. The battle was not yet over. Rosalind gulped the potion down before looking toward the ground. There were some mages who managed to escape using teleportation, but there were many more mages and black mages who had not escaped. They were all looking toward Rosalind with fear and admiration. Those looks were being sent toward Rosalind the mage, not Rosalind the princess. I'm heading down. She started to fly down. Cal put the video communication device in his pocket and followed behind her. Boom, boom. The two people landed behind Sir Rex. The enemies standing across from Sir Rex looked toward Rosalind, whose face was covered by her hood again, and the masked man with fear. They also looked at Sir Rex, who brought them with him with fear as well. Even the alchemy bombs in the soldiers' hands scared them. The mages and black mages tried to throw you away. Sir Rex started to speak to the enemy soldiers who were still citizens of Margoro. There is nobody here who will protect you. His gaze headed toward the mages and black mages from the White Stars faction. Will you still fight? Cal started to smile internally. Sir Rex was becoming a leader who knew the right things to say. His words threatened the enemies while letting his soldiers know that they would be protected. I will not kill you if you surrender. That was the final blow. Clang, the sound of a soldier dropping his weapon could be heard. That was the beginning. Tang, clang, more weapons started to fall to the ground. What the hell are you doing? Kill that bastard. It will consider you to be the enemy and kill you if you drop your weapons. The royalty, nobles, and power players were all shouting. However, the number of soldiers who lowered their weapons only continued to increase. It was because they realized that the people who will die if they attacked was them, and not these people giving orders from the back. Looks like this place will be taken care of soon. Cal could feel that the Southern Alchemist's tower battle was almost over. Of course, there were still the power players and royalty on the battlefield. However, the strong Southern Alchemist's tower's tower master was dead, and Beckrock was significantly injured, so the enemy power players who cherished their own lives the most were filled with fear as they could not escape. Rosalind stepped back and approached Cal. She then whispered in Cal's ear, "It looks like we can quickly take care of things before heading over." Cal nodded his head. "It looks like we can make it on time." Rosalind smiled happily at that response. It was at that moment. "Hey, hey." Cal flinched after hearing the quiet voice. He looked toward Rosalind, who seemed to have heard the voice as well, and nodded that he could step away. Cal leisurely moved back, as if it had been the original plan. The Allied soldiers naturally opened a path for him to walk, and he walked into the forest. "What is it?" Cal took the video communication device out of his pocket. An urgent voice responded from the video communication device that had been muffled because it was in Cal's pocket. "Ah, things are not going as planned." Bud sounded confused as he informed Cal. "What's wrong?" "The black mages and mages in the Eastern and Western Alchemists' towers. What about them? Did they hear about Beckrock's defeat? Did the mages who teleported inform them?" Cal made eye contact with Bud as he was about to frown. "All of them went to the north. It happened in an instant. The black mages and mages at the Eastern and Western Alchemists' towers went to the north. We got a call from the north. 3 teleportation magic circles appeared in the nearby forest before black mages and mages started to come over. The east, the west, and the south. I guess they all went north. Who is in the north right now?" Cal started to recall the people who went to the Northern Alchemist's Tower. "Ah, human, the pure saint is there. That was the case. Saint Jack. He was responsible for the north." Bud quickly continued to speak. "We sent the saintnim there because we thought it was the weakest tower, and because it was closest to the capital that we could quickly send reinforcements. But they're all gathered there now. North, south, east, and west. The strongest of the 4 was the Southern Alchemist's Tower, while the other 3 were similar in strength, with the Northern Alchemist's Tower being slightly weaker than the others. Cal, it looks like you and Rayannim should leave first to assist the Saintnim." The people headed to the Northern Alchemist's Tower were Saint Rex, the Knights under Rex, and the Alchemists. That's not enough. With the new changes, that was not going to be enough, especially when it came to magic. "Looks like I need to go." "Yes, you should first." Bud could not finish his sentence. Beep, beep. Cal could see the other video communication device going off on Bud's desk. The video communication device was glowing red. That meant it was an emergency. One of the mages in the Roan Kingdom's mage brigade under Rosalind, who came to Margoru to help out, quickly connected the call. "It is a message," the mage shouted, and Bud peeked toward Cal before quickly reading the message. "It's from the north. The north. Saint Jack had left this message." Bud stopped for a moment before quickly reading with a stiff expression. "Lions have appeared within enemy ranks, unable to determine whether there are other beast people as well. In addition, he looked toward Cal. In addition, there seems to be golems underneath the northern alchemist's tower. Unable to determine the number of golems, they are about to march toward the capital. Bud asked Cal with a completely anxious expression. Hey, what are we going to do? Golems, lions, black mages, and mages. There were also soldiers and knights as well. The Margoru Empire's war against the Whipper Kingdom. It was similar to that war. Isn't this a bit too much even if they want to take control of the throne? The only difference was that this was happening only in the Margaru this time. Golems heading toward the capital. Just thinking about that was terrible. That meant that they were planning on dragging in the Margaru's regular citizens instead of the troops just fighting against each other. Hey, Cal. This Bud shut up and waited for Cal to speak. Contact everyone. Tell them to gather in the north. Cal looked toward the north. I will head there right now. Human, we are going together. Bud hung up after saying he understood. He needed to quickly contact everyone. Cal contacted Ron after finishing the call with Bud. He could see Rosalind walking toward him after finishing that call. Young Master Cal, this side looks like things will be settled soon. It looks like I need to head to the north first. Bud explained the details to Rosalind before asking her to help Rex completely take over the southern tower. You sure you don't need me there as well? It is better if you come once Sir Rex has full control of this area. Rosalind looked worried as she looked at Cal's stiff expression. Things kept going wrong every time they thought something was working out. And Cal brushed his face with both hands as he thought things over. Human, it's fine. I am coming. Young Master Cal, I will take care of things here as quickly as possible before heading over. Cal started to speak at that moment. Miss Rosalind, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Tell me, and I will make it happen. Rosalind looked toward Cal as if she welcomed such requests. Cal smiled before pointing at something. Please secretly take that with you. Excuse me. Rosalind became at a loss for words after seeing what Cal was pointing at. It was the large statue made of gold and holding the diamond staff. I made sure that side wouldn't be impacted by the magic bombs. We need to take the expensive stuff to not be at a loss. I was planning on stealing myself, but I need to quickly head over, so I wanted to ask you. I understand. Rosalind cut Cal off and nodded her head. She then motioned with her hand, telling him to leave. Hurry up and go. I will make sure to pack away anything of value. You truly are amazing, Miss Rosalind. Rosalind looked toward Cal, who looked as if his worries had been lifted with disbelief. Magic started to surround his body. It was Rayon's teleportation magic. Human, I had forgotten about it. You truly are smart too. You are right. We must definitely take that. Let's make a statue of me in the future with it. No, let's make a statue of you. Cal shook his head at Rayon's comments as his body was slowly surrounded in light. We will teleport next to Saint Jack. Parat. Cal disappeared with a bright light. Once he opened his eyes again. You're here. Saint Jack was looking at him with a happy expression. Jack, whose face seemed to have matured even more in the short duration that they had not seen each other, could not even properly greet Cal before he turned around. Boom! A loud footstep. Roo-woo-woo-woo, terrible roars. Golems popped up in the forest by the northern alchemist's tower was visible. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was shaking as the golems moved. Cal and Saint Jack made eye contact. Jack tried to smile, but his face was stiff. I heard that others will soon arrive as well. Ah, here they come. Saint Jack pointed behind Cal. Cal looked behind him. Parat. Two people appeared with the bright light. What the hell? Cal's expression turned odd. Human, this is an odd combination, right? Cal looked at the people who appeared with a blank expression. Screech, screech. Wheels were rolling. The white-haired man in a wheelchair smiled brightly. It has been a while since I saw you in person, Calnim. It looks like I can finally join you on the battlefield. Clope Seca's face was filled with joy. Cal didn't even glance at Clope and looked at the person pushing his wheelchair. How? The person who received Cal's gaze grumbled with an annoyed expression. I went to the capital after taking care of things before we came together. You came alone? Yes, young Master Nim. Father told me to go first. Beacrux grumbled before taking his hand off of Clope Seca's wheelchair and throwing away the white glove he had on. He then glared at Clope as he would look at a crazy person. I'd rather pick up after the children. Cal's expression that became even odder after hearing Beacrux grumbling felt his body shake. Boom, the ground started to shake. Ha! Cal stumbled, and the invisible Rayan's chubby front paws supported him. Human, be careful. As expected, you have the mentality to stand firm and not fall even when you stumble. You are amazing, Calnim. You truly deserve to be a legend. He heard Rayan and Clope's voices at the same time. I'd rather kill myself than hear this crap any longer. He could also hear Beacroc's annoyed grumbling. This is driving me nuts. Cal could slightly understand how Crown Prince Alberu Crossman felt at times. At that moment, a person's scream cut through the forest. Cal flinched as he looked toward St. Jack. Jack's face was filled with anger. He started to speak to Cal. It's a sacrifice. What? That is the sound of the enemies sacrificing people for dead mana to power the golems. Cal realized that Hannah and Jack looked very similar when they were extremely angry. St. Jack's body was shaking in anger. Young Master Nim, please take me to the source of that noise at the center of the alchemist's tower. And that dead mana, Jack wanted to go to the center of the northern alchemist's tower, where the noise was coming from. There was something he needed to do. There was nobody here who could take him there until now, but it was now possible. And then, please destroy the dead mana. This was the person who controlled the fire of purification that had burned up Imperial Prince Aden's golems. Jack looked toward Cal. Chapter 411, Holding Back the Tears, 2. Cal felt the need to organize the information about the situation after seeing the desperate look on Jack's face. They heard another terrible scream. Cal flinched at the scream but still started to speak. Dead mana and sacrificing people. What do you mean by that? They had already located all 4 of the dead mana storage facilities through the map Cal memorized at the Southern Alchemist's Tower. Mary and the Dark Elves were already heading toward them. Most importantly, the dead mana storage facility for the Northern Alchemist's Tower was not located inside the tower, but at a remote location. But now Jack was saying that the dead mana storage facility was at the center of the Northern Alchemist's Tower. It did not make any sense. He was also saying that they were using people as power sources. Cal started to frown. Black despair was what fueled the golems to move. The black despair was even more terrible than dead mana. Squeeze. Cal squeezed Jack's arm. Jack finally calmed down a bit and answered Cal's question. You'll understand if you take a look at the Northern Alchemist's Tower. Cal immediately started to speak. Rayan. I got it. Cal could feel St. Jack, Beacrox, and Clope floating up with him. The knights and mages who had been around St. Jack looked up as if they were trying to protect them. However, Cal had no chance to look down once he was in the air. He looked forward. The tower opened, in front of him, beyond the forest. He could see the appearance of the Northern Alchemist's Tower. Normally, it was supposed to be a regular tower similar to the Southern Alchemist's Tower, but it looked different than normal. As you can see, the Alchemist's Tower looks different now. The Northern Alchemist's Tower had split into 4 parts, creating paths to the north, south, east, and west. The central area was empty. Jack continued to speak. The ground suddenly started to shake after the black mages and mages teleported over. They heard the sound of a large mechanical device moving as the ground shook. After that, the northern tower split into 4 parts as if it was a pie, and paths in the shape of a cross appeared, leaving a large circle in the middle. You need to go a bit closer to see it better. Jack bit down on his lips. Boom, boom, boom. Golems were coming out of the newly created paths. The golems that had already entered the forest were in a formation heading south. They were heading toward the residential areas and the capital. That pit in the middle was filled with dead mana. Dead mana shot out and filled that pit. Cal listened to Jack's description before asking him a question. Then what about the people? Allies, Beacrox started to speak. People from our side. Jack shook his head. No, they are the enemy's allies. Ho! Beacrox let out a gasp. You're saying that the enemies are sacrificing their own people to create the dead mana. That is correct. Pain was visible on Jack's face. The enemies started to throw their soldiers into the pit one by one once those paths were created. We wanted to stop them, but there were too many of them. Jack chose to retreat first. It was because he didn't want their soldiers to get captured and thrown into the pit as well. He didn't think it was the wrong decision. However, he was someone who served the Sun God, a saint, and someone who might end up in an even higher position. That was why he could not help but be angry as he watched the enemy soldiers being thrown into that black lake of dead mana. Dying that way was different than dying in battle. They heard another scream. Jack started to frown. It was at that moment. He stumbled forward. Cal had pushed Jack to the back. Let's go right away. Cal and Beecrox made eye contact. Beecrox looked toward Jack and pointed at his back. Please get on. Excuse me, I will carry you there. Ah, yes, sir. Jack immediately got on Beecrox's back. Cal started to use the sound of the wind. Swoosh, swoosh, small gusts of wind appeared at the tips of his feet. Saintnim. Yes. Is it best to approach from the air, or is it better to approach through the forest? Jack debated for a moment after seeing Cal's serious gaze before answering the question. We probably need to fly over to get to the center as quickly as possible, however. I wish to approach on land. Your reason for that? The saint looked at the forest. We moved away from the tower, but we still have people in the forest using guerrilla warfare to hold back the golems and the enemies as much as possible. Guerrilla warfare was possible because they were in a forest. The soldiers, alchemists, knights, and mages were all scattered throughout the forest trying to stop the golems from heading south. Screech boom. Cal could hear people cutting down trees to create walls to stop the golems. I wish to provide them with support as we head toward the tower. Light started to appear in St. Jack's hands. It was his healing powers. He wanted to do something for the tired and afraid Allied troops. That was his job. Jack looked toward Cal, hoping he could do both. Rayan. Cal started to speak. You go with Clope in the air. Make sure to stay invisible. All right, human. He then looked toward Beecrox. You will go on land with me. Yes, sir. Cal nonchalantly commented after hearing Beecrox's short response. Descend. Cal and Beecrox's bodies immediately fell to the ground. Human. I'll be hiding around the tower with this crazy Clope. See you a bit later. Oh, and Cal could hear Rayan shouting in his mind. I made it clear to you last time. Do not overdo it. I will destroy everything if you faint again. It will be the end of the world. Cal started to laugh. Boom. Cal and Beecrox, who was carrying Jack, landed on the ground at that moment. The people who had been protecting St. Jack approached them. Cal had an odd expression on his face as he looked at their numbers. There were significantly fewer people than originally planned. Only the minimum number of people had remained to protect Jack. It looks like he sent the rest of his protective detail into the battlefield. St. Jack would probably have sent himself and not his protective detail if he could do so. However, Jack could not die nor even get seriously injured. Jack had to remain healthy for a different reason than Sir Rex. If Sir Rex was the symbol of the new Margoru, then Jack was someone who symbolized the past Margoru and could give people a place to rest their minds. Jack knew that more than anybody else. What should we do? Please give us some orders. Cal looked toward Jack after hearing the knight's question. Jack nodded his head, and Cal immediately started to speak. We will take over protecting the Saintnim from here. You do not need to worry about his safety. The knight in charge of protecting Jack was someone who was one of the leaders under Sir Rex. He was the most skilled as well. That was why he knew about Cal's identity and felt relieved after hearing that Cal would be protecting Jack. So tell all of the soldiers inside the forest to gather here. However, the knight became confused after hearing that. Call the soldiers here. The knight responded even though he had a confused expression. I will do as you ordered. Once he gave the response, swoosh, he could feel the wind. The knight could then see Cal and Beecrox shooting forward toward the northern alchemist's tower. Swoosh, swoosh, Cal jumped into the forest that was still dark. He picked up his golden top's whip. Kahaha, we followed you here. There's destruction, despair. There's something terrible here. We must destroy that. We must destroy that at all costs. Destroy, annihilate. Ow, you're so loud. What do you need us to do? Cal asked the wind elementals to do something for him. Please gather information. Pay special attention to the strong individuals. The wind elementals started to move. Jacknim, please continue your explanation. Cal then asked Jack for more information. Jack, who was on Beecrox's back, tightened his grip to steady himself as they were moving quickly before starting to speak. A golem shot out from the pit the moment an enemy soldier fell into the dead mana lake. Then a black mage went into the golem and started to control it. Dead mana and a person's life. Could it be that fulfilling those two conditions allowed golems to move even without black despair? Was it like this in ancient times as well? Not at all. He heard the scary giant cobblestone's voice. The golems only moved with black despair during ancient times. It looks like black magic has developed more than in the past. The development of black magic. Cal's expression stiffened up after hearing that they had improved. They heard another loud and terrible scream. Jacknim, we are going to increase our speed. Please hold on tight. A whirlwind that was strong enough to be seen surrounded the three people as soon as they made those comments. Tap, tap, Cal and Beacrox shot forward. Jack shouted through the whirlwind at that moment, I will get started as well. Jack held onto Beacrox with one hand while raising his other hand. Things like this were the only things he could do, as his physical strength was abysmal. Furthermore, this was something that only he could do. Light started to shoot out from his entire body. The forest in the darkness. The person with the will of the sun started to shoot out his light of healing from within the darkness. Saintnim, Jacknim, all of the allied soldiers who had been fighting against the golems while hiding, running away, or leading them to traps, raised their heads. They could feel their minor injuries and fatigue disappearing thanks to this light of healing that filled the forest. At the center of that light, it's the Saintnim, Saintnim. They could see two people, and Saint Jack on one of those two people's backs charging forward while being surrounded by light and wind. They then heard the voices of their leaders as well. Move back. We are retreating to the back. Move back. Stop your attacks. Come to the back. The troops could see the whirlwind of light charging forward without looking back as they retreated. Slash, slash, crack. Cal shot his whirlwind forward to get rid of any obstacle in their way. They were in a hurry. They didn't have time to dodge each tree and branch in their way. St. Jack has gotten stronger too. Cal was amazed by the healing power that filled the entire forest. Of course, this healing power healed the enemy soldiers as well, but he understood where Jack was coming from. It could not be helped. Block them. Get them. He could hear the black mages shouting from the golems. Boom, boom, boom. The golems quickly moved to hinder Cal's group. Why? It was because light and darkness were opposites, and the Church of the Sun God was where the power of light was strongest. Even this light of healing became an obstacle for the golems and black mages, as it was a power of the sun. Imagine an existence that needs to live in darkness being placed in the middle of the light. Who would welcome that? Boom, boom. Cal could feel the golems approaching them. Saint Nim, yes, please use as much of your healing powers as possible. Jack looked toward Cal's back while still on Beacrox's back. He could hear Cal's voice through the whirlwind. Let's properly show them that we are here. That sounds very, very wonderful. Jack poured out even more of his healing power. This is crazy. Beacrox was the person being influenced by the healing power the most. The increasing healing power made it so that his body did not get tired at all. He was being supported by Cal's wind, but it took a lot of stamina to run through the forest. However, his stamina had no chances of decreasing. That was the amazing effect of St. Jack's healing power. They're here. Cal lifted his head. The golems here were different than the one Imperial Prince Adden had used. Some were 10 meters tall, but the majority of them were between 4 meters tall, with some being taller than the trees and some not being as tall. They were smaller than the golems from last time. Thanks to that, he could see the black mages controlling the golems up close. These golems seem to have focused on mobility and sharp movements. A saint who only has healing powers showed up to die. A black mage started to move the golem. The golem lifted a large sword. Jump. Cal said that before kicking off the ground. Beacrox moved in the same way. Jack suddenly felt as if the world was spinning. Cal and Beacrox instantly jumped over the golem. They then dodged the next golem by dashing underneath it. Bang! The golem's axe slammed down where Jack and Beacrox had just passed by. Jack could feel his heart beating wildly. They were moving so quickly that his world was spinning. Please hold on tight. Jack used his divine powers to hold on tightly after hearing Beacrox's warning. It was chaotic. But a moment later, Jack looked forward after feeling an aura piercing his skin. They had made it out of the forest. He could see the changed northern tower. No. Jack started to frown while looking at the top of the northern alchemist's tower. Push. A person on top of the tower pushed someone else's back with his foot. The pushed person soon fell into the dead mana lake. Screech, screech. Another golem shot up from the lake. The person who fell in was someone in a soldier uniform who did not even have a weapon in his hand. He did not want to die. Watching this made St. Jack feel suffocated. It was at that moment. So it is the Lion King. He could hear Cal's voice. The Lion King. Jack looked toward Cal in shock. Cal was looking at him. Is that man at the top the lion you mentioned to Bud? Cal pointed to a man on top of the northern alchemist's tower. That man was sitting on a fancy chair next to the person pushing the soldiers into the lake. No, the lion we saw before retreating to the forest was someone else. Jack answered that it was a different person before asking with a nervous expression, "Is that man the Lion King?" Cal could hear the voices of the wind elementals. "Cal, he's apparently the Lion King. I saw someone bowing their head saying, 'My king,' earlier. Terrible bastard. Annihilation, destruction, despair. We must gift it to him." Cal started to mumble. "He's a big shot." Another problem showed up now that they took care of Beckrock. Cal looked toward the Lion King. The Lion King looked toward Cal as well. Screech, the middle-aged man who had been lazily sitting on the chair, stood up and started to speak. He seemed to have used magic, as his voice was loud enough for Cal to hear at the bottom of the tower. "Are you that troublemaker?" It was at that moment. Cal, who had been referred to as troublemaker, started to smile. "Human," he commented while listening to Rayon's messages in his head. "This is going to be a shoot show." Jack looked confused after hearing Cal's mumbling. Huh. However, he soon had to raise his head. He could feel it. He could tell because it was him. It was coming down. She's here. Finally, Hannah, boom, a person landed on the ground. Delivery completed as requested by the talkative bud. Hannah the Destroyer is here. Cal listened to Rayon's words before looking at the person who appeared as the dust cloud settled. "You're here." He greeted Hannah, who pointed to the top of the tower with her sword. She was pointing at the Lion King. "You need me to kill that bastard." Cal responded with a smile. "Yeah." He then added on, "I need to create a sea of fire while you do that." Cal heard a timid voice in his mind. "Are you going to give me some magic stones?" The cheapskate owner of the Fire of Destruction cautiously asked him a question. Chapter 412. Holding back the tears, 3, Cal let out a scoff. "What nonsense are you going to give me magic stones?" He could only laugh at the cheapskate fiery thunderbolt's tone. "I handed over all of the magic stones bags to Miss Rosalind. In addition to the magic stones, he left all issues related to Beckrock with Rosalind and Sir Rex." How disappointing. Cal couldn't believe this cheapskate who was timidly mumbling. "Do you know how much money you've eaten already?" He had given this cheapskate close to 10 billion pounds last time. "I have nothing to say, but I am still disappointed." Cal just shook his head side to side. Anyway, he needed to use the fire of destruction. He had no idea of knowing when Mary would arrive. It was at that moment. St. Jack had gotten off Beecrox's back and approached Cal. "Young Master Nim, it was so chaotic that I could only give this to you now." Cal flinched. He could see the spatial pocket bag St. Jack was handing over. "Ah, I received one from the capital as well." Beecrox also took a spatial pocket bag out and handed it over. "Take it." Hannah threw something to him as well. It was also a spatial pocket bag. They were all spatial pocket bags filled with magic stones. Two of them were stolen from the remaining two alchemists' towers, while the third was one Beecrox had received from the capital, just in case it was needed. "Human, are those all magic stones? We are magic stones rich." He could hear the quiet whisper of the cheapskate behind Rayon's excited voice. "Heh, looks like you are rich. Damn it." Cal started to frown. He had an odd feeling he was going to be robbed. "Are you done greeting each other?" Cal raised his head while still frowning because of the cheapskate. The top of the northern alchemist's tower. The Lion King, sitting there leisurely, continued to speak. He was looking at Cal and the others with interest. "I've heard the stories, but it is different seeing the real thing in person." Hannah, who had been watching this with a stoic expression, started to speak. "Something is weird. He looks so weak." The Lion King. The middle-aged looked feeble. His hair that shot out like a lion's mane looked wild, but his scarred body that didn't seem to have any muscles made him look weak. However, Hannah could not stop frowning. "But why does he feel strong?" The feeble middle-aged man seemed very strong. She could not tell how strong he was. A sword master like her could not determine the level of the enemy's strength. She heard someone's voice at that moment. "It's because he is the Lion King." She turned her head toward Cal. The Lion Tribe. They were a tribe known for being one of the 5 strongest beast people tribes. He was the king of that lion tribe. The corners of Hannah's lips slowly curled up. "Ah, so you are saying he is the strongest of the lions, right?" "Yeah." Hannah's expression brightened after hearing he was the strongest. Cal pointed to the top of the tower. "Resist as long as you can." "You want me to resist and not defeat him?" Hannah's face instantly turned into a scowl. Then defeat him. She smiled at Cal's nonchalant addition. She knew it as well. The fact that she could not tell how strong the Lion King was meant that she was slightly weaker than him. Uwuang, her aura that was a mix of black and gold, shot out from her sword. I'll send you up. Hannah immediately kicked off the ground and charged toward the tower after hearing Cal's voice. Swoosh! A whirlwind surrounded both of her feet. Hannah stomped as strong as she could. Boom! Boom! Hannah's body shot up toward the top of the tower after two stomps. She could see the face of the middle-aged man who was supposed the Lion King. She instantly swung her sword. Chhhhhhhh gold aura shot out like a boomerang toward the middle-aged man. Barang! There was a loud explosion on top of the tower. Tap! Hannah landed on a ledge on top of the northern alchemist's tower and looked forward as she smiled. How entertaining. She could see the middle-aged man. The Lion King who had destroyed the gold aura by hitting it with his bare hand was shaking his hand as if it hurt. You are stronger than I thought. How wonderful. He then gave Hannah a thumbs up with his other hand. His face, that was now full of life, seemed so excited to see Hannah that he could not contain himself. He lightly pounded his fists together. Barang! But the sound of his fists hitting each other did not sound light at all. Hannah became even warier after seeing the Lion King who had shaken his hand, as if he was in pain get rid of her aura so easily. The Lion King smiled at this as he started to speak. My fighter's blood is starting to boil. Hannah responded to him. They said you're a king. Who? He looked amazed. Cal Henitus's side has quite a lot of information. He even knew that I was the king. This is shocking, very shocking. Peek. His gaze headed to the people behind him. Hannah could also see who was on top of the tower. There were knights, black mages, and some lions. And finally, Holy Maidenim. Holy Maidenim. There were soldiers tied up on the ground shaking in fear as they called out for her. These soldiers were supposed to be Hannah's enemies, but they were so overwhelmed with fear that they saw Hannah as a final lifeline. Hannah then heard the Lion King start to speak to the people on top of the tower. How do you think my identity leaked out to Cal Henitus? His oddly dopey and feeble gaze instantly turned vicious. A few people stepped forward, while the majority of the group lowered their heads or stiffened up after seeing that vicious gaze. My king! The person who stepped forward the most shouted at that moment. We will take care of this enemy. Yes, your majesty, we will make her kneel. Hannah's expression turned odd. They looked like loyal vassals of a lord. It was odd because she had never seen any of the White Star's subordinates treating anybody else this way. No need. The Lion King's demeanor was odd as well. Normally, the White Star's subordinates would think it was great and push their subordinates forward or say something like, "You think I can't take care of someone at her level," before charging at her. But that was not the case. This person was different. She is too strong for you guys to defeat. He smiled at Hannah before speaking to his subordinates with a gentle tone, as if he had not glared at them viciously a moment before. Step back, don't get caught up in our fight and end up injured. We can't have you getting hurt. He truly seemed to be concerned for his subordinates' welfare. He then asked Hannah a question. Will you have a fun and fair fight with me? I've never met a bastard like this. That was what Hannah and Cal were both thinking. The Lion King must have been using amplification magic, as Cal could hear everything from the bottom of the tower as well. He couldn't hear Hannah and the others, but hearing the Lion King was enough to get a sense of what was going on. That was why he found it to be odd. Have a fun and fair fight. One of the White Star's subordinates is saying something like that. I don't think the lions who had been with Imperial Prince Adin were like this. Cal was shocked. Human, doesn't that lion seem a bit different? It's chaotic. Chaos, destruction, battle. Rayan asked in a just as shocked voice, while the wind elemental was shouting to himself. Cal looked up at the top of the tower once more before slowly moving back. Young Master Nim. Beacrox approached him. Cal opened his palm toward Jack and Beacrox as he started to speak. I'm moving first. He then called Rayan. Swoosh, a small breeze was created, and Cal looked up at the top of the tower once more before stealthily starting to move. At that moment, Hannah scoffed. She had her sword resting on her epaulette as she looked toward the Lion King thinking he was odd. She also peeked at someone else as she did that. It was the bastard who had kicked the soldiers into the dead mana. That bastard was standing stiff as he watched the situation. Hannah turned away from the bastard and looked back at the Lion King. The Lion King started to speak with a sincere expression. My name is Dorf. I've heard enough about Cal Henitus's group to have a pretty good idea about who you might be. Clang. Hannah pointed her sword forward. I am Hannah. Oh, what a great name. The Lion King smiled as if he was happy to know her name before waving toward his subordinates to step back. All of you step back and watch. Don't make any unnecessary movements. You will get hurt if you do. A large space was created between Hannah and Dorf. They were on top of the northern alchemist's tower that had opened up in all four directions. Hannah and Dorf's battle stage was created in the southern direction. Then shall we fight? The corners of Lion King Dorf's lips slowly curled up. An unknown sense of lunacy could be felt through his bright smile. This was the same for Hannah. Her smile was slowly getting bigger as well. Ooh, her aura that was a mix of gold and black seemed to be overflowing around her. Her eyes were only focused on Dorf. Silence filled the area. Nobody dared to move. It was at that moment. SHH. It happened as one of the observers took a step back. Dorf and Hannah charged toward each other. Baring, baring, loud noises echoed from the top of the tower. Hannah's sword glowed gold as it aimed for Dorf's neck. Baring. Dorf's neck jerked back and his fist slammed into the sword. Ah! Hannah felt her sword being pushed back. The power behind the fist was unbelievable. It was just a regular fist without any aura, but it was firm and strong. She realized something at that moment. What about his berserk transformation? Dorf, the Lion King. He didn't look to be in his berserk transformation. Hannah's expression slowly turned grim. He is stronger than me without going berserk. A fist charged toward her again. Bang, bang, bang. The sword and the fist tried to rip apart the enemy without giving a single opening. Hannah could see Dorf's eyes looking at her. They were serious. He was not laughing. You are stronger than I thought. You must have a lot of battle experience. If your name is Hannah, I thought I heard you were in arm. Is it a problem that I used to be in arm? The two people stepped back for a moment to chat. They had determined each other's level of strength. No problem. I just think arm is stupid to let go of such a skilled person. We would have been great allies. How disappointing. Hannah felt an odd iffiness that made it difficult to say anything to the smiling Dorf. However, she needed to fight right now. I need to fulfill Cal Henitus's request. Cal had told her to do something. He had told her to resist as long as possible. Hannah knew that she tended to be stubborn and all over the place, but she knew where to draw the line. Ooh, she drew out her mana again as she charged toward Dorf. Yes, come. Dorf lowered his fists as he ran toward Hannah as well. Wang, the sword covered in aura, aimed toward Dorf's heart. Dorf's fist was aiming for Hannah's neck. It was at that moment. No, H, holy maidenim. Please S, save flinch. Hannah's sword stopped. She looked toward the source of the noise. She knew that she shouldn't, but she turned her gaze after hearing someone call for her. One of the soldiers was standing on the ledge. And then that bastard from earlier, the one who had kicked the soldier into the dead mana. He was frowning as he lifted his foot up. Shut up, you loud bastard. Don't bother them and do your final task. He then kicked the soldier. Hannah made eye contact with the soldier who was falling into the dead mana. The eyes that had been desperately looking at her closed. He seemed to have given up. Hannah changed the direction of her sword. Ah! The sudden change caused her pain. However, Hannah ignored the pain and started to run toward the soldier. Resist as long as you can. Cal had not said that for her to defeat the Lion King. Hannah knew that much. The reason she needed to resist was to prevent this from happening. Damn it! Hannah swore as she ran toward the place the soldier fell. It was at that moment. Barang! A large explosion shook her ears. Ah! She then let out a sigh of relief. I'm alive. The enemy soldier had his eyes open in disbelief as he started to cry. He then looked at the person who saved him. It was a masked man. The masked man had grabbed the soldier's arms with his shaking hands to stop him from falling. I'm not dead. The soldier soon felt a breeze surround him and lift him up into the air. He felt a sense of relief. He looked toward the masked man who saved him with overwhelming gratitude. What the? However, the masked man was not looking at the soldier. He had confirmed that the soldier was safe before focusing on a single spot. What the hell, this bastard? The masked man, Cal, could not take his eyes away from the top of the tower. Ah, ah, he could see someone hanging over the ledge while coughing up blood. It was not Hannah. It was that bastard. The bastard who had kicked the soldiers had been beaten up and groaning as he coughed up blood. Ah! There was someone pulling the bastard up by his head. Cal slowly flew up. Kale was planning on stealthily taking care of this bastard that was kicking the soldiers into the dead mana before rescuing the soldiers. He looked at the person holding that bastard by the head. That person seemed angry as he started to speak to the person he was holding up by the head. Didn't I tell you to sit back and watch, because you might end up getting hurt? Dorf, the Lion King. He was almost crushing his subordinate's head as he whispered, "You dare to interrupt my fight? Do you want to die?" Cal was shocked. Where the hell did such bastard come from? Why is the Lion King like this? No, I guess it is possible, but something definitely feels weird. Cal was honestly shocked. Chapter 413, Holding Back the Tears 4, nobody could say anything for a moment. Ooh, ooh. The silence was broken once they heard the painful groan. What the hell? Sword Master Hannah looked toward Lion King Dorf with a shocked expression. She could see Dorf holding one of his subordinates by the head. I apologize. And now Dorf was apologizing to Hannah. Our battle was ruined because of my subordinate. I know this makes me look bad. Ooh. Ah. Dorf didn't even care about his subordinate's groans as he gently smiled toward Hannah. I hope this can be seen as a token of my apology. Dorf swung his fist as he said that. Ah, ah, two groans came out. He had punched the subordinate's arm and leg. He blankly stared at the broken arm and leg before smiling at Hannah. Let's resume our fight. His arm then started to move. Hannah's eyes opened wide. This crazy. Dorf threw his subordinate toward the ground that was full of dead mana. Ah! The person who had been pushing soldiers into the pit started to scream as he himself was being thrown into it. Why does he have to be so loud? Hannah's gaze quickly moved back to Dorf. This bastard! Clang! Hannah raised her sword again. She then kicked off the ground and charged toward Dorf. The gently smiling Dorf now had a shaking soldier by the neck in each hand. Whoa, whoa. Calm down. It looks like I need to quickly take care of all of these idiots so we can fight fairly in peace. So give me a moment. The soldiers were then flung toward the ground. New, holy maidenim. Hannah did her best to look away from the falling soldiers and shot her aura toward Dorf. Barang! Dorf shook his perfectly fine hand after the explosion. Do you really want to fight against me that badly? I understand why you may feel that way. You have a wonderful heart of a swordsman, you crazy bastard. Stop with your nonsense. Hannah raised her voice on purpose as she provoked Dorf. She then tried to lure Dorf away from the soldiers as much as possible. He hasn't even gone berserk. Hannah bit down on her lips. Dorf had not entered his berserk transformation. He was able to easily block Hannah's attack even without it. I'm a sword master, so how? How was Dorf about to block an aura attack so easily? Hannah was started to get frustrated and annoyed. Ah, holy maidenim. Jacknim, oh, sun god. She could see the tied-up soldiers crying. Hannah started to get even more annoyed. They were all enemies. She was also no longer the holy maiden and just living her life as a sword master. However, she could not ignore the desperate pleas of the enemy soldiers who were looking at her and seeking the sun god and the holy maiden. If we could have fought one-on-one, if she could fight Dorf one-on-one without worrying about anything else, then she might be able to go in with everything she had. Both Choi Han and Aruhe Nim are not here. Rosalind said she would be late too. Mary is late as well. There were not many people who could fight right now. Looks like I've changed too. Hannah let out a sigh-like laugh. The old her would have charged in without thinking about anything else. Hannah, this battle is important. The Church of the Sun God needs to show its new appearance. We need this for the Margaru to rise again. Miss Hannah, I hope that we can play the pivotal role this time. She recalled what her brother Jack and Sir Rex had told her. Hannah was not just thinking about fighting right now. She had to think about the future as well. You can't lose focus during a fight. HMPH. Hannah gasped and bent backward after seeing a fist that had instantly arrived in front of her face. Boo-woong, a large gust of wind passed through the path of Dorf's fist. Hannah twisted her body and swung her arm, her aura aimed for Dorf's foot. Barring. Ah, however, that foot moved first to kick Hannah's arm. Damn it. Hannah started to frown. Another punch came for her again. It was a regular fist without aura and without being in berserk transformation. However, Hannah still felt significant pressure as if a giant boulder was flying toward her. Bang bang, the sword and the fist continued to clash. Hannah had to take steps back after each clash. She wasn't injured, but it was obvious that she was being pushed back. FCK. Rough words were starting to flow out of her mouth. Dorf sighed as he started to speak. It looks like I have no choice. I need to get rid of your hesitations. You motherfucking bastard. Shut the FCK up. Hannah raised her sword like a spear and charged toward Dorf as if she was trying to shut him up. Dorf easily dodged her attack. His mane-like hair fluttered in the wind as he shouted, "Push all the soldiers in, you crazy bastard." Bararang. The tip of the sword and a fist collided and created a loud noise. Ah! Hannah let out a short groan before she was pushed back. She could see the enemies pushing the soldiers down through the dust. Piwah! She started to laugh. Dorf looked behind him, the northern alchemist's tower. He could see something grabbing on the ledge and climbing up to the top. The person on his back soon got off. "Thank you, Beecrox. It was Saint Jack." "The saint. Hurry up, quickly push the soldiers over. It's fine. He's just a saint for show with no offensive powers. He was down on the ground just a moment ago." Some of them looked down toward the ground. They then started to frown. "And who is that?" A person wearing Saint Jack's priest overcoat and a hat to cover most of his face sat on the ground and waved his hand. Even without being in a wheelchair, the grass is nice and soft. Clope was the one who was waving his hand. Then there was another masked man. They thought it had been the masked man from earlier, but this masked man looked slimmer. Be careful so that you do not get the Saintnam's priest robe dirty. Ran was the second masked man. When did they? They looked back towards Saint Jack to see that he was not wearing his priest robe. Saint Jack, who was dressed like a wealthy noble, had the sun god's healing powers wrapped around both hands. "Hannah," he shouted out. Hannah started to laugh at the same time. "Ha ha ha." There was a simple reason for it. "Hannah, the human, told me to tell you this. He said this isn't like you. Just fight." Hannah laughed so hard her shoulders were moving up and down. Dorf's expression turned odd. She started to run at that moment. Tap, tap. She then started to fly. She was kicking off the ledge to fly, the top of the alchemist's tower that had split into four. She was jumping between the ledges of the southern portion where Dorf and the enemies were toward the eastern portion. Boom! She landed on her feet. There was nothing on top of this portion. "Are you running away?" Dorf asked with a benign smile. Smirk. Hannah started to smirk. It was at that moment. A gold aura with black mixed into it shot up through her sword. She then slashed down. Barang, barang. Hannah started to break the eastern portion of the alchemist's tower's roof. She was breaking the roof without any reservations. She then smiled toward Dorf and started to speak. "Come here if you want to fight." Dorf started to smile. Kekekek, how entertaining. Dorf jumped over the ledge. Just like Hannah, Dorf also crossed the gap between the portions with his physical strength alone. Hannah looked toward the leaping Dorf as she started to shout, "Do whatever you want." Jack was the one who responded to her. They were apart. Hannah was away from him now. They were in separate areas so he wouldn't hurt her. "Attack the saint. This is our chance." The knights and lions stepped forward to attack the saint. "We will take the rear. Use long-distance attacks. Then that power of the sun won't be able to reach us." The black mages and mages stepped back. This was especially the case for the black mages who moved behind everyone else and started to channel their dead mana. Then they immediately started to use black magic. Ooh-wang, ooh-wang, ooh-wang. Many different black magic spells rose into the air. "Attack!" One black mage shouted out before the others followed behind him, creating mud-like black arms and legs with black magic. They all charged toward Jack. They were all moving in unison. They seemed more thorough and accurate than most mage brigades. "I'm relieved." Saint Jack started to smile. He was very relieved. He was glad that it was the black mages and not the mages who launched the first attack. "Really, I'm relieved they divided the tower into four." He was relieved that he could fight away from Hannah. Jack pulled up all of the sun god's healing power from his body. Shara, a warm light instantly surrounded the area. "Jacknim, why do you only use your healing powers like that?" Saint Jack recalled a conversation he had with dark elf Tasha. There had been a time when Tasha, who was helping Crown Prince Albaru Crossman, who was secretly assisting in the Empire, brought over some documents to the Vatican for Jack. Tasha had asked that question as she put the documents on Jack's desk. "Excuse me." "Ah, I'm not very good at using it properly, am I?" Jack had put on an awkward smile as he responded. He had heard about all of Cal's group's accomplishments at the capital's alchemist's bell tower. That was why he had felt small. He had been smiling, but he was upset on the inside. No, that's not what I mean. Tasha had a confused expression before asking that question. That question had served as a clue for Jack. Black magic was flying toward him. Jack waved both hands toward the spells. Light gently shot out from his hands. It looked very weak, like a butterfly flapping its wings that were wet from the rain. Huh, what is that? The enemy's eyes opened wide. PSSSSSSSSSSHHHHHHH. Light surrounded the black magic spells. The spells started to disappear. They crumbled into dust without making any noise. Jack clenched his fists after seeing what happened. He recalled Tasha's comments again. As you are aware, the Dark Elves escaped and hid in the desert after running away from the Sun God and the different churches of light. It is a very old story. I'm sorry, we should have all lived in harmony with each other. No, I'm not bringing this up for that reason. Anyway, there are records of that time. It was so that we could prepare for similar situations in the future. And if we look at those records, Jack pulled out even more life force, his healing power. The records say that while the Holy Knights were scary, the scariest people were the people with life force. It is because it is incompatible. It is incompatible with dead mana. The Dark Elves' records discuss the person that they should fear even more than the Holy Knights. People seem to make this mistake often, but while offensive powers are scary and defensive powers are formidable, the powers that force everything you do to turn into nothing is the scariest. A power that makes creatures with the dark attribute unable to fight at all. Of course, it usually takes hundreds of skilled priests working together to make something like that happen. Tasha had looked toward Jack and continued to speak with a serious expression. I believe that if it is you, Jacknim, you might be able to do that to a degree, even if a large scale is difficult to do. Jack was putting that into practice right now. It felt as if a gentle breeze was blowing by. The portion of the tower he was standing on became covered in light. Ah, how is this possible? The black mages felt as if that light was a swamp dragging them down. The power that made the living become filled with life surrounded the dead mana. It was not an attack. It just suffocated them. That was the beginning. The light started to climb down the tower. Every area other than where Hannah was fighting started to get covered in light. There was no need to cover everything with a strong and powerful light. It was just like a gentle breeze, maybe some short grass, possibly even flower petals fluttering in the wind. Jack's light slowly and gently started to reach out to the forest, starting with the tower at the center. Screech, screech. The golems started to become dull because of the light. Clunk. The black mages in the cockpits could feel this gentle life force, preventing the golems that were born from dead mana from moving. It could not force them to stop like a sturdy boulder or a strong wind. However, it quickly and gently wrapped around everything. There was no sun during the night. However, the northern alchemist's tower where the dead mana lake existed, that tower became the place with the most life force in an instant. The golems and black mages started to turn their bodies. We must kill the saint first. They all realized the importance of the saint's presence, as well as the dangers of his power. Boom, boom, boom. Half of the golems started to head toward the center of the forest. Saint Jack. They were moving to get rid of the power he was sending out. How could? On the other hand, the knights and mages were not being impacted by that power. In fact, they felt as if their condition was getting better. We will kill him. Capture the saint. The knights, lions, and mages saw the dull movements of the black mages and golems and immediately started to attack the saint. A few knights were already charging toward him. Bearing. However, a greatsword slammed down and blocked their way. The person holding the greatsword put on a pair of white gloves as he started to speak. There's no sword master with you. Becrox took his greatsword out of the ground. Then this should be doable. His greatsword, that was now bigger than before, was pointed toward the knights. The knights flinched after seeing Becrox's action. It was because they didn't know this masked man's identity. There were many swordsmen who were on Cal's side. Furthermore, most of the people here had never personally experienced Cal's group. The confrontation continued. Everybody attack at once. Support them with magic. The knights who were observing the enemy found a moment to charge toward the greatsword. Becrox calmly said something at that moment. My work is done. What? The knight who was running in the front looked confused. Had he not just said this was doable? But it's done. Becrox was telling the truth. He had received the following orders from Cal. Stall for some time. The duration he was asked to stall was now over. Rumble, rumble, he heard rumblings in the sky. The enemies raised their heads. The black night sky was getting foggy. Swoo-whoosh, swoo-whoosh, they could hear heavy winds as well. They could see a large gust of wind coming out from the cross-shaped path as well. The soldiers who were pushed off the tower, as well as Dorf's subordinate, who had turned into a bloody mess from Dorf's attacks. They were all placed at the bottom of the tower, and at the center of that wind, a masked man stood there with both fists clenched. Shall we give it a go? There were magic stones clenched within his fists. The cloud covered the moon and the stars. Once there was complete darkness, and the sources of light in the sky that were shining down on the alchemist's tower disappeared. Flash! A blood-like fiery thunderbolt shot down toward the ground. Chapter 414. Holding back the tears 5, the man in the black mask was reflected in Lion King Dorf's eyes. The masked man opened his clenched fists. Crumble, the magic stones crumbled to the ground. And then, flash! A flash of red covered everyone's sights. Dorf's body moved forward. Ah, a soldier plopped to the ground. The fiery thunderbolt in the sky was flying toward them. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die now. That was the thought going through the soldier's mind. The soldier started to cry. Barang! One of the thunderbolts landed in the plaza next to the tower. The tower started to shake. The thunderbolt had formidable attack strength. Ooh, ah! The thunderbolt had missed the tower this time, but next time crack, crack. The fiery thunderbolts flashed within the cloud as if they would strike down at any moment. It's over. The soldier anticipated the end of his life as he saw an endless number of red flashes heading down. However, he soon saw a silver light. Ooh, he could see a shield covering the southern roof. To be more specific, it was covering Saint Jack, Beacrox, and the soldiers. It was a shield with large silver wings opened wide. This large barrier appeared in front of the soldier's eyes just as the thunderbolt was about to strike down. It looked sturdy enough to defend against the thunderbolt. My money! They could hear the man in the black mask shouting from afar. Reeb! The masked man was slowly ripping a spatial pocket bag apart. His movements seemed careful and hesitant. FCK. Damn it. Cal had been hesitant until the last moment before he started to rip the spatial pocket bag with his dagger. Do I use the magic stones? Do I not? He had looked down. The same amount of strength he used during the Whipper Kingdom's battle against the Margaru Empire seemed to be enough. Normally, he would not need to strengthen the fiery thunderbolt. Who cares about a stupid promise? However, he had made a promise. Human, learn from today's incident. You should not be in pain. It makes me sad. It makes Gramps sad. It makes everybody sad. That was what Rayan had told him after they were told that Choi Han had fainted. I'll work hard so that I won't worry you in the future. Cal had promised to work hard to not do that again. It's not like I can break a promise I made with a child. It was a promise with a 6-year-old who has not even gone through puberty. Furthermore, this was not someone who he could make a compromise with. He could already imagine Rayan sniffling and handing him a slice of apple pie. He didn't want to eat those soggy, tear-soaked apple pies anymore. They were not tasty. Cal started to frown. His hand was shaking as he held the ripping spatial pocket bag in his hand. I shouldn't faint if I strengthen it, right? Since the power of the fiery thunderbolt would get stronger, it should be easy to purify this dead mana lake that looked shallow. Yes, let's show off my wealth and burn through my money again. It's not like it was hard to get this money. We stole all of it. Reeb. Cal completely destroyed the spatial pocket bag. Ah. He then started to laugh like a lunatic. My money. Beacrox had brought it from the capital, but it was nonetheless his money. It'd be one thing if he was using it for something else. Hee, thanks. But to use it on this cheapskate. Cal looked angry. There were many things he needed to spend money on, so if this wasn't worth the investment, just see what happens if you don't do your job properly. The moment this vicious aura started to flow out of Cal. I can't let you do as you please. Cal could see a person jumping off a ledge and charging toward him. Dorf, the Lion King. Dorf smiled as he punched toward Cal. No, Hannah shot her aura toward Dorf. Barang. However, that aura was easily blocked. What the? Hannah could see her aura being blocked by a formless power in the air. Just what the hell is that power? She shouted in anger. Cal made eye contact with Dorf at that moment. Dorf was trying to get to Cal. Cal was looking down at Dorf. Cal started to speak. You're an elementalist, right? What? Hannah's eyes opened wide. An elementalist? That hard to find elementalist. The king of the lions is an elementalist. The bastard who was claiming to be a warrior and a fighter who wanted a fair battle is an elementalist. Smirk. Dorf started to smile. How did you know? Cal smiled as well. The golden top's whip that had been in his hand until just a moment ago was now in his pocket. Cal, something is weird about that lion. I think he is an elementalist, but we can't see his elemental. What could it be? Are there elementals that can't be seen by other elementals? But we can feel the presence of an elemental inside that man's body. Maybe we can't see it because it is much stronger than we are. We at least know it is not a wind elemental for sure. We would recognize any higher-ranking wind elemental name. What a tribute elemental is it? Two of the elementals had shared that information with him. Out of the norm. Something beyond normal standards has appeared. A lion and an elementalist. A strong elementalist at that. Run, must run. The third elemental continued to send him warnings as well. However, the fact that you have not escaped must mean that you have not thoroughly figured out my strength. The feeble-looking dwarf's eyes were filled with murderous intent and lunacy. Cal started to laugh as he responded. Be worth the price I paid for you. Along with those words, he threw magic stones into the air and a loud noise roared out from the sky. Barang, barang, barang. Tens of thunderbolts landed in a single location. It was aiming for the cross-shaped path between the divided tower. It was also aiming for the dead mana at the center. Thunderbolts that shined in both blood red and gold struck down toward those locations. Barang. The thunderbolts became even stronger after gobbling up the magic stones. Shoot! Dorf jerked his body back. Barang, barang. The entire cross-shaped path was covered in fiery thunderbolts. Nothing could approach the path anymore because of the thunderbolt and the fire it caused. Boom. In fact, they had to stabilize themselves because of the shock it caused. Activate the magic shields. Be careful, you'll die if you fall. Dodge the thunderbolts. The White Star's subordinates urgently cast shields or lowered their bodies. A soldier who had been blankly watching this raised his head. The thunderbolts are striking down. The fiery thunderbolts were coming down endlessly without stopping. And at the center of those thunderbolts, there was someone at the center of the cross path with the dead mana lake underneath him. The soldier blankly stared at the masked man that the thunderbolts did not hit. He did not seem to be human. At the same time, he could tell the identity of that masked man, the silver shield, and the fiery thunderbolt, Cal Henitus. It was that person. He couldn't tell whether Cal was the enemy or not, but a sense of relief filled the soldier's mind. It's going to disappear. The lake that was full of dead mana. He thought that the lake that could have been his grave would not disappear. He believed that this person could make that happen. He was almost certain that would be the case. It was at that moment. Boom, the tower started to shake. Ha! The soldier's eyes opened wide. Piwara! The black liquid shot up into the air. It was as if a volcano was erupting. The dead mana was shooting into the air. Damn it! Cal started to frown. The dead mana down there is about 3 stories deep underground. He could hear the cheapskate's serious voice. The dead mana lake. The visible part was not all of it. 3 stories underground. That was how the cheapskate had described the depth of the lake. That was beyond Cal's expectations. I am using the thunderbolts to destroy the 3 stories deep storage facility. The dead mana had shot up once the thunderbolt made the storage facility explode. Bang, bang. The fiery thunderbolts struck down at the dead mana and gobbled them up each time. Crackle. The surface of the dead mana lake started to catch on fire. The blood-red light that had traces of gold started to burn. However, the black liquid continued to shoot up. Is this doable? Cal started to frown at this disgustingly large amount of dead mana. He repeatedly clenched his hands into a fist and opened them back. It was possible. He could purify this. The lake had started to catch on fire. The thunderbolts were continuing to fall, however. Human, are you okay? Should I head over as well? Shoot. You cannot faint. Should I come help you? I am the great and mighty Rayan Muru. Why would you come here? Cal started to frown. My money. Cal almost teared up as he took out another bag of magic stones. He could hear the cheapskate's shocked voice. You don't need to give me any more. Why are you doing this? I'm fine. I have enough to get it done. Are you going to take responsibility if I faint? Are you confident you can do that? The cheapskate was silent. Money is useless if you are dead, the thief whispered in his mind. Cal sighed as he flipped the bag of magic stones over. Plop, plop. The magic stones started to fall out one by one. It was at that moment. Bang! Someone attacked a thunderbolt and caused an explosion. Cal turned his head. I'll be there soon. Dorf punched out as he said that, causing damage to a thunderbolt without even touching it. Bang! That invisible force was being used again. Plop, plop. Cal continued to pour out magic stones and casually commented to Dorf, whom he could see through the gap between the thunderbolts. Just watch your back. Dorf flinched and turned around to see a gold aura flying toward him. Hannah laughed as she started to speak. I thought you were going to fight me. Where are you going? Hannah looked vicious even though she was smiling. She really isn't normal either. Cal shook his head before closing the bag. That was the signal. Roar wildly. Dorf easily took care of the gold aura. He then flinched. Something was coming. A strong power was coming. Shoot! He quickly moved back. Thunderbolts soon shot down from the sky, and the fire that was burning the lake shot up into the air. A large pillar of fire had appeared. Cal, who was at the center of the pillar of fire and looking down, was the only thing not burning. SHHHHHHH, PSSSSSSSSS, the dead mana started to burn. Rose gold-colored ashes slowly started to rise into the air. It was the sight of the dead mana being purified and disappearing. Everybody could see it. And at the center of it all, hee ha 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 ha, the masked man started to laugh out loud. This is the power of money. Cal was either laughing in joy or laughing in shock after wasting so much money. It was at that moment. Boom, boom, boom. Golems could be seen rushing back toward the tower. They seemed to be in a hurry. Hee hee. Cal's eyes sparkled as he watched the golems head over. I'll show you the power of money. It was at that moment. Human, is it not hot in there? Rayan, who was hiding while remaining invisible, started to speak to him. Cal shook his head. First, he shot down fiery thunderbolts, then he started to laugh, and now he shook his head. Others were watching Cal's actions with confusion as Rayan continued to speak. Human, by the way, Goldie Gramps called. Iruhe Benim? Cal flinched. He said that Choi Han opened his eyes. Cal slowly started to frown. Boom, boom, boom. The golems continued to rush toward the tower, specifically toward Cal, who was trying to get rid of the dead mana as he did that. It would be acceptable for Cal to be scared while watching this sight. However, that was not the issue right now. But Goldie Gramps said something else as well. What did Iruhe Benim say? Choi Han was crying and ignored Gramps even when he tried to stop him and asked one of the kingdom's mages for a teleportation magic scroll to come here. Egu, Cal was at a loss for words. Apparently, Choi Han woke up while shouting Kim Raksu. Human, do you know who Kim Raksu is? Egu, Cal felt the world turn dark. Anyway, Goldie Gramps said he's headed over as well. Goldie Gramps seemed to be shocked after seeing Choi Han crying. Anyway, they are all coming. Hee hee. Cal could not hear Rayan's laugh. What the hell did he see? What had Choi Han seen in Choi Yung-su's memories? What made Choi Han cry? News about the White Star coming. Seeing the golems rushing over to kill him. Hearing Choi Han was coming was scarier than either of those situations. Chapter 415. Holding back the tears. 6. Choi Han had lost consciousness while watching Aruhaben catching his falling body with a shocked expression. Tons of memories had flown into his mind. He had then become Choi Yung-su. Hey, Yung-su. Choi Han had become Choi Yung-su, starting with Choi Yung-su's mom smiling and telling him something. Our family has stayed here for generations. We cannot leave. Why not? His grandfather had faintly smiled and answered Choi Yung-su's question. I had a nephew. I guess he would be your uncle once removed. Anyway, it is because there is someone who needs to come back. There's my younger brother as well. What would happen if they came back here thinking that they were back home, only to not find anyone here? The young Choi Yung-su had nodded at his grandfather's explanation and smiled. The largest tile-roofed house in the neighborhood. He liked this house and enjoyed watching his older cousins, his mom, and his dad moving around while punching or swinging wooden swords. Choi Yung-su slowly got older. Choi Han had experienced everything as Choi Yung-su. Then one day, as he finished his studies and prepared to take the exam to enter college in the physical education department, the world turned into chaos. Something that seemed straight out of a movie happened. A terrible horror movie at that. Once the first part of that movie ended, I promise I will return. Choi Yung-su had kowtowed twice while looking at the destroyed tile-roofed house. Nobody lived in this house now. He worked hard while trying to repair it as much as possible, but the grandeur of this upright place was long gone. I will return and turn this place back to how it used to be. Choi Yung-soo, the only survivor from this house, made a promise with everyone. He then started to work for a company. It was a company in an awkward position, as it was neither a guild nor a government entity, but it was able to take on all sorts of jobs because of this ambiguous status. Oh, are you the only other rookie? My name is Choi Yung-soo. Nice to meet you. Kim Rok-soo. Nice to meet you. Choi Yung-soo had warmly greeted his new colleague. Time to go on a business trip. Team leader Nim, you mean to go to work, right? Same difference. Choi Yung-soo started to do all sorts of jobs with his fellow rookie Kim Rok-soo, team leader Lee Soo-hyuk, and the others on their team. He was always getting hurt and doing the hard tasks because he was responsible for fighting in the vanguard. It was still bearable. It was because he had people who were like family, no, because he had a new family. Choi Yung-soo's memories had continued. I hope peace returns to Earth and we can all live happily ever after. He had looked at his teammates and started to think. I'm going to take everyone to my hometown. The tile-roofed house is large, and it looks like I already convinced the team leader Nim and Kim Rok-soo. He could smile while thinking about the future every so often as they completed their missions. It was a pure smile that was not forced. However, he was always worried. This world was one where he never knew when he would die. Looks like that time is finally here. Choi Yung-soo had to face a time when his concerns had become reality. Choi Yung-soo. I'm okay, team leader Nim. He smiled and responded to Lee Soo-hyuk. However, his gaze could not move away from the large monster. It was the appearance of the monster that Kim Rok-soo had predicted. That monster was beyond their wildest imaginations. I might die. He couldn't help but have that thought. He could hear team leader Lee Soo-hyuk laughing. Young-soo turned his head to see Lee Soo-hyuk stoically start to speak while pointing at his hand that was holding the sword. You can talk like that while your hand is shaking that much. Young-soo could see his shaking hand. He then started to smile and asked as if nothing was wrong. Hyung, is it that obvious? Yes, very obvious. Aye, that's too bad. The team leader had shaken his head at Young-soo's response. He then sent the signal. Attack. Use the paths that Kim Rok-soo predicted. All of their teammates had started to charge toward the monster. Team leader, the 3 o'clock direction. 2 of you head north while 3 go northwest. Choi Yung-soo listened to Kim Rok-soo's support from the back as he pulled out his sword. Bang! His final battle started by slamming away at the monster's leg. Ha! Ha! Choi Yung-soo felt his body slowly get heavier. Damn it, this crazy monster bastard. Choi Yung-soo's face was filled with venomous aura as he glared at the monster. It was too strong. He didn't know how they would defeat it. He looked around. This crazy. Some of his teammates were already dead. Many of the others were injured badly like himself. He felt as if they would all die if they didn't run away. They needed to run in order to survive. It was at that moment. He heard an unfamiliar voice. Death is not fated for you. Why are you trying to die? He had ended up intervening earlier because of that. Flinch. Choi Yung-soo's body started to shake. What is this voice? Who is it? There were fear and curiosity in his voice. However, the unfamiliar voice did not respond to him. It only said what it needed to say. I will make you a proposal. Choi Yung-soo had lost all sense of reality because of this unfamiliar voice. I will let you live. It felt as if his heart was sinking. Choi Yung-soo subconsciously started to pay attention to that voice, the promise to let him live. However, you need to go to a different world. That world will welcome you. You'll meet a lot of great people. What is it saying? Choi Yung-soo was lost because of these sudden statements. This situation is so unique that I am giving you a choice, unlike your ancestors. Choi Yung-soo recalled what his grandfather had told him after hearing the voice mention his ancestors. His grandfather had told him about the sorrows of their family once he got older and became a high school student. They suddenly disappeared. It was like magic. We never heard from them again. How did our household end up facing such issues? Choi Yung-soo, who frequently read fantasy novels, realized something as he recalled his grandfather's words and this unfamiliar voice. Then it started to speak again. I will let you live. I can promise you that. I can live. Those words struck Choi Yung-soo's mind like thunder. It was at that moment. Bang! A loud explosion filled the area. Choi Young-soo could see one of his teammates holding up a metal board to block the piece of a building wall the monster flung toward his direction. He could see his teammate's back. Ah, the teammate had held up the metal board as if it was a shield. However, he was pushed back and rammed into Choi Young-soo. He then turned around and glared at Choi Young-soo. Hey, Choi Young-soo, Kim Rok-soo, snap out of it. Do you want to die? Why are you suddenly blanking out? Ah, Choi Young-soo realized that he had blanked out for a moment. The unfamiliar voice continued to speak. You see, you're in grave danger. Don't you want to live? It was a tempting offer. Choi Young-soo's sense of reality shook once again. The monster launched another attack at that moment. Ah! His teammate Kim Rok-soo's body was flung aside and rolled on the ground. The metal board he had picked up as a temporary piece of defensive equipment was crushed as well. Kim Rok-soo's arm had twisted in an odd direction. Ah, crazy bastard, snap out of it. Choi Young-soo could see Kim Rok-soo grabbing his injured arm and shout toward him again. The punk who was bleeding from his mouth because he had used too much of his power, the punk who had no offensive strength at all, was shouting at him. He finally completely snapped out of it. His sense of reality had returned once again. You almost died again. What do you think? Do you want to go with me? Slap. Choi Young-soo slapped his cheek. He then reached his hand out. What the hell? Why are you so shocked, you punk? Just support us from the rear. Choi Young-soo pulled Kim Rok-soo to him by the collar before jumping up with him. Barang. The large monster's attack charged past the spot they had been standing. Ah, why are you pushing? You made me fall. Can't you see that my arm is broken? Choi Young-soo chuckled while listening to the grumbling Kim Rok-soo's energetic voice, who told the rear support to come all the way up here. He then said something he did not mean. Of course, Choi Young-soo knew what had happened. Kim Rok-soo had come up here to save him. He looked around. All of their teammates were fighting while putting almost their whole life at risk. He wanted to do the same. Wouldn't that be enough? I'm going to live the way I want to live. Isn't that the best? Choi Young-soo clenched onto the sword in his hand and charged toward the monster. Attack and get hit, fall and get back up, swing the sword again and get sent flying. Huff, huff, huff. Choi Young-soo finally crumbled. He slowly started to be unable to breathe. It was getting harder and harder to breathe. He had no strength or feeling in his body. He was slowly losing his sight as he faintly made out his dead teammates. Some thankfully died with their body intact, while others died terrible deaths. The team leader, too. Team leader Lee Soo-hyuk was in a similar condition as him. He could also see Kim Rok-soo. I'm relieved. It looked like at least one of them would survive. Choi Young-soo had never seen such an expression on Kim Rok-soo's face before. He usually had a grumbling face that always talked in such an annoying way. He didn't like seeing this expression on Kim Rok-soo's face. You don't regret your decision. It's happening again. He was hearing that voice again. Choi Young-soo, wasn't your dream to return to your hometown and live as a farmer? Is it okay to die like this? He wanted to laugh. Choi Young-soo wanted to laugh out loud after hearing that. However, he responded internally as he had no strength to laugh. Just something I said in passing. What did he want to do once everything was over? He had talked to team leader Lee Soo-hyuk about going down to the countryside and being farmers. He would have an orchard and save a plot of land to farm. He would also take this Kim Rok-soo, who claimed he was going to be a slacker, and put him to work. If he left this punk to be a slacker, he was bound to go cause trouble somewhere. He and the team leader discussed making him farm with them so that they won't have to go save his ass. The other teammates said they would come to visit in the summer and help them harvest in the fall as long as they fed them meat. They were all just talk. It was the type of thing you talked about because you never knew when you would die. It would be great if it happened, but they were sharing their dreams as if they were jokes because the chances of it happening were slim. It was something like that. That was all it was. Even thinking was becoming difficult for Choi Young-soo. He couldn't see much anymore either. He could hear Kim Rok-soo's voice. It didn't sound like crying. Kim Rok-soo was not someone who would cry until the end. He seemed to be calling for him. But why did it sound a shriek? Is this your decision? My decision? Nah, things like this can happen as you live. Of course, I do want to live longer. I want to live, but I can't leave alone. Choi Young-soo could not respond anymore. That weird voice was getting quieter. Kim Rok-soo was the one who was supposed to die, but that has changed. Ah, I'm a bit worried about Kim Rok-soo, that punk. I hope he lives a good life. Choi Young-soo felt as if he was slowly being sucked into the darkness. He couldn't hear anything anymore. Nothing could reach him. The unfamiliar voice continued to mumble. There are only a few things left I can do. Humans really are interesting creatures. Choi Young-soo no longer has the strength to do anything. Choi Han. Choi Young-soo flinched at that moment. No, Choi Han had returned to his senses. I am the god of death. Maybe we will meet again in the future. He heard a voice in his head. Gasp! He then opened his eyes. Choi Han, you're finally awake. Click. Choi Han slapped the hand heading toward him away. He could see that the person was shocked at his response, but he didn't have time to think about that right now. The memories, the memories. Choi Young-soo's life, his memories, and his emotions were all flooding into Choi Han's mind like a tsunami. It was hard to breathe. A pain different than physical pain was shaking his mind. Huff, huff, huff. He took a deep breath. His sense of reality slowly started to return. Drip, drip, water drops started to fall onto the back of his hand. He heard Iruhaben's concerned voice. However, these were not Choi Han's own tears. Choi Young-soo. These were that person's tears. No, these were the tears of the person who could have been his nephew. The tiled roof house that Choi Young-soo had lived in. That was his father's house in his hometown. Drip, drip, drip. The tears kept falling. Choi Han did not understand why he was crying like this. Hey, what's wrong? What is it? He could clearly see Iruhaben grabbing his shoulders with a shocked expression on his face. Choi Han started to speak. Kim Raksu. What? Choi Han got up from the bed. He then grabbed his scabbard resting next to him. It was the sword that Cal had given him. He looked down at the sword before asking Iruhaben a question. Where is Cal Nim right now? Ha, I must go there. You don't seem to be normal right now. Where do you think I'm going? That was how Choi Han had used a teleportation magic scroll to leave as soon as he opened his eyes. And now, the moment he took in the sight he teleported to. What's wrong with your face? Ran greeted Choi Han with a stiff expression rather than his usual benign smile. Clope Seka was sitting on the ground next to him while looking at Choi Han, whose face was full of tear marks, as if he was looking at a crazy bastard. Pat, Iruhaben soon arrived as well. Iruhaben Nim. Choi Han ignored the statements and gazes of the others and pointed above him. Please use flight magic on me. Ha. All right, fine. In return, I will apologize later. Thank you for taking care of me. Ah, really? Iruhaben cast flight magic on Choi Han. Choi Han immediately flew up and started to move quickly. Choi Han, did you really cry? Were you having a nightmare? I will console you. He ignored Rayan's voice right now as well. Choi Han started to fly quickly. Barang, barang. He flew toward the location where an endless number of fiery thunderbolts were causing small explosions. The fiery thunderbolts opened a path for him. Crackle. He could feel the heat, but the fire did not burn Choi Han. Choi Han moved past the fire and the thunderbolts and arrived at the center. He could see a masked man standing there. Choi Han looked toward Cal and started to speak. What am I supposed to call the friend of my nephew once removed? Cal started to laugh awkwardly as he responded. Haha, I don't know. What would you call me? Sir. He was stuttering. Cal started to frown. Choi Young-soo was Choi Han's nephew. Ah, this is bad. Chapter 416, Save Me. 1. Human, what is it? You are acting odd. Cal could not say anything even though Rayan's voice filled his mind. I've been found out. Choi Han seemed to have figured everything out. The fact that he mentioned his nephew's friend alone was enough to show that he knew about Choi Young-soo and Kim Rak-soo. Furthermore, he seemed to have noticed that Kim Rak-soo was the current Cal as well. No, it wasn't that he seemed to have noticed. He knew for sure. Haha. Cal started to laugh awkwardly before slowly avoiding Choi Han's gaze. Barang, barang. The cheapskate's fiery thunderbolts were continuing to purify the dead mana and turn it into rose-gold-colored ashes as that happened. The fiery thunderbolts and the rose-gold-colored ashes. The combination of this looked beautiful from a distance. However, it was causing people around it to run away as they feared death, although the people at the center were not in a situation to notice what was going on. Choi Han started to speak. Kim Rak-soo. Choi Han nonchalantly saying his name made Cal look toward a mountain in the distance. Of course, the only things he could see were the fiery thunderbolts that blocked his view. The disappearing black liquids were also there. Choi Han just quietly observed Cal. Kim Rak-soo. Choi Han repeated that name in his mind once more. He then tried to put Cal and Kim Rak-soo together. During the time he had been Choi Young-soo. He had met many people as he followed through Choi Young-soo's memories in his dream. Choi Han had not thought much about it when he met Kim Rok-soo inside the dream. However, the smart Choi Han realized that Kim Rok-soo reminded him of someone as soon as he woke up. No, they were the same. That person was Cal Henitus. Their way of speaking, facial expressions, personality. But most importantly, you have to pay for your meals. The things Kim Rok-soo had said in the dream. My dream is to be a slacker, a rich slacker. If that is difficult, just a regular slacker. Got it. Those words overlapped with someone else's statements. He had also seen how both Kim Rok-soo and Cal Henitus used the record ability. He also saw how they coughed up blood or ended up in pain after using their abilities. Finally, the conversation he saw in Choi Young-soo's memories. Choi Young-soo had been chatting with his teammates during a short period of peace. Are you reading a fantasy novel again? Unfortunately, not this time. Ha, it really isn't a fantasy novel. It's rare for you to read anything else. It happens every so often. Choi Young-soo smiled at his sunbee before making eye contact with Kim Rok-soo, who was next to him. Hey, do I look a bit smart? Kim Rok-soo just shook his head sideways at Choi Young-soo. Ahem. Choi Young-soo didn't care about Kim Rok-soo's response as he continued to speak. My family researched ancient sword arts and martial arts for generations. Since my ability is related to the sword as well, I thought about creating a new sword art that fits the modern world. Isn't that cool? Ah, I can feel just how cool I am. Sigh. Kim Rok-soo had sighed before looking at the book in Choi Young-soo's hand. What does creating your sword art have to do with a book on pure Korean? It's very important. Hey, the name is everything. Look, there are a lot of great pure Korean words. Choi Young-soo opened the book. He then smiled as he looked at a word on the page he opened. Oh look, there's a great word as soon as I opened it. I'm going to use our cool, pure Korean words to come up with a name for my sword art. Being cool is the best. Ha ha ha. That page had pure Korean words starting with, and Choi Han had seen it because Choi Young-soo had seen it. Two words were clearly visible on the page. Rayan and Muro, joyful dragon. Choi Han, I like my name the best and it is great. Rayan Muro. I am the great and mighty Rayan Muro. He recalled how happy the black dragon had been that Cal had given him a name. Choi Han did not know that Rayan was a pure Korean word before seeing it. However, Choi Han came to a realization after all of the information gathered in his mind. Kim Rok-soo and Cal Henitus might be the same person. That thought filled him with all sorts of emotions. Shock, anger, happiness, sorrow, and joy. Choi Han had never felt so many emotions overwhelm him as he did during the short duration of time it took to wake up and teleport here. Choi Han's hand headed to his scabbard. He touched the sword that Cal had given him. He tightly grabbed onto the scabbard. There was something that came to his mind through all of those emotions. It suddenly hit him. It was a thought that truly did suddenly pop into his mind. Cal Nim. Did he come here by choice like Choi Young-soo could have done? If not, how did he end up here? The god of death had given Choi Young-soo a choice to come to this world. Did Kalnim, did Kim Rok-soo make a similar choice? Or did Cal end up here unexpectedly as he had? Choi Han continued to think without saying anything. Click, click. His eyes looked deep in thought as he slowly touched the scabbard. Damn it. Choi Han's actions made Cal scared. Click, click. Every time Choi Han touched his scabbard with the deep look in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Cal's heart was beating wildly. Cal's shoulders unintentionally curled slightly forward in fear. He started to think, is he going to beat me up with the scabbard? Why did you trick me? Ha, why didn't you say anything? You damn punk who is much younger than I am. You tricked me all this time when you are my nephew's friend. Ha, is he going to say something like that as he beats me up? Both the human and Choi Han are acting weird. Rayan's words could not reach Cal right now. Cal was looking at the fire as he peeked toward Choi Han's scabbard every so often. Ah, damn it. Do I just close my eyes and let him hit me? Cal started to debate what to do. It was at that moment. I'm working hard to purify the dead mana. Calnim. Cal ignored the cheapskate after hearing the cheapskate and Choi Han's voice at the same time. He better do a good job at purifying after gobbling up all that money. Huh, what is it? He awkwardly asked back. Human, are you trying to scam Choi Han? Why are you being weird and putting on that fake good guy expression? Something is weird. Don't scam Choi Han. You can use it on the White Star. Like hell I'm trying to scam him. The corners of Cal's lips slightly shook after hearing Rayan's comments. He heard Choi Han's calm voice at that moment. Kimchi, cup ramen, pork belly, green onion pancakes, veggie tempura. Ha! Cal subconsciously responded with a blank expression. It could not be helped. Don't you want to eat those things? You seem to eat them a lot. Ha! Gochujang, donjang jay jiggy, jakbal, you don't crave them. Choi Han was smiling as he gently asked, and Cal blankly responded. Of course I do. Who wouldn't? Even though he never brought it up, who wouldn't want to eat things they grew up eating but have not been able to enjoy for a few years? Cal looked toward Choi Han with an expression that seemed to be asking why he was asking such an odd question. Ha, Choi Han started to laugh. He then suddenly stopped laughing. It looks like we need to have a long and deep conversation alone in a quiet location. Choi Han was speaking gently, but Cal became scared. Click, click. It was because Choi Han was still touching the scabbard as he said that without even the slightest trace of a smile on his face. Choi Han stared at Cal for a moment before continuing to speak. Will you honestly tell me everything? Cal didn't even hesitate for a second as he responded. Why are you asking such an obvious question? How could he hide anything when it looked like Choi Han had already figured everything out? Choi Han chuckled at the grumbling Cal. There is something I wish to ask right now, though. Is that okay? Cal nodded his head. Choi Han opened his mouth to speak. Barring, however, he could not say anything. Cal turned his head. Barang, bang, barang. A formless power was destroying the fiery thunderbolts and the path of fire every time Dorf punched. The red pillar was slowly breaking down, allowing them to be able to see Dorf's face. Can't let you burn all of that precious dead mana. Dorf smiled with a relaxed expression, and Cal could see the ground behind Dorf. This bastard. Hannah sent out another aura attack toward Dorf's back. Cal could see that Hannah had minor injuries all over her body. Oh my, so energetic. Dorf half-heartedly swung his fist toward the back. Bang! Ah! Hannah barely managed to defend against Dorf's formless attack with the face of her sword. However, her body was sent flying back to the roof of the tower. Boom! Hannah managed to somehow hand on both feet. I'm going to kill that bastard. She then shouted toward Cal, who was visible through the pillar of fire that Dorf was breaking. He, truly a passionate swordsman. Dorf chuckled before starting to destroy the fire and the thunderbolts again. Bang, bang, bang. The explosions continued and Cal made eye contact with Choi Han. It looks like we have to fight. Cal casually commented and Choi Han responded calmly. Yes, let me ask just one thing bef bang, 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 bang. Choi Han had to stop talking again because of the sound of Dorf punching. It looks like it is Choi Han standing next to you. Seeing another warrior makes me want to fight fair and square again. What do you say we take care of Cal Henitus and then fight? Dorf shouted with joy as he continued to punch. Bang, bang, bang. A fiery thunderbolt was destroyed with each punch. Dorf was slowly approaching Cal's location. Choi Han quickly resumed speaking. Calnim, the thing I am curious about Bang. I'll just ask about that before I go. Only then will I be at P-Bang. Bang. Dorf shouted as he continued to punch. This is the last one. Choi Han resumed speaking. Going back, Dorf slammed down on the pillar of fire at that moment. Bang. A loud explosion, much louder than the others, echoed out. Cal could see a large hole through the fire. Dorf stepped into the center area where Cal was standing through the hole as he smiled. Finally, the place to fight as you're being so loud. Dorf had no choice but to raise his arms and curl his body before he got to finish what he was saying. Bang, a violent black aura slammed down on Dorf. Ah, you truly are strong. Dorf lowered his arms as he smiled at Choi Han. However, he had to quickly raise them back up to guard. Bang, bang, bang. Black aura continued to attack Dorf without stopping. Dorf could hear Choi Han's voice. His voice was calm but cold. You are being too loud. Why don't you shut the FCK up? Cal could see Choi Han speaking to Dorf with a vicious expression on his face. So, who told him to make so much noise when other people were talking? Cal clicked his tongue as he looked at Dorf. He's going to get beaten to a pulp now. Clang, Choi Han took out his sword. Vicious bastard. Choi Han had attacked Dorf with aura around his scabbard until now. Cal shouted while looking at Choi Han, who took his sword out to fight for real. Fighting. Ha. Choi Han chuckled at Cal speaking Korean. He then turned around and looked at Cal. Cal continued to speak with a serious expression. Can I ask you something too? What is it? That, if you are Young Su's paternal cousin once removed, shouldn't I treat you as a respected elder? Choi Han looked shocked, but Cal was being serious. It'd be one thing if Choi Han was an ancestor from a few generations ago, but he couldn't keep talking so casually to an elder of Young Su's family from the generation right above them. It happened as Choi Han opened and closed his mouth a few times without being able to say anything. If you get distracted while facing me, Dorf charged toward Choi Han. Barang. Choi Han sent out another aura attack before looking at Dorf with an annoyed expression. I told you that you are being too loud. He then responded to Cal. I don't need that. He didn't need to be treated as an elder. Something like that was not necessary. Choi Han pushed aside the conversation with Cal for the time being and moved toward Dorf. The thing he wanted to ask Cal was the following. Calnim, are you happy that you ended up here? Do you not regret it? Choi Han kept that to himself for now as he raised his sword. Barang, Barang, the Lion King and Choi Han, the sword master. The fist and the sword started to properly clash against each other. Cal started to think as he watched them fight. Ah, what a relief. That bastard will get beaten up on my behalf. Human, why do you suddenly have a happy smile on your face? Looks like Choi Han is not as angry with me as I thought. He really is a good guy. Cal could only think that Choi Han was a very understanding and good person. Barang, Barang. Cal calmed down, hearing the sound of fighting echoing around him. Chapter 417. Save me. 2. I'm still in the middle of purifying. The pillar of fire continued to crackle beautifully with the cheapskate's disappointed voice in the background. Crackle. The rose-gold-colored ashes continued to fly in between the pillar of fire. It looked as if the dead mana was decreasing little by little. Cal slowly clasped both hands together as that happened. Barang. He could hear loud explosions. You must be Choi Han, the famous youngest sword master. Dorf's fist blocked Choi Han's sword. Your black aura looks cool, but it doesn't seem like you live up to your fame. Choi Han attacked the brightly smiling Dorf again. Barang. Another explosion rang out and Cal clasped his hands even harder. Will you fight me fair and square? I request a match as a warrior. What do you think? His mane-like hair fluttered in the wind. Dorf's two arms blocked the shining black aura. Then another black aura shot out toward him. Barang. Dorf was forced back with each attack. It looked as if he would be forced out of the pillar of fire. He barely made it through. Barang. Barang. The sword and the fist clashed once more. Tusk, this young fella is not one to talk. Can I take this as you agreeing with my request? Cal tightened his grip after hearing Dorf's comment. Dorf then flinched. You so fast. Choi Han had instantly arrived in front of Dorf. The moment Choi Han and Dorf made eye contact, Choi Han moved one hand away from his sword. He then punched out. He started to speak at the same time. You, Barang. The fist covered in aura aimed for Dorf's mouth. The shocked Dorf barely managed to block it. Ah! The pillar of fire touched his back. The fire instantly started to gobble up his shirt. However, he did not have time to pay any attention to it. Your aura suddenly became amplified. This black aura was much more violent than the one that had been surrounding his sword. Choi Han's original power that Dorf did not know about charged out again. Choi Han punched Dorf in the stomach with his aura-covered fist as he coldly continued to speak. You speak too much. Barang. Another hole appeared in the pillar of fire. Someone was flung out through the hole. Ah! Dorf was thrown as he touched his stomach in pain. Should I leave the hole in the pillar of fire? The one doing the beating is on your side, while the one getting the beating is your enemy. Right. I'll just leave it alone. I'm very good at my job. Don't you agree? Cal ignored the cheapskate. It could not be helped. Choi Han used his aura at max power as he followed behind the flying Dorf. He also made a short comment as he moved. So much better now that it is quiet. Bang! The black aura struck Dorf like a boomerang. Cal quietly watched all of this happen. Wow, that scary bastard. Vicious bastard ... It's fine to ruthlessly beat him up, but damn, he's really ruthlessly beating him up. Cal kept his mouth shut while watching Choi Han fight. He felt as if that loud Lion King Dorf was getting beaten up on his behalf. Ah, Cal suddenly had a thought. Can I keep calling him punk or bastard? He was feeling iffy about calling Choi Han a scary bastard and a vicious bastard. He's Choi Young-su's uncle and not some distant ancestor. He's also no longer just a character in a book. He did say it was fine to speak informally, but is it too much calling him a bastard? Damn it, I don't know. Cal was getting a headache. He had visited their graves once. Well, it was more like a forest than a grave. It was a safe zone past this mountain. He had gone to a small mountain with Choi Young-soo and team leader Lee Soo-hyuk. Choi Young-soo had calmly explained while standing at the entrance to the mountain. That time, the time when the world flipped over. Remember how the monsters all poured out? The internet was down, and our cars, cell phones, nothing was working properly. Choi Young-soo's family members, the ones who were in this hometown house when the chaos happened, supposedly crossed this mountain that was the shortest path to get to the safe zone they had heard on the radio. But could we just leave on our own? We had to take the other people in the village with us. They had started to cross the mountain with the other villagers. We are a decently famous martial arts household. People would stop by every so often asking for information because they were researching ancient sword arts. We had to step up in such a situation. Then, Choi Young-soo's family protected the villagers crossing the mountain, creating paths for them and defending the rear. Some of them decided to stay back and protect the village as well. No, they had decided to fight against the monsters that tried to enter their village. But too many of them appeared. The village and his family's house were destroyed. The small mountain became desolate. It ended up becoming everyone's graves. That was a time when you would be lucky to find someone's body once they died. If you couldn't, then the last place you saw them became their graves and the last memory you had of them. Hey, so what if we buy this mountain and turn it into an orchard? Can you plant fruit trees on a mountain? Is that a bad idea? Ah, Kim Rok-soo had shaken his head at Choi Young-soo's excited voice. Anyway, show your respects to this mountain. Say that Choi Young-soo's dancing Kim Rok-soo is here. Since when am I your dancing? Our birthdays are the same. I was born in the early morning. I'm sure you were born later than I was. Choi Young-soo had started to smile more and had cheekily added on after seeing Kim Rok-soo starting to frown. Hey, either way, we are brothers and family. Isn't that right? Ha! Kim Rok-soo had scoffed in disbelief, but Choi Young-soo had smiled. Hey, Kim Rok-soo, you ha, over and over, but I don't see you disagreeing with me. Do you think I don't know your personality? Hee, don't you like being brothers with me? Team Leader Nim, doesn't that seem to be the case? It does. Shut up. Team Leader Nim, could you please be quiet as well? Choi Young-soo had laughed more at Kim Rok-soo's response. Kekek, Kim Rok-soo is always like this. He's such a shy boy. He can't deny it because it's true. That was the case. Although Kim Rok-soo was grumbling about what Choi Young-soo was saying, he could not deny it. Cal had recorded Choi Young-soo's eyes as he laughed with the forest behind him. He also recorded team leader Lee Soo-hyuk's chuckling and his gaze that was filled with sorrow. That was how life was at that point. Human. Ah. Cal quickly ended the record that was playing in his mind. This useless record had opened on its own. Cal was able to snap out of it thanks to Rayan. Barang. Ah, he could see Dorf, who was sent flying once more by Choi Han's punch. He really is a vicious bastard. No, person. Cal's face underneath the mask turned stoic as Rayan continued to speak with excitement. Human, Choi Han is always so consistent. Choi Han is strong. This vicious little dragon. Cal started to frown once more. This 6 years old dragon was consistently vicious as well. Scary bastards. Cal let out a small sigh. His hand slowly moved down. Just a little more. It is taking a while because of the large amount of dead mana, but I am purifying it little by little. Only about a third of it is left now. The cheapskate was sharing his hard-working efforts to Cal, but Cal ignored it and opened his mouth to speak. He wanted to quickly defeat the enemy. He needed to chat with Choi Han afterward, but it looked like he would be able to get through it without getting beaten up. Let's deal with the most urgent issue first. Cal lowered his hands. He started to activate an ancient power. It was at that moment. Human, by the way, what a Donjengjigi and Kochujang. Ha! Cal's body flinched like a broken robot. Human, do you want to eat those things? Ha! The consistent Choi Han asked you if you were craving those things. Human, you responded that you were. The conversation that he had had with Choi Han brushed through his mind. Cal Nim. Ha! What is it? Kimchi, cup ramen, pork belly, green onion pancakes, veggie tempura. Ha! Don't you want to eat those things? You seem to eat them a lot. Ha! Kochujang, Donjengjigi, Jokbal, you don't crave them. Of course I do. Cal recalled how he had stupidly answered with a question, but that wasn't the issue. Human, what is cup ramen? I'm curious about what all those things are. Cal slowly responded to Rayan's excited voice. Food from Choi Han's hometown. Oh, Rayan let out a short gasp of understanding before bombarding Cal with more questions. Then what are Choi Young-soo and Kim Rak-soo? I am curious. And what is a paternal cousin once removed? Is Choi Han that Young-soo person's paternal cousin once removed? I am curious about all of these things. Egu. Cal was starting to get a headache. Rayan was the only one who knew about his conversation with Choi Han and everything that just happened. Rayan had also heard from Choi Han that he had lived for a long time. The next individual to know the most was a Ruhaben who had only heard the names Choi Young-soo and Kim Rak-soo. Cal started to think, but he did not have much time. For now, it is something that only Choi Han, you, and I know. Oh, is it a secret for the three of us? Yes, you can't even tell on and hung right now. All right. I am great and mighty, so I am good at keeping promises. Barang. They heard another explosion. Cal continued to speak while thinking that Choi Han was fighting well or doing a good job beating Dorf up. I'll give you a short explanation because we are in a rush right now. All right. Cal, who didn't know that the invisible Rayan was clasping his chubby two front paws together, calmly continued to speak. Choi Han is related to my closest friend, someone who was like my brother. He is that guy's paternal cousin once removed, which means he is my friend's dad's cousin. Gasp. Cal didn't care about the 6 years old dragon being shocked as he continued to speak. That means he is senior to me in hierarchy. Gasp. Cal continued to speak. It was easy to keep talking once he got started. This is the issue right now. It would be fine if he was a distant ancestor. Instead, he was someone Kim Rak-soo might have met if he went down with Choi Young-soo for holidays or vacations. But he's an elder I would have probably met when going to my friend's house. He was slowly starting to whine and grumble. Egu, if I treated him the way I've been treating Choi Han this whole time, then I would really have been trash. Of course, I still am trash right now. Yes, yes, indeed. Imagine telling his friend's elder things like, Choi Han, go pay for your meal, or get out there and fight. Choi Young-soo would have beaten him up, and they would have all cussed him out while saying that he was mentally ill. One day, I will smack the guard of death in the back. Cal made a firm resolution. He was someone who always accomplished the things he set his mind on. He had smacked both Imperial Prince Adden and the White Star from behind already. Well, not enough for the White Star just yet. He needed to smack him harder. Cal's mind started to get more complicated. It was hard to think as usual when dealing with such a shocking situation. Human. Rayan helped center Cal again. What is it? What are jokbal and veggie tempura? Food. Human, do you like those things? Cal answered without any hesitation. Rayan should act accordingly because he already said that everything they were talking about was a secret. Yes, oh, I understand. I still have a lot of space in my spatial dimension. Flinch. Cal's shoulders flinched. The tips of his hands that were lowered twitched. Spatial dimension. Those words made Cal think about Rayan stuffing his face with doenjang, jokbal, and gochujang after he faints. That was too vicious. Those foods aren't here. He urgently responded that way. Doesn't Choi Han know about them? Choi Han should know how to make them because they are food from his hometown. That's fine then. What's fine? I'm not okay with that. Cal started to imagine the tear-soaked kimchi that would end up in his mouth once he fainted. That really did not seem enjoyable. But thinking about his red hair pairing with his face that would be red from blood and kimchi, that would be quite a sight. No, can't let that happen. Cal thought to himself to tell Choi Han to not tell Rayan about food from home. Choi Han would take care of things accordingly then. Well, does it not matter? The rest of the group would probably enjoy it if they were told it was food from Choi Han's hometown. It would be fine as long as the others did not know that Cal was Kim Rak-soo and that this world is actually in a book. I'm sure it'll all work out. Cal casually started to organize his thoughts. They were currently in the middle of a battle. Nim, human, it was at that moment. He heard Choi Han shouting at a distance as well as Rayan's voice. Cal flinched. Nim, shield. He could see Choi Han shouting urgently as he ran toward him. However, something else caught his attention first. The night sky. The night sky seemed to be descending from above. What the hell? It was not that the night sky itself was falling. It's a wall. Human, a black wall is falling. A black wall that was impossible to separate from the night sky because they were the same in color was falling toward Cal and the pillar of fire. Ka-ha-ha, this is it. He could hear Dorf laughing. Is this Dorf's power? Cal watched as this black wall that resembled a large metal plate fell toward him. Shield! Choi Han shouted, but Cal could not move. And then, barararararang, a loud explosion shot out from the pillar of fire. Choi Han stopped flying toward Cal. He then brushed his face with one hand. The black wall had stopped in the air along with that loud explosion. Others would think that it just stopped by itself. However, Choi Han could tell what happened. It is Rayan. Rayan's black shield was blocking that wall and keeping it up. Is this that famous dragon's shield? Choi Han could hear Dorf's calm voice behind him. He turned toward Dorf. He looked extremely calm, as if he had never been the consistently talking person from before. This was the real Dorf. He had not been running away in shock at Choi Han's aura or getting hurt. It'll be hard to fight. Dorf started to smile at Choi Han. He then clapped his hand. Clap. Once the clapping noise echoed in the area. Boom! Choi Han looked around. The forest surrounding the northern alchemist's tower. The many golems within the forest. The large golems started to move toward the tower and Cal's group. Boom! 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 The ground started to shake. Choi Han turned his head. Cal was still purifying the dead mana. This fire ancient power was the power that made Cal faint the most. Choi Han tightened his grip around the sword, knowing that was the case. Shall we fight now? As Dorf smiled and made that comment. Boom! The golems started to take out swords, spears, axes, and other weapons. Choi Han looked at them without a smile on his face. It was at that moment I knew it would be like this. He could hear Cal's voice. Choi Han turned to look at the pillar of fire. He could see Cal through the hole he made earlier when he sent Dorf flying. Cal had his head down with his arms slumped down. Cal then slowly raised his head. Choi Han could see that Cal was smiling. Cal started to speak at that moment. Now. Cal had his hands slumped down toward the ground. He was using an ancient power right now. Once all of the golems gathered together to move toward Cal's group at the northern alchemist's tower, bind them. They started to grow following Cal's will. The forest, the trees that filled this forest. Got it. The glutton priestess responded. The vines started to grow. They then started to wrap around the golems in this entire area. Choi Han and Dorf could see Cal smiling while looking at them. Cal started to speak. It's about time Mary came here. A light flashed to show someone was teleporting over as if to respond to his statement. Human, you are right on target. A red light flashed by the northern alchemist's tower before it disappeared. And in that place, it looks like we came right on time. I think we are a bit late, but we can still destroy them all. Rosalind, Mary, Sir Rex, and the Dark Elf warriors had appeared. Chapter 418, Save Me. 3. Someone broke a branch. What the? However, the person who broke that branch could not help but be shocked and afraid. The black mage looked down and shouted in shock. How the hell is this a tree branch? He could see a large tree branch wrapping around the golem's leg and heading for the body. PSS, the black mage flinched and looked up after hearing the rustling of leaves. Shoot! He could see many more branches reaching toward the golem and the cockpit. Underneath the night sky, the trees that were the quietest existences here, but filled up most of this area. No, the entire forest was attacking the golems. Screech, screech, the golem could not move its foot forward. It was wrapped out by a silent enemy. Bang, 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 axe, sword, spear, and fist. The golems attacked the branches with their respective weapons. Oh, come on, please. The people in the cockpit turned from calm to slowly desperate before it turned into looks of disgust. Why is there no end to them? Bang! A branch crumbled after being hit by an axe. However, a new branch grew out and filled its spot. Even after the golems broke them and broke them again. This weak existence was persistent as it prevented the golems from moving. This an allied soldier who came with Saint Jack was at loss for words. It was as if the trees had turned into monsters to attack the golems. It felt as if the forest had turned into a swamp of sorts. What are you all doing? Hurry up and retreat to the rear. The soldier quickly snapped out of it and started to retreat after hearing his superior scold him. All soldiers were retreating after hearing Saint Jack and the knights ordering them to move back. SHHHHHHH, SHHHHHH, the soldier who was running away from the tower felt fear as well as relief as he watched the large tree trunks brushing past him. Bang! He could see the tree trunk wrap around a golem that was right behind him. The soldier turned his head around once more. The center of the forest. There was a pillar of fire supporting the black wall at the northern alchemist's tower, located in the center of the forest. Lion King Dorf started to laugh as he watched the fire. Ha, 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 his gaze was focused at the center of the pillar of fire. Cal Henitus. Cal was smiling as he looked at Dorf. Dorf could see the pair of eyes that seemed to be looking down at him. You sure say some funny things. Cal continued to speak while looking at Dorf as if he was a joke. You aren't fair and square after you've done all that terrible crap until now. Does something like that work on the battlefield? Cal slowly raised the hands that he had lowered. Boom, boom, boom. His heart was beating wildly. I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm so hungry. He could hear the glutton priestess mumblings. Yes, I'm sure you are hungry. It's completely understandable. Do not overdo it. He could also hear the super rock. Yes, I don't plan on overdoing it. That was why Cal started to speak. Rise. SHHHHHHH, SHHHHHH. The tree trunks that were not binding the golems started to move. They shot up into the air. Boom, boom. They crashed into each other. Then they started to wrap around together. All allied soldiers retreated to the rear. At the center of the tower, Cal, who was floating higher than the forest, could see the new appearance of the forest. Dot, dot, dot us. Dorf took in the sight of the forest. Are you trying to capture us? The forest created a large dome around them. This was not created to protect the inside from the dangers of the outside. It was a trap made so that the people inside could not escape. Dorf could see Cal tilting his head. Who knows? Cal's body then shot down to the ground. Dorf started to frown at the same time. Just what? The pillar of fire disappeared. It had gone out in an instant. Cal chuckled as he responded. Things will get complicated if I overdo it. The fire of destruction and the indestructible shield. The large pillar of fire and the growing trees of the forest. Using both would definitely put a burden on his body. Get him! Cal could see the black mages and mages launching attacks toward him after hearing Dorf's orders as he descended toward the dead mana lake. Mary. He called for someone. Tasha. He called for a dark elf as well. A person who was wearing a robe and standing between the dark elf warriors charged toward the dead mana lake. Swoosh, a breeze blew by. The hood of the robe came off, revealing Tasha's face. The black magic and magic attacks were flying toward Cal. Bang! There was a loud explosion right above the dead mana lake. A dust cloud made it hard for them to see. Young Master Cal, you look even skinnier than before. However, Tasha had Cal dangling on her side as she charged out of the dust cloud. Ah, isn't it too much to have me dangling like this? Cal sighed as Tasha carried him by her side. He would have usually used the sound of the wind at this point, but the chances of fainting were quite high if he was to use any other power right now. Then they might really create some gochujang in this world. It was at that moment. Cal could hear the voices of the black mages standing at the top of the tower. Now, go procure the dead mana. The black mages started to use flight magic to fly down. He heard a GPS-like voice at that moment. The owner of the calm voice rushed past Tasha and Cal, who were moving away from the tower. Thank you for the meal. The hands of the person in a black robe that were covered in spiderweb-like scars appeared from underneath the robe. Me too. Awesome. The dark elves followed behind her. No, stop them. The black mages were shocked. Screech, screech. It was the same for the mages sitting in the golem's cockpits who could not move because of the branches holding them down. The dark elves started to smile as they watched. It definitely feels different to have a cake disappear on its own versus having someone taking it from you and eating it. Yes, yes, indeed. That is why we need to take it and eat it. Cal could see some of the dark elves smiling wickedly as they jumped into the dead mana lake, while others hindered the mages coming down from the tower. They seemed to be enjoying themselves. Hee hee, doesn't it look like we are the villains? Tasha laughed at the black mages who looked as if they were being robbed. However, that smile soon disappeared. Human, this thing is weird. Cal heard Rayon's voice and looked toward the black wall. What is that? Ooh, the black wall let out an eerie noise before it started to fluctuate like a wave. It's spreading. The black wall is aiming for something other than the tower now. The black wall spread out to the side. It created a large circle as if it wanted to envelop the forest. Cal looked toward Dorf. Tasha's sharp gaze focused on the black wall at that moment. It is the power of an elemental, but which elemental is it? She started to frown. Something was moving within the transparent black wall. Once her eyes reached Dorf, Tasha, she heard Cal's quiet voice. Put me down. Ah, Cal was still dangling on Tasha's side until she let him down. She placed him next to Clope. Calnim, it has been a while since I have seen you in person. I have seen a page in your legend today. Ah, the sight of the beautiful pillar of fire and the trees starting to grow. I am moved, no, I am deeply moved and amazed. Cal ignored Clope's comments and started to speak to Tasha. Do it as you are thinking. Shall I? Tasha didn't even ask if Cal knew what she was thinking before smiling and heading toward the battlefield. She didn't look back as she started to move. Barang, then there was a loud explosion in the air. Choi Han swung his sword toward Dorf. As I expected, Choi Han's expression had turned cold. Crack. He could see a hand that was holding onto his sword. No, the aura around it. It was the large hand of a beast person who had gone berserk. You really had not gone berserk yet. Choi Han observed the owner of the hand, who was holding onto his aura-covered sword. Ha ha, this much is basic. Dorf was smiling with only his right arm that was holding onto the sword, having entered the berserk transformation. Reeb. The clothes covering his right arm ripped because of the transformation. Choi Han could estimate Dorf's strength just by looking at the right arm. I can tell that you are probably the strongest lion in your berserk transformation. Of course. He wondered if others could achieve this partial berserk transformation as well, however. Seeing this berserk right arm was enough to tell that this feeble-looking lion Dorf was strong enough to defeat the tigers, other lions and bears. Choi Han's foot started to move. Barang, Dorf easily blocked the kick and let go of the sword. He then started to speak. Look at this darkness. Ooh, the eerie noise came to an end. The black wall covered the entire forest. Ruor. Choi Han heard the golems roar for the first time at that moment. The golems. The golems were looking up at the black wall. Then they started to roar. Crumble. The tree trunks were easily destroyed. Black smoke started to rise from the golems' bodies. It seemed as if the golems had entered berserk transformations. The moment Choi Han's eyes moved toward Dorf. You can't live alone in the world. You need to overcome things together. He could see Dorf gently speaking with a relaxed expression. Don't you agree? The moment he asked the question, boom, Choi Han heard another noise. It was the sound of the ground rumbling. He lowered his head. Oh my. This is why we needed the dark elves to be gone. Dorf sighed while Choi Han watched a whirlwind being created at the center of the dead mana lake. People were shooting into the air through the black liquid whirlwind. It was Tasha and the dark elf warriors. The people who knew elemental arts were heading toward Dorf. Choi Han, the dark elves are going to you. I'm going to go to the human for a moment. Tasha, who was covered in grey, appeared after Rayan said that. She licked her lips with her tongue. The dead mana entered into her mouth. Swish wind started to appear around Tasha. It was a wind elemental. The dark elves around her started to use fire and water powers as well. What elemental is it? Tasha's body shot forward toward Dorf without giving him any moment to respond. Choi Han followed behind her as if he was there to back her up. Shoot! Dorf looked troubled. It was at that moment. Why are you not responding to my question? Choi Han looked confused after hearing Dorf's question. He recalled what Dorf had just said. You can't live alone in the world. You need to overcome things together. Don't you agree? Was Dorf asking why he had not answered that question? Choi Han let out a snort. It was inconsistent to hear one of the White Star's lackeys say that you can't live alone in the world and need to overcome things together. There were people who selfishly cared only about themselves. This is bad. He heard Rayan's voice at that moment. How could the great Rayan not notice it? Choi Han turned his head after feeling the vibrations of a strong power. Then he saw a light. What the? Choi Han started to move toward Cal. It was a large spear of light. The bright light was beautiful and holier than St. Jack's light. It also looked violent at the same time. It truly resembled the sun that seemed to want to burn everything down. That spear of light suddenly shot out from the forest and charged toward Cal. Calnim, Choi Han quickly started to move. Barang, however, the explosion was one step faster. A loud noise could be heard. Ah, Choi Han could then see the silver shield with its wings opened wide. Damn it! Cal was standing in front of Clope with a frown on his face. Calnim, this shield truly is legendary. Cal ignored Clope's comment. He turned his head to the side. Iruhaben was standing there. Crack. The white gold shield in front of the silver shield was slowly starting to crack. Clope, Ran, Cal, and Iruhaben all started to look past the shield. Crack. Clang, the white gold shield broke in the end. He had cast it urgently, but a dragon's shield was destroyed in one attack. Light! Jack looked astonished. It was a bright spear of light that had attacked Cal. From inside the darkness of the forest, someone slowly walked out of the darkness. Is that a good enough response for you? Choi Han turned around and looked toward Dorf after hearing the person's question. Dorf was descending to the ground as well. The question earlier was not for Choi Han. Dorf was asking this person who had just appeared. No, he might not have just appeared. He might have been there from the beginning. Choi Han's stiff gaze met Dorf's eyes as Dorf started to speak. Looks like someone on my side is here. He was smiling. He's the Bear King. The Bear King. The Bear tribe was one of the major factions along with Arm and the Lion tribe that followed the White Star. However, the Bear tribe had received the most damage through multiple battles until now. Cal heard the voice of a wind elemental in his ear. Cal, I heard what Dorf just said. It's the Bear King. That guy is the Bear King. It was someone that even ancient dragon Iruhaben and Rayan did not notice. The person that was slowly walking out of the forest seemed weak. Cal heard the scary giant cobblestone's voice at that moment. Most of the people with powers during ancient times sided with us. But there were a few who followed the White Star. The sky-eating water who had been quiet started to speak. The sky is a changing existence. It changes day by day, moment by moment. However, it still remains the same. The sky was different every moment, but it never changed. That is because of the existence of night and day. The super rock continued to speak. Darkness and light. They were the ones with the strongest and most important powers that followed the ancient White Star. The wall of darkness that Dorf had created. The Bear King who had created the Spear of Light that just attacked Cal. Cal became shocked at that moment. Cough, cough. That supposed Bear King bastard, I mean person. Cough, cough. Cal started to frown after seeing someone who nobody had noticed suddenly appear. He then heard Rayan's voice. Human. He has a bloody nose. He's bleeding like you. He has blood in his mouth like you too. The Bear King was stopping his bloody nose with a handkerchief as he let out a sigh. So annoying. The mumbling Bear King seemed very annoyed. Human. Is he going to faint like you soon? Right. He looks like he's almost dead. Cal found this situation to be odd. Let's go punch him and make him faint. Let's smack him from behind. Rayan shouted with excitement. Cal looked down at his palm. Smack him on the back with these things. Chapter 419, Save Me. However, he wondered if there was a need to smack him in the back. Cough, cough, The Bear King had stopped walking before curling forward and coughing up blood. His handkerchief was covered in blood to the point that people who didn't know what happened might think that it was dunked in red paint. Human. Is the Bear King about to die? Right. Is he going to just die like that? Cal couldn't help but question whether they needed to fight this enemy who suddenly showed up but started coughing up blood while turning pale and having his limbs shaking in pain. How could such power of light? Someone shouted out loud. Cal turned his head toward the voice that came from a distance away. Boom! Someone soon landed on the ground with a thud. Hannah, let me down. The person who landed was Sword Master Hannah. St. Jack then got off Hannah's back. How? Something like that. His hands were shaking. Opa. Hannah reached her hand out toward Jack's shoulder as if telling him to calm down, but Jack had already walked past her. He was observing the Bear King with shaking pupils. The Bear King raised his head. Jack made eye contact with him. He then took another step forward. What kind of power is the light that you are using? Smirk. Jack took another step as the Bear King started to smile. What kind of power is it that it can let out such pure light? However, Jack had to stop walking. Cal had grabbed his shoulder, and Jack finally came back to his senses after looking at Cal's gaze. Innocent saint, what do you mean by pure light? Rayan's voice echoed in St. Jack's mind. St. Jack opened his mouth to respond. However, the Bear King started to speak first. Saint, as you mentioned, this power is pure light itself. How St. Jack could not finish his sentence. The light he had just seen. That was just light. It was a pure light without any traces of mana, nor the powers of a light affinity god. That was why Saint Jack, who was a follower of the sun god, which was one of those light affinity gods, could realize the pure nature of it. He looked toward the Bear King as if he was looking for an answer. He was the enemy. However, that pure light made the hearts of the followers of light run wild. How, you ask? The Bear King smirked again before looking at someone. Hey, old man, Cal flinched. Are you talking about me? Iruhaben looked toward the Bear King, who had an odd smile on his face. Yes, you're the oldest person here. The old man the Bear King was talking about was Iruhaben. Human, the way the Bear King talks is similar to you. What? Cal was honestly shocked. He wouldn't speak so disrespectfully to the elderly even if he was trash. Of course, the enemy was an exception. Cal heard Iruhaben's voice at that moment. It is an ancient power. As expected, Cal nodded his head at the fact that his hypothesis was correct. An ancient power is that pure. He could hear Jack's mumblings, but that was soon drowned out by the Bear King's voice. The Bear King wiped the blood off his mouth with his sleeve as he looked toward Iruhaben. Yes, it is an ancient power. I knew you would understand, old man. Iruhaben started to laugh. You sure know how to talk, you disrespectful child. I am indeed good with my words. Cal slowly took a step back as Iruhaben and the Bear King chatted. He then made his shield even sturdier. It felt as if the battle would start soon. Human, should I capture the Bear King? Cal slowly nodded his head at Rayan's timely comment. Then I am going to approach him. The moment Rayan shouted that, bang, 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 explosions could be heard from multiple locations. Cal let out a groan at the same time. Ah, Cal looked to the sky. Ooh, 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 the black wall started to let out that eerie noise again. Roo-woo-wah, roo-wah. Furthermore, the golems were destroying the tree trunks while looking more berserk. The tree trunks tried to regrow to grab the golems again, however. Something changed. Cal felt that something was odd as he heard the glutton priestess. What could it be? Cal was getting the chills for some reason. Do you remember what I told you at the Wind Island Temple? He heard the scary giant cobblestone's voice at that moment. I told you that the ancient white star believed himself to be a god, someone who would become a god. Cal was able to tell what the ancient white star had done thanks to the art on the ceiling of the Black Temple on Wind Island. I told you that he was able to use the power of the sky to make the crops grow well or wither and die. Do you remember that? Cal recalled the things the ancient powers had told him about the ancient white star on Wind Island. He wished to become nature itself. That person could control the sky as he had the sky attribute. That was how he was able to control the rain, wind, and even the clouds to control the amount of sunlight. He recalled the art in the Black Temple. He recalled the fields that were full of crops and the trees that were covered with delicious fruit. He recalled the people enjoying themselves underneath it. Thanks to that, the land he selected became more fertile and plentiful as time went on. Crops grew endlessly, and the fruits that were grown in an environment where the sunlight and rain were controlled were extremely sweet and delicious. That was how that bastard made the people he chose, and the land he chose to be plentiful and happy. On the other hand, the places other than the chosen land would have become desolate. The Bear King looked toward Cal as soon as he said that. His eyes clouded over as he asked Cal a question. You know about the ancient times as well. However, Cal didn't pay any attention to that question. Instead, he raised his head to look at the sky. He looked at the black wall that was making the golems go berserk. The super rock commented at that moment. Beings born from darkness become stronger underneath that darkness. On the other hand, any life form without the darkness attribute becomes weaker. This was the change the glutton priestess was talking about. She meant that this area had changed. The ground underneath a dark sky without any sunlight nor rain withered and died. Cal looked toward someone. Cal looked at Lion King Dorf as he started to speak. That bastard. He thought a lot about it. Golem, black mages, and dead mana. Dorf, the elementalist, was able to create a battlefield where all of those things could run wild. He could have flipped everything over on his own. However, but he pretended to be weak. The corners of Cal's lips twisted up. You only figured that out now. The Bear King laughed as he asked back. Cal responded with another question. You gathered them all here on purpose, didn't you? The four alchemists' towers. Cal and Sir Rex suddenly charged into all four alchemists' towers. They had managed to capture Mage Beckrock and take control of the eastern, western, and southern alchemists' towers. However, all of the enemies suddenly gathered at the northern tower in the middle of it. This was especially true for the black mages and mages. The mages were so that they could cast the teleportation spells. That is why they came to the north. They were brought here to bring the black mages over. They knew that someone would follow the black mages and mages here. You were trying to make all of us gather here. Cal could see the Bear King smiling at his comment. You finally noticed. The Bear King was no longer coughing up blood, and his gaze was firm, even though his face was still pale. I promised Beckrock. We agreed that the southern black mages coming to the north would signal a change in our plans. The Bear King and the Lion King kept their promise even with Sir Rex's sudden attacks. The Bear King stood straight as he looked at the enemies on the other side of the silver shield. Who do you think it was that hid my presence? Cal could hear Ron gulp. Neither Rayan nor Eruhaben had noticed the Bear King. Human, I still don't know how I missed him. Someone started to speak as Rayan said that inside Cal's mind. It is the night. It was the super rock. He then heard the Bear King's voice. Nobody can defeat Dorf at night when darkness and death are most prevalent. Only the sky can look down at the darkness. Cal started to speak. The Lion King hid you inside the darkness. Correct. It was a dark night. Furthermore, the ground of the forest was covered by the trees that the light from the moon or the stars could not reach it. Dorf had hidden the Bear King in the darkest spot. Cal, let's attack right away. Cal could hear Eruhaben's voice. Cal then raised his head. He made eye contact with a couple of people. He knew that he had made eye contact with them even though they were far away. Cal closed his eyes and then reopened them. This is enough. Choi Han, Tasha, Beacrox, they are all going to move. The signal would come from Eruhaben. Cal slowly gathered the powers inside his body. You are going to faint. That's not the issue right now. These bastards gathered us here on purpose. There's definitely something more. The Bear King started to speak again. Do you think I was the only one he hid? Ha! Cal started to smile. No, I'm sure he hid more than that. What did he hide? The Bear King laughed as he pointed to the sky. Ooh, 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 ooh. The black wall was still letting out that eerie noise. Something moved through the wall and started to descend from the sky. Airships. Rosalind's eyes opened wide. Multiple airships moved through the black wall and started to reveal themselves. You saw them in the jungle, right? These were the Margaru Empire's airships they saw in the jungle, as the Bear King mentioned. Ah, Rosalind let out a gasp. The one who had controlled the airship in the jungle had been a black mage, and the airship that required a lot of magic knowledge was not made by the Margaru Empire. They did not belong to the Margaru Empire. In that case, we made them with Beckrock. The Bear King started to smile even more. Rosalind looked around. She saw the berserk golems surrounding the tower, the airships in the sky, and the enemies by them at the tower. We're trapped. They were trapped. Rosalind realized that this place was a trap. We are going to attack right away. She heard Eruhaben's voice. The dragon also realized the situation and was about to attack. Rosalind immediately started to prepare her spell stealthily without making it visible. Rosalind Nim. I am fine. She nodded her head at Sir Rex, who was standing next to her, while telling him that she was okay. Sir Rex lifted his shield and sword as he started to look around. The battle looked as if it would start again soon. Nervousness filled the air. This nervousness would soon explode, and another battle would start. Rosalind could hear someone's voice at that moment. The capital, young Master Cal. Rosalind looked toward Cal. Airships. Cal started to frown as he said that. He then made a comment. The capital is empty. Ah. Rosalind heard Sir Rex's gasp. The Bear King gently continued to speak. That's right, the capital is empty. Do you think these are all the airships we have? Do we look that stupid to you? Beep, beep. An emergency call from a video communication device could be heard. It was not just one. Rosalind, Sir Rex, Saint Jack, all of the important figures' video communication devices were going off at once. Rosalind could see the Bear King smiling. He then started to speak. While we gathered all of you here, we did something to match the new situation. Cal heard Rayon's voice at that moment. Human, we got a call from Bud. Cal started to frown. Mercenary King Bud, the person who was left in the capital to handle communication, was sending a signal to everyone. He was contacting everyone knowing that some people might not be able to answer as they were in the middle of a battle. This could mean only one thing. I don't care who it is, please, please, someone, anyone, pick up the call. Cal looked toward the Bear King. He was smiling as he started to speak to Cal and the others again. I will tell you one misunderstanding you have. He threw the handkerchief in his hand to the ground. He continued to speak as the bloodied handkerchief fell to the ground. We don't give a damn what happens to the Margaru Empire. Sir Rex and Saint Jack responded to that comment. Then why did you gather the power players here to try and take back the capital? Then why did you send airships to the capital? Why are you attacking it? Sir Rex and Saint Jack shared their anger one at a time. If they didn't care about what happened to the capital, why can't they stop causing them issues? Why waste their resources for no reason? It didn't make sense. Who knows? Someone who knows about the forgotten story may have realized our plans. What do you mean? Saint Jack subconsciously stepped forward and started to shout after seeing the Bear King's relaxed attitude. Young mastered him. However, he stopped walking and looked to the side. Jack could feel Cal tightening his hand that was on his shoulder. He could also see the giant frown on Cal's face. He could also see Cal's angry gaze. Those angry eyes were glaring at the Bear King. Cal recalled the art on the temple's ceiling as he started to speak. The lands that are not chosen will become desolate. The Bear King smiled brightly. Correct answer. He opened his arms. We will recreate the forgotten ancient times. The lands chosen by the White Star and the forest of darkness that were plentiful. The other areas that did not receive their blessing. Cal could tell why the White Star's subordinates were trying to fight to the end and attack the capital even as the power players and royal family members in the other three alchemists' towers were all captured. The answer came out of the Bear King's mouth. Margaru had been chosen but tried to get out of our grasp. So shouldn't we teach them a lesson? A chosen land that rejected its blessing and became one of the not chosen lands. That land must become desolate. That is the will of the White Star who wishes to become nature. Just what a Saint Jack flinched as he was about to speak. FCK. It was because he heard Calcus before giving an order. Please prepare to teleport right away. We are all going to the capital. Saint Jack could see Eruhaben and Rosalind's hands being covered in white gold light and red light. It was at that moment. Boom. Someone dropped from the sky and stood next to the Bear King. Who said you could go? That person was Lion King Dorf. Ooh, the wailings of the black wall became even louder. They could hear the roars of the golems as well. Dorf pointed to Cal's group as he continued to speak. You guys are the ones who are trapped. Tap. Saint Jack was pushed back by someone pulling at his shoulder. Jack looked at Cal, who pushed him back. Young master him. Jack then saw a rising fire. Wind and fire were surrounding Cal. Cal felt the ancient powers surrounding him as he stared at the two kings. You crazy bastards. These guys really were crazy bastards. There was no need to try to understand them. Recreate the ancient times. That is why they are attacking the capital and the people living there. The wind surrounded the fire and started to create a large whirlwind. Fine, you crazy bastards. Let's take it to the end. Cal pushed the sound of the wind and the fire of destruction to their limits. Chapter 420. Going until the end. 1. Cal could feel his heart beating wildly. The wind and fire were slowly becoming stronger inside his body. However, Cal had a frown on his face. The reason it was difficult for us to fight against the ancient White Star was because of that darkness and light. The Super Rock commented before the glutton added on. In the end, we are all creatures that are vulnerable to the light and darkness of the sky. There is no way we cannot be affected by them. People without the darkness attribute supposedly became weaker underneath that black wall. Uhuang Cal could see a black presence surrounding the Bear King and the Lion King, who were outside the red whirlwind. The black presence maintained its black color when it touched the grass and the trees. However, it was hard to see it when it touched shadows or the night sky. Human. That must be why we couldn't see it. Dorf's black presence was not visible when it touched the darkness. Cal agreed with Rayon's comment before continuing to channel the ancient powers inside his body. Young Masternim, please step back. St. Jack stopped approaching and moved back after hearing Cal's stern response. Swish. The wind and fire whirlwind started to grow larger with Cal at the center. Jack stopped moving after seeing Beacrox with Clope on his back next to him. Who? Are you thinking about fighting us? Dorf grabbed the black presence surrounding him and struck down. Boom. A long black spear stabbed into the ground. You should be weaker under my darkness. You think you can do it? His voice seemed to be sneering at Cal. A voice came out of the center of the red whirlwind at that moment. Miss Rosalind, Eruhaben Nim. Cal urged Rosalind and Eruhaben on. The teleportation magic circle. He needed them to quickly cast their spells and send people to the capital. This is too slow. Something was weird. It was one thing for Rosalind to be slow, because she had used a lot of her powers during the last battle. However, Eruhaben was also much slower at casting the spell than normal. This ancient dragon was supposed to be the fastest when it came to casting spells. However, these two were doing their best to quickly cast the spell. It's slow. Rosalind bit down on her lips. She frowned as she looked down at her hands. Her red mana, the mana she needed to gather to cast the teleportation spell, was moving slowly. That was making it take longer to cast a spell. It was as if she was trying to cast a spell in a world that was 1/4 slower than normal. She heard Dorf's voice at that moment. I thought I already told you. You become weaker if you don't have to darkness attribute. You can't look down on my powers like that. Ah, Rosalind let out a gasp. Mana is a living being. It could be considered as something that was on the opposite end of the darkness attribute. She seemed to understand why the mana around her and in her body was moving slowly. They were underneath the black wall. The mana seemed to be trying its best to respond to Rosalind's calling, but it was having trouble because there were many obstacles, as if it was stuck in a swamp. What do I do? Rosalind's pupils were shaking. Focus. She heard a voice snap her out of it at that moment. Iruhe Benim. Rosalind started to turn toward the side where she heard the ancient dragon's voice. Don't look at me. Focus. Flinch. Rosalind's head stopped moving. She stopped biting on her lips and moved her hands forward. He was right. I need to focus, as Iruhe Benim mentioned. She needed to channel her slow mana and get it out of this swamp right now. Rosalind heard the Bear King's voice as she tried to focus. Wow, this is very slow even for a dragon. Am I wrong? It is too slow for an ancient dragon. Are you not feeling well? What? He's not feeling well. Rosalind flinched. She tried to turn toward Iruhaben once again. However, she could not do so. Ooh, Huang. A long black spear headed toward Rosalind. I can't let you do as you please. Dorf had thrown the long black spear. Rosalind could see the black spear that continued to get bigger until it became a large black arrow flying toward her. Clang! However, Sir Rex moved in front of her to block it. We must go to the capital. Hurry up. Hannah took her sword out as she moved next to Sir Rex. Yes, this is the priority right now. Rosalind closed her eyes after looking at Sir Rex and Hannah's backs. The teleportation was most important right now. They had no way of knowing what was going on at the capital. It was okay to trust her comrades. Mary, Tasha. Rosalind stopped paying attention to everything after hearing Cal calling for those two people as she focused on casting the teleportation spell. Someone brushed past her at that moment. It was Mary. There was a black spear in her hand as well. It was made with the dead mana that she had absorbed. Boom, boom, dark elves descended from the sky. Tasha was leading the group. She charged toward Dorf's black arrow. Swoosh, the wind made her as fast as an arrow. Mary, yes. Mary threw the black spear in her hand. Tasha grabbed onto it. This was a weapon she could only touch because she was a dark elf. She became the wind as she took Mary's spear and slammed down on Dorf's black arrow. Barang! There was a large black explosion, so Rex started to speak. Did she block it? Ah, he could see Tasha being pushed away. Ah, he could also see Dorf's large black arrow that was still flying toward them. FCK. Rex could see a red whirlwind flying toward the black arrow after someone swore. It was Cal. He was charging toward Dorf's power that was aiming for Rosalind. Mary and the Dark Elves should be getting stronger too under this darkness. He started to frown as he thought about Mary's spear that exploded as Tasha got pushed away. The golems are getting stronger, so why? Is it that Lion King Dorf is stronger than Mary and Tasha combined? No. What? He heard the Super Rock's voice. I clearly said beings born from darkness. He recalled what the Super Rock had said earlier. Beings born from darkness become stronger underneath that darkness. On the other hand, any life form without the darkness attribute becomes weaker. The Super Rock had not said that people with the darkness attribute became stronger. Beings born from darkness. That means they cannot have any life force. Cal thought about the only things that became stronger under this black wall. Golems. Only the golems had gone berserk. Necromancers, dark elves, and black mages. These three existences did not get stronger nor weaker under this black wall. Cal reached Dorf's black arrow. It was too large to be an arrow and looked more like a sharp wall that was flying toward him. But there is a difference. Both necromancers and dark elves are people who use things that are already there. Necromancers used bones, while dark elves used powers that exist in the world to meet their needs. But black mages are different. They use black magic to create something from death. Cal recalled the golems that were made with black magic. Attack! Boom, boom. He thought about these large monsters that were charging toward the tower and Cal's group following Dorf's orders. This is the reason the Black Mages follow Dorf and the White Star. These people could create a battlefield where they could be at their strongest. In the end, it meant that only golems got stronger under this black wall. So Rex, I leave it to you. Yes, Sword Master Hannah started to run toward a golem. She was not the only one. Some of the Dark Elf warriors and Beakrox were running toward the golems as well. Dorf's order, the golems' attacks, and the movement of the allies. All of these things had happened in mere seconds. Cal reached his hand toward the black arrow. He needed to block this. The most important thing right now was to make it so Rosalind and Aruhaben could cast their spells. Cal channeled his ancient powers. They too were slowed down under this darkness. This is hard for me, the glutton priestess commented, but Cal continued to channel the powers inside him. It was at that moment. Boom, his heart was beating wildly. The vitality of the heart that resided within the indestructible shield started to move. The shield and the heart. The vitality of the heart had merged with the shield. However, he could still feel them as different identities. If the indestructible shield was the person, the vitality of the heart had become its heart and continued to show that it was still alive. The power that was always silent revealed its powers. At that moment, the fire of destruction started to speak. I died while fighting against the golems and black mages, the warrior who fought against the golems, the fire of destruction. It was dark at that time as well. The sky had been dark. People without the darkness attribute had been weaker like right now. I had to burn up at that time. The fire of destruction had channeled more power than ever before. An endless horde of these large black monsters, and the black mages controlling them, had charged forward to him from the distance like a tidal wave. The fire of destruction had stood in front of everyone else at that time. I was the only source of light. Fire was a source of light as well. Boom! Cal felt his heart beating wildly once more and reached his hand forward. A rose gold-colored thunderbolt appeared in his hand. It was at that moment. As for me, he could hear the voice of the sound of the wind. I am free in both darkness and light. Her husky voice sounded a bit jovial. That statement stuck in Cal's mind. It is because I am the wind, the ground, the sky, the darkness, and even the light. Nothing can stop the wind. It was the only presence that could go wherever it wanted. Wind was added onto the rose gold thunderbolt. A large amount of power was gathering in Cal's hand. Grab it. It is okay to grab it. Cal clenched his hand after hearing the voices of both the wind and the fire. The head of the black arrow. Once Cal grabbed it, barang, there was a loud explosion. Shoot, was there a need to know all this? The important thing right now is that I can stay like this until the end. A fist covered in a thunderbolt struck down toward the black arrow again. Cal had to lower his head at that moment. Human, duck. Cal could see a spear of light shooting down as he responded to Rayon's voice. Barang. Rayon's black shield blocked the spear. Rayon's casting was slower, similar to Aruhaben and Rosalind, however. He was able to use his spell at the right time. I'm here as well. The Bear King smiled mischievously as he waved at Cal. Human, I will take on that Bear King. It's fine when you or the Crown Prince make fun of the enemy like this, but it is annoying to see that bastard doing it. No, Cal shook his head. Human, you take care of that damn dwarf who keeps pretending to be weak. No, he could not let Rayon take on the Bear King while he handled Dorf. It's ready. Cal heard Rosalind's voice at that moment. He quickly turned his head to see a large amount of red mana surrounding Rosalind. Oh my, that won't do. Dorf threw another spear from inside the black wall. Cal dodged it by moving back. Barang. The black spear exploded where Cal had been standing, and the debris rose like a whirlwind. Young Master Nim. Cal heard a stealthy voice as he moved back. He turned his head to see Ron standing there. The old man started to speak as soon as they made eye contact. Who is going? He was asking who was going to the capital. We can go right away. He could also hear Aruhaben's voice in his mind. The white gold mana was fluctuating around Aruhaben as well. Cal quickly looked around. Rosalind and Aruhaben. Everybody with magic abilities other than Rayan had to go. It was because they expected that airships were attacking the capital. They needed magic to cast flight magic and long-distance attacks. So Rex, Hannah, and Jack. Rex and the Sun Guard twins had to go as well. People in the capital will only relax if they were there. Also, Mary and the Dark Elves needed to go as well. They were needed in case there were black mages on the airships. They could also have some golems as well. Young Master Nim. Cal observed Ran, who was looking at him. Ran needed to go in his place. Iruheb and Nim would be there as well, but Ran would be able to quickly figure out what to do for many different situations. He also needed Ran to take care of Clope. Beakrax needed to go as well to handle the enemy knights. Young Master Nim. Yeah. Cal turned his head after hearing Ran's urgent shout. Ran pulled Cal toward him. Cal turned his head to see multiple spears of lights. Based on my observations, Cal Henitus, if I attack you or injure you in any way, the people here can't leave. The gently smiling Bear King's hand reached toward Cal. Attack! The spears of light immediately started to fly toward Cal. Human, Rayan urgently tried to cast a shield. Guess I should join in. Dorf sent numerous small black spears toward Rosalind and the others at the same time. Rayan, block those, Cal shouted before sending Ran behind him and bringing out the indestructible shield again. So hard. Ah! He heard the glutton priestess's tired voice before a silver shield that was much weaker than usual appeared. This power of wood was the one struggling the most underneath the darkness. Shoot! Cal still cast the shield for now. Bang! Bang! Explosions could soon be heard in many places. Rayan's shield blocked the black arrows Dorf sent toward the others. The Bear King's spears of light did not manage to reach Cal either. Ha! Choi Han. Cal could see Choi Han standing in front of his shield. He pointed his sword toward the numerous spears of light. That sword started to move. How Cal's pupils started to shake. A shining black aura shot out from Choi Han. It then created an image. It was a dragon. No, it wasn't a dragon like Rayan, but an East Asian dragon, young, he often saw on Earth. Choi Han was slashing from top to bottom. Go! The black yang that was sparkling as it traveled up the sword, this yang that didn't have wings like dragons, charged toward the spears of light. Bararang. It then caused a large explosion. Cal blankly stared at what happened. He looked to be out of it as he started to speak. Young-Soo Grade 1 ability user Choi Young-Soo. Although the color was black, this yang was definitely Choi Young-Soo's most famous white Meru ability. Choi Young-Soo. Cal could see the records of the past charging in his mind like a tsunami. The records were charging toward his eyes. They looked ready to cover his sight. It was at that moment. The person standing in front of the shield turned around. Cal Nim. Choi Han and Cal made eye contact. It's me. Ah. Cal could then feel the charging records disappear. How can he use Choi Young-Soo's ability? He wanted to ask how Choi Han could use Choi Young-Soo's ability. However, Cal snapped out of it after hearing what Choi Han said next. Let's send everybody other than you, Rayan, and me. Cal slowly closed his eyes before opening them back. He could see Rosalind and Aruhaben. He started to speak. We'll do that. Once Ran bowed his head. Ooh, the forest started to shake. We will head over first. Cal smiled at Aruhaben's comment. His eyes could see the red mana and white gold mana that cut through the entire forest. Did you? The Bear King's expression stiffened. A teleportation magic circle appeared underneath everyone except Choi Han, Rayan, and Cal. Even the soldiers in the rear. The Bear King started to frown. The manas that cut through the forest created teleportation magic circles underneath the allied knights and soldiers who were outside the forest. Cal lightly laughed as he started to speak. Did you really think a dragon and the future magic tower master would take this long to cast a spell for a few people? Ooh, the teleportation spell started to activate. Stop them. The Bear King ordered the black mages in the golem cockpits while charging toward Rosalind and Aruhaben, who were casting the spells. It will be difficult to destroy the capital if this many people go. They needed to slowly reveal the existence of the White Star to the world now. The first target to do that was the Marguru. They could not let their plan be ruined. Who said you could stop them? Choi Han stepped in front of him to stop him. Cal started to smile. Choi Han would handle the Bear King. Human, I will take care of Dorf. Something is hard. It was hard at first, but I feel like I can use my magic like normal now. Did I get used to it or something? I truly am great and mighty. Rayan would take care of Dorf. Cal slowly let the wind carry his body. His body started to float up. This is perfect. He needed to destroy the golems. 3. It was perfectly balanced. Quickly come to the capital while remaining conscious. Pad. The white gold light and red light seemed to explode as the teleportation commenced. Cal charged toward the golems who were trying to attack the teleporting people. Cal, it is hard to strike down with fiery thunderbolts from the sky because of the black wall. Cal stood in front of the teleporting people while listening to the fire of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The golem in the front charged at him with its axe. That was why I beat them all down in the past with my fists. The fire of destruction would not have been a warrior if all he did was send down fiery thunderbolts. The reason he was a warrior was because he fought them head-on. Your body is unbelievably weak and has terrible stamina. You'll find it hard to breathe, get tired quickly that you want to rest and want to run away. Cal started to move toward the first golem as well. The golem swung its axe toward him. The warrior of the fire of destruction asked him a question. Can you do it? Yeah, Cal moved his fist forward. Kim Rak-Su was someone who would charge forward with a metal plate even when he didn't know how to properly fall. I will go until the end. Cal was someone who knew the weight of those words and someone who kept his word. Chapter 421, Going Until the End, 2, The Teleportation Magic Circle. The people surrounded in light while standing above it could see Cal's back as he charged toward the golems. Why is the one with the weakest body? Sword Master Hannah could not help but raise her voice as she looked at Cal's back. She started to frown. It was funny to see the weakling who looked like he would be sent flying to a distant tree with a single hit charging toward the golem on his own. It seemed to be a rash judgment. Although it was really funny, Hannah could not laugh. Crazy bastard, this stupid idiot. She knew why Cal was charging toward the golems right now. He was doing it so that the group could safely teleport out of here. He was facing the golems for them. Of course, she knew that Cal Henitus was strong. There were only a few people here who would get rid of the golems, and Cal was the one who could take care of them in the shortest amount of time. She also knew he would then cough up blood and then faint. She knew it all. Damn it. However, she could not run toward Cal even though she knew about all this. She may be a terrible person, but she had enough tact to know she should help Cal, but there was something else she needed to do right now. Hannah, she loosened her clenched fists after hearing her brother Jack call her name. She then gave her body to the light from the teleportation magic circle that was getting brighter. She needed to go to the capital. She needed to protect the capital. But Hannah could not stop frowning. She looked down at her hands. Her hands were slowly turning invisible. She was being teleported. He is writing a legend. She heard Clope Seca's voice at that moment. Hannah turned her head. She could see Clope, who had moved back onto his wheelchair. Clope looked toward Cal and continued to speak in an excited voice. Sacrifices are necessary for legends. Clope started to smile brightly. Although Cal Henitus looked like a cold person, he had a side that was more emotional than anyone else. He is either extremely intelligent or extremely stupid. It is one or the other. Clope had that thought more and more every time he saw Cal. He was looking at Cal's back right now. He knew that the person charging toward the most dangerous spot right now would fight even harder for his comrades. Look at it right now. His comrades looked touched as they looked at Cal. Not only did he raise their morale, he also brought them together. If he was acting this way while hoping that this would happen, then Cal Henitus is an extremely intelligent and cold person. On the other hand, if it isn't that, and he's just acting as his heart tells him to act, then he was stupid. He would be charging in without thinking about his own life. However, regardless of which of the two it was, we are looking at a legend. Clope's sight slowly became blurry because of the teleportation. He would be at the Margaru capital once he closed his eyes and opened them again. He looked at Cal fighting against the golems with a passionate gaze as disappointment filled his heart. I am disappointed that I cannot watch this great battle in its entirety. Your mouth. He could hear Hannah's cold voice. Shut your mouth. Hannah's hands looked ready to grab Clope by the collar and shake him. Sacrifice. Legend. Unless you want your life to end before you could look at this legend or whatever. Hannah. Hannah closed her mouth and turned away from Clope after hearing Jack's voice. Her sight was almost gone because of the bright light as well. The last thing she could see was Cal's back. Hannah looked at Cal's back for a while before closing her eyes. Parat, the white gold light and red light shot out in all directions as if it exploded before the light disappeared, leaving nobody behind. Bang! The sound of explosions filled the area where people had just been. Cal's fist slammed against the golem's axe. To be more accurate, it was not his fist slamming against the axe. Damn it, the thunderbolt. The black mage in the cockpit shouted in anger. It was a small thunderbolt that had slammed into the axe and made that noise. Screech. The golem staggered. The black mage in the cockpit quickly moved to regain its balance. He could see the golem's axe. Sizzle. The golem's black axe was burning. They got away. He was angrier at the fact that Cal's group disappeared via teleportation than from his axe being damaged. His blue eyes that were full of anger and annoyance headed toward Cal. He could see Cal Henitus, who moved back from the shock of the impact, cover his mouth. Drip, drip, black blood was pouring out of his mouth. The black mage snorted at that sight and started to move the golem. Screech. The golem got back into attack mode with a quiet noise. It looked fine other than the slightly burnt axe. The black mage looked toward the bleeding Cal. You can't consider this to be the same as last time. The black mage sneered as he lifted the axe again. You can't use that fancy thunderbolt properly right now, right? The black mages knew about Cal Henitus's power that could destroy golems. It was a fiery thunderbolt that shot down from the sky. However, that fiery thunderbolt could not make it past the black wall right now. Boom, boom, boom. He could hear the sound of the ground rumbling getting closer. The corners of the black mage's lips slowly twisted up. There's no way you can get rid of this many golems at once. Isn't that right? How are you going to fight all of us one by one? The other golems were now aiming their weapons toward Cal. Attack! The black mage's orders reached the cockpits of the other golems before the golems' roars filled the area underneath the black wall. Ruwar, ruwar, swords, spears, axes. All of these weapons were pointing at Cal Henitus. Ha, ha. Cal could see the weapons coming toward him. They all looked large and vicious because they were being held by the golems. Human, he could hear Rayan's shout. Barang. However, he then heard an explosion in the distance before he heard Dorf's voice. I can't let you go, young dragon. This annoying Lion King. Dorf was holding Rayan back. Rayan had removed his invisibility at some point and was fighting against Dorf. On the other hand, Dorf was hiding his body within the darkness to make it hard for Rayan to find him. It'll be hard for you to find me. Human, just wait a little bit. I will smack the Lion King from behind and make him faint once I find him and then head over. As Dorf's formless voice and Rayan's voice filled Cal's ears and mind. Bang, barang, bang. He could hear the battle between Choi Han and the Bear King as well. Cal looked toward that direction. It really is that. It really was Choi Young-Soo's Yang. Young-Soo had originally been a grade 10 ability user. These powers had suddenly appeared when the world had turned into chaos. Choi Young-Soo's ability had been at the lowest grade, grade 10. But Choi Young-Soo had improved. He had combined his martial arts and his sword arts with his ability, making it as strong as a grade 1 ability, and thus allowing Choi Young-Soo to be recognized as a grade 1 ability user as an exception. Hey, isn't this cool? Fighting with a white yang wrapped around me, don't you think so? Choi Young-Soo had always fought with a white yang wrapped around him. That yang sometimes became a sword, a whip, and even an extension of his hand at times. Choi Han was using that same yang, but one that was black. The yang was faint and didn't look strong compared to Choi Young-Soo's white yang, looking as if it could disappear at any moment. Calnim. Choi Han, who was fighting against the Bear King, made eye contact with Cal. Choi Han could see the weapons moving toward Cal as well as the bleeding Cal. Where are you looking? However, the Bear King continued to launch light arrows at him. Choi Han started to frown as he swung his sword toward the arrows. As he looked back at Cal while defending, smirk. He could see Cal smiling. It looked almost scary because he was smiling with a bloodied mouth, but Cal seemed happy. Why? Cal turned his head as Choi Han questioned what was going on. He could see the blade of an axe that was right above his head. Swords, spears, clubs, all sorts of weapons were headed toward him. They were all aiming for his body that was extremely weak compared to the golems. Cal started to smile even more. What the hell? The black mage suddenly had a bad feeling after seeing Cal's smile. However, the axe and the attack could not be stopped, and right before all of the attacks hit Cal, how wonderful. Cal calmly started to speak as he opened his arms. You're all charging at me at once. The fiery thunderbolt and the wind roared around both of Cal's arms. Ha! Cal released the powers in his arms as the black mage's mind blanked after seeing what was around Cal's arm. All of the weapons struck down toward Cal at that moment. Bang! An extremely loud explosion filled the area. Everyone in the area could see the red whirlwind shooting up to the sky. Crackle, crackle. That red whirlwind was filled with thunderbolts. Boom! The golems that had attacked Cal started to fall. Their arms that were holding onto their weapons were all ripped apart by the red whirlwind. En knew. A black mage could see a rose-gold-colored fire spreading quickly starting from the spot of the golem's ripped arm. Screech, boom. The golem completely fell on its back. The black mage in the cockpit tried to open the door to escape. He could see the fire approaching him as he tried. Screech, the golem screeched once the fire touched it. I need to get out. The black mage struggled with the lock because he was shaking, but he was able to finally get the door open. He came out of the cockpit and took a deep breath. He heard an explosion behind him at that moment. Bang! The golem that had been caught in the rose-gold fire had ended up exploding and turning into ash. However, the black mage could not look at that right now. My goodness, the world was red. The golems that had lost their arms and their weapons were burning. He could also see the red wind going wild. Boom, boom. The wind dropped the ripped golem arms and weapons all over the place. It was strategically dropping them on the other golems. No, dodge. Don't let it touch the fire. The dropping weapons and arms were burning from the fiery thunderbolt. Those fiery thunderbolts quickly started to eat up the other prey. It almost looked like a festival. Bright and fancy fires were eating up the golems. The golems, specifically the black mages controlling them, started to run away from the fire. However, they were all gobbled up by the fire's greed in the end. Fire spread so easily. The black mage turned his head after hearing a calm voice. He could see the bleeding Cal Henitus standing there with a cold expression on his face. The black mage plopped down on the ground before starting to move back. Cal looked down at him before looking around. Fire spreads easily. If a fire meets the wind, then the wind can lead the fire. The wind sent the fire to aim for the golems near the alchemist's tower while avoiding the forest. The branches that were enlarged with the power of the shield retreated once Cal removed the power. Ruor, ruor. The roars of the berserk golems became louder with the fire. You are different than me. The cheapskate started to speak. You have the wind as well. You are different than me. He's different than me too. I didn't have the fire. Cal looked around while listening to the whispers of the thief and the cheapskate. He then started to smile brightly. Fire was a very useful light for humans, even if the sky was dark. The ground could be bright. He made eye contact. He's over there. The one who was hiding in the darkness. Places for him to hide slowly disappeared as the burning golems ran wild and lit up the areas. Rayan, do you see him? Lion King Dorf, who had been hidden in the darkness. Cal made eye contact with that bastard. Human, I can see him. Rayan's black mana started to burn up like the fire. It was this bastard's turn after the golems. You are at your limit. He heard the Super Rock's voice, but Cal started to activate his ancient power again. Drip, drip. The black blood that was flowing out of his mouth and nose wet his shirt. Chapter 422. Going until the end. 3. Human, are you okay? Cal could see the black dragon who was still talking in his mind, even though he was no longer invisible. The smart child was showing his concern this way so that the enemy could not hear. Boom, boom, boom. Cal could feel his heart beating wildly. Tap, he kicked off the ground. His body shot forward. He then started to whisper. Disappear. Swish, the wind surrounded Cal again, and he charged toward the enemies in front of me as a large gust of wind. Amazing. Dorf was amazed while looking at the approaching Cal. He brushed his face that had appeared out of the shadows because of the light from the burning golems. But not yet. His two hands each created large spears and threw them out. Bang! The two long spears in the shape of an X crashed into the fiery thunderbolt. Crackle, crackle. The two spears and the fiery thunderbolt looked ready to gobble each other up as neither side retreated. Dorf could see Cal past the spears, who was continuing to cough up blood. Cough. You're going to die if you keep coughing up blood like that. Is that okay? Smirk. However, Dorf could see the human smiling as he continued to cough up blood, and then, Dorf's body started to shake. He felt a strong impact on his side. He urgently turned his head, but did not see anything. Dorf had been mesmerized by Cal, who was surrounded by the fancy wind and fire that he had forgotten about someone else for a moment. Dorf then saw the black dragon, who slowly revealed himself in the air by his waist. He made eye contact with the dragon. Smirk. Once the black dragon smiled the same way as Cal Henitus. Lift up. He heard Cal Henitus's voice. Dorf flinched and quickly fixed his posture to defend against any attacks coming his way. The black dragon and the fiery thunderbolt. Neither of them was an easy opponent. However, he should have paid more attention to what Cal meant by lift up. Shoot. Dorf started to frown. Cal Henitus was flying up. He could also see the wind and fire that were surrounding Cal's body and slowly getting bigger. The black wall. Cal Henitus was not aiming for Dorf. After taking care of the golems, he was now aiming for the black wall. He needed to get rid of it to use his ancient powers properly, and for Rayan and Choi Han's abilities to return to normal as well. The spear disappeared from Dorf's hand. Then the black presence gathered in his hand again. Barring. However, Dorf's body started to shake again. He looked to the side. The young dragon's black mana was flying toward him. You can't go. Rayan's black mana started to envelop Dorf. Dorf prepared for the explosion that would soon happen. Ooh, the black presence gathered around him. Rayan's black mana and Dorf's black presence encountered each other. Shoot. Dorf started to frown. Rayan's mana did not explode. They were like mud as they tried to tie down Dorf's feet. The black mana was impacting the area around Dorf so that he could not escape. Dorf looked toward Rayan with a frown. You're trying to tie me down. Rayan started to smile. A human needs to do as he pleases. That is what I want to let happen. You can't go anywhere. These punks. Dorf tried to move his feet. Unfortunately, the sticky black mana had covered up to his ankles, making him unable to move. He jerked his head to look up. Swish Cal was continuing to fly up. The fiery thunderbolt surrounding him was shining even brighter now. It was as if he had become a human thunderbolt and shot up from the ground to pierce through the black wall. Ah! Dorf started to flail. The black mana was up to his waist by now. How can you gather mana so quickly underneath the black wall? He stared angrily at Rayan. Rayan snorted at his gaze and shouted back, It is because I am the great and mighty Rayan Muro. Rayan then peeked toward Cal as well. The weak human who was surrounded by a fiery wind continued to cough up blood in the distance. He was worried Cal might die from a loss of blood. Key. It was at that moment. Kekek, kahaha. Rayan turned his head. Dorf was laughing loudly even as the black mana was covering his body. Rayan shared his honest sentiments. Hey lion, did you go nuts? Ha ha ha, MMPH, keek, kahaha. Rayan looked toward Dorf, who just continued to laugh as if he was looking at a crazy lion. Dorf continued to laugh as he observed Rayan. He finally stopped after a bit and started to speak. How foolish. He was no longer laughing. Do you think you can destroy the black wall with that fire and wind? Dorf looked down at the mana that was up to his chest now and started to move his arms. Plop, plop. Rayan's mana easily fell off from Dorf's arms like mud. This speed isn't much even if you can gather mana quickly. How? Rayan looked toward Dorf in shock. How did I do it? Dorf calmly responded as Rayan's mana easily fell away every time Dorf moved his arms or body. Smirk. The feeble-looking middle-aged man started to smile. I am the strongest under that wall. An eerie noise started to come out of Dorf's body before his shoulders started to heat up. Sizzle. Sizzle. Steam started to rise from his shoulders. Hee, I am the darkness and death. The young dragon's dark blue eyes could see Dorf started to get bigger. Crack, crack. He could see the appearance of a lion in its berserk transformation. It was different than when the wolf boy Lark entered his berserk transformation. Rayan took a step back. Crack, Dorf's body grew oddly large. His face turned vicious as well. Boom. The ground shook once Dorf took a step. Dorf started to take step after step toward Rayan. Reeb. His clothes had already ripped off because they could not handle his large body. The feeble middle-aged man was gone and replaced with a large wild beast with sparkling pupils. Young dragon, have you ever seen a dead elemental? Tap. Rayan's wings touched a tree. Dorf was standing in front of him. Chhhhhhhh. Hot steam continued to rise from Dorf's body as the Lion King asked this tiny young dragon another question. What about eating one? Rayan's pupils opened wide before he lowered his small head. Dorf watched Rayan's actions as he started to whisper. It is delicious. Ooh, a large black presence started to gather around his large arm that looked vicious because of the muscles and veins. Young dragon, you may be a dragon, but you are still a child who has lived for less than 10 years. I am an existence that has become special after living for hundreds of years. You cannot win against that time and special nature. I wonder how a young dragon would taste. The black presence turned into an orb, and the vicious hand grabbed onto it before heading toward Rayan. Dorf smiled as he commented, "Darkness and death do not have forms. Wind and fire cannot destroy them. Only my liege and I can handle them. I know." Dorf flinched after hearing the quiet voice. As the fist heading toward Rayan flinched, "I already told you." The small dragon raised his head. He was smiling. "I am the great and mighty Rayan Muro." Ah, Dorf felt chills on his back. He turned his head. Rayan had retreated to a spot with many trees. It was a part of the forest where there were a lot of shadows. This was a spot that was still dark, unlike the areas where the golems were flailing. That was why Dorf could run more wildly here. However, Rayan had hidden his powers inside that darkness. The leaves, the grass. Rayan's black mana that had been hiding under these tiny shadows had suddenly surrounded Dorf. Dorf and Rayan made eye contact. "I'm a great and mighty dragon who knows how to instantly use something I learned." Smirk. Rayan was smiling brightly. "By watching me do it." Dorf could not finish his sentence. The black mana charged toward him. "Hey, lion, by the way." Dorf could hear Rayan speaking as this extremely pure black mana that could not compare to the mud-like mana from before started to bind him. "We are not trying to destroy the black wall." What? An alarm went off in Dorf's mind. He finally understood Rayan and Cal's actions. "Dorf, you look funny like that." Once he heard the Bear King's voice. "The dragon is quite strong." As the Bear King, who had been fighting against Choi Han, had escaped and threw a spear of light toward Rayan to help Dorf while coming over. Dorf started to shout. "No, don't come, Barang." Dorf shouted while trying his best to break the black mana that was binding him. The black mana was much harder to break than before, making Dorf unable to move quickly. He continued to shout toward the Bear King as he did that. "Seru, not here." "What?" Bear King Seru flinched as he ran over. He soon changed the direction of the spear, and the spear of light reached its destination. Barang. An explosion rang out, but Bear King Seru bit down on his lips. Damn it! He could see Choi Han shooting up into the air. Rayan had reached him at some point as well. They were aiming for the airships. They could also see the red whirlwind that had stopped at the center of the airships that were floating under the black wall. It was Cal Henitus. Choi Han and Rayan quickly approached Cal. "All of you dodge. Fly up." Seru urgently took a video communication device out of his pocket, and the airships quickly started to move. "Hurry up and get on. Get on now. We are moving." Even the airship that had stealthily lowered a rope to the top of the Northern Alchemist's tower to rescue the lions, black mages, and other allies quickly tried to move away from Cal. Seru shouted as the airships quickly flew up. "Not the sky. You can't fly up into the sky. Fire. The fiery thunderbolts would strike down if they flew up past the black wall." "Serunim, then what should we do?" He heard the pilot's urgent voice, but Seru started to frown. "Cal Henitus would definitely burn the airships like he did to the golems if they don't run far away." The airships had nowhere to run. Someone grabbed Seru by the back of his collar as he realized that fact. "We need to get them." Dorf grabbed him by the back of the collar and shot up into the air. They were heading toward where Cal Henitus, Choi Han, and Rayan were floating. "I will grab the fire." A strong force of light started to gather in Seru's hand. This light shined even brighter and hotter than the fire. Cal looked toward that light, the Bear King, and Dorf as he commented, "Too late." Boom, boom. Cal's wildly beating heart was telling him, this was the last time. This was the last power he could use. Using any more would put him in danger. Cal knew this was the case and happily offered his body. He then started to speak. "Rayan, human, what is it? I think I'm going to faint if I use this power." Rayan flinched before quickly responding, "I'll let it go this once. I'll let it go this time. Thanks." Cal subconsciously started to smile as he asked a question. "What should you do once I faint?" "Run away. It is fine because you already landed a hit, human." That was the right answer. "I will defeat that bear and lion next time. ... It is difficult for us right now, but it will be different next time." This was also true. There was no benefit in harming the Bear King and Dorf right now if they weren't going to kill them. Those two would not stop just because they got injured. They had elemental arts and ancient powers on them. Those would only disappear once they were dead. In that case, that is why we are destroying everything. Shouldn't they at least destroy everything that has value? Who cares if they are strong? What could they do if they had no money? They would have no airships, no dead mana, and no golems, and where would they get the money to replace all of these things? Cal smiled as he looked toward someone. Calnim. Ooh, ooh, an eerie noise mixed in with Cal's wind and fiery thunderbolt. I will take the lead. You smart bastard, no, punk. Ah, that's not it either. You can say such things when you are at your limit. He could hear the Super Rock's voice and could almost imagine him shaking his head, but Cal just nodded his head. Drip, drip, blood continued to fall. He didn't even have the strength to respond anymore. Underneath the black wall, even if the wind was free and the fire shone brightly, the hurdles in this battle had placed a burden on his body. Furthermore, he had used 3 different ancient powers by using the wood, wind, and fire powers. Choi Han stood in front of Cal and lifted his sword. No, you think we will let you do as you please? They could hear Sarah's voice coming from below. Choi Han extended his sword forward after seeing the numerous spears of light shooting up at them. His power that was a mix of half despair and half happiness. He was able to use his powers under this black wall because of that despair. Run wild. The black yang shot out from Choi Han's sword. Ruwur, the East Asian yang that did not exist in this world, opened its jaws as it started to cause chaos underneath the black wall. However, the black yang that was half made of happiness could not show its full strength. Nonetheless, Choi Han turned his head without any hesitation. Blink, blink. He could see Cal slowly blinking his eyes. Choi Han supported his body, and Cal pointed to the black yang trying to gobble up the airships as he started to speak. Follow that thing, and then burn them all up. Sweesh, the red whirlwind followed behind the black yang. The black yang and the red whirlwind mixed together to create a strong force. Bang, bang, bang. The airships started to break. Nothing could stop this black yang that was riding on this violent, fiery whirlwind. Cal Henitus. Cal could hear Searu's angry shout, but he slowly closed his eyes as he watched the black yang and the fiery whirlwind destroy the airships. We have to destroy all the expensive things. Cal, who felt a bit better after destroying these expensive things, could see that the black yang disappeared after using all of its strength, while the fiery thunderbolt and wind were still running wild together. Then a large spear of light struck where he had just been standing. Where do you think you are going? Cal started to think as he heard Sarah shout. Who says that you guys are the only ones that can run away? Let me run away too. Smirk. Cal had an oddly satisfied smile on his face as the world turned black. His body slumped once he became unconscious. Barang. The spear of light exploded. It was so strong that it created a hole in the black wall. This was an extremely pure light that was much stronger than Dorf's power. Cough. Bear King Searu coughed up blood. He then shouted in anger. Damn it! The spot where the spear of light had struck. There was nobody there. Cal, Choi Han, and Rayan had already escaped. The only thing left in their place were the golems and airships that they had destroyed. Tap, tap. Cal flinched after feeling someone tapping his cheek. Am I waking up after fainting? Was he not dreaming this time? Cal felt a bit more relaxed and decided he should open his eyes. Kim Rock-soo. However, Cal stopped opening his eyes once he heard team leader Lee Soo-hyuk's voice. I already know you are awake. It was another dream. A dream that showed him the past. He didn't want to face this kind of dream when his head was already a complicated mess from the Choi Han and Choi Young-soo issue. You're not going to open your eyes. Then I have another method as well. Cal almost felt his heart stop after hearing what came next. Cal Henitus, will you wake up if I call you by that name? Damn it. Cal ended up opening his eyes. He could see team leader Lee Soo-hyuk smiling in front of him. Chapter 423, How Respectful One. Cal ended up closing his eyes again. Why are you closing your eyes again? Damn it, son of a beach. Cal raised his arm to cover his eyes. Team leader Lee Soo-hyuk started to chuckle at this clear indication that he didn't want to open his eyes. I see that you still don't like to listen. What the? Cal mumbled as he opened his eyes. What kind of dream is this? Although it was in a dream, a too familiar sight was in front of Cal right now. The office where Kim Rock-soo had worked. The space that he had worked in for 15 years had appeared, and Cal was sitting in Kim Rock-soo's seat. He was sitting on an office chair that he had never used in Cal's world. Kim Rock-soo's seat wasn't team leader Kim Rock-soo's seat either. It was Kim Rock-soo's seat from when he was a rookie. The the seat closest to team leader Lee Soo-hyuk. He was told that rookies had to be next to the team leader or a veteran team member because they never knew when a rookie would cause some trouble and put their lives in danger. Cal looked toward the team leader's seat. Lee Soo-hyuk was sitting there as if everything was normal. The person who had tapped Cal's cheeks to wake him up had returned to his seat. What is this? Lee Soo-hyuk, who had a significantly feeble body for a swordsman, looked younger than Cal's final record. He looked similar to the Lee Soo-hyuk that Kim Rak-soo had met when he was a rookie. What could it be, you little punk? The team leader took a sip of the instant coffee in a paper cup before smiling as he looked at Cal. The team leader had said that he used to only drink Americanos, but knew that he needed coffee even when the world flipped over, and went to a mart to buy some instant coffee packets. It had to do with something about not being able to forget the sweetness of the past, or whatnot. It was too similar. The Lee Soo-hyuk in front of Cal was not a scene in one of his records, but he was acting too similar to Lee Soo-hyuk. Is this real? The moment he had that thought, apparently I died in your place. Damn it. Cal instantly started to frown. The person in front of him was indeed team leader Lee Soo-hyuk. Saying something like that without any emotion must mean that you really are the team leader. You finally realized that. The team leader shook his head before looking up and down at Cal before commenting. But why do you look so terrible? What's wrong with how I look? Team leader Lee Soo-hyuk shook his head again in disbelief at Cal's grumbling. You just walk around covered in blood. It also looks like you'll become a very famous hero. Cal was frowning so much that he could not frown any harder even if he tried. How did the team leader know about what he was doing? Why was he appearing in such a form? There was only one answer. There was only one existence who could do something like this. The same existence that kept throwing stuff in front of Cal and loitering around. That motherfucking guard of death. Cal could hear the team leader's voice as he brushed his face with both hands. You're right, he is quite the motherfucker. Ha! Cal let out a short laugh. Screech. The chair was pushed back and the team leader got up and headed toward the window. The curtains on the window were closed. Normally, he would see the destroyed and desolate remains of Seoul once those curtains opened. CHHHHHHH. However, the area outside the window was black. It must be because this space was created from my memories, but anything I can't recall thoroughly is black. The team leader calmly commented as he looked toward Cal. The god of death must have felt bad for us because we died when we weren't supposed to and gave each of us one chance. Cal could see a paper cup that suddenly appeared in the air and landed on the table. There was instant coffee in the cup, and Cal picked it up. However, Lee Soo-hyuk started to speak again before he could take a sip. Choi Young-soo, that punk, met his paternal cousin once removed whom he could share his memories with and showed him everything. But I don't have someone like that. A stoic voice came out of Cal's mouth. Is that me? Yes, it's you. That motherfucking guard of death bastard. You're right, he was a total nutjob. The two of them scoffed while looking at each other. Cal brushed his hair back. His hair and hand were both covered in blood and ashes, but that wasn't important. Are you dead or alive? What is your current status? That is something you don't need to know. I guess you mean it's going to be bad for me if I know. You punk, you always have something to add on when you can just understand and keep it to yourself. It's my specialty. You never like to lose, always giving me a headache. I don't have such a power. The team leader continued to speak with disbelief after hearing Cal respond to everything he said. You still are the same. So, are you going to give me your memories? Cal looked toward the team leader and shared his thoughts on the matter. I don't need them. He didn't want to see the team leader's memories. He didn't want to know what kind of pain Lee Soo-hyuk had felt when he died. It didn't matter if he was being a coward or that they were the memories of the person who died in his place. He didn't need them. The human who could never forget always had to protect himself. Cal shared his feelings once again. I don't need who said I was going to give them to you. Excuse me. My goodness. Lee Soo-hyuk walked over to Cal and took the paper cup in his hand before taking a sip. What the guard of death offered Choi Young-soo and I were not our memories. An image passed by Cal's mind after hearing that. Are you passing down your ability to me? Even the talented Choi Han would not be able to recreate Choi Young-soo's white Meru to use as he pleased based on his memories alone. Correct. We were given the chance to give one ability to one person. Choi Young-soo had chosen Choi Han. Of course, Young-soo did not know that there would be such a cruel method of delivery. The guard of death's chosen method of delivery was good for neither Choi Han nor Choi Young-soo. However, Choi Young-soo's abilities would be best transferred to Choi Han by showing him those memories. No, Kim Rok-soo did not require such methods. He had more records about Lee Soo-hyuk's abilities than anyone else. Kim Rok-soo, I used the sword. Team leader Lee Soo-hyuk was famous for his sword art. There was also one more ability. But you're going to give me your other ability. He was famous for having two different abilities. Kim Rok-soo had many abilities as well, but there were many people with multiple abilities by the time his abilities had awakened. However, there were less than 10 ability users with multiple abilities when the team leader had awakened with two abilities. Furthermore, the two abilities were incompatible with each other, making everyone in the world curious about how someone could have two unrelated abilities. Most people had similar skills, and there were almost no instances of completely different abilities being in the same person. That was why there was a lot of discussion when team leader Lee Soo-hyuk chose to work for that company instead of joining a guild or the government. Don't you want it? Cal calmly answered as team leader Lee Soo-hyuk mischievously asked. Hand it over. He calmly opened his palm to urge his team leader to hand over the ability. Hey, since when is anything in the world free? Cal started to frown. The team leader didn't care and continued to say what he wanted to say. You need to pay up with money or find other ways to pay for your meal. Seriously, what's wrong? Did you forget who I learned this from? He had not forgotten. How could he forget that? Cal leaned back in the chair and observed the team leader. What are the conditions? The team leader lifted one finger. Once this is all over, create a farm in the forest of darkness. Create an orchard and a field to plant crops as well. Plant tomatoes, watermelons, cucumbers, pumpkins, etc. Plant all sorts of different crops. Oh, plant similar things if your neighborhood doesn't have those crops, and take care of them yourself. Cal started to frown. Farming is not an easy job. You know that, right? You must look after the crops every day. So don't go wandering off to random places and instead just farm with that little kid named Rayan. You can do it with Choi Young-soo's paternal cousin once removed, and your other friends as well. Cal could not stop frowning because he knew why Lee Soo-hyuk was telling him to do this. We need to take you with us. If we don't, forget being a slacker. You're the type that would go around causing trouble. He recalled something Lee Soo-hyuk said in the past. Team leader, I'm rich. I'm going to be a rich slacker. So you are not going to take my offer. Cal started to smile. Who said I wouldn't? All I'm saying is that a superior who wishes to prevent his subordinate from being a slacker is petty. Oh, how did you know? I'm a petty person. The team leader reached his hand out and Cal grabbed it. The moment the two of them shook hands, clang, he heard a sharp noise. Cal looked forward with a stoic expression. It was being destroyed. This office was slowly breaking down. Team leader Lee Soo-hyuk was slowly turning to dust as well. Are you leaving? Cal calmly asked. Yes, I have to go. Lee Soo-hyuk calmly responded. However, his body was quickly breaking down in contrast to his relaxed demeanor. Kim Rok-soo, squeeze. Cal looked toward Lee Soo-hyuk, who was squeezing his hand. There are times when guards make mistakes. Maybe it is because he's a nutjob. His still, calm voice continued. I didn't die in your place. Cal's shoulders slightly flinched. However, his eyes were focused on the slowly disappearing Lee Soo-hyuk. I died while I was running wild. Got it. Saying that he died while running wild instead of having died in his place. There was no way Cal would not know Lee Soo-hyuk's thoughts and intentions behind that statement. He was trying to lower Cal's guilt about the situation. No, that's not it. However, Cal had no intention on responding the way Lee Soo-hyuk wanted. It wasn't my fault nor the team leader's fault. You're right. That is the correct answer. Cal formed a fist with the hand that was in the handshake. PSSSSS. The hand that was shaking his hand disappeared as well. Cal could now see Lee Soo-hyuk's true smile. Kim Rok-soo, stay alive. Being alive is the best. Cal looked into Lee Soo-hyuk's eyes and nodded his head. Oh, by the way, the original owner of your body is living well too. He said he is happy. The whole area was destroyed, and the only things left were Lee Soo-hyuk's eyes. However, he could still hear Lee Soo-hyuk's voice clearly. And Young-soo and I are happy as well. That was his final comment. The eyes were gone now as well. The world around him broke apart. Only darkness remained. Cal closed his eyes after looking at the darkness. He had a feeling. He had a feeling that it was time to wake up. Cal could feel someone cautiously tapping his cheek. It's about time he woke up. He could hear Hung's mumbling. Cal immediately opened his eyes as if to respond to that statement. Gasp. He could see the front paws of the kitten who was falling over in shock. Cal sat up while feeling the softness of the blanket. He was a bit dizzy and could not see properly. Calnim. Young Master Cal, are you feeling okay? Human. You are a total idiot. Human. He could hear many people's voices. Cal slowly opened his mouth to speak. How much time has passed? He suddenly stopped before asking that question. Ah, Cal's pupils started to shake. He could feel it once the dizziness disappeared. He could clearly feel a new power taking place in his body. It was Lee Su Hayek's power. The team leader's power now existed inside Cal's body. Cal recalled Lee Su Hayek's final words at that moment. And Jung Su and I are happy as well. It was as if a tsunami hit him. The large wave that he had kept suppressed in his mind was causing chaos in his mind. I have to first start with a small field. I'll first plant tomatoes, cucumbers, and watermelons. I have to plant some hot peppers too. Can't I live a peaceful life later because I've lived such a difficult life? You're so funny. What's the point if my pay grade goes up here? I'm not doing this to rise in rank. Then why am I doing this? How would I know? I just want to do it. Kim Rock-soo, how the hell are you going to be a slacker? The memories, the numerous records that he had kept suppressed, rushed into his mind. Cal felt as if his whole body was being swept away by a tsunami. However, the comment about how the team leader and the others were happy was helping him center himself within that wave. Gasp, gasp, my goodness. He could hear the children averaging 9 years old gasping. Human, why you're a crying. Cal then realized that he was crying. He had thought that his cheeks were wet from blood, but they were from his tears. Why am I crying? I'm not sad. He was not sad. In fact, he was feeling refreshed and at peace. I should be smiling right now. Cal started to smile. However, that smile made the others go silent. Chapter 424. How respectful, too. Rayan's pupils started to shake. He sat there flapping his wings with his jaws dropped. It was the same for Hang. His eyes were open round without moving at all. Nobody was saying anything. My goodness. Rosalind subconsciously covered her mouth. Cal had suddenly opened his eyes without any indications of it happening. He sat up and leaned on the head of the bed with a blank expression before he randomly started crying. Teardrops were falling drop after drop. He had a blank expression on his usually stoic face as he continued to drip tears one after another. Seeing this made Rosalind wonder if she was dreaming. Cal Henitus. What kind of person was he? Rosalind never expected Cal to show such a sight. It would be fitting to see him cry in anger or annoyance. Those would be the reasons she would have expected to see him cry. But this, for Cal to be crying like this. Rosalind lowered the hand that was covering her mouth that had clenched into a fist at some point. She felt as if she should say something. It was at that moment. Why am I crying? I'm not sad. Cal said that before slightly lifting the corners of his lips and trying to smile. Rosalind's fist covered her mouth again. The corners of the lips he had tried so hard to lift looked sorrowful. Seeing someone with a pale expression smiling sorrowfully and crying made her unable to speak. She looked around. The way on, Hang and Rayan all stiffly sat there with their pupils shaking must mean that they were all shocked. Iruhaben, who was on the couch, looked shocked as well, while Mary seemed frozen and stopped eating the cookie she had started to eat while saying, "People need to eat." Cal's servant Ran seemed to have frozen and forgotten to maintain his benign smile. Choi Han was the last person she saw. He had a different expression than the others. Choi Han had a complicated and concerned look on his face as he stood there quietly staring at Cal with his arms crossed. It was at that moment. Human, did you have a nightmare? Rayan stuttered as he quickly approached Cal's side and landed on the bed. Ha! Rosalind could see Choi Han sighing after hearing the word nightmare. Choi Han slightly shook his head before starting to smile as if there was nothing he could do about it. He made eye contact with Rosalind as he did that. What is it? She quietly asked with her mouth, but Choi Han waved his hand to say it was nothing, making her realize that there definitely was something. However, she didn't have time to ask Choi Han anything else. You must eat. Mary in her black robe walked past Rosalind toward the bed with the cookie basket in her hand. The basket that was full of cookies was placed on the bed. We eat when we are sad. Eating is winning. We become sad when we are hungry. We become hungry when we are sad. Mary rapidly said all these things before grabbing a cookie and putting it in Cal's hand. Rosalind had never seen Mary being so proactive before. I told you I'm not sad. Cal commented with his usual stoic expression. You can't trick us. You shoot for brains human. You can't trick us. You shouldn't cry. Rayan and Hong immediately shouted back. Cal was flabbergasted. It was at that moment. Pat, pat. He could see On's expression as she patted his hand that was not holding the cookie. Cal started to frown more after seeing her nodding her head as if she understood everything. No, I really am not sad. This was the truth. Cal was feeling very relaxed that he even started to think that it would be okay to take peeks at these records that he had buried in his mind. Cal looked down at his hand that was sticky from the melted chocolate from the cookie as he started to speak. Miss Rosalind, how much time has passed? He then flinched after looking toward her and seeing her fist. Rayan Nim. However, Rosalind calmly called Rayan, who fluttered his wings and started to shout. It's a new record. You were unconscious for 20 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes and 19 seconds. You were out for almost 3 weeks. Ah, 3 weeks. Wasn't my longest time unconscious before this about 2 weeks. But 3 weeks. Cal quickly started to speak after having those thoughts. Airships, what happened to the capital? What about the other things? What about taking care of the Northern Alchemist's Tower issue? He urgently looked toward Rosalind before he flinched. My goodness, young Master Cal, you really seem to like to work. Excuse me, I hate working. Rosalind sighed as she started to speak. The airships in the capital click. The door opened, and 2 people entered as she started to speak. One of them was Beacrox. Choi Han, I tried making that green onion pancake you mentioned. Is this right? What? What did he just say? Green onion pancakes. They have green onions in this world. Cal questioned his hearing, while Beacrox, who made eye contact with him, could not finish his sentence properly. He held the plate with this food he had never made before with one hand, while rubbing his eyes with the other hand as he started to speak. Am I seeing things? He thought he was seeing young Master Cal Henitus's crying face. He was no longer crying, but it was obvious that he had been crying. He had not seen this since Cal was very young. It looks like I need to go wash my face. Beacrox then turned around and left with the plate. Cal looked toward him with shock, but he could soon see someone approaching him while looking like he was about to cry. Oh, young Master Nim. It was Saint Jack. He couldn't even fix his fluttering priest robe as he walked over to Cal's bed and grabbed his hands. You're finally awake. These tears on your face, are you in any pain? Cal couldn't respond after seeing Jack asking with such a pure expression on his face. Punks like Beacrox were easier for Cal to handle. No, I am not in any pain. I see, I'm relieved. And young Master Nim, thank you very much. Jack bowed 90 degrees to thank Cal. Thankfully, we were able to arrive at the capital on time, and Miss Rosalind and Aruhaben Nim were able to cast shields, while we were able to then take out the airships outside the shields one by one. Saint Jack, who was speaking with gratitude and admiration, continued to speak quickly as if he was overwhelmed with joy. And then Choi Han Nim, Rayan Nim, and you showed up, making the remaining airships all start to retreat. We debated chasing after them and launching a counterattack, but the enemies dropped one airship toward the capital and made it explode, leaving us no choice but to focus on protecting the capital. Oh, Jack is explaining the situation very well. Even if they wanted to chase after the airships, it was probably better not to make such rash decisions if Rosalind and Aruhaben had to resist an exploding airship with their shields. It would have been dangerous to chase after them without mages. Cal quietly listened to Saint Jack explain the situation at the capital. We focused on guarding the capital for another day before heading over to the Northern Alchemist's Tower, only to see that they had all escaped. Ah, based on the debris from the destroyed airships and golems, it looks like you managed to strike the enemies hard. I see. He enjoyed hearing this explanation from someone who seemed to have been wowed by the situation. We also destroyed all 4 alchemists' towers. Of course, we swindled any alchemy-related texts and anything that looked useful. Cal, who was nodding his head, could see Saint Jack's teary eyes. It is all thanks to you and everyone else's help and sacrifices, young Master Nim. You don't know how much while you were unconscious. Something feels a bit awkward. Cal found it difficult to handle Jack like this. I'm really, absolutely relieved that you woke up. I feel like I can finally get some rest myself. Ah, yes. Thank you for worrying about me, Jack Nim. Cal quickly ended his conversation with Jack. He could then see Rosalind smiling behind Jack. It looks like I don't need to explain anything. Cal nodded his head after seeing such a gaze and stared to speak. But if 3 weeks have passed, are you worried about the North? Cal made eye contact with Iruhaben, who was looking at him while sitting on the couch. Iruhaben took a sip of tea as he continued to speak. Clope went to the north. We've contacted the whale tribe as well. Those children named Cage and Taylor chatted with Ran about what to do from here on and said that they will complete that ancient document for now. Cal recalled what Iruhaben told him last time. Quickly come to the capital while remaining conscious. However, forget coming while conscious. He made a new record for how long he was unconscious. Cal took a bite of a cookie after seeing Iruhaben's descending gaze. Crunch. The cookie broke and Iruhaben continued to speak. Tasha said that she didn't know the reason you called her, but said she had a decent idea after hearing about the forging of the ancient document and the plans for the land of the whale tribe, and went back home to prepare. Cal felt an odd sensation. Iruhaben accurately described that sensation. There's no need for you to do everything. There are many capable people. He could feel Iruhaben's intentions of telling him not to do anything that would make him faint again. Crunch, crunch. Cal just quietly continued to eat the cookie. He then started to speak. Looks like we have to go north. Iruhaben, Rosalind, and Ran all nodded at that statement. The Bear King and the Lion King managed to get away, and in some ways, they were the ones who had received a blow. Now it was time for them to land a blow on the White Star. That opportunity would soon happen in the north. The only difference was that Cal's original 1 month planning time was down to 1 week because he was unconscious for 3 weeks. Everybody else continued to prepare well. He just needed to match them. Cal opened his mouth to speak. Let's go north. That was what he was about to say. However, he could not do that. Calnim, and Cal quickly shut his mouth. Choi Han approached Cal and started to speak. Don't we need to chat? That's right, human. You told me you would tell me as well. I forgot for a moment because you were crying, and Cal had an awkward smile on his face. Human, why are you smiling like that again? Ah, right. Bcrox and I are researching after hearing about green onion pancakes from Choi Han. Choi Han said it is similar to pies, so I'm curious as to how it tastes. Shoot. Cal started to think about all the Korean foods that Rayan would stuff in his mouth after hearing Rayan's excited voice. However, something he couldn't avoid even more than that was right in front of him. He was currently in Imperial Prince Aden's bedroom that he always stayed in whenever he came to Margoro. Cal looked around the bedroom before speaking to the others. There is something I need to chat with Choi Han about alone. Cal quietly observed Choi Han, who brought a chair over toward the bed and sat down. Nobody is listening from nearby. The Black Dragon's soundproof barrier magic is amazing. Nobody outside should be able to hear. Impossible for anyone unless they hear the wind elementals like you. I have something to say. For destruction. Cal let go of the golden top's whip after hearing the wind elementals confirm nobody was listening. Rayan was tilting his head while looking at Choi Han and Cal. Only the three of them were left in the bedroom. Choi Han raised his head that had been looking at the ground as if he didn't know what to say. He then made eye contact with Cal, who started to speak. Nice to meet you. Senior, my name is Kim Rok-soo, Choi Young-soo's friend. He then bowed his head and respectfully greeted Choi Han. Choi Han's jaws dropped while Rayan's eyes opened wide. Silence filled the bedroom before Choi Han slowly started to speak. That kind of greeting is awkward and unnecessary, Cal. Nim, I know. Although Cal had his usually stoic expression on his face, his eyes looked more unburdened than usual. I thought I should greet you like this at least once. Yes, yes, indeed. I may be a trashy person, but I always greeted my elders properly. Ho Kim Rok-soo and Choi Han's first conversation started with Choi Han laughing in disbelief. Chapter 425. How respectful 3. Human, I have no idea what you and Choi Han are talking about right now. Rayan squished his cheeks with his front paws as he shouted. That made Choi Han have an oops expression as he looked toward Rayan. But Rayan had already put his paws back down and stretched out his wings as he energetically continued. But he'll listen for now. He'll ask questions later. Sure, sure. Cal just nonchalantly nodded his head. Boom, boom, boom. However, Cal's heart was beating wildly. It's not like I can lie. Cal knew that his only choice was to tell the truth now that things were like this. But there was no way that it would be easy to tell something he had been keeping a secret from them for a little over 2 years to the person involved. It was even worse because he had no experience speaking gently or tenderly in his 36 years of life. I trust that you will respond truthfully to my questions. Why did Choi Han, who was calmly asking this question with an innocent smile, look so scary? It looked as if he was saying, you know what would happen if you lie, right? Of course. Ask away. What ended up coming out of Cal's mouth was a snarky and confident tone. As Cal was about to frown after hearing his own voice. When did you come here? The questioning had started. One day before I met you. Cal replied almost automatically. You didn't know that I was Choi Young-soo's paternal cousin once removed, did you? Of course not. You think I would have acted so rudely if I knew. Human, you are always rude. Weak human, I like you no matter what, but you really are quite rude. This kid. Cal, who couldn't get angry at Rayan, could only frown after hearing Rayan's cheery voice. However, he then seriously responded to Choi Han's question. I really did not know that you were Choi Young-soo's paternal cousin once removed. Yes, of course he didn't. Of course, he knew about Choi Han because he had read The Birth of a Hero, but should he share this piece of information, Choi Han wouldn't know about even after seeing Choi Young-soo's memories. Cal started to debate this in his head, however. Choi Han didn't give him time to keep thinking about it. Nellan Barrow, you should have been able to read Choi Young-gun's book as well. Of course, but you pretended as if you couldn't read it in front of me. Choi Han's tone oddly became more relaxed, but Cal didn't realize this as he nodded his head. Yes, I pretended not to know. My acting skills are top-notch, unlike yours. You must have been very shocked. Of course, I was shocked as well. Cal looked toward Choi Han. Choi Han's face had stiffened up as he said that he had been shocked. Cal's face stiffened up as well as he looked at Choi Han. Choi Han was only asking easy questions. He seemed to understand the reason why. Choi Han, are you not asking about me because you saw Choi Young-soo's memories? Choi Han should know as much about Kim Rok-soo as Choi Young-soo did after seeing his memories. Choi Young-soo and Lee Soo-hyuk were people who know almost as much about Kim Rok-soo's life as he knew himself. This included his past. Kim Rok-soo's life would seem like a tragedy from a distance. He lost his parents when he was young, and once he became an adult and tried to do something with his life, the world flipped over and made him live a risky life every day. He had then once again lost people who were like his family. I survived no matter what. Survival. That was the best word to describe Kim Rok-soo's life. He always survived no matter who ended up dying. In some ways, he was a very lucky person. However, it was also a life where there was nothing left. Choi Han probably knows that as well. He was probably not asking about Kim Rok-soo because he knew what Kim Rok-soo's life was like. Cal started to speak. You never seem to change. Choi Han was a good person no matter how strong he got or how cold he became. You're such a good person. Cal could see Choi Han start to frown while hearing that, while Rayan started to speak in shock. Human, did you just realize that Choi Han is a good person? Choi Han is scary but good. Ha! Choi Han let out a deep sigh before looking back and forth at Rayan and Cal before brushing his face with both hands. He then quietly started to mumble. Who is the one that never changes? Did you say something? It's nothing, Calnim. Choi Han became at a loss for words after hearing the person who changed the least tell him that he continued to remain a good person. The Kim Rok-soo in Choi Young-soo's memories and the Cal that Choi Han interacted with were truly, truly the same. Their identity, appearance, and situation were different, but their actions were almost identical. Although it's funny, that was why he felt less betrayed. Pretending not to know about Korea. Pretending not to know a fellow Korean. Choi Han knew that Cal was smart enough to question things after hearing that his name was Choi Han or even assume that he was transported to this world, but pretended not to know. However, his feeling of betrayal slowly disappeared, even though he originally felt disappointed and almost angry at the fact that Cal feigned ignorance at everything, because the way Cal treated or talked to him and the others was the same as Kim Rok-soo in Choi Young-soo's memories. In fact, he could feel that Cal treated him and the others as true friends, or even beyond that of family after experiencing Choi Young-soo's life. It had been over 2 years and 5 months, and almost reached 2 years and 6 months. It was a short time, but there were a lot of things they experienced during this time. The Kim Rok-soo, who would pick up a metal board to save Choi Young-soo, and Cal, who would cough up blood and faint, were the same. Of course, Beakrok's, Ran, and the Count's family would feel differently. Their situation was different than Choi Han's. They were people who knew the original Cal Henitus. They would certainly have different emotions than Choi Han. I'm sure that'll be the case for Rosalind and the Crown Prince as well. They will think differently than me. There were many people who got to know Cal recently like Choi Han, but their emotions and thoughts would be different than what Choi Han was feeling right now. Because I am Korean. It was because he was someone who thought he was alone and that his past had completely disappeared. That was why he was extremely happy to get to know Kim Rock-Soo/Cal. By the way Choi Han looked toward Cal after hearing his voice. Are you okay? You saw everything. The corners of Choi Han's lips slightly went up. It was hard to tell whether he was smiling or frowning. The weight of his life was buried too deeply in that smile for it to simply be called an innocent smile. Choi Young-soo's life. Choi Han was able to see and feel the life he had forgotten about in the forest of darkness by experiencing Choi Young-soo's life. His family was gone and his hometown was destroyed. Cal was probably asking if that truth was bearable. I am okay. It would be a lie to say that he was not sad. It would also be a lie to say that he was not in pain. But he was okay. He was not alone. Finally, Choi Han finally felt as if he could age past 17 years old. These 2+ years after leaving the forest of darkness, as well as experiencing everything that happened in Korea since he left, finally gave him the courage to thoroughly face his life head-on. Human, I didn't see anything. Choi Han could see Cal sigh after hearing Rayan's comments before patting Rayan's head. Cal would explain things one by one with that stoic expression on his face. He knew that this would be the case because Cal was a sly but good person. Rayan, listen carefully. I will not explain twice. Just look at how gently he's starting to explain. All right, I will understand everything in one go. I Rayan Muru am smart. Yes, yes, you are smart. Cal shook his head side to side as he started to speak. Everything turned dark as he thought about explaining everything. That was why he decided to shorten it. Short and to the point. Isn't that great? I am originally someone named Kim Rock-soo. I was born in a place called Korea that exists in a different world called Earth. Oh, the young dragon's dark blue eyes were blinking in confusion. Then one day, I opened my eyes to see that I ended up becoming Cal Henitus. I then met you. That was the end of the explanation. Was that too short? Cal questioned if it was too short, however. I see. Rayan nodded his head as if he accepted this explanation. Did he really accept everything with that short explanation? Cal felt iffy looking at Rayan's pure eyes that seemed to accept it so easily. Rayan started to speak at that moment. That must be why the White Star said such a thing. The White Star. Why was he suddenly talking about the White Star? Cal and Choi Han both looked confused as Rayan puffed up his chubby chest and almost arrogantly started to speak as if he was sneering at the two of them for not being able to remember. When we first met the White Star at the Alchemist's Bell Tower, that crazy White Star said the following while looking at Choi Han and our human. He said, "It looks like time is warped for you just like that black-haired guy and myself." Ah, Cal finally realized which record Rayan was talking about. The White Star said such a thing. He did. Choi Han, you wouldn't have heard it because the White Star beat you up and planted you inside the Margoru Imperial Palace. But the great and mighty Rayan Muru heard everything and clearly remembered it. My memory is great. Cal remembered Rayan's response when the White Star said that. Human, I don't know what he is saying. Are Choi Han and you are not twisted. Just like me, both of you are Greer, no, slightly great and mighty. Cal had then responded to the White Star. So what? What do you want me to do about it? Was how the human responded and landed a hit on the White Star. Hee, ha, Cal let out a short laugh. Rayan approached the chuckling Cal and confidently started to speak. Anyway, the human is the human. That's good enough. Smirk. The corners of Rayan's lips went up. Once a human, always a human. Egu, of course I am human. What else would I be? Anyway, human, you are human. You will be human in 100 years, 1,000 years, even 10,000 years. Rayan seemed to have become excited at something as he continued to talk joyfully, and Cal could not help but laugh. There weren't any serious questions. Was I nervous for no reason? It was at that moment. Calnim. Choi Han asked a question with his usual innocent face. Do you want to go back? Ah, I let my guard down. Cal recalled the decision given to him by the guard of death at this sudden heavy question. Stay here or go back. The time remaining to decide was still going down. Soon. November 8th would really be here soon. The time between the end of fall and the start of winter, that was when he was born. That was the reason his name was Rock Sue. Green rock and exceptional, growing Sue. He was given this name to always grow green even in the winter and bloom exceptionally. It would be November in a few months. That was why Cal answered without any hesitation. I like it here. He planned on ignoring that motherfucking lunatic guard of death's words. He wants me to make a decision. I should tell him to decide whether he wants me to beat him up. Cal was honestly feeling that way. Me too. Cal looked toward Choi Han after hearing his quiet voice. I like it here too. I like everything, other than the White Star and his subordinates. Ah, me too. Choi Han, you agree with me? Yeah, I do. Cal watched Rayan and Choi Han chat with each other as he relaxed and leaned back on the head of the bed. Should I tell everyone to come in? Choi Han asked, and Cal nodded his head. We have to. We need to go north. Yes, Cal Nim. Choi Han headed toward the door, and Rayan was about to remove his spell. Cal started to think about someone for a moment as he watched them. Oh, by the way, the original owner of your body is living well too. He said he is happy. The original Cal Henitus. What would his status be right now? Did he end up in my original body? I'm glad that he is at least living happily. Cal recalled the original owner of this body who was trash, but acted oddly. He also started to think about the Henitus household. Maybe. He thought that he had an idea about why the original Cal Henitus became trash. I might be wrong, but bearing. Cal could not continue to think after hearing the loud noise. What the hell? Imperial Prince Aden's former bedroom door went flying. Choi Han, who had opened the door, had dodged to the side, while the others outside the door were standing there with blank expressions. Cal could see someone almost stomping toward him with a vicious expression. Cal's body underneath the blanket curled up in fear. Did I do something wrong? Why is she looking at me like this? Sword Master Hannah was walking toward him with a vicious expression that made it seem as if she wanted to beat him to death. What's wrong? What is it? Cal asked in shock before Hannah walked up next to Cal's bed and quietly looked down at him. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Hannah asked a question. You're heading north right away. Yes. What about it? Why did she have to send the door flying for that? With that weak-ass body, Cal started to frown. Chapter 426. How respectful for, however, Cal didn't dare glare at Hannah, who was giving off a vicious vibe. My body may be weak, but to say it straight to my face like this. The problem was that the people here all had extremely strong bodies. Cal's bone structure itself was strong if you didn't care about his pale complexion or his lack of muscles. His arms and legs were long, and his shoulders were wide. He probably would have held his own if he had trained properly. Of course, the issue was that Cal chose a future of becoming a slacker rather than doing the difficult training. Hey, Hannah started to speak again at that moment. What? She heard Cal's almost automatic curt response and continued to speak. I'm going too if you're going to go see Clope Seca. Why is she suddenly bringing up Clope Seca? Hannah put on an iffy expression while Cal sat there confused. Hannah had come straight from the training ground after hearing from Rosalind that Cal had woken up and immediately thought of Clope Seca as soon as he mentioned going north. He is writing a legend. Sacrifices are necessary for legends. I am disappointed that I cannot watch this great battle in its entirety. She recalled the things that Clope had said. He had looked toward Cal, who was going to battle with almost a weird amount of passion, but his eyes had been oddly cold. They felt hot with passion but cold at the same time. That made her feel iffy. She was not a good person toward Cal Henitus, nor his group either. Their first meeting was as worst as it could be, and it wasn't as if there were any chances for camaraderie to develop in the middle either. That was why her actions right now may be stepping out of line, but she needed to resolve this iffiness. She debated for a bit before barely managing to speak. Clope Seca. That guy is very weird. I know. Hannah's eyes opened wide after hearing the immediate response. Hey, I'm not talking about weird in terms of that craziness you always talk about. I know. He knows. Hannah could see the corners of Cal's lips slowly start to go up. He may be crazy, but his head is fine. Doesn't that mean he is dangerous? Hannah thought she would end up expressing her inner thoughts. However, she could not say anything after seeing Cal's smile that was getting bigger and bigger. He continued to smile as he almost whispered to Hannah. Do you know why that bastard always says that nonsense about legends about me? Because he is crazy. Cal smirked as he responded. I'm above his head. current power and influence as well as body condition. Cal had Clope Seca's everything. The bastard who had come to destroy Cal and the Henitus territory that were minding their own business was instead captured by Cal. He then stood on Cal and the Roan kingdom's side, and although he now had less physical strength, he had more command of the northern territory than ever before. The current Clope could not reach Cal. That was why this smart bastard who tried to destroy the Henitus territory deemed Cal to be a legend. He knows that as well. That was why he ended up as a crazy bastard who spouts nonsense like legends. Cal calmly explained to Hannah, who seemed to have made a mistake about something. Hannah, I am not a good person. Cal believed he was a bad person and a selfish person. Clope Seca was the same way. He was planning to work with that smartly crazy bastard to put on a play to scam someone. Let's head north immediately. Cal got up from the bed. On, Hang, and Rayan approached him. The rest of the group were busy preparing the teleportation magic circles, packing bags, and contacting people. Cal looked at the children averaging 9 years old and picked up On and Hang. He could see their oddly lowered tails. He stealthily whispered to them so that the others could not hear. I'll tell the two of you about it later too, but you have to keep it a secret. On and Hang's tails started to wag after hearing his calm voice, while Rayan fluttered his wings. Cal sighed and shook his head at that response. Ah, human, we are going to try and make gochujang and doenjang next time. He said they are the most important sauces. Bikrak seemed very interested. Grandpa Ran was interested as well because he was thinking that the inn needed new things on the menu. Cal's pupils started to shake. Rayan snickered as he continued to speak. We didn't tell them about your story. You don't need to worry. We just told them that they were food from Choi Han's hometown. I'm sure they will figure it out soon, since Grandpa Ran and Great Chef Bikrox are working on it together. Damn it. Ran approached him and started to speak as Cal started to frown. Young Masternim, you must prepare to leave. Yeah. Cal held back his tears and started to head north for his future slacker life, even though he imagined a terrible future where he might receive gochujang jjigae instead of lemon tea and water with gochujang instead of lemonade. Tap, tap, tap. A dent appeared, and the table continued to slowly break as the index finger covered in calluses tapped on it. The person who was watching this with a nervous heart hit the other person's arm. Whale Pazitan peeked toward Archie, who hit his arm as Archie motioned with his mouth. How about we destroy everything? Pazitan started to frown and chose to ignore Archie. Archie looked frustrated at Pazitan's response, however. Tap, tap, tap. He kept his mouth shut after seeing the index finger continue to destroy the table. It would be his loss if he ran his mouth right now and ended up having to train with Watira. Right now, something happened in the silent area. Watira, the future whale queen, started to speak. Should I kill them all? Gasp. Archie grasped. Her voice was cold without any emotion in it. They're annoying. Crack. The wood debris from the broken table flew into the air. Archie closed his eyes and shared his inner thoughts. Should I go destroy them all for you? I'm very good at destroying things. Ha! Watira sighed and pretended not to hear Archie. She chose to look at the people sitting around the round table with her instead. The person she first made eye contact with started to speak. First of all, the ancient text is mostly completed, however. Taylor Stan, the power player in the Roan Kingdom's northwest region, looked down at the old parchment inside a clear glass box. Cage, the former priestess of the god of death, was next to him. We forged this ancient text, as young Master Cal requested, but we left the portions for the location and other important details empty. He touched the glass box with the item he created inside with a concerned expression. Taylor and Cage had arrived at the Margaru capital's imperial palace after communicating with Cal. They met Tasha, who came over from the Caro kingdom there, as well as Clope Seca. The two of them soon went to meet up with Cal, while Taylor and Cage remained at the capital. Although the creation of the forgery had paused for a bit at the time, they had focused on how they would stealthily procure the ingredients, as well as how they would go about creating this ancient text. The battle at the capital happened not too long after that, and Cal Henitus had fainted. How worried had he been at the time? He was certain that young Master Cal Henitus would have called them over because something needed to change, however. They had not been able to hear the details yet. That was why seeing Clope Seca and Tasha became hints for him. He was dragging someone from the Caro Kingdom into a plan that would take place up north. The two of them determined that there was a reason for that and delayed forging the portions about the location as well as other important details. 3 weeks had passed since then, and he was currently staying in a secret residence at the most northern shore of the Perun kingdom that Clope had prepared for them. He cautiously asked Witira a question. Can you still feel the gazes of the black mages? The future whale queen had a cold gaze before she blinked. The annoying existences, the ones she wanted to kill, it is slowly getting worse. There are more eyes stealthily spying on the glacier that the whale tribe lives on. There seem to be other factions in addition to the black mages as well. She bit down on her lips. It died down for a few days when Cal Henitus fainted, but now it is worse. Witira had a headache. She was pretending not to notice the spying black mages because Cal had told her in advance about a plan. However, the whale tribe was not one to be spied on by others. She was struggling internally because the whales were not a tribe that liked spying on others nor being spied by others. What do you think about all this? Witira turned to look at someone else. Sir Clope, I'm curious to know the thoughts of the man who has been quiet for a while. Clope started to smile after hearing Witira's comment. It was a noble and majestic smile. Witira and him, you see legends. Ah, this nonsense again. Archie started to frown after hearing the word legend. He looked ready to shut Clope up at any moment. Clope continued to speak with a calm expression, always have a main character. I see. Witira nodded her head and agreed. What does she mean by I see? Archie looked toward Witira's back in frustration. Witira started to speak in a pained tone as if she was responding to Archie's frustration. However, it is too annoying to let the black mages keep spying on us. It was at that moment, Screech. The door opened. If they are annoying, why don't you teach them a lesson? Archie turned around. They were at the study at the center of the secret residence. Someone was walking into the study with a golden stick in his hand. Young Master Cal. Cal walked inside the study the moment Witira called out to him. The others followed behind him, however. Cal didn't care about that. Instead, he focused on the center of the round table that Witira and the others were sitting around. He looked down at it as he started to speak. This is a pretty good map. It was a map that marked the northern tip of the Perun kingdom and the land of the whale tribe. Our plan is simple. Cal's complexion was paler than before, but his burning gaze made them unable to look at his complexion. The White Star seeks to find an important treasure in the land of the whale tribe. I was planning on using that to my advantage. The ancient text Marquis Taylornim forged was for that as well. Clope, who had been quiet, started to speak. What kind of treasure is it? Why do you want it? I do, Calnim. Cal calmly looked toward Clope, who answered him honestly. Clope was someone who treasured his life more than anything else. He jokingly responded to Clope, who was looking at him as if he was a hero. I don't know either. It is something none of us need to know. I understand. Cal raised his hand after seeing Clope shut up without saying anything else. Choi Han. Yes, Calnim. Choi Han stepped forward and opened a cloth on top of the table. CHHHHHHH. The map drawn on it was revealed. A map of the Western continent. Cal's finger seemed to almost be dancing on the map as Taylor said that. The White Star will find the forged ancient text in the land of the whale tribe. Then, following the information on the text, tap, his finger stopped on the western portion of the western continent. We will make him head to the Caro Kingdom's land of death. And then, Cal internally thought about the other large portion of the plan that he had not told them about. And I will head to the Rhone Kingdom to take the other Earth ancient power. He heard Taylor's voice at that moment. Young Masternim, then do I just need to put the land of death in the empty spot for a location? No, Taylornim. He shook his head. The land of death is a forbidden area that was created after ancient times. Then what should I put? Smirk. Cal started to smile. I will tell you that separately, Taylornim, Choi Yung Gun, the first dragon slayer. There was a phrase he used to describe the area around the land of death. The White Star would be fooled if they used those exact words. Cal looked at the people who would execute this plan with him and continued to speak. The core of this plan relies on the White Star believing that this ancient text is real. So, Witira, attack the black mages. Cal continued to speak as Witira flinched. Do you know why they have been more open about their spying these past 3 weeks? It's been so open that the whale tribe would notice. The reason the White Star was increasing the level of his spying little by little. He thinks it is weird. The whale tribe would normally move immediately to capture and kill them, especially after the issue with the mermaids. But the whale tribe was quiet. Who wouldn't think that something was weird? The black mages who were tasked with spying were probably doing it openly while knowing it might lead to their death. They were thinking that something must be up because there was no response. Ah, Witira gasped before starting to speak with a stiff expression. Then do you think they realized we are trying to trick them? I have no idea. That was something even Cal could not know. How would he know what they were thinking? That is why we have to lay out a trap. Cal looked back toward Clope. The first trap. You are the first trap. The corners of Clope's lips started to rise. Witira held back a groan. A smile that was full of greed and desire and far away from noble and majestic was covering Clope's face. She could also see a smile on Cal's face that was just as full of desire. The two of them looked similar, at least for this moment. Cal approached Clope. Pat. He then placed his hand on Clope's shoulder and started to speak almost in a whisper. Guardian Knight Clope Seca, it is time for you to lead the Wyvern Knights Brigade once again. Clope's shoulder started to shake. It was shaking from anticipation and desire. Clope turned slightly and looked up. He made eye contact with Cal. You will recreate the legend of the North. Cal's smile was reflected in Clope's eyes that were filled with ecstasy. Chapter 427, Trap 1. What do I? Clope's voice was slightly shaking. What do I need to do? The Wyvern Knights Brigade. That name was one that shook his heart every time he heard it. The Wyvern Knights Brigade of the Northern Legends was the greatest force ever. If he could control that legend once again, the North, well, at least the Perun Kingdom, would develop with him at the center. Smirk. Clope could see the corners of Cal's lips rising. Cal lowered his head a bit more and stealthily whispered in Clope's ears. It'll be temporary, but I'll make it so that your arms and legs work properly as well. Of course, the restrictions will remain the same. Boom, boom. Clope's heart was beating wildly. Really? He started to think. He was thinking that this person in front of him knew how to make him do whatever he wanted to do. He didn't even pay attention to the fact that the restrictions would stay the same. The restriction Cal was talking about was exploding to death if he betrayed Cal. As long as he doesn't betray him, he would have the chance to recreate the legend once again. You must have been bored sitting back and only watching this whole time, right? He had been bored. How could he not be bored? He was someone who had not missed a single day of training to become a legend ever since he confirmed his natural talent with the sword. Even if he chose this current path for survival, it did not mean that he had adjusted to his life, that had changed drastically in a single moment. Clope could see Cal pointing at two people. They were the necromancer and the youngest sword master. Cal pointed to the two of them as he continued to speak. It is those two people, Sir Clope. The revival of the Guardian Knight was right in front of his nose. The two of us only make deals with each other. That was why the Guardian Knight happily smiled back at the person who was smiling like the devil. I will accept it no matter what the deal is. A noble smile instead of a greedy smile was visible in front of Cal. Cal thoroughly observed Clope, who instantly started to act like the Guardian Knight again before he started to speak. His voice was gentle. Spread rumors that there is someone named the White Star who has invaded and is trying to invade the Empire, the North, and the entire Western continent. The Bear King had said the following: there are people who are chosen, and there are people who are not. The people who are not chosen would face disasters and barren lands. It was some not even funny nonsense. Who says ill let them do that? Spread the rumors that the White Star is a disaster. He could create the opposite situation than what had happened during ancient times. Cal moved his gaze away from Clope and toward Cage and Taylor. He looked at Witira as well. They realized that he was saying that to all of them and not just Clope. Also, say that there are people who are standing up and fighting against the White Star. Cal thought about mercenary King Budiles. Cal had contacted the bastard who had temporarily returned to the Eastern continent for a favor. Spread the rumors. A different picture than what happened during ancient times would be created if the rumors were spread. Unlike the ancient White Star, this White Star would not have the qualifications to choose anyone or any land. No matter how strong the White Star, the Bear King, and the Lion King are, no matter how strong they were individually, they can't defeat rumors. The White Star who wanted to become nature, to become a god. Unlike during ancient times, there would be almost nobody who followed him this time. Cal could see Clope look at him and start to open his mouth. Calnim, our Wyvern Knights Brigade will be the ones to fight against that disaster this time, I presume. Yes. Doesn't that sound great? It sounds wonderful. Cal heard Rayan's voice in his mind at that moment. Human, Clope's eyes look even crazier than normal. Of course. He earned a chance that may never come around again, and he would look cool fighting against the White Star, someone who has done all sorts of terrible deeds until now. How would he able to handle it without going even crazier? Human, want the crazier Clope say something like, I'm a legend, as he fights. He was someone who would totally do something like that. The corners of Cal's lips were twitching in joy. White Star, you are a crazy bastard too, but enjoy fighting against such an oddly crazy bastard. Cal was starting to get excited that a very interesting picture was about to be created. We will end our strategy meeting here. Everybody got up from their seats at Cal's comment. None of them had time to linger and chat because they each had a lot to do. Young Master Cal, young Master Nim, let's go together. Taylor and Cage approached Cal while the whales and Clope bid farewell and quickly left the room. Young Master Cal, I'm relieved to see that you woke up safely. Taylor smiled and gave the late greeting, and Cal responded with a smile. He then calmly asked Cage a question. Did you do what I asked for, Miss Cage? Excuse me. Cage looked confused as she looked into Cal's serious eyes. He continued in a serious tone. I'm talking about cursing at the god of death. Ah, did you forget? Yes, things were too hectic since we got to the Empire. Cal scratched her head as she asked back, should I do it now? Her voice sounded mischievous. However, she had no idea. Yes, please do it every single day. I sincerely ask you to do that. I hope you can do the same for me as well. Me too. Good little Cage. Tell him I'm going to smack him in the back. Cal, Choi Han, and Rayan all said similar things with serious expressions on their faces. Anybody would be able to tell that they were being serious. Cage soon responded with a serious expression of her own. He seems to have pulled some stupid shoot again. I understand. I will cuss at him every night in prayer. Look forward to it. Cal smiled back at Cage with sincere gratitude. It was at that moment. Cal, he could hear the voice of a wind elemental as he had picked up the tarp's whip again. It was a familiar wind elemental. It was the one among the three that always followed him that shouted destruction, chaos, despair, all the time. Do you remember what I said last time? What he said last time? Cal recalled the last thing this punk who always shouted for destruction told him. It is impossible for anyone unless they hear the wind elementals like you. I have something to say. For destruction. This wind elemental had said he had something to say to Cal. Furthermore, it was something for destruction. Young Masternim. Cal motioned for Cage to pause before temporarily walking away from the group to a corner. He then quietly started to speak once he got to the corner. What is it you wish to say? The world tree is looking for you. Ah, Cal recalled an existence that he had forgotten about. The existence that had been alive for the longest time in this world. He had many questions to ask the world tree. He had not been able to visit for a while, but it looked like he needed to make some time to pay it a visit. The wind elemental said something else as Cal thought about where he could fit the trip in. Darkness is fire. What? What is he saying now? You showed it to us. You showed us the fire that could destroy darkness. Huh. Is he talking about the fire of destruction, cheapskate? I know the identity of Dorf's elemental. I think you have a pretty good idea as well. Dorf, the Lion King. He and the Bear King were said to control the White Star's darkness and light. Darkness, correct. Then that meant Dorf was an elementalist of darkness. No, no, we had thought Dorf was an elementalist at the time. However, we did not see an elemental. That had been the case. The wind elementals had said that the Lion King was an elementalist, however, they had not found an elemental. We were wrong. The wind elementals made a mistake. Cal subconsciously started to speak. You mean Dorf isn't an elementalist? His voice was loud enough that Mary, Choi Han, and Rayan all jerked their heads toward him. Cal didn't have time to pay attention to their gazes. Why? That bastard ate an elemental. Ha! What did he just say? He ate a darkness elemental. He then received the elemental's powers. Is something like that even possible? That is why the world tree wishes to speak to you. Damn. Cal was at a loss for words. Eat an elemental? How? We were unable to see an elemental because the darkness elemental has been absorbed into that bastard's body. Ho! The wind elemental continued to speak to Cal, who could only sigh. There is a baby elemental I protected for a year in the past. What is he talking about now? Cal started to frown after being unable to understand the flow of this wind elemental's statements. The wind elemental still continued to say what he wanted to say. It is a baby fire elemental specialized in destruction. It can destroy darkness as well. It says it wants to help you. Oh, Cal's eyes sparkled at this new information. There's a fire elemental that has similar powers as the cheapskate. Elementals determine their paths once they are born as they choose their disposition, with their appearance changing based on their disposition and creating their own unique character. Normal fire elementals would find it difficult to fight against darkness like the cheapskate. This was the case for the few fire elementals that some of the dark elf warriors possessed, but there was a fire elemental capable of destroying darkness. That meant that Cal would have more strategies he could use in battle. However, that baby elemental needs an elementalist to help it. Ah, right. Cal subconsciously nodded his head. An elemental needed an elementalist, elf, or dark elf to use its strength properly. A contract needed to be completed in order to speak to an elemental. Someone like Cal, who could speak to all wind elementals, was a special case. Do you want me to introduce an elf or dark elf that fire elemental might be interested in contracting? No need. The wind elemental instantly rejected the offer. That baby fire elemental has a human he wants to contract. It is a human who has the potential to become an elementalist. Oh, there's such a person. Elementalists were the rarest of professions. I brought the baby fire elemental with me. Can I tell you what it is saying since you can't hear the voices of fire elementals? Of course. Cal happily nodded his head. It was a chance where he might be able to gain another useful ally. It is talking. The wind elemental started to repeat the baby fire elemental's words. Fiery thunderbolt, sea of fire, admiration. Proficiency in sea of fire completed. Create a sea of fire for darkness and chaos. I'm a great and mighty fire capable of destruction. Respect Rayan Muru, extremely respect the fire of destruction, my role model. Cal subconsciously started to speak. What the hell? It brought a weird one with it. He heard a satisfied voice as he started to frown. A great elemental like me, agree with chaos, despair, destruction. It was the wind elemental. It brought something similar to it. Cal was starting to get a headache because of this wind elemental that brought a baby fire elemental that was shouting for destruction, chaos, and despair just like it. The wind elemental didn't care and continued to repeat the baby fire elemental's words. We met before. I walked you out. The red furball. That is me. Cal recalled when he went to visit the World Tree in the past. He had visited an inn at that time. It was a small inn run by a grandma and her grandson. Cal recalled the grandson's words when he stopped there for meal and drinks on their way out. Excuse me, Guestnim. Sully, the innkeeper's grandson, had been looking not at Cal but the empty air around him. I'm sorry, I'm not sure if something is wrong with my eyes. Ah, this is really weird. That innocent young man had mumbled for a bit before pointing to a spot in the air. There seems to be a small and round red ball that looks like a ball of red fur. Am I hallucinating? Ah, what is wrong with me? That red furball was the baby fire elemental that had said that it respected Cal and wanted to walk him out when Cal was leaving the elf village where the World Tree resided. Adite, the elf priestess who served the World Tree, had said the following. If it is okay with you, one of this baby fire elemental nim that was born less than a year ago would like to escort you to the entrance of the village outside the lake. Would that be okay? She had also explained why the fire elemental wanted to do that. The elemental nim said that it respects Cal Nim and really wants to escort you to the point that it sincerely asked. It respects me. Yes, sir. It said that it had never seen such a destructive and crazy fire before. It wants to be like it. The thing that the 1-year-old elemental had said was that it wanted to be like the crazy fire of destruction. The fire elemental that had chosen its path had grown in that direction. Crazy. Cal could not help but be shocked. The wind elemental didn't care and continued to repeat the fire elemental's words. The human I want to contract with keeps ignoring me, treats me like a furball. I'm a great and mighty fire. Help me contract with him. I want to create seas of fire everywhere. Chaos, despair, destruction of darkness. We must destroy it at all costs. Cal oddly started to feel iffy. He chose to step back for now. Let's save the rest of this for later when I go see the world tree. The wind elemental immediately shared the fire elemental's response. The world tree nym said I have a high chance of burning the lake and to return when I became an adult. I cannot go. I have a house I stay in. It is the contractor's house. The contractor keeps having nightmares. Ha! Cal let out a sigh. What's wrong? The wind elemental started to speak as Cage approached Cal with concern. By the way, I saw how you used your wind together with the fire. A baby fire elemental, and I decided to combine our powers. We will create a fiery whirlwind, a great and mighty fiery whirlwind. Cal hesitated for a moment before looking toward Cage and the others and starting to speak. It looks like something good has happened. It seemed like a good thing, so why did he feel so iffy? Cal sighed while looking at the solemn seas of the north. The others looked toward him with odd expressions, but Cal weakly continued to speak. Let's go take care of things. There was a lot they needed to do. Hair as red as blood was shaking in the wind. It looks like summer is slowly leaving us. The northern winds were brushing past the person's cheeks. The person who was staring at the cold ocean with a glacier visible in the far distance started to speak. What is it? A gentle voice reached him at that moment. Cal Barrow, what are you thinking about? The red-haired man started to frown as he turned around. A fatigued but handsome face and cold eyes looked toward the person who came to see him. Barrow. All dragon slayers dropped their own last names and took the last name of Barrow when they became dragon slayers. Their first name was the only thing tying the dragon slayers to their lives prior to taking on the role. The red-haired man covered his face with a white mask in his hand. He started to speak again once his handsome face was covered. Seru, you will die the moment you say that damn old name one more time. The White Star had a cold smile on his face. He didn't need a name he had for a short duration during his 10 years of life. Chapter 428. Trap 2. HMPH. You seem so sensitive for someone who has no regrets left for his old name. Bear King Seru smirked at the White Star's gaze. The White Star stared at him before turning toward the ocean and nonchalantly making a comment. Sensitive? That's not the case at all. Then why are you threatening to kill me for saying your old name? Seru walked up and stood next to the White Star with a relaxed smile on his face. He also looked out toward the ocean before throwing the hook of a comment. Is it because his name is the same as yours? The White Star looked toward Seru again. I'm talking about Cal Henitus. He's hardly similar to you, but the complete opposite. It is quite entertaining. The twisted smile on the pale face looked full of mischief. Sarah's eyes were observing the White Star as he did that. Darkness and light. These two needed to work with the sky, however. Seru did not want a relationship where he had to become subservient and submit to the White Star. I saw it this time. Even you, the twisted smile became even wider. Probably had a time when you were so emotional and willing to sacrifice yourself, right? 198 years. Seru had been with the White Star for 3 of the White Star's lives. The White Star looked toward Seru and spoke in a stoic voice. Sacrifice. That is a word that does not suit me. It would be correct if Seru was talking about sacrificing others for his needs instead of sacrificing himself. The White Star did not say that later part. Why? You are the same as me. Seru did not deny that claim. In fact, he smiled and nodded his head. Of course, I hate the Cal Henitus type of people the most. Those bastards that act like heroes make me want to vomit. Cough. Seru covered his mouth as he let out a light cough. The handkerchief in his hand had blood on it. Seru coldly stared at it for a moment before starting to speak. When will you attack? The land of the whale tribe. When will they head there? It's been over 3 weeks since I came over from Margaru. The original plan was to meet up with Mage Beckrock to do reconnaissance, and then striking the land of the whale tribe right away. However, Beckrock was captured by the enemies, and the plan had to change. That was why Seru sent Dorf to the eastern continent and came here alone. Something is weird. The White Star commented as he looked toward the distant glacier with a suspicious gaze. No, it wasn't that far if you really thought about it. They were on a secluded corner of the coast that was not visible from the Northern Coast Guard post with half of their troops on the shores and half on the ships. You're saying that the whale tribe is acting weird. Correct. The White Star nodded his head at Sarah's comment while Seru responded with an annoyed expression. You're basically saying that it is suspicious that the whale tribe is letting the black mages spy on them. You think something might be up. Yes, you're the one who is being weird. What do you mean? Seru pointed toward the white star. This is what the normal you would have said. We will take the whales down as planned. We will confirm the suspicious details after we capture them. The white star's eyes had an odd light in them. Dot, dot, dot. It does seem as if I was thinking hard about it for no reason. Exactly. If the whales are suspicious, barge in and figure out whatever the hell they are planning. Sarah's eyes were filled with an odd sense of lunacy. Are you afraid of death? You, the White Star, are afraid of death. The firm belief that the White Star did not fear death was in Sarah's crazed look. He started to speak to the White Star as if he was warning or suggesting something to him. Crazy bastards should act like crazy bastards. I've never seen anyone crazier than you. Only Lion King Dorf and Bear King Seru had the qualifications to say such things to the White Star. We can't fail as they did during the ancient times. The ancient White Star ended up dying. The current White Star, Seru, and Dorf had no plans of facing the same fate. That was why they had prepared quite a lot of things for such a long time. You have a lot on your mind because of Cal Henitus. The White Star could see Seru sneer. Are you jealous because he managed to do something you needed 0 years to do in just a few years? Or are you afraid that everything that you have built up will come crumbling down? Is it because everything you tried to do in the past 1 or 2 years has ended up in failure? Hmm. Seru was the head of the organization. The finger that was pointing at the White Star, who was the brains of this organization, right now touched the White Star's neck. The things that we have built up are not things that would crumble because of a few years of failure. The great amount of power we've gathered through time, experience, and talent your mouth. The White Star cut Seru off. Shut your mouth and move your finger. Are you telling me to stop if I don't want to die? Seru, you seem to misunderstand something. Seru could then see that the White Star was smiling. There is only one thing I worry about. Once this boring time of preparation is over, and I finally get my hands on that last Earth ancient power. The thought he had while looking at the land of the whale tribe. If he could gather that final Earth ancient power, what to hunt first, how to rule over everything. The crazed look in Sarah's eyes dimmed a bit. He could feel that the White Star, Cal Barrow in front of him, had a violently crazed look in his eyes that was not comparable to his own crazed look. The man with the eyes filled with madness continued to speak. I think it'll become even crazier than I am now. That is what makes it so entertaining. He was looking forward to it. He wanted to know what he would be able to do once he finally became God, once he finally became nature. I knew there was nobody as crazy as you. Seru finally had a satisfied smile on his face. The White Star started to speak as if to respond to him. Launch the ships. We are heading to the land of the whale tribe. The ships that were anchored at shore hidden by stealth magic raised their mast and started to move. We are heading for the land of the whale tribe. Our goal is the glacier. Start rowing. Voices were shouting all around them. The White Star had moved to the deck of the largest ship at some point before he started to speak again. Get rid of the stealth spell. It was at that moment. Clang! There was a sharp noise before a transparent glass-like barrier was destroyed. The stealth spell had been removed. The whale tribe would be able to clearly see the White Star's troops now. Seru started to get excited as he moved next to the White Star. He then raised his hand before dropping it. Go. That was the signal. Go. The ships all started to head toward the glacier located at the most northern tip of the world. We are going to go hunt some whales. Seru grabbed onto the railing on the deck with a satisfied heart. Splash, the ships quickly cut through the water. Black magic was helping the ships move quickly even though the wind was blowing in the opposite direction. Looks like we need to pass a few glaciers. The glacier where the whale tribe lived. That large glacier was located past a group of smaller glaciers. The fast-moving ships were now almost by those smaller glaciers. Serunim, the ships will move slower from here. Doesn't matter. Go slowly if needed. They needed to carefully maneuver if they wanted to pass through this narrow path without hitting any glaciers. Seru didn't think it would matter if they moved slowly. He also became certain about something. White Star. What is it? It definitely seems like there's something up with the whale tribe. Although I don't know whether that is a trap for us or treasure they are trying to hide. The whales were showing no reaction, even though they were openly charging forward like this. It was at that moment. Look behind you. Ha! Seru asked in confusion before he felt chills on his back. He was sensing danger. He turned to look behind him. Barang, barang, barang. He heard multiple loud explosions in the distance. That's our base. The place they had been hiding under the stealth magic spell. That location was blowing up. Seru, it looks like the enemy has been waiting for us as well. They could see people running wild through the explosions. A few human-shaped individuals were destroying the base that they had stayed at for almost a month. The only people who could do such a thing. Flinch. Seru looked down at the water past the railing. The large ship he was currently on, there was a large figure underneath it. It was a large life form that made even this large ship look small. Crack. Seru crushed the railing as he started to frown. Whales. Although it was still summertime, the summer ocean of the north was as thick and dark as during winter. The moment Seru said that word, many large figures rose from the bottom of that deep, dark ocean. They were whales. The fact that so many whales were gathered here could only mean one thing: the whale tribe is here. There were whales both at the base and here in the ocean. Tap. Seru raised his head when the white star jumped onto the railing to see someone. On the first glacier on their way to the land of the whale tribe, a woman was standing on the glacier. Witira. It was a name that Seru knew as well. Witira, the future whale queen. Witira had jumped onto that glacier without him noticing. The white star who jumped onto the railing seemed to have noticed Witira's appearance. This meant that Seru was not as good as Witira at detecting presences. Seru's expression stiffened before returning to normal. Detecting presences was not the only thing he knew how to do. He started to speak with a smile on his face. You've been sitting still this whole time while we peeked at you, but you've finally come out because we started to move. Witira's gaze was focused on Seru. Seru started to sneer as he continued to speak. Is there something you are hiding? Or were you too scared to do anything? He thought this would be enough to provoke her. This was the proud whale tribe they were talking about. Seru could see Witira immediately start to respond. We were waiting. We were waiting until you came out into the ocean. What? The moment Seru flinched at her unexpectedly calm voice. Shhhhhhhh, a whip instantly appeared in Witira's hand, and she kicked off the ground. The whip was flicked toward the glacier. Bararang. The glacier broke into pieces and debris blasted out. As Seru's eyes opened wide in shock, he felt the ground under him start to rock. They're coming up. The whales are coming up. Move the ships back. He could hear people screaming around him, forcing Seru to look down once more. The whales were shooting up toward the ships. Tens of large whales moving at once were making the water move. Seru raised his head. This. He could see Witira standing on a different glacier and pointing her whip at the white star. Numerous whales appeared behind her. It was as if all of the strong individuals from the whale tribe village had shown up. Each of these whales would be just as strong as the strongest humans. All of them were looking at Seru and the enemies with angry expressions on their faces. It was their quiet anger from quietly letting the enemies spy on them for about a month. Actually, it was not very quiet. Chhhhhhhh. Barang. Witira flicked the whip into the water, slamming the water into the air. Witira then pointed the whip toward the white star again. Come. She continued to speak to the white star with a stoic expression on her face. I will kill you. The northern ocean roared at that moment. The whales' cries covered the area while the whale warriors kicked off the glacier and moved forward. The battle between the whale tribe and the white star had started. Human, the field has finally been set. Cal listened to Rayan's voice in his head and started to smile while remaining quietly hidden. Chapter 429, Trap 3. The large whales shot up through the water. P.E.A. Uo, the first whale to cut through the surface of the northern waters was a humpback whale. Crack, crack. The ships could not handle the suddenly rough waters and started to fall into chaos. Move back. Whales are coming up from the back as well. The first mate looked behind him after hearing the crew member's response before almost dropping the control key in his hand. Shara, Shara. He could see the vicious gazes of the whales that had raised their heads. He could then see their large mouths slowly start to open wider. They were getting closer. Some whales were moving toward the ships with their mouths opened wide, while others were moving to slam into the ships with their bodies without any hesitation. I'm going to die. They're going to eat me. The first mate couldn't help but imagine the nightmare that would happen in a few minutes. I shouldn't have gotten involved in this. Following the White Star was one thing, but he should not have gotten involved in this mess with the whale tribe. What kind of existences were the whales? They were the strongest force in the ocean, even with the fewest members. Many aquatic creatures leaned on the whale tribe for support. Any person of the sea should know not to mess with the ocean. The first mate tightened his grip even as he imagined this terrible future. The key quickly started to turn. Grab the mast. All of you snap out of it. Ooh, the whales started to roar as they approached the ships. Row if you don't want to die. Row until your arms fall off. The ship changed directions. Unfortunately, the whales were already right in front of them regardless of the first mate's hard work. Everything would soon be broken by those large mouths. Bang! Ooh, a whale urgently turned its body and let out a cry after seeing a bright explosion. The whale's eyes were glaring at the enemy who got in his way. Don't worry about the whales and steer the ships. Yes, Serunim. Black mages, knights, and bears appeared with Bear King Seru in the lead to fight against the whales. Uwuang Seru continued to throw the light arrows surrounding both of his hands. The arrows quickly flew toward two whales. Barang, barang, the explosions were strong enough to shoot the water into the air. Damn it! However, Seru soon started to frown. There, on top of the two whales' backs, drip, drip, a whale warrior holding a sword that was dripping water, and a different whale warrior with a large pato in his hand had blocked the light arrows. Their strengths were fitting of the whales. HMPH, Seru snorted. You think we didn't expect at least this much resistance? Barang, bang. Barang Seru started to smile after hearing the continued explosions. The whales were strong. However, they were few in number, and the White Star's side had brought a lot of people to handle them. You bastards are the ones who walked into your own graves. Seru flung more light arrows toward the two whale warriors. His pale complexion was turning even paler, but his eyes were sharply observing the enemies in front of him as well as the nearby battlefield. Something is weird. His cold gaze could feel the oddness of the battlefield. Something was weird. Something on this battlefield was weird. Sarah's eyes clouded over. It was at that moment. Boom! The sound of something large sinking shook the battlefield. Bang! The explosion that soon followed forced everyone, enemies and allies alike, to stop moving for a moment. They all looked toward the direction of the noise. Chhhhhh. A woman holding a powerfully spinning water whip had destroyed another glacier. The glacier was sinking into the ocean in pieces. The man who had jumped from that glacier to a different glacier watched that scene while laughing. How vicious! I suppose it is fitting for the future whale queen. The White Star's gaze headed toward Watira. Watira calmly responded after meeting his gaze. You sure have a lot to say for a bastard who runs around like a damn rat. Chhhhhhhh, the whip rushed toward the White Star as if it was a large snake. Watira's body followed her whip and headed straight for the enemy leader, and bang! A vigorously burning fire sword clashed against the water whip. Chhhhhhhh, the water started to evaporate. The water whip tried to gobble up the fire sword even as it evaporated into the air. During the moment that Watira and the White Star's weapons collided in close proximity, "Where is Cal Henitus?" the White Star casually asked. He only got Watira's usual calm expression back. He then asked some more questions. "Is he on his way? I heard he's currently unconscious in the Empire." The corners of the White Star's lips slowly went up into a sneer. Seru had watched Cal escape, but he had seen Cal fainting before he teleported away. They had not heard any information about Cal Henitus ever since that moment. Cal Henitus has ties to your whale tribe. I'm certain that you guys would have tried to drag Cal Henitus into this situation. Watira started to frown. The whales are enough to deal with the whale tribe's issues. Another whip appeared in her hand, and it charged toward the White Star. Barang! The whip slammed against the White Star's hand. Ah! Watira let out a quiet groan. Her whip was caught by the White Star's hand and unable to move. Swoosh, the wind surrounding the White Star's hand was grabbing onto Watira's whip and not letting go. Both of her whips were currently fighting against the White Star right now. Where is he? Watira had to listen to the White Star's line of questions. What did you plan with Cal Henitus during the few weeks you sat around? Ha! Ure laughing. The White Star could see Watira laughing. She looked directly into the White Star's eyes and responded while enunciating each word. Cal Henitus will come. I made him a promise. Watira then kicked off the ground and shot into the air. I promised to give him the White Star's head as a present when he arrives. A wave shot up at the same time to support Watira, who had jumped into the air. Chhhhhhhhh, her whip extended quickly, and Watira clenched her fists. Hmm. The White Star's body flinched. They made eye contact, and she started to smile. You can't look down upon the strength of the whales. She then pulled the White Star, who was still grabbing onto the whip, toward her. Shoot! Chhhhhhhhh, the White Star's body was too easily pulled forward by Watira. The White Star could see the warrior who was smiling while flicking her whip. Drink some water. The whip slammed onto the surface of the water. Barang! The White Star was slammed underwater. The seawater shot up like a large tsunami for a moment. Sea-izzle. Large amounts of water vapor started to rise from underwater due to the White Star's fire sword. Heh! Watira continued to laugh at that moment. She could feel the White Star pulling her whip from underwater. Watira, you'll be responsible for the White Star. Do you like this plan? Young Master Nim. She recalled the things she had actually said to Cal instead of that lie about giving the White Star's head as a present. This was what she had said to Cal. His body would have needed to train and train again every time he reincarnated. That should have been difficult to do. However, she had trained for a long time as well. She could force herself to push even harder because she did not have the power to reincarnate. I may not have any ancient powers, aura, or magic, but this strong body I was born with is something I trained and fought with day after day for the past 250 years. The whale tribe's strong physical strength and battle experiences. Power. She would be stronger than the White Star when it came to physical strength. I don't think so. She flicked the whip once more. She could feel the White Star's body being flung around underwater as she flicked the whip. Barang, bang, barang. Explosions shot out from underwater. Shoot! Watira's smile quickly stiffened. She took one whip out of the water and flicked it in the air. Barang, barang, barang. It crashed into a couple of light arrows and caused more explosions. Damn it! Watira had to retract the whip that crashed into the light arrows. Her palm was tingling. Light. It also had some currents running through it. It was incompatible with Watira, who controlled the water. Splash. In the end, this opening allowed the White Star to escape from underwater and shoot up into the air again. Watira had to also see Seru, the person who threw the light arrows at her, getting involved in her battle against the White Star. Watira. She started to frown after hearing him gently call out to her. Sarah's eyes were sparkling at that moment. Where are they? He then started to smirk as he moved toward her. Where did the whales go? Watira flinched before urgently shouting back. What nonsense! Are you saying that the whale tribe warriors here are not whales, where are your loyal subordinate and your younger brother? Seru cut Watira off and asked. He could not find Archie, the whale tribe's strongest warrior, nor could he find the humpback whale Pazitan, no matter how hard he looked. All of the whale warriors were here, but the strongest warrior was not present during this important battle. And where is the whale king? Whale King Schickler was not here either. Something was weird. This was the source of Sarah's sense of weirdness. Are they protecting the whale village? His eyes looked crazed with joy. There really must be something in the village. The ones who are protecting the most important thing would be the strongest warrior, the king, and a trusted member of the royal whale family. Seru and the White Star made eye contact. There's definitely something. They weren't quiet for weeks for no reason. The two of them realized that there was something that the whales were trying to protect. All that was left was to see what it was they were protecting. They looked toward Watira. Now that they noticed, the whale warriors had stayed on a glacier blocking the path toward the village while aiming for the ships. She looked back at the two of them and responded in an urgent tone. It will be impossible for you to reach the village unless you defeat me first. That is why you will never get there. Seru let out a quiet chuckle. I think you are making a mistake. Ooh-woong, ooh-woong. Light arrows started to appear around both of his hands. They were like daggers ready to fly toward Watira at any moment. It was at that moment. Screech, screech, they could hear some animal cries. However, Seru looked confused. What are those things, over the northern coast? There was a large group of things flying over from there. Seru's eyes opened wide. He had not asked what they were because he didn't know what they were. In fact, he knew about them quite well. That was why he was even more confused. Wyverns. Those flying monsters that reminded him of dragons could only be wyverns. Seru thought of something in his mind. There were only two people who could control those monsters. The White Star and the fake dragon slayer, Siram. Siram! Did that bastard join Cal Henitus's side? They had lost contact with Siram since he was captured by Cal. There was no news about him being executed by the Roan Kingdom either. Seru looked toward the White Star. The White Star had been the one to create this power for Siram, the power to control the wyverns. That was one of the Dragon Slayer's powers. It is not Siram. The White Star's response went against Seru's expectations, but he could now see the knight who was on top of the wyvern flying in the front. It was a white-haired, green-eyed man with a noble face wearing white armor. He had a tragic beauty about him as he took out his sword. Clope Seca, he was Guardian Knight Clope. Seru looked toward Watira. Clope had aligned himself with Cal Henitus. Why is he here? Seru could see Watira frowning while commenting in shock. Clang! Seru turned his head after hearing a sharp noise. One of the wyverns slowly came down with Clope Seca pointing his sword at someone. He was pointing it toward Watira. Hand over the item in the whale tribe's possession. What? Sarah's mind quickly became complicated. However, Clope's sword then moved and pointed at someone else. It was pointing toward the White Star now. Clope continued to speak with a noble but tragic expression on his face. I came to get rid of the devil of this land. What is he talking about now? Seru looked shocked. What nonsense is he saying when he was on our side just a few months ago in the Indomitable Alliance? The devil. Clope didn't care whether Seru was shocked or not as he smiled majestically and continued to speak. Do not get in my way as I try to write a legend. Seru subconsciously commented after seeing Clope, who suddenly showed up and started to say whatever was on his mind. What's up with this lunatic? Cal, who was watching this unfold while hiding, heard Rayan shout in his mind at that moment. Human, the crazy Clope is doing well. The Bear King looks shocked. This is so fun. Heh, right. I'm enjoying this too. Cal started to snicker. Chapter 430, Trap 4. But human, are we really not showing up this time? Cal, who was hiding in a stealthy location, nodded his head after hearing Rayan's question in his mind. Of course, the plan was for them to not appear this time. Watira had said that Cal was going to come. However, there should be no reason for Cal to appear if things went according to plan. Cal had to appear somewhere else instead. That's the way to properly trick the White Star. Cal was crouching down and watching everything with the most anxiousness he's had since crossing over to this world. Watira was the most eye-catching. The whip that was retrieved because of Seru wrapped around her again before being pointed at Clope. Watira recalled Cal's words as she started to speak. Just talk seriously with a stoic expression if it is hard to act. Then you look like you mean business. You'll probably look worried too. Watira spoke in a low voice with a stiff expression on her face. Are you betraying us? She recalled her next lines as she blinked once. I thought young Master Cal said that he would not be sending you out this time. Bear King Seru looked back and forth at Clope and Watira with an odd expression on his face. What the hell is going on with them right now? Clope and Watira. He had never seen these two factions together before, however. They shared the common factor of Cal Henitus. But one side was asking about betrayal, while the other was asking for the whale tribe to hand something over. Something is weird. This situation was weird. Everything was suspicious and hard to believe. The weirdest thing of all was, I am the Guardian Knight of the North. I live on the pride of having that title. The weirdest thing was the existence of Clope Seca. Nonsense. How can someone who talks about pride betray us like this? Watira did not lose her composure as she called Clope out. Chhhhhh. The water whip was starting to roar louder. Anybody would be able to tell that she was getting angry even though she was looking and speaking calmly. Ooang white aura started to cover Clope's sword as well. Seru turned toward the White Star. The White Star started to speak. That is a real aura. They had heard that Clope Seca was tied down to a wheelchair. He was supposed to not be able to use his legs, nor even pick up a sword. So how? Either the necromancer or the saint healed him, or the wheelchair was all just an act. Seru looked toward Clope as the White Star answered his question. How are you able to control the wyverns? Clope stoically looked down at Seru. Seru could feel an odd sense of lunacy coming from Clope's eyes, as he started to frown after seeing that crazed gaze. Because I am the Guardian Knight. Smirk. Clope was feeling great. He was looking down from the highest spot. The bastard who had the sky attribute ancient power and said that he would become nature was below him right now. White Star, if it is you, you should know the special trait of my household. The White Snake household. They were quick-witted, did their best not to lose power, and cared most about their lives. Seru responded to Clope's question in place of the silent White Star. What does that have to do with you, right? No, Clope cut Seru off to say what he needed to say. Why do you think I joined Cal Henitus's side? That something clicked in Sarah's mind at that moment. The Seca household was one that did not like to lose anything. Clope Seca had the blood of that household flowing through him. Would he have joined Cal Henitus's side and followed his orders without getting anything in return? He would have definitely received something from Cal Henitus. In that case, what would he have received? Seru looked up at Clope while the charming knight responded to the gaze. I am a true guardian knight now. Ah, Seru gasped. A true guardian knight. That meant that he could control the wyverns for real now. He could hear the White Star's voice. You stole Cyram's power. A portion of Cyram's ancient power was handed to Clope. That should have been what he had received from Cal Henitus. Ha, Seru scoffed. His mind cleared a bit. However, not everything was resolved in his mind just yet. It was at that moment. Wang, the sword covered in white aura, pointed to the sky as the White Knight calmly gave the order. Attack! What the? The wyverns started to descend toward the whales, the whale warriors, and the White Star's ships as Seru flinched at the sudden command. For the Perun Kingdom's glory, for the recreation of the legend, for the Guardian of the North. Clang, clang. The knights in white armors sitting on top of the wyverns drew their swords. The knights swung their swords while the wyverns swung their sharp claws and opened their wide jaws. Bearing, bearing. Ah. Screams were coming from all directions. The whales, the White Star's forces, and the Wyvern Knights' brigade. Chaos was created as the three factions instantly started to tangle with each other. All three attacked each other, and the aftershocks from their clashes were violent. If it is like this, Sarah's eyes clouded over as he watched. The whale tribe was fighting against the Wyvern Knights' brigade. He could tell the battle was fierce based on the loud explosions. He recalled the information he received on Cal and his group's battle formations until now. They always fought to protect each other. They all sought to sacrifice themselves to protect their allies. Cal Henitus was the prime example of that trait. But those allies are fighting against each other. That would never happen. Seru realized that the whale tribe and the Wyvern Knights brigade no longer had that common factor of Cal Henitus between them. You bastard, you dare to attack the whales. Seru, who had been thinking about a lot of things, could hear Watira's calm but angry voice. It was at that moment. Seru saw it, just now. Where did Clope Seca look just now? Clope, who had been looking down at the angry Watira, had peeked elsewhere for a moment. That short peek was tugging at Sarah's senses. There's something there. It was only the slightest of peaks. But he felt that there was something where Clope had looked. In that direction, farther west than the whale tribe's village. Was Cal Henitus over there? Or I'll need to confirm it first. Seru motioned to the White Star with his eyes before quickly starting to whisper. Lift me up with the wind wall. Seru spoke in a low but stern voice after seeing the confusion in the White Star's eyes. Hurry. Swoosh. Wind stealthily and quickly gathered around the White Star. Seru could instantly feel his body shooting up into the air. Swoosh. The square wind wall was laid sideways to become a platform for Seru to stand on. That wall was what was shooting him up into the air. Bang! Seru lowered his head. He saw a water whip that was urgently shooting toward him, being blocked by the White Star. Watira glared not at him but at Clope. You saw it. Those cold words. Seru instantly felt chills on his back. The moment he made eye contact with Clope, who was flying at the highest spot, before passing him and getting even higher up. Kekek Seru saw it, as he looked toward the spot farther west than the whale village that Clope was looking at. Kekek, that was it. It was that. Seru could see something going on. It was visible once he was in the air. Young whale children were escaping along with some warriors. There were also 2 whale warriors protecting the empty village. But those weren't important. Toward the northwest, on a glacier farther northwest than the whale village, 3 whales were running fiercely as if they were heading toward the most northern tip of the world. The Whale King, Shikler. The other 2 were the whale tribe's strongest warrior, Archie, and the half-blooded whale, Pazitin. Pazetin was the weakest of the whales, but the other two were two of the strongest whales in the tribe. But they were running away. That must be where an item the whales want to protect is located. Wouldn't that be the reason the Whale King is running away? Seru could see the Whale King looking back. Whale King Schickler looked towards Sarah's direction before coming to a stop. The water around the glacier he was on started to fluctuate wildly. The Whale King. If the dragons were the ones who ruled the land and sky, he was the one who stood at the apex of the sea. Seru lowered his head. He could see people looking up at him. Clope Seca, who was the closest to him, had a refined smile on his face as he started to speak. You saw it. He had an oddly crazed look in his eyes. Seru sneered at him. Crazy bastard. However, Clope started to laugh as he gave an order. His voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Follow me. Clope took out a flute. Pee. A sharp noise cut through the northern ocean, making the wyverns screech as they shot back into the air. Clope controlled his wyvern and flew up to where Seru was standing as well. Looks like our Knights Brigade has more aerial forces than you do. That belongs to me. Clope then smirked before looking around. Screech, screech, the knights and wyverns instantly surrounded Clope and started to screech. Let's go. Clope changed directions toward the northwest. The wyverns that filled the sky and covered the sun started to move in that direction. No, the whale warriors started to shout. Stop. Witira jumped across glaciers to head northwest as well. Ooh, the whales stopped flighting and started to move northwest. A sense of urgency could be felt coming from their large bodies. It was at that moment. The guardian knight who forced this sense of urgency on the whales heard a very quiet voice with his sensitive senses. Hee. Clope turned his head. He could see Seru laughing as he stood in the air alone. Ha! Clope felt the sky tilting to the side at that moment. No, it was his body that had tilted. The wyvern had tilted to one side and was trying to kick Clope off its back. Grab. Clope started to frown as he urgently grabbed onto the wyvern's neck. Why is it suddenly acting like? He could then see the other knights who were falling into the ocean. Captain Nim. The wyvern, it suddenly. The falling knights sounded scared. Roo. The wyvern jerked its head, and Clope ended up falling into the water as well. He could see the wyverns lowering their heads to someone at that moment. The White Star. The wyverns flattened their bodies toward him in submission. The White Star then leisurely stepped onto the largest wyvern that Clope had been riding on. Seru got on the wyvern next to him. Seru and Clope made eye contact. Seru was still sneering at Clope. Did you see that? The wyverns carried the White Star, Seru, and some black mages as they headed northwest. The White Star looked toward Clope before he left. There is a limit to what the fake can do. He then prepared to leave without looking back at Clope. He gave the order, go. The wyverns quickly started to move. The real one is different. The White Star did not respond to Seru. Siram, the fake dragon slayer. His power was a fake created by the White Star with half the original power. The wyverns considered Cal Barrow, the true final dragon slayer, as more of their master. Dragon slayers, the ones who could kill the dragons who ruled over the land. The White Star cast the true sword of disasters in his hand, and his blade pointed toward while King Schickler in the distance. Cal quietly asked at that moment, Choi Han, did you see that? He patted his legs that were numb from crouching as he asked, you got a good look at how he controls the wyverns, right? He heard a quiet but vicious voice respond next to him. Yes, Calnim, I think the full power will be mine soon enough. Choi Han had a pure smile on his face. Cal started to smirk while looking at the White Stars group who left without looking back, and the whales who were stealthily saving the Wyvern Knights, Brigade, and Clope who had fallen into the water. He then gave the order. Rayan now. All right, I'll send the signal. Cal slowly counted in his mind. 3. The White Star quickly arrived near the Whale King thanks to the Wyverns. 2. Then, as these two strong individuals who were worlds apart in strength compared to most people, as the White Star and Whale King Schickler faced each other. 1. Cal saw it. Cough. Whale King Schickler, who was making the waves fluctuate, coughed up blood toward the air. The blood was black. Drip, drip. The blood that dripped down his beard continued to wet the glacier. Father, Pazetin shouted with concern. He sounded as if he was crying. The White Star's eyes clouded over as he watched, while Seru shouted in joy. That must be why you ran away. They sent Watira forward because the Whale King's condition isn't good. Seru. He flinched after looking toward the White Star. He could feel the fierce look in the White Star's eyes. Look at that weak whale. Pazetin, the weakest whale, was holding onto his father. There was a piece of parchment slightly poking out of his inner chest pocket as he leaned forward. Father, are you okay? Tap. Pazetin could see the Whale King grab his shirt with his palm. He then realized that the parchment was sticking out a bit. The Whale King moved Pazetin, who was hiding the parchment behind him, as he glared at the White Star. How laughable. The White Star sneered at the father-son duo as his eyes fluctuated with greed. Hee, that's fake blood. Little Pazetin is such a good actor. Choi Han learned from him. Rayan munched on a pie as he talked into Cal's mind with excitement. Smirk. Cal subconsciously smirked again. I should start moving as well. Chapter 431. Trap 5, however, Cal stumbled as he got up from his crouching position. Ah, human, what is it? Cal could see someone catch him before he fell. Thanks, did your legs go numb? Yes, smirk. Choi Han chuckled. It was a subconscious chuckle, and not a sneer. Should I carry you if your legs are hurting? Cal, Choi Han, and Rayan were currently on a small glacier, digging a hole into the glacier and hiding inside while covering themselves with stealth magic. Am I a kid? Cal frowned as he stretched out his numb legs. He then looked toward Choi Han with a grumbling expression. Aren't you my nephew's friend? So technically, you are a kid to me. That's right, human. You are a child compared to Choi Han. Hee. Whether you are 20 or 6, whether it is you or me, we are all children compared to Choi Han. Heh. Shoot. Of course, you may have originally been around 36, but you are 20 here. Damn it. Cal started to frown. Cal casually commented as Choi Han flinched after seeing such a large frown on his face. Carry me. My legs are still numb. Shoot. Choi Han shook his head as he placed Cal on his back. It was at that moment. You think I can't reach you because you are in the sky? An imposing and pressuring voice echoed around the area. Cal got chills on his back after looking out because of the voice. That crazy. Water had gathered into a large pillar and shot up. Whale King Schickler waved both hands around while still dripping black blood from his mouth. Archie, yes, sir. There was someone who was riding on the pillar of water. The transparent and blue sea water was surrounding the killer whale Archie like a barrier. Ooh, then, as he heard some more cries. Barring. Whales and other marine animals started to surround the glacier Schickler and Pazetin were on. Kehe. The pillar of water Archie was on finally reached the same height as the others in the air. Just the bastard I was looking for. Archie then started to move toward the wyvern the White Star was standing on. The pillar of water moved with him to create a path for him. Coming at me alone. The White Star scoffed before looking at the approaching Archie, who sneered back. What's wrong, you scared little beach? The White Star laughed in disbelief and his wyvern opened its mouth. Screech. Archie arrived in front of the screeching wyvern. He then swung his fist. Barang. A loud explosion rang throughout the battlefield. Archie heard a sizzling noise before noticing the water around his fist starting to evaporate. Crackle. An arm covered in white currents was blocking his attack. I can't let a bastard like you reach our liege. Bear King Seru was leisurely smiling as he blocked Archie's way. Archie tilted his head at him before asking a question. Ure the Bear King, why the FCK do you look so weak? Seru flinched and started to frown. He then glared at Archie as he spoke to the White Star. I'll take care of this bastard, so you go do what you have to do. Sure. The White Star pulled on the wyvern's reins and moved toward the ground away from Seru and Archie. Seru peeked toward him before surrounding his whole body with light. You damn arrogant whale bastard, I will hay. However, Archie was not even looking at Seru as he shouted toward the descending White Star's back. Hey, White Star, you avoiding me? Ha, are you scared of me? Why are you sending your subordinate to fight me? Hey, bastard, you running away? You leaving this feeble subordinate of yours and running away? Are you a chicken? Hey, Beach, why aren't you responding to me? You must be damn scared. Seru started to frown. Archie and Seru soon made eye contact. Seru was the first to speak. Look at this damn whale bastard and his rude-ass mouth. It's still heavier than your mouth. You feeble weakling, you son of a beach. Why am I your son? Such an idiot. Smirk, Archie was smirking. His task for this mission was simple. Archie, just act like your younger self. It was such an easy job. Archie thought this was perfect because the stress had been piling up inside him for a while. Your target is the Bear King. Keep yapping around him and rile him up. Make it so he can't make calculated decisions. It was something he could do well. Archie swung his fist towards Seru, who was his target from the beginning had been. Hey, feebly, play with me. Don't run away like your boss. Kahaha, this crazy bastard. Why are there only crazy bastards everywhere? Seru angrily flung a light arrow toward Archie. Baring, baring. The arrow exploded with two noises while Archie shook his slightly burnt fist. The water barrier that the Whale King had created for Archie was strong. Hey, do it properly without going easy. Are you looking down on me? Archie charged toward Seru with an angry expression on his face. He realized that Seru had gone easy on him. That bastard's eyes have rolled over. Seru looked toward Archie, who was charging at him with an angry and crazed smile on his face with disgust. Human, Archie is doing very well. This is so fun. Choi Han, Rayan, and Cal, the invisible trio, were quickly moving. Cal, who was on Choi Han's back, was able to get a good look at the situation on the battlefield. He opened his mouth to speak. Wow, Bararang. A large blue spear smacked a wyvern. Screech. The wyvern fell to the ground. The white star who was on its back kicked off to move away from the falling monster. As expected, the king is different. The white star had the fire sword in his hand. However, it was not the same sword that he had used to fight against Witira earlier. It was mixed with the dragon slayer's sword of disasters. Tap. The white star's body shot forward with a light noise. Bang. The blue spear soon crashed into the fire sword. That was the beginning. Bang, 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 bang. The spear and the sword continued to clash against each other without stopping. Each clash was as explosive as the next. The white star started to smirk. You fight well even though you look pale. The sword aimed for the whale's opening, and the spear barely managed to defend. Ah! Whale King Schickler let out a short groan. Schickler's complexion looked blue up close. How weak! The white star, who was calmly assessing Schickler, noticed Schickler smiling at him. I have enough strength to take you on. The white star urgently moved back. Chhhhhhhhhh. A long strand of water suddenly struck where the white star had been standing. That water then surrounded Schickler before becoming like a cape around his shoulders and creating a giant wall. Yes, you should be able to at least do this much. The white star then charged towards Schickler again. Screech, ooh, the wyverns and whales were already fighting, the ocean and the sky. They each aimed for the area that was incompatible with them and aimed for the enemy's openings. The white star's sword stabbed into Schickler's blue wall. See, Izzle. Schickler's blue spear appeared in the gap created by the evaporating water. The white star cast his own water wall. Bang, bang, barang. The clashes continued. Neither Schickler nor the White Star showed any signs of retreating. The White Star could see Schickler smiling at that moment. It looks like it is my victory. Cal heard Rayan shout after hearing Schickler's statement. Human. A woman's voice echoed through the battlefield at the same time. Father. Chhhhhhhh. Two large water whips aimed for the White Star's back. Schickler's blue spear stabbed toward the White Star's front at the same time. The White Star kicked off the ground after seeing both his front and his back being attacked at the same time. Bang! Bang! The whips and the spears hit each other in the empty area. The White Star looked back as he jumped. Yurei, all here. The other whale warriors started to appear behind Witira as well. The White Star and Schickler looked toward each other. Schickler started to speak in that short instance of eye contact. Yes, they are all here. He had the smile of a victor on his face. He looked relaxed as if he knew he was not going to lose. However, that relaxed expression soon disappeared. My side is here as well. The White Star gently smiled. What? Schickler's expression stiffened up. He heard Witira's desperate pleat at that moment. Pazetin. Schickler urgently turned around after feeling a strong amount of pressure behind him. He could see his son, Pazetin, and behind Pazetin, a man was laughing. The Bear King, Seru, was laughing as he moved his feeble arm as if it was a snake. Before the shocked Pazetin could run forward, his stealthy hand quickly grabbed the parchment sticking out of Pazetin's pocket. Damn it! It was already too late by the time Pazetin grabbed his shirt. Son. Schickler quickly threw the blue spear toward Pazetin, no, toward Seru. He then quickly covered his son Pazetin with the wall of his cape. A man fell from the air. Ah! Archie was flat on the glacier as he groaned. His entire body was slightly shaking. The Whale King's barrier was still present, however. That barrier was causing sparks because of the clashing of light and current. Archie could only groan without even being able to lift his head from the glacier. Heh. Searu, who was behind this, didn't hold back his laughter. Archie was no match for him. He was the Bear King after all. Tap. He handed the parchment to the person who landed next to him. Hey, here. The White Star leisurely received the parchment. He then commented, "That power is not here. You can't feel it." Yeah. It was said that only two Earth attribute ancient powers had existed during ancient times. Of them, the Earth attribute ancient power that the ancient White Star was said to have possessed. The White Star would be able to feel something if an ancient power existed nearby. However, he did not feel anything. Then what could this parchment be? What was this thing that the whales were trying so hard to protect? In addition, why do I not see Cal Henitus? That was the biggest question on the White Star's mind. Take it back. Kill that bastard. He could hear the shouts of the whale warriors and could see Watira and the Whale King charging toward him. However, he soon looked away. Cast the teleportation magic circle. Multiple black mages started to cast a teleportation magic circle after hearing Sairus shout. They looked as if they had practiced this many times. It was only natural. These black mages had been gathered specifically to cast this quick teleportation. Seru started to command them in the White Star's place. However, he soon turned to look at the White Star after feeling something was odd. The White Star was quietly looking at the parchment. What's wrong? The White Star's hands were shaking as he held the parchment. Seru had never seen the White Star like this. Unfortunately, the White Star was unable to respond to Seru's question. His eyes were wide open as they focused on the old parchment in his hand. This is real. What do you mean it's real? Seru approached him in confusion, but the White Star just kept reading the parchment over and over. There were words written in the ancient Eastern Continent's language. It was odd to find something on the Western continent written in the Eastern Continent's language, but there was something else that was even weirder. An unknown language. The language that the White Star had only seen in one other place during his 1,0 years of life and had still not been able to decipher. Nelan Barrow. The language in Nelan Barrow's memoir was in this ancient text. This looks like a real ancient text. It seemed to be as Searu described. The feeling of the parchment, as well as the unique way the ink seeped into the parchment. Everything seemed exactly as they used during ancient times. However, Nelan Barrow, the first dragon slayer's language, was the greatest proof. Searu looked at the status of the teleportation before reading the text written in the Eastern Continent's language. I debated it for a while. I had no choice as I had seen the results that were created through the sacrifices of so many people. At the same time, I found the seeds that could grow into such a disaster once again. The cold place up north, the hottest place in the west, and the sturdiest place to the east. There were a lot more long sentences after that. Sarah's eyes clouded over as he continued to read. The spot they had expected the final Earth attribute power to be located. This text addressed the land of the Whale tribe, the Caro Kingdom, and the Roan Kingdom. His expression then turned odd after seeing an unknown language he had never seen before. However, his face soon filled with even more confusion. There was a small piece of paper stuck to the parchment. It looked as if someone had accidentally put it there and forgot to remove it. The piece of paper fell off from the parchment. Seru watched as the White Star picked it up. This piece of paper was a modern piece of paper. Someone seemed to have quickly written on it. It looked as if someone had made comments after reading this ancient parchment. However, Seru could not read it. The texts written on the paper were in the same unknown language used on the parchment. There's someone. He heard the White Star's low voice at that moment. His voice was shaking from shock, excitement, and lunacy. There is a person who can read this text. Uwang, the teleportation started to commence. Seru looked toward his subordinates who were barely managing to defend against the whale's attacks, then toward the teleportation magic circle that was getting completed, and then finally toward the White Star. The White Star was laughing as if he was crying as he continued to speak. Yes, it was weird. There are two others for whom time is twisted. How could there be others who also had their time twisted? That was weird. No, he should have thought that it was weird. He started to think about the two bastards who were getting in his way. The two odd humans he had first met at the Margaru capital and realized that time was twisted for them as well. He then thought about the bastard he had only considered as Cal Henitus's subordinate until now. Why? He was someone with black hair, black eyes, and seemed to have suddenly appeared in this world. He was a human who maintained his youth because time was twisted for him, even though the White Star could tell that he had lived a long time. He was also talented in the way of the sword. Why did I not realize this until now? That bastard, he's like Nellen Barrow. He recalled something from the records of the first Dragon Slayer that were in the Dragon Slayer village. Information that people in the world did not know about because only those from the Dragon Slayer village had access to this information. The corners of the White Star's lips slowly started to go up. Choi Han! That bastard can read this text. The White Star's eyes started to sparkle. He had found a way. No, he might have found an opportunity to get access to all records of ancient times and became an even greater ruler. Seru, call that bastard over. Who? The bastard who started the fire in the jungle. The person who had started the fire in Section 1 of the jungle with former Imperial Prince Adin and the Black Mages. Ah, the bastard who said hell start the fire and put it out. The bastard that said he would infiltrate the jungle as a spy while pretending to be a shaman. Yes. Why do you need that illusionist bastard? A person. Pad. The teleportation was finished, and the White Star instantly disappeared from the land of the whale tribe. He said something to Seru after seeing the frowning Watira's face disappear. I need to make someone mine. There was a need to control someone. The corners of the White Star's lips were curled all the way up now. Choi Han, that bastard should come to look for you, right? Cal asked as he shrugged his shoulders in laughter. Chapter 432. Me? Why? 1. Choi Han gently responded. Yes, Cal Nim, he will think that it is me. Choi Han was a swordsman who had suddenly appeared in this world and looked similar to Choi Yung Gun, the first dragon slayer, Nellen Barrow. The decently intelligent White Star would not think that it was someone like Cal or the others with solid roots. He would definitely suspect Choi Han, whose past was a mystery. But Cal Nim. However, the person who wrote the note was Cal and not Choi Han. What is it? What did you write on the paper? Cal looked at Choi Han's back as he asked. Ah, you didn't see it? No, I didn't. The paper that Cal had purposely placed on the fake ancient text created by Marquis Taylor Stan. Choi Han had been busy and unable to see what he had written. Smirk. Choi Han could see Rayan suddenly removing his invisibility and appearing in front of him with a smile. He then heard Cal's stoic voice behind him. I wrote whatever Rayan told me to write. Rayan. Choi Han looked confused. He didn't think that it would be normal based on how Rayan was smiling. Choi Han cautiously asked Rayan the question. Rayan, what did you tell him to write? He could then see the 6-year-old dragon puff up his chubby belly and shout with confidence. The small dragon sounded excited. White Star, you stupid idiot. Ah, Choi Han let out a gasp. Rayan continued to speak. You most disrespectful moron in the world. Hey, idiot, you were tricked. You can't read this, right? I, the great and mighty Rayan Muru, will soon learn Korean and be able to read and write it. You idiot. You told him to write that. That's right. Strong Choi Han. Choi Han started to chuckle. The White Star would definitely come looking for him with that paper, asking if he could read Korean and demanding that he read it and decipher it for him. Choi Han felt an odd sense of elation thinking about reading that paper to him at that time. It was at that moment, young Master Nim. The Northern Ocean was quiet now that the White Star's subordinates had all teleported away. People were heading toward Choi Han, Rayan, and Cal. Watira looked toward Cal with a shocked expression before looking at Choi Han as she continued to speak. Young Master Nim, wasn't your role to stay hiding and crouching, so why are you here on his back? Did you get hurt? Ah, that. The 6-year-old dragon cut Choi Han off and answered with excitement. Hey, whale, the weak human's legs went numb after crouching for too long. That's why he asked Choi Han to carry him. The weak human is super weak. Ah. Rayan turned invisible the moment he saw the gasping Watira's expression, and Cal was left to feel an odd sense of iffiness that was hard to describe. Watira was looking at him as if he was a wet piece of paper that could rip at any moment. Choi Han let me down. Cal tried to get off Choi Han's back to move away from that iffiness. Young Master Nim, please don't push yourself too hard. That's right. Human, don't overdo it. Just stay there. Watira and Rayan stopped Cal from getting off. This made Cal feel even worse and made him get off Choi Han's back even quicker. Watira, whose battle outfit was wrinkled in many places after fighting in the battle just now, looked toward Cal with concern. She seemed to be confirming whether he could stand properly. Cal sighed and started to speak. I'm fine. I'm Cal Nim. Egu. Cal turned around after being shocked by the sudden whisper coming from behind him. Clope was standing there with a reverent smile on his face. I have completed my mission. This play has now come to an end. His excited gaze was focused on Cal. It was fun. Okay. Cal could only nod his head after becoming at a loss for words at Clope's expression. Human, you really should not play with that crazy Clope. Human, you got that. He ignored Rayon's comment and looked around. Whales, marine animals, and members of the Wyvern Knights Brigade were quickly taking care of the remaining issues. They left the crew behind as expected. The crew members who steered the White Star's ships to the glacier were looking around in fear while being escorted by the whales. He's always been that way. Choi Han had a bitter smile as he watched the sight while standing next to Cal. The White Star had only taken Seru, the Black Mages, the Knights, and others who would be useful to his future battles with him. He did not feel good while looking at the scared crew members, even though this sight was the same as usual. Those crew members were enemies, but he still felt bad for them. However, there was someone who was cold, unlike Choi Han. I will verify if there are any spies or suspicious individuals among them and keep them imprisoned in the Perun Castle until everything is finished. That person was Clope. Choi Han looked toward Clope, who had a calm expression and coldly calculated what needed to be done with an odd gaze. This person made it hard to tell if he was sane and if he was on their side or if he was the enemy. Choi Han made eye contact with Clope at that moment. Smile. Clope smiled aloofly before starting to speak to Cal, who was standing next to Choi Han. Cal Nim, what is it? Cal was looking at Clope with a stoic expression. I will spread the rumor that we defeated the devil, that we got rid of the disaster on this land. But he slowly started to frown after hearing what Clope said next. This smartly crazy bastard continued to speak regardless of the changes to Cal's expression. It should create a wonderful picture once we add this part to the rumors that we've already spread. The legendary Wyvern Knights Brigade of the North reappeared in the world to fight alongside the whales to defeat the devil named the White Star, who tried to persecute the ocean this time. Persecute. Fight alongside the whales. Witira looked toward Clope with a shocked expression on her face. This was completely different than the truth. In fact, Clope was the one who fell into the water without being able to fight at all after losing his wyvern. She was flabbergasted, but kept her mouth shut as she watched Clope continue to speak with a thoughtful gaze. Witiranim, then the people of the North will consider the White Star to be the evil one, an extremely strong but still defeatable evil being. They will also think that the North and the Whale tribe have a good relationship with each other, considering the Whale tribe to be a strong and reliable existence. Just do as you please. Witira did not wish to mix words with him any longer. It sounded as if it would be beneficial to the Whale tribe as well. However, this human had a way of making everything sound so odd. Kalnim, I was able to write the legend of the North thanks to you. Ho! Witira could only gasp after hearing Clope finish off by thanking Cal. It must be difficult for young Master Cal to handle such a person as well. She felt pity for someone like Cal, who had an extremely weak body, who had to deal with a bastard like Clope. Cal happened to respond to Clope as she thought that. Guardian Knight Sir Clope was at the center of this legend. Congratulations. You managed to write a legend. It was no big deal. I guess it's actually just a gathering of similar people. Witira decided not to think about this any further after witnessing Cal and Clope's interaction. She chose to focus on her father Schickler and Pazitin, who were taking care of the aftermath before asking a question. Young Masternim, will the White Star move according to your plans? Cal answered without an ounce of hesitation. Yes, he will. He will have no choice but to do so. The fake ancient text he had asked Taylor to create. Other than Korean, that text had a lot of things written in the Eastern continent's language as well. The text pointed to the land of the Whale tribe, the Karo Kingdom, and the Roan Kingdom. This was something the White Star already knew, however. Cal had added one more line to it. I plan on heading to the Karo Kingdom after confirming the land of the Whale tribe. I plan on stopping by the east as well, however. I must visit the desert, a place overflowing with the presence of Earth, before returning to the eastern continent. the desert that was overflowing with the presence of Earth. The White Star will be seduced by that sentence and would wish to move in the same order as the text. That would be because the text mentioned that the writer only planned on stopping by the east, but that he must visit the Karo kingdom. In addition, I will show myself there. He would probably come out of curiosity to see Choi Han and him. Cal slowly started to smile. The White Star was probably in a chaotic state because of the piece of paper with Korean written on it, finding a need to assess the current situation. He would check to see if the ancient text was real, try to authenticate what is written on it, and question everything. However, he would need to check all the things written on it at least once. A bastard like him who has waited 0 years would choose to act stealthily and carefully, focusing on the Karo Kingdom and Cal's whereabouts. And if Cal happened to appear somewhere in the Karo Kingdom at that time, hell fall for it. Curiosity and the trap. Everything would lead the White Star to the desert. Of course, he might make the unexpected decision of stopping by the Roan Kingdom first. There was something he requested to Marquis Taylor and Cage for such a situation, so he'll just move according to them if need be. Then I'll be heading out now. I leave the cleanup to you. Witira and Clope prepared to say goodbye. Uwuong, Rayan immediately activated a teleportation magic circle. They needed to hurry because there were many things they had to set up in advance. The light from the teleportation magic circle started to surround Choi Han, Cal, and Rayan. Beep, beep, a sharp noise reached Cal's ears at that moment. Wang. The teleportation was halted. Human. Cal could see a video communication device that appeared in the air. The video communication device was glowing red. There was only one person that it would glow red for other than an emergency call. The Crown Prince. Crown Prince Albaru Crossman had contacted him for the first time in a while. Cal motioned for the group to halt for a moment before moving to a quiet place in a corner of the glacier and pointing to the video communication device. I'm connecting him. Rayan immediately connected the call, and Cal could see the image that appeared on top of the ice. Albaru Crossman was standing there, and Cal's expression soon turned odd. Your Highness, did something happen? Smile. Albaru Crossman, who had a bright smile on his face, was waving at Cal. Young Master Cal, have you been well? What the hell? Oops. Cal had subconsciously said what was on his mind. My apologies, I subconsciously blurted out my true feelings. I apologize for showing such a profane demeanor. No worries, it's understandable. Something seems very weird. Cal looked deeply confused. He paid close attention to what he saw on the screen again. It was Albaru's usual office. He was in his formal attire as if he had just come from a meeting, and nothing seemed to be out of space. Everything seemed the same as always. But why is he acting like this? Albaru started to speak as Cal slowly started to frown. We plan on proceeding with the punishment for the prisoners we captured during the battle. I see. This call was to inform him that Siram and the other enemies would officially face their punishments. Cal was thinking that it had taken quite long to get to this point. However, it had not even been a year since the war happened, so it made sense considering that they probably wanted to restore anything that was destroyed first. We plan on having an award ceremony as well. I see. It was normal for there to be an award ceremony to reward people for their merits during the war. Cal suddenly had an ominous feeling, that cheesy smile on his face. Is something about to happen to me? Cal Henitus would be the first on the list when it came to merits during the war. Cal quickly started to speak with a look of urgency on his face. Your Highness, I absolutely do not need any fame or power. I would prefer lemonades to them. Albaru was quiet for a moment. Don't worry. He then continued to speak with a gentle smile on his face. We will remove the commander title given to you, and we will not give you any further public posts or nobility rank. Oh, Cal was honestly full of admiration as he responded. Your Highness, you will keep our promise. That is correct. I do not need anything other than golden plaques or money. Yes, yes. Your Highness, you truly have what it takes to be the moon over the Roan Kingdom and the western continent's night sky and the sun during the day. Yes, yes. It looks like the Henitus household will become at least a marquis, and at maximum, a duke household. Ah! Cal's body suddenly stopped, as if he was a malfunctioning machine. Albaru didn't care as he smiled brightly and continued to speak. It wasn't my intention either, but the citizens keep saying that the guardian who protected the Roan Kingdom was the Henitus household. There's a marquis or duke in the Roan Kingdom's central region, the Northwest region, the Southwest region, and the Southeast region. So why? They kept saying the Hennetus household has a lot of merits from the war and begged for me to raise the count's title to a higher one. Your Highness, isn't it difficult for a count to become a marquis or a duke? Unless they have such meritorious achievements, such as saving the kingdom or the continent. Ah, Cal shut up in the middle of his sentence. The achievements of Cal and others who were associated with the Hennetus household were similar to what he had just described. They had fought off the indomitable alliance, prevented the naval battle without many casualties, and achieved many other things that made others see the Rhone kingdom as a strong kingdom. Cal's shoulders slowly started to fall. There's also a rumor going around right now. They say that there is this evil bastard named the White Star who was the backing for the Empire's Alchemist's Tower and was the culprit behind the war with the North, and that young Master Silver Light was gathering heroes to protect the Western continent. The citizens were saying we needed to protect our young master. Egu, Cal wanted to cry. Congratulations. It looks like you can end up becoming the slacker firstborn of Duke Hennetus's household. The smiling Albaru seemed to be making fun of Cal. By the way, who will become the next lord of your household? Why has a decision not been made yet? My younger brother Basin. The talented and cool Basin existed in the Hennetus territory. Albaru continued to speak in a bright voice the moment Cal's eyes sparkled. Your family should contact you regarding a title awarding ceremony for Count Deruth. See you then, since the whole family needs to come to the palace for such an affair. Cal could see the smiling Clope, who had noticed that the conversation was coming to an end and had walked over. We put in a lot of effort to spread those rumors. Ah, this crazy bastard. Cal was angry at Clope, who had done so well and achieved much more than he had expected Clope to do. How the hell did he spread the rumors through the north and all the way to the Rhone kingdom in such a short amount of time? Crown Prince Albarus smiled at Cal, who seemed shocked as he continued to speak. Our great hero, young Master Silver Light. See you at the palace soon. Damn it, he's clearly making fun of me. The call ended as Cal frowned again. Cal's shoulders slouched forward quite a bit. Chapter 433, Me. Why? 2. Cal looked solemn. It was because his mind was complicated more than ever before. If the Hennetus household really becomes a marquis. No, if it becomes a duke's household. They were rich, had the strongest influence in the naval forces, and would have the title of duke or marquis. Just thinking about that made Cal feel as if his slacker life was turning into an illusion and waving goodbye to him. Nah, no way. The Rhone Kingdom's nobles would have to be crazy to let one household have money, power, and honor. Furthermore, how smart was Crown Prince Albaru Crossman. No matter how much that person trusts Cal, would he push power for his family as well? Young Masternim, are you okay? Cal turned to see Watira looking at him with an odd expression on her face. She debated it for a moment before starting to speak. Young Masternim, why are you rejecting all those things? She found someone like Cal Hennetus who rejected a respected position, title, and honor to be weird. Why else? Cal grumbled with a frown on his face. Things like that are annoying. I already have plenty of things to do. He had a lot of things to do after getting rid of that White Star bastard. He already needed to farm, even as a slacker, because of the promise he made with team leader Lee Soo-hyuk. Farming was not an easy task. Kim Rok-soo was someone who had lived in cities his whole life. He was more accustomed to a job, like being a server in the Eastern Continent's hope and adventure, loving in than farming. I need to read up on farming too. He couldn't do a bad job at it if he was going to create a field and start farming. He needed to at least have basic knowledge about farming. The children will be watching me. The children, averaging 9 years old, would be by Cal's side, watching him farm. If Cal half-assed the farming with them watching, if he threw the seeds and didn't care about the field at all, Cal may not care about helping with the children's education, but even he wouldn't do something like that. He needed to play, eat, rest, sleep, and now farm once he became a slacker. He was already concerned that he wouldn't have time to rest because of the farm, so who cares about a respected position? Title. He didn't need any of those things. Watira seemed to be sighing as she started to speak toward Cal, who seemed to be thinking deeply about something. Young Masternim, taking care of the White Star really is difficult, but you should still take the things you're supposed to take. Cal felt something from Watira's actions. She seemed to have misunderstood him, and was looking at him with a gaze that seemed to be thinking that he was a person who wanted to sacrifice himself. Cal started to speak in order to change that gaze. I'm not talking about the white star. I'm not talking about the present. I'm talking about the future. The future. Yes, I need to farm in the future. Yes, indeed, it will be a small field to start, and I'm going to plant crops that are easy to grow. Farm. Yes. What else is there for me to do after getting rid of the white star? I'm just going to return to the forest of darkness and live a quiet life. Just thinking about it was making Cal happy. The villa in Harris Village, the super rock villa in the forest of darkness, Sherritt and Rayan's castle. Isn't living quietly in such dazzling places the slacker life of his dreams? Living quietly in the forest of darkness. Yes. What do you think? Doesn't it sound great? Cal started to smile while thinking about this happy future. He then looked out toward the edge of the Northern Ocean. I'll treat the profits from the eastern continents in as my pension and live a comfortable life. It sounds so wonderful. Cal looked relaxed. However, Watira started to frown while looking at him. She couldn't figure out what to say. The forest of darkness. What kind of place was that forest? It was the place on the western continent with the oddest and strongest monsters, making it so that he would need to stay alert even with a dragon by his side. Wasn't that the reason the Henitus territory created a large stone wall to divide the forest of darkness from the rest of the territory? Furthermore, the Henitus household had been known as the guardians who protected the Rhone kingdom from the forest of darkness for generations. The world after defeating the White Star. That world would be peaceful, as Cal mentioned, besides from war between kingdoms or different beast people tribes. But in such a world, young Master Cal, he wants to throw away all titles and positions and stay in the dangerous forest of darkness to protect the world and let it be at peace. No, that was not all either. He wants to farm in that dangerous forest of darkness. Is he saying that he wants to turn that place into an abundant land that would benefit the world? He also wants to do it quietly without other people knowing, not wanting any wealth or honor in return. Watira felt frustrated. She then heard someone quietly mumble next to her, ... It was real. The quiet but passionate voice made her look toward the speaker. Watira could see Clope looking at Cal with an odd expression. Clope clenched his fists. Clope had finally understood a bit about Cal Henitus. Clope had not been able to tell until now whether Cal was stupid or smart. Sometimes Cal acted like an emotional idiot, while other times he coldly treated Clope like a puppet. However, Clope now realized why he had not been able to tell whether Cal was stupid or smart. He's different than me. Cal Henitus, this man, has no greed. Cal always claimed to be a greedy person, however. The objects of his greed were not wealth, honor, or power. It was a much greater greed. He was greedy for something Clope did not dare to imagine. His greed is to create a peaceful world. Clope was able to realize Cal Henitus's lofty greed after hearing about how he wanted to throw everything aside and farm in the forest of darkness. That person is choosing to live in seclusion because he doesn't want himself to become a faction that threatens the world either. A world without the White Star. What would be the strongest faction in such a world? Who would be the leader of that faction? Who would be the person who has the greatest influence on both the eastern and western continents? It would be Cal Henitus. Would the wise Cal Henitus not know that? I'm sure he knows about it too well. That was why Cal Henitus, for the sake of world peace, was going to live in seclusion to prevent any further chaos in the world. However, if another White Star or a faction similar to the indomitable alliance that I started appears again, Cal Henitus would return to the outside world again. He would return to fulfill this unattainable desire for world peace. This greed was so grand that Clope could only say that Cal Henitus had no greed. It was not something that could be properly described by the word greed. He will truly become a legend. An odd sense of passion enveloped Clope's whole body. Only a single thought filled Clope's mind as his questions disappeared, and everything seemed to fall into place. Cal Henitus is an extremely scary person. Clope Seca dreamt of becoming a legend as well. However, that dream was for himself, but if someone was willing to erase themselves as they walked, he's the real deal. His gaze then moved from Cal to the others. He could see Choi Han. Choi Han was chuckling and looking at Cal with a "nothing I can do about you" type of expression. Cal Henitus has extremely strong allies who would go into seclusion with him and travel to the ends of the world beside him, if need be. That's scary. That's very scary. Clope felt both fear and pleasure at the same time. I'm also on Cal Henitus's side. The corners of his lips curled up as high as possible. He then looked toward another strong individual who had been moved by Cal. Young Masternim, your dream, I truly hope that it comes true. Witira suppressed her frustration and tried her best to smile as she commented. Cal tried to smile back at her but failed to do so. I will pray that the fertile and wide field you create in the forest of darkness would be full of crops every year. Cal started to frown. What the hell is this whale saying? Wide field. Who said anything about a wide field? Cal opened his mouth to report. It was at that moment. He heard someone chuckle. It is just small-scale farming. It is not a wide field. Choi Han had a pure smile on his face as he answered Witira and turned toward Cal to ask a question. Isn't that right, Calnim? Cal could see Choi Han asking while looking at him with a pitying gaze. It was the same pitiful gaze Kim Rock-Soo's peers had given him whenever he spoke nonsense. It made him feel iffy, but Cal nodded his head and confirmed. Exactly. Small-scale farming indeed. Human, are we farming? What are we going to grow? I will water the field with magic. Human, Choi Han said we need chili peppers and beans to make gochujang and doenjang. Let's grow those first. Cal's expression turned stoic as he continued to listen to the excited Rayan. However, Witira and Clope, who could not hear Rayan, started to think different things after seeing Cal's expression change, while Choi Han was working hard to prevent himself from laughing. Choi Han had seen through Choi Young-soo's memories. It had happened when the 25-year-old Choi Young-soo had met with the guild leader of Korea's largest guild responsible for Seoul's Section A with his colleague and same-aged friend Kim Rock-soo. The guild leader had made an offer to Kim Rock-soo at that time. Kim Rock-soo, why don't you enter our guild? I think very highly of your abilities. We will give you the best treatment. But I don't want to. Can I ask why? I plan on working in this company until I can be a slacker. What? You're going to keep working in that company that pays you a rat's tail of a salary and gives you no fame whatsoever. They'll at least take care of me in retirement. Ho, you're going to silently work there until you retire. Probably not silently, but pretty much, yes. Ho, that guild leader had shaken his head while sighing and mumbling to himself. What an amazing mindset. Kim Rock-soo had looked at that guild leader as if he was the odd one. Choi Han remembered Choi Young-soo's feelings as he looked at Kim Rock-soo at that time. Kim Rock-soo, this bastard, is like this again. And that guild leader should have understood when he said that he wanted to become a slacker, so why is he mentioning the rest of this nonsense? The team leader and Kim Rock-soo, they're both so similar, Sai. That had been Choi Young-soo's feelings. Choi Han understood Choi Young-soo's feelings as he looked at Cal, Witira, and Clope right now. Pat, pat. His hand patted Cal's shoulder. What do you want? Cal looked at him with a grumbling expression, and Choi Han responded with a pure smile on his face. I will help you farm. This bastard, no, why is this person, Choi Han, acting like this? Cal was baffled as he started to speak. Let's go see Mary for now. Cal, Rayan, and Choi Han soon left a frowning Witira and a passionate Clope behind as they headed toward the land of death, one of the western continent's forbidden regions. 3 days later, Cal stepped onto the teleportation magic circle as Rosalind watched him leave. Human, I will be right behind you. See you in 1 minute. Congratulations, young Masternim. Choi Han and Mary will come soon too. Okay, Cal weakly responded, and the bright light from the teleportation magic circle soon covered his sight. He heard Rosalind's bright voice as that happened. I don't know if it will be a duke or a marquis, but I hope it is a duke. Damn it. Cal closed his eyes and let the teleportation take him to the Henitus residence at the Rhone Kingdom's capital. He had received a call from Count Deruth while working at the Land of Death's underground city to come up with a plan to deal with the White Star. Count Deruth was smiling brightly as he mentioned the issue the Crown Prince mentioned last time. Cal, let's see each other again for the first time in a long while at the capital. Can you make it? Cal said that he would definitely be there. Who knows what would happen to me without my being there? He needed to make sure nothing happened. The whole ceremony had to pass without Cal Henitus receiving anything. Cal made up his mind to personally make sure that happened. Pat. He firmed his resolve once more as he was blinded by the bright light. He would definitely do something that would allow him to be one step closer to the life of a slacker. Hyang Nim. He opened his eyes in a familiar location after the light from the teleportation disappeared. Human, I'm here. He listened to Rayan's voice in his head as he looked around at the Henitus family's capital residence's underground training ground that had not changed much in the past 2 years. Welcome, Hyangnim. Even Basin, who came to greet him, had not changed. Thanks, Basin. Long time no see. Basin was the only one who came to greet Cal. There was nobody else present. This was odd since he had heard that Lily, his father, and his mother were all already at the capital. Are they all busy? In the short moment that Cal had thought about that, Hyang Nim, Cal and Basin made eye contact. I've been waiting for you for a very long time. The boy who looked weak but stubborn was looking at Cal with a passionate gaze. What's up with him? Cal thought that Basin was acting weird. However, he soon calmed himself. He thought it was better that nobody other than Basin was here in this underground training ground. Basin. Basin looked directly at Cal after hearing his name. He had heard about everything Cal had done, as well as the rumors spreading about him right now. Basin suddenly recalled the young Cal Henitus, who had looked at him with a pitiful expression about a month after he had come to live in this residence. You are part of the Henitus household. Remember that. No matter where you go, your last name is Henitus, you got that? Don't you remember what father said? Listen to me unless you are an idiot. Tell people that the Henitus blood flows through you no matter what. How can I? Shut up and do as I say. Otherwise, you won't be able to live in this house. Do you think the cousins and the others would leave you alone? Are you going to act like an idiot? His Hyang Nim had never raised his fist toward him even when he was living his life as trash, just treating him as an outsider. Basin knew that that was the best Cal could do to help him. You need to protect your mother. At least you. Basin still had no idea why the young Cal had such a sad expression on his face at that time. The young Cal and Cal's mother. Nobody was willing to say anything about Cal's mother. Basin started to speak while looking at his Hyang Nim. Yes, Hyang Nim. Cal slowly started to speak while looking back. The main reason that he had come to the capital. This was the first step to making that happen. The underground training ground was quiet. A voice slowly started to speak to break the silence. Actually, it was not just one voice. Hyang Nim, I wish for you to become the territory lord. What do you think about becoming the territory lord? They both spoke at the same time. Basin and Cal, me as the territory lord. You want me to be the territory lord? Why? Both of their pupils were shaking as they looked at each other. Neither of you want to be the territory lord. Then let's ask little Lily if she wants to do it. She'll destroy all enemies with her greatsword. She seems like she'll become stronger than Basin and you. Weak human. She's reliable. Rayan excitedly shouted into Cal's mind. Clunk. They heard the door to the training ground open, and Cal made eye contact with Lily, who showed up at the right time. He heard Rayan's voice at that moment as well. Oh, human. It's the future strong girl, Lily. She became stronger again. Maybe it was because Rayan was blabbing on so loudly. Cal subconsciously asked Lily a question while he was still slightly shocked. Do you want to be the territory lord? Lily's jaws dropped in shock. She seemed shocked as she started to talk to herself without greeting either Cal nor Basin. What is going on? Lily's thoughts were clearly visible, and this was the thought going through everyone in the room other than Rayan. Chapter 434. Me? Why? 3. Cal, Lily, and Basin. None of the three could easily say anything. Cal couldn't speak because he knew he had spoken nonsense to Lily. Basin couldn't speak because he was thinking about what Cal had said. And finally, Lily was remaining quiet because of her. What is going on? Comment that she had subconsciously made. However, that silence was soon broken, and Lily was the first to speak. I'm not going to be the territory lord. I'm going to be a knight. She didn't know why that unexpected question had suddenly been directed at her, but she tried her best to share her intentions with Cal. She tightly clenched her fists. Of course, Cal flinched as he watched Lily suddenly clench her fists. However, Lily did not manage to see that. I wish to become a strong knight who will protect the territory and the kingdom. Okay, do that. Lily, who was planning on sharing more of her aspirations with Cal, flinched in shock after hearing Cal immediately accept it. Cal didn't care and said what he wanted to say. Work hard, but don't work too hard. Children need to play. She's not even a teenager yet, so she should play. Shouldn't she? Cal nodded at his own question. He then made eye contact with someone who was looking directly at him. Bason's eyes seemed more concerned than ever as he quietly looked toward Cal. Cal scratched his head after seeing the complicated gaze. This kind of atmosphere doesn't suit me well. Cal debated for a moment before starting to speak again. Basin, is there something you want to do like Lily does? Bason's pupils started to shake. What he wanted to do was taking care of the internal administrative and financial needs under Cal's leadership as the territory lord. That was because Cal was famous, not just in the kingdom, but throughout the entire continent, and had lots of things to do. He wanted to help his brother, who would be busy with external affairs, lead the territory in a safe and innovative way. You're probably interested in looking after the territory and helping it grow, right? He was right. His Hyang Nim was right, but Basin did not respond. He didn't look like he was trying to be rude. In fact, he looked to be deep in thought about what to say. Cal thought for a moment before starting to speak again. You guys are still young, but I will tell you the truth since you are both intelligent, but more so because you are my younger siblings. My younger siblings. Those words made Bason's shoulders shake. He then noticed Cal calmly looking at him. It made him recall the younger version of his brother, who was blunt and almost rude as he spoke, but always looked at him with a pitying but calm gaze. I do not wish to be the territory lord. Cal decided to be honest. It might make him seem like an eldest son with no sense of responsibility. However, it didn't matter since they all thought that he was originally trash, right? To be honest with you guys, I wish to rest after finishing what I am doing right now. Bason's eyes opened wide. I want to live over by Harris Village and live a quiet and peaceful life. Ah, Basin let out a quiet gasp, but could not think about what to say as he looked at Cal scratch his cheeks while saying these things in a slightly awkward and embarrassed tone. Yes, the things Hyang Nim is doing right now, everything that the Cal who suddenly changed 2 years ago started to do caused a lot of noise in the kingdom. Everything he did raised the fame of the Henitus household and their territory, especially his achievements during the battle between the Indomitable Alliance and the Henitus territory. Cal also accomplished a lot in the kingdom and the rest of the western continent after that, making the fame that he had thought had reached its apex to continue to rise. His actions made people stop talking about making Basin the successor, and the talks of making Cal the successor were rampant in the territory now. However, how hard must it have been for Hyang Nim this whole time? This was the reason Basin had been at a loss for words after hearing Cal say he wanted to rest. It was because he remembered that while Cal's fame and the household's fame went up, Cal himself had to fight with his life on the line many times. The person who turned pale, coughed up blood, and fainted time after time was saying he wanted to rest after this was over. Furthermore, he mentioned that he had hesitated to tell the truth because Basin was young, but that he decided to tell them because they were his younger siblings. Anybody would be able to tell that Cal was being honest. However, his Hyang Nim, who was saying he was young, was only 20 years old and had been 18 when he started to fight 2 years ago. His Hyang Nim was also still young. Basin's thoughts were so complicated that his mind wanted to blow. Many different emotions and thoughts filled his mind. He heard Cal's voice at that moment. Of course, you don't have to do something you don't want to do if you don't want to do it. Cal could see Basin finally start to open his mouth. Hyang Nim, you, a calmer than expected voice was coming out of Basin's mouth. Cal looked into Basin's eyes that were looking at him. Then Hyang Nim, are you doing what you want to do right now? Cal answered that question without any hesitation. Half and half. The things he started because he didn't want Choi Han to beat him to a pulp had ended up becoming this big and causing major headaches. Anyway, it is true that I am doing things right now because I want to do them. Getting rid of the White Star. He was originally doing it because he thought that he and his friends were the only ones who could do that properly. But now he wanted to quickly smack that guy from behind. He then wanted to be a slacker and play all day once the world became peaceful. I see. Basin barely managed to smile as he nodded his head. I'm sure Hyang Nim is being honest when he says half and half. Something he wants to do and something he does not want to do at the same time. Who would want to cough up blood and fight such difficult battles? It was normal to not want to do those things. But the part where he says he wants to do it. Basin started to think about what he wanted to do. He was not talented in the sword like the people of the Henitus family. He was only slightly better than average, which was why he only trained in the basics. He chose a different direction instead. He chose a direction where he could help the territory, his household, the residents, and his family. Administration, finance, and politics. He had studied a lot of things. That was what he wanted to do. Hyung Nim, yes. Do you think I will be able to do a good job? Basin could see Cal tilting his head to the side in confusion after hearing his question. Lily. He then called for their youngest sister, Lily. Yes, sir. Lily, who had been nervously and carefully listening to her two opars' conversations, responded energetically as Cal asked with a confused expression still on his face. Isn't Basin smart? He's very smart, right? Don't people compliment his administrative and finance skills? They do it quite often. Basin blankly looked toward Lily and Cal. Cal then turned toward him and continued to speak. Is there anything that people are good at when they first start? Things will work out as you keep doing it. What is most important is if you want to do it. Lily, would you not be a knight if you were terrible with the sword? No, I would be a knight even if I sucked with the sword and would keep working hard until I became good at it. Lily sounded energetic as she responded to Cal in the way she would respond to her master. Basin blankly watched this as Cal scratched his cheek and observed Basin's expression as he started to speak again. If it feels that burdensome. Cal debated for a moment before deciding to help Basin, who wanted to be the territory lord, but could not make up his mind because he worried that he would not do a good job. He'll take care of dealing with his highness or the rest of the kingdom, things like dealing with the nobles and the external affairs. Who in the Roan kingdom would dare to touch the Henitus household after we get rid of the White Star? Cal said this thinking there would probably not be many external affairs issues for him to handle, and Lily chimed in right after him. I will lead the Knights Brigade and the troops. My master is teaching me tactics and military arts right now. Basin quietly closed his eyes after seeing Lily confidently step up while saying to leave the troops to her, and Cal giving Lily a thumbs up with a look of admiration. Yes, I'm not doing everything on my own. He was already planning on taking care of the internal affairs because Cal seemed as if he would be traveling quite a bit. Hyung Nim, Lily, and I. Wouldn't it be fine if these three people became the three pillars of the Henitus territory? Would the burden on Hyung Nim go down if the three of us split up the work? This was planning for the far future, as both his father and mother were still young and healthy, but Basin started to imagine the future with the three siblings in power. It looked exciting. It made his heart beat wildly. Hyung Nim would take care of things outside the territory, I would take care of things inside the territory, and my little dancing would take care of the city walls and protect the territory. Basin slowly started to smile. Hyung Nim, what is it? Do you not need the title of nobility? I'll tell you everything since I decided to be honest. I'm not interested in a title or a government position at all. Basin could not help but laugh after seeing the honest expression on Cal's face. Ha ha, what was going on? Basin oddly felt himself calming down. He slightly smiled toward Cal, who was looking at him as he started to speak. Hyung Nim, what is it? I will think about the territory's successor position. What the heck? Basin was saying that he would think about it, but Cal was getting an odd feeling. Basin's faint smile made Cal think of someone else. Human. Good boy Basin is smiling like shrewd Crown Prince Albaru. This is weird. He's not smiling cheekily like the Crown Prince, but it feels similar. This is bad. Basin cannot grow up like the Crown Prince. Human, you won't be able to rest if that happens. Nah, no way. This honest to a fault brother of mine becoming like the Crown Prince. That makes no sense. Cal erased such an unbelievable thought from his mind. Basin continued to speak with a mischievous expression. I'll think about it and let you know if I want to do it. That's right. He should only do it if he wants to do it. Cal nodded his head at Basin's statement, but received an oddly weird sensation. Basin didn't care as he started to walk toward the training ground entrance before stopping again. Also he looked toward Cal and Lily as he continued to speak. His voice was light and slightly bright. You know that father and mother must agree on the successor, right? None of our discussions matter if we do not have the two of their permissions. Then I will head up first. Tap, tap. Basin disappeared from the underground training ground with light footsteps. Cal was silent for a moment before he turned toward Lily and asked, was Basin's personality always like this? I don't think so. He seemed happy, right? Yes, I think he wanted to be the territory lord. Was that the case? Cal didn't think Lily was right. but just nodded his head and started to speak to Lily again because he had no way of knowing what was making Basin happy. I will cheer you on to achieve your dream of becoming a knight to protect the territory. Thank you, Cal smiled while looking at the smile on Lily's face. Heh, Basin will be the territory lord, and with Lily taking control of the troops, it looks like he'll just have to travel every so often to meet with His Highness. It was a satisfying future for all three of them. Human, I feel like all three of you are misunderstanding something. That was why he easily ignored Rayan's ramblings. However, something soon happened to get rid of that refreshed smile and make Cal start to frown again. Then I will head up first. Sure. Cal bowed toward Count Deruth and Countess Violin as he got up from the table. Countess Violin's sharp gaze checked how much Cal ate, while Count Deruth noticed Cal's skinnier than before wrist and stealthily motioned with his gaze to the butler of the capital residence. But Cal, who had no way of knowing this, felt relaxed and full for the first time in a long while as he headed to his bedroom. Let's talk about the details tomorrow. I'm sure you are tired, so get some rest. Yes, Mother. The original plan was to have tea time after dinner, but Cal was tired and his family was understanding and told him to go rest. Cal happily accepted the offer and slowly started to walk toward his room, heading to his bedroom with a full stomach. This was a wonderful schedule. He then happened to make eye contact with two employees who were walking down the hall. They seemed to be new, as Cal had never met them before, and they jumped up in shock before bowing toward Cal and quickly walking past him. This reminds me of the past. He recalled how the employees had avoided him when he first opened his eyes as Cal. Cal, who didn't mind such a situation, just smiled as the two whispered to each other as they walked past him because he was happy from being full and headed toward his room. Silver light, like the rumors. Hero. Their conversation did not manage to reach Cal's ears. Instead, as Cal walked a bit farther down the empty hallway and stopped in front of his bedroom. Human, you're here. Rayan, who should be in his room, started to speak in his mind. But something was off. Human, MMPH. Human, hold on, what the hell? He recalled how Rayan had not even eaten dinner as he wanted to sneak out with Cal to eat the skewers and other junk food from the street vendors. That was why Cal purposely had nobody come into nor near his bedroom. He wanted Rayan to be able to relax without being invisible. However, the way Rayan was speaking urgently inside the bedroom was weird. He was clearly sending the message with magic, however. Human, wait a moment, MMPH. His voice sounded stuffed and urgent. Cal's pupils started to shake. His hand quickly headed toward the doorknob. You look ready for a fight. The Super Rock noticed Cal's current emotional state, and the ancient powers got ready for battle. Ooh-wang. The ancient powers inside Cal's body quietly started to roar. Cal then slammed the door open. Bang! The door opened with a loud noise. Raquel, who was about to shout Rayan, instantly started to frown. MMPH. Cough. Rayan was quickly trying to swallow the piece of cake in his mouth without managing to clean the chocolate cream and crumbs around his mouth. Oh my, please eat slowly. There was a person gently patting Rayan's back and wiping the chocolate cream off Rayan's mouth. That person looked toward Cal before taking off his hood. That person, no, that quarter dark elf, soon started to smile brightly. Hiya. Rayan seemed to have opened it for him, and his smile matched the dark night sky outside the now open terrace. The table Rayan was on was full of cake and cookies. It was even more dazzling than the ones they ate in the palace last time. Ha! Cal let out a sigh. Human. Rayan urgently wiped his mouth as he started to speak. I wasn't trying to eat the whole cake on my own. I was planning on eating it with you. But I ended up eating it all before I knew it. I still have enough room in my tummy to eat skewers with you. I really want to eat chicken skewers. You can't say I can't have it because I ate this. He then pushed the empty cake stand over toward the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince then smiled brightly as he started to speak. Cal, do you want some? There was a cookie in his hand. What the hell? Why did this guy sneak in here? Why is he in his quarter dark elf form? The sound of Albaru crunching on the cookie became louder the more Cal started to frown. Delicious. Albaru smiled brightly and commented on the taste as Cal closed the door. Bang! The door slammed shut, and Cal approached Albaru before asking in a disgruntled but respectful manner. Why are you here? Smirk. The quarter dark elf's eyes were full of mischief. I need to borrow Choi Han and you. What nonsense is he saying now? Chapter 435. Me? Why? 4. Albaru started to speak as soon as he saw Cal's expression. You were probably just thinking, what nonsense is he saying now, weren't you? No, Your Highness. Cal picked up a cookie from the box in front of Albaru with a calm expression on his face. Crunch. Cal took a bite of the cookie before continuing to speak. I don't think that's possible. You're saying no without even hearing the details. Yes, it's not possible. We are busy, Your Highness. Human, your tone sounds like Mary's right now. Cal ignored Rayan's comment and observed Albaru. Albaru slowly crossed his arms and leaned on the couch. He was also looking right at Cal as he started to speak. You, who do you think are the three most popular people in the kingdom right now? What kind of random question is this? Cal's face and gaze quickly turned sour, but he soon felt that something was off. The person who would usually say something after seeing his sour face was looking at Cal with a serious expression. That meant that he was seriously asking this question. Cal's expression turned as odd as possible. He debated it for a moment before responding with a stoic expression. First place is His Highness the Crown Prince, second place is Albaru Crossman, and third place is the Roan Kingdom's rising sun. Is this right? Rayan put the cookie in his hand down, and Albarus' expression looked as if he had eaten a young persimmon as Cal announced the first, second, and third place, as if he was trying to tell Albaru to have his moment and stop the nonsense. Hey, Crown Prince, are you that popular? Amazing. I guess you are handsome, Crown Prince. At least your face is normal. Rayan was patting Albaru's shoulders as if he was proud of him as Albaru brushed his face with both hands. He then started to speak. First place is Choi Han, second place is Cal Henitus, third place is Mary. Excuse me. Rayan and Cal's eyes opened wide. The quarter dark elf looked toward the stiff young dragon and the human as he continued to speak. I'm probably in fourth place. Oh, Cal let out a quiet gasp. Choi Han is so popular. Mary is very popular too. Human, the only shocking part is that you were in second place. I didn't think you'd place at all. Of course, you are eternally zero place in my book. Cal continued to go, wow, while Rayan fluttered his wings in excitement. The crown prince who was watching their relaxed discussion finally ended up speaking. Choi Han is known to be born amongst the common people in the Henitus territory. It's the same for Mary. Tap, tap. Albaru's fingers tapped on the couch's armrest. The reason he came out here while avoiding the gazes of the people. That is why the citizens of the kingdom are excited about the achievements of their fellow commoners and want to be like them, hoping that they remain as the heroes of the Roan kingdom. And the nobles. That word made Cal look toward Albaru. The nobles want to tie Choi Han and Mary down as the Roan kingdom's heroes as well. However, the finger tapping on the couch pointed toward Cal. They want them separated from you. Bang! Rayan's two front paws slammed on the table. No, Mary and Choi Han are part of our family. Crown Prince, which nobles are they? I will destroy their houses. Cal, who had been deep in thought, started to speak at that moment. The method for the nobles to tie Choi Han and Mary down to the Roan kingdom while separating them from Cal. Are they talking about giving titles and territories to the two of them? Yes. If Choi Han and Mary each received titles and their own territories, the two of them would leave the Henitus territory. Most importantly, they would not be able to freely move around with Cal as they have been doing until now. It's the suggestion those idiots, who only know how to maintain their power and increase their wealth, managed to conjure up together. The corners of Albarus' lips twisted up. They were especially adamant during the nobles' meeting about giving Choi Han a title and his own territory. Crown Prince, why only Choi Han? What about Mary? Albaru smiled instead of responding as he looked into Rayan's innocent eyes. However, he could not hide the bitterness in his gaze as he made eye contact with Cal. Cal instantly realized the reason. It's because she is a necromancer. Yes, the reason they wanted to draw Choi Han into the noble society, no matter what, but were hesitant about Mary. That was because Mary was a necromancer. Mary's popularity was quite high in the entire Roan kingdom. However, there were still many people who scorned and feared the darkness attribute, especially the necromancer occupation that uses bones to fight. The nobles who wanted their titles to remain safe were all thinking that a necromancer rising to a high title meant that the quality of their title would fall. A portion of them have become afraid after seeing what happened in the Margaru Empire. After seeing what the Black Mages did to the Margaru royal family, the nobles, and the entire empire, they were afraid to draw in a necromancer, who shared the darkness attribute into their world. There have been talks of slowly limiting the dark elves coming into the palace as well. Cal started to frown while looking at the bitter smile on Alberus' face. How much help had Mary and the dark elves been? The bastards who had stayed hidden in their residences, caring only about their own safety, wanted to forget about their help and only care about their own greed and prestige. Those rotten bastards. Alberu did not say anything about Cal's comment. Cal looked at him as he continued to speak. I am sure the nobles wouldn't be satisfied with just giving Choi Han a title and territory now. Giving a title and territory was not a certain way to completely separate Choi Han from Cal and the Henitus household. Cal knew the strongest way they could get this done. Which household says that they want to bring Choi Han into their family? Blood ties, hometown ties, and school ties. The strongest of those ties were blood ties, so the strongest and most certain way to split Choi Han away from the Henitus household while getting him on their side would be to marry their daughter to Choi Han and become a part of his family. Unfortunately, this was still a society where such a thing worked. Alberu flinched as he was about to answer Cal's question. It was because he saw the gazes of the human and the dragon staring at him. Seeing the gazes the red eyes of the human and black dragon were giving him, Alberu said something else rather than what he had originally planned to say. Why, Barang? Rayon's two front paws slammed on the table. Crown Prince, what do you mean why? Aren't you saying that they want to use Choi Han and prevent him from being a part of our family by dragging him into their family? I will destroy them even harder than I plan on destroying the White Star. Rayon's eyes seemed to be boiling. Alberu could also see Cal sit down across from him and cross his legs with a relaxed expression. Well, I think it is only right to give Choi Han a title and territory if that is what he wants. Shouldn't we let him do as he wants? The same with Mary. Unlike the boiling Rayan, Cal was relaxed. But you see, Your Highness, crunch. Alberu crunched on a cookie and motioned with his chin for Cal to speak. Why did you ask to borrow Choi Han and me? The corners of the lips crunching on the cookie started to rise. I thought you were going to let me be a slacker. The corners of Cal's lips started to rise as well. Cal. Yes, sir. Do you know about the position without a noble title that the present me, even me as the future king, as well as the nobles, cannot easily touch? It is even one that requires you to do no work. Is there such a position in the world? A status that the king and the nobles did not dare to offend while having no title nor work attached to it. Cal had a questioning gaze on his face. He had not looked deeply into the positions of the Rhone kingdom since he was transported to this world. He had read and recorded the information about the different noble families and their children that Count Deruth had gathered for him. But what was the point of knowing about the positions when he did not plan to work? He would purposely choose not to look at those things. It would get complicated if people started to talk about how he was looking for that information. But there was such an odd position in the kingdom. Yes, there is one in the Rhone kingdom. What is it? Cal focused as he asked. Alberu smiled majestically as he responded. My instructor. Silence filled the room. The crown prince's instructor and the person who would be the king's instructor in the future. It was not a public office post because the person did not receive a stipend from the kingdom and the person's title was not important at all. Furthermore, it was a position that was respected by all and the king could not easily give an order to his instructor. However, the person who became the king's instructor could never hold any official positions. It was a check and balance to separate the king's instructor from power. Alberu broke the silence. Crunch. He ate a cookie. I was pretty much neglected growing up. So, unlike the second and third princes, I never had an instructor when I was younger. Everybody thinks I studied everything on my own. Of course, Aunt Tasha helped me a lot. The young Alberu had studied his ass off. He couldn't take on an instructor like the others in the royal family and had to learn everything, including imperial knowledge, administration, and politics from the basics. The instructor for the future king needs to be someone that everyone accepts as the best in their respective category. He smiled brightly as he looked toward Cal and Rayan. The position of my instructor is vacant. Cal started to speak at that moment. Instructor, yes, yes, the position of my instructor. Alberu warmly nodded his head and chatted along with Cal. He then saw Cal start to frown. Me? Why? Alberu started to frown as well. Why are you my instructor? Excuse me, not you. Ah, I was shocked. Cal had gotten the chills thinking about becoming Alberus instructor. He then thought about Choi Han. Choi Han was visibly younger than Alberu, but his skills were the greatest on the Western continent, so nobody should be able to complain nor oppose Choi Han becoming Alberus instructor. Anybody would be able to see that Alberu was putting Choi Han in a position that would keep him out of the nobles' reach, instead of actually taking him as an instructor. If you think about it, Choi Han is the oldest person in the Roan kingdom. Alberu was looking at the thinking Cal before he offered Cal a cookie. Cal took the cookie as Alberu started to speak. Everything I am saying today is a suggestion, a proposal. Anyway, you'll be my dancing. Ah, yes, sir, a suggestion. I will ask Choi Han excuse me. Cal stiffened. Alberu didn't care as he continued to speak in a relaxed manner. You think the other nobles want to leave you alone. I thought you wanted to be a slacker. Then wouldn't it be easier for you to not have a position or a title? But imagine if you didn't have a position or a title. Do you really think the other nobles won't try provoking you? Ha! Rayunim, don't you agree? Hey, Crown Prince, I think they would do that as you said. We are going to be busy farming, so we won't have time to deal with them. Farming? Well, anyway. Albrew handed Rayan a piece of cake and a fork as he continued to speak to Cal. I've been reading a lot of children's books about heroes and legends these days. I've also been reading novels and stories where the main characters meeting a fortuitous encounter during their teenage years to go on to become a hero, which are popular right now. He had been looking into the world's view of Choi Han, Cal, Mary, and the others who were the focus of the Western continent right now, and ended up reading a couple of popular novels in the process. I got an idea after reading one of those stories. It was a story of a powerless prince who had no other family and was neglected by the king and a swordsman who was ignored because he was weak until he met a fortuitous encounter and ended up becoming strong. It was a story about the two of their friendship and their growth. The neglected prince who snuck out of the palace because he was curious about the outside world, and the swordsman who was getting stronger because of the fortuitous encounter but still weak. They were both in their early teens and just happened to run into each other in a back alley while escaping from some thugs and ended up becoming close friends. That story started to flow out of Alberus' mouth. In the end, the two people chose to become sworn siblings. The neglected prince ended up with the backing of a strong swordsman, while the swordsman with no backing ended up with a reliable backer. They became each other's supporting pillar, and everybody is said to have been in awe of their friendship. He looked toward Cal and asked, "What do you think? Doesn't an idea pop right into your mind? A way for Cal to not have any title or position in the Roan kingdom and be a slacker without the other nobles being able to provoke him. It would not happen just because Cal was strong and a hero of the kingdom. Unfortunately, people cared more about the person's current position than their abilities or what they achieved. But Cal would be the king's sworn brother. Who would dare to touch him, even without his own title? Being the king's one and only sworn younger brother with a family that was headed by a duke or a marquis would be someone the nobles could not easily approach. Of course, the nobles would charge at Cal if he had a title and a position. I would be a threat to them. A hero of the people, the sworn brother of the king, who also had a position and title. All power would be focused on him to the point that the nobles and even Alberu would have to fear Cal. That's why Cal Henitus should not have any position or title. The chances for Cal Henitus to be a slacker would finally appear once the nobles start to have such thoughts. This was in line with Cal's wishes that Alberu knew about. Furthermore, this was also what Alberu wanted and what was rationally beneficial for him as well. It was something that met both the citizens' desires for Alberu to take care of the kingdom's hero, as well as Alberus' desire to keep Cal as one of his people. This would satisfy everyone. It'll also let Cal Henitus suffer less and keep my promise with him. Alberu had a satisfied smile on his face as he started to speak again. You be my dancing. Doesn't that sound great? Cal was still frowning. Me? Why? You don't want to be my dancing? Cal was at a loss for words. 2 days later at the center of Huis, the capital of the Roan kingdom. The Roan kingdom's nobles gathered for the award ceremony and the celebration that was scheduled to follow. Chapter 436. How touching. 1. Due to its long history, the Roan kingdom had a lot of palaces. It's been a while since so many nobles have gathered together. One of the palaces that were only used when there were significant issues that impacted the whole kingdom was currently decorated luxuriously, and welcoming people in. People were busy chatting in this hall that was the size of most small outdoor plazas. I didn't expect that the awards ceremony and the celebration would happen together. Most of the people gathered here were nobles. The people wearing luxurious yet dapper clothes could not easily blend in with the atmosphere inside this dazzling hall. I agree. I also heard that the entire awards ceremony would be broadcasted to the plaza via a video communication device. Yes, His Highness the Crown Prince said he wanted to share this joyful and glorious day with the citizens. The awards ceremony after the war. It was something that the Rhone kingdom of last year, which had been at peace for a long time, could have imagined. Furthermore, nobody expected the stuffy awards ceremony to end up being more relaxed by having the celebration along with it. All of this was strongly pushed by Crown Prince Albaru Crossman. I heard that the plaza was decorated like they do for a festival as well. That is correct. I heard the Crown opened up its reserves to pay for it. The Crown Prince had not just this hall, but the plaza where people could view the awards ceremony, decorated luxuriously for the occasion. There were also tents handing out free food throughout the plaza, letting the citizens enjoy as if it was indeed a festival. FCK. However, most of the nobles did not look happy. Father, I know, I'm aware. The Viscount, who swore, sighed at his son's comment before calming himself. His eyes scanned around the hall. There's a lot of people here. The Crown Prince had asked for as many nobles as possible to attend. That was the reason most nobles came to the capital with their families. Of course, they could have declined to participate. But who would do that? Any patriarch of a household, well, any noble with a brain would choose to attend. Who? Many nobles were sighing around the hall. They were trying their best to smile, but many of them were smiling with their mouths while sharply scanning the hall with their eyes. It's going to be quite a headache now. The Viscount quickly bowed after hearing a voice. Count him. No need for such greetings. The Count, who declined the Viscount's respectful greeting, stood next to him and started to whisper. Most of the Northeast region's nobles are here. The Viscount nodded his head with a stiff expression on his face. Yes, sir, most of them are here. The Count and the Viscount. The two of them were part of the Central Nobles faction centered around the Rhone Kingdom's capital that was led by Duke Orsina, the Northwest region's Marquis Stan, the Southeast region's Marquis Alan, the Central region's Duke Orsina, the Southwest region's Duke Jaira. These were the four factions that had led the Rhone Kingdom's noble society until now. They were here to witness the creation of another faction, a very strong new faction. The Ubar household is here. The Count could see the matriarch, Viscountess Ubar of the Ubar territory, the location of the Rhone Kingdom's largest naval base. The matriarch, who was with her husband and her successor, Amaru Ubar, was calmly chatting with other Northeast region's nobles. Viscount Cheddar and Count Wheelsman. Viscountess Ubar, Viscount Cheddar, and Count Wheelsman were the core of the Northeast region's nobles. They are not here yet. The Count nodded at the Viscount's whisper. Yes, the most important people aren't here yet. Marquis Stan, Marquis Alan, Duke Jaira, and Duke Orsina. The leaders of the four factions and the only dukes and marquis of the Rhone Kingdom were here, but most nobles were still waiting for someone. Even the dukes and marquises were waiting for someone. That was the reason they were all here earlier than the expected time. Is it something like the main characters show up late? The Count sighed before he heard the voice of the servant guarding the door. Count Henitus and his family now entering. The servant shouted the same way he had done for every noble who entered. The music that played when the nobles entered was the same, and none of the royal knights standing guard gave any special gestures. The other nobles were still gathered in groups of threes or fives as well. However, all of the nobles were looking toward Count Henitus and his family, who were entering through the door. Then all of their eyes opened wide. Ha! Count Deruth Henitus. Next to him was Countess Violin. There were specific rules and etiquettes about the order family members entered as well. The family head and their spouse were in the front. Behind them would be the future family head, or the individual with the most potential to be the future family head. The ones behind them would enter in order of succession hierarchy as well. This meant that others were able to easily determine the family's current situation and their future based on the entry order. Why? One of the nobles who were watching started to ask a question. Why is that person in the way back? Count Deruth and Countess Violin. Behind them were Basin, then Lily, and at the end, Cal Henitus leisurely walked in as the last one in the group. Was that rumor true? The nobles who were visiting the capital for the celebration had heard a rumor once they arrived. Cal Henitus does not want any title nor position. The nobles had not believed this baseless rumor that had quickly spread. It had appeared all of a sudden, and it was unbelievable. People were bound to desire fame and power. But for some reason, the Henitus household had not responded to this rumor that had spread like wildfire. Something is weird. The nobles felt that something was off. It was especially weird that the leaders of each faction were silently standing there without saying anything. What is Cal Henitus being awarded? Will young Master Cal retain his title of commander? He's not being given full control over the troops, is he? The leaders replied that they could not answer any of those questions as they continued to meet behind closed doors with the highest administrators and the crown prince. What the hell is going on? Everyone, men and women, old and young, were focused on the Henitus household. Then they realized something. Why are they not here? Cal Henitus's subordinates/friends. Specifically, they did not see Choi Han nor Mary with them. Shouldn't they have come together to emphasize their influence? They had a bad feeling about this. Count him, do you think it is true that he rejected a government position as well? The Count heard the Viscount's question, but shook his head to say he didn't know. The other rumor. Cal Henitus, Choi Han, and Mary have all declined government positions. That rumor was quickly spreading through the capital as well. Isn't it a good thing if it is true? The Count did not respond to the Viscount's excited question. It was definitely a good thing. It was beneficial for the other nobles if those three individuals did not take any positions. Of course, it would be a sad thing for the Northeast region's nobles. That was why they felt that something was off. Why did they decline those positions? Why were there rumors that they had declined such great rewards? This was the reason that all of the nobles were nervous. It was at that moment. Screech, the door opened, and the servant shouted again. Necromancer Mary, Tasha, the leader of the Dark Elf warriors, and Cessin, the captain of the Mage Brigade, now entering. A woman in a black robe, a dark woman, and a white-haired old man in a magic robe entered the hall. These people were the Roan Kingdom's new powers. The rumblings that had started with the entrance of the Henitus household was slowly getting louder. Boom, boom, boom. However, those rumblings soon disappeared once they heard the beating of the drums. One noble started to mumble. His Highness the Crown Prince is overseeing this now too. He then bowed toward the entrance. Zed Crossman was in a villa outside the capital after claiming that he was not feeling well. Then there was only one person who could oversee this ceremony. Boom, boom, boom. The servant shouted through the beating drums. His Highness, the Crown Prince Alberu Crossman, is now entering. All nobles slightly bowed, and then they saw it. Ha! Why are there two people? Alberu Crossman was walking down the red carpet that cut through the hall as he headed for the chair on top of the highest platform inside the hall. Then there was someone following behind him. You may all raise your heads. They raised their heads after getting Alberus permission and saw the person standing behind the crown prince. Ho! One of the nobles gasped. The Roan Kingdom's new strongest and most popular individual. Choi Han, the youngest sword master. The person who was usually standing behind Cal was behind Alberu today. Choi Han's black hair and black eyes, in addition to his fancy black uniform, made him look like Alberu Crossman's shadow that was guarding him. How is that person a commoner dares to? What the hell? The servant shouted again as they all started to shout in shock. The awards ceremony will now begin, and the feed has been connected to the plaza. Boom! The door closed at that moment. The nobles thought about the citizens who were now watching and swallowed their astonishment. They all tried their best to return to their noble and majestic demeanors. It was at that moment. Today, Alberu Crossman looked at the nobles while standing at the bottom of the highest platform with the chair as he started to speak. Today is a joyful occasion. It is a happy day. The way Alberu, the one who represented the king, treated the nobles was gentle but firm. That gentle smile headed toward the person who followed behind him. It is an even better day because I am with my instructor. Isn't that the case, Instructor Nim? The nobles felt as if a cold spell had hit them. Instructor, what is he talking about? The nobles looked toward the leaders of their respective factions or those with high government positions. Shoot. They could see their leaders and peers remaining silent. They then heard Sword Master Choi Han calmly respond, Your Highness, please speak normally. How can I do that to my instructor? That is easier for me, Your Highness. Instructor. It was a position that made it impossible for someone to have a position nor enter the political sector. Some of the more intelligent nobles had gazes of relief. Yes, he can't touch my bowl if he is the crown prince's instructor. He can't favor the Henitus household of the northeast regions if he is the instructor. Doing that would make him lose face and make the crown prince lose face. Good. Now the Henitus household can't treat Choi Han as their subordinate. Albrew gently started to speak to Choi Han again as they were quickly thinking. Okay then, I should do whatever is most comfortable for my instructor Nim. Albrew then looked toward the others and continued to speak. I did not have an instructor until now, but I am very happy that I can serve the continent's greatest swordsman as my instructor starting this glorious day. The southeast region's Marquis Alan and central region's Duke Orsina clenched their eyes before opening them again. The Crown Prince and Choi Han's popularities are going to soar again. Some nobles felt as if they could already hear the citizens cheering for Choi Han and the Crown Prince. The person who would be king was taking a young swordsman of common birth as his instructor. He was doing this based on abilities alone. That swordsman was also one of the heroes who saved this kingdom. The citizens knew as well. They knew that becoming the instructor of someone in the royal family meant that they would be far from power, and that they could only spend the rest of their lives being the person's instructor. That was why the people of the Rhone kingdom always respected the king's instructor. Furthermore, the citizens would admire how such a young swordsman would choose such a position of integrity. In addition, it wasn't as if the nobles could oppose Choi Han becoming Alberus' instructor. Everything that was said was being broadcasted live, and it was better to put Choi Han in a place where nobody could touch him if they could not pull him over to their side. All right then, let's all relax and enjoy this wonderful day. The Crown Prince leisurely spoke with a relaxed expression. He didn't seem like someone who had just dropped a bomb on them. The people here and the people watching this in the plaza, I'm sure everybody was shocked at my sudden introduction of my instructor. However, he then continued in a serious tone. There will only be happy things and no shocking things from here on, so I hope everybody can enjoy this moment. We successfully overcame a trial, and today is the day we show our gratitude to those who took the lead in helping us overcome that trial. The nobles were relieved. Crown Prince Alberu headed up to the chair on the platform as if nothing happened while Choi Han stealthily moved to the corner of the hall. Who? It looks like His Highness wanted to separate Choi Han and Cal as well. Some of the nobles started to smile after watching Choi Han seclude himself in the corner. One of the administrators handed Alberu a document wrapped in a luxurious cloth once he sat down. Alberu took the document. The paper inside should have details about the awards ceremony. Alberu immediately pulled the string that tied the cloth. Pra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. The cloth unraveled to reveal the paper inside. The administrator who was watching this immediately started to speak. We will now commence the awards ceremony for the individuals who accomplished great victories at the Battle of the Henitus territory, the battle at the northeastern shores, as well as the battles at the Caro Kingdom and the Gorge of Death. Hold on. The administrator looked toward the person who cut him off. Screech. Alberu Crossman stopped the administrator before standing up from his chair. The details of the awards ceremony were in his hand. The nobles looked toward him after seeing his unexpected action, while Alberu looked toward the nobles and the video communication device that was connected with the plaza as he started to speak. I had to make a decision that I personally could not accept this time. Cal, who was acting relaxed, looked toward the platform. Cal made eye contact with Alberu at that moment. Smile. Alberu gave a short smile toward Cal. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Cal slowly started to feel nervous. They had planned for today. Cal, I will set the mood and then introduce you, so just play along with me. Your Highness, you won't make a big deal out of it, right? Yeah, I won't. I'll even tell you what to say. Then you just need to say that, so it'll be simple, right? You won't make me say anything weird, will you? Ho, I'll tell you what it is right now, and you don't have to say it if you think it is weird. Is that fine? I suppose. Good. Also discuss with Count Deruth and the Countess before giving me an answer for my suggestion. He wasn't too worried because Alberu had already promised him, however. Human, the Crown Prince is smiling weirdly. Ah, whatever. Kale decided to stop thinking about it. Albrew had continued to speak while Cal was thinking. The person whose name should be at the top of this list, I removed his name from it. What? The nobles started to whisper to each other. Some of them looked toward Cal, the person whose name should be at the top of the list. It was obvious who that was talking about. Cal Henitus, I decided not to give you any positions or titles. Alberu could hear the whispers of the nobles and felt as if he could feel the shock from the citizens in the plaza. He felt the changing atmosphere as he headed down from the platform. He then walked between the splitting masses as he approached a person. Cal Henitus, what do you think? Are you satisfied with this? Cal looked toward Alberu, who was smiling in front of him. He then said what they had previously discussed. It wasn't very long and fit this situation well. Your Highness, I am satisfied. I hope that this honor could be shared with the many soldiers and others who suffered more than I did during the battles. I am satisfied with the fact that we safely made it past those difficult days. I do not need anything for it. Ah, small gasps could be heard around the hall. The rumor was true. Cal Henitus would truly not receive any positions or titles. That was what he himself wanted. Furthermore, he wanted his rewards to be shared with others. Is he being serious? He's not shrewdly planning something in secret, is he? If he means what he is saying, then he's amazing. He really is a hero. Many different thoughts filled the hall. Cal then said something that answered all of those questions. I just pray for peace and prosperity for the Rhone kingdom. Cal looked around and felt the atmosphere in the room before looking back toward Alberu. He then added something they had not discussed in advance. Your Highness, I am just a small person who wishes to live a quiet life in a peaceful world. This should be enough for nobody to mention giving me a title, right? Cal didn't notice the gazes that looked at him as some sage who separated himself from the material world as he processed his thoughts while looking at the silent nobles. It was at that moment. Grab, Albrew suddenly grabbed Cal's hand. What the hell? What is he doing? Shouldn't he go back to the others on the list since my part is done? As Cal became nervous dealing with this situation they had not discussed in advance, Albrew had a look of admiration and put on a bright yet heart-rending smile as he started to speak. Cal, I am truly very proud of you. The Crown Prince was using such a relaxed tone toward Cal in an official setting, but nobody had the time to notice that. I'm very happy to have such a precious younger brother like you. Younger brother. A precious younger brother at that. The nobles silently gasped after hearing Alberu's comment, while the dukes, marquises, and the highest-ranking officials showed their resignation at what they each knew. I thought he wasn't going to make a big deal out of it. Isn't this going too overboard? Cal was also gasping silently as he looked toward Alberu, but Alberu just stood there looking deeply moved. There's probably nobody in the world who is upright and has no greed like my younger brother. What nonsense is this? Who is he talking about? Me. He's saying I'm like that. The Crown Prince may be crazy, but at least he knows that you are a good person, human. The Crown Prince is a good person, too. I'm not only saying that just because he gave me a lot of cookies. Ho! Cal was shocked. He kept his mouth shut while looking at the deeply moved Alberu's satisfied expression, as well as his father Deruth and mother Violin, who were nodding their heads. Twitch. He could also see a rare smile on Choi Han's face. Younger brother, I wish to hear your voice in this deeply moving moment. Won't you call me Hyang out loud? Cal started to think as he looked at Alberu, who went beyond going overboard and now seemed to be acting out a play where two brothers had been reunited after being apart for about 100 years. Ah, this is driving me nuts. Chapter 437, How Touching Too Human. Why is the Crown Prince acting like this? He's being weird. Right. Rayan, you think he's being weird too, right? Cal agreed with Rayan's statement and started to sigh internally. He had to play along with this exaggerated act the Crown Prince was putting on. Cal turned away from Alberu, who was looking at him with a touched expression but a mischievous gaze, and looked around. Some nobles were as shocked as Cal. They were not the only ones who were shocked. The musicians had stopped playing their instruments and were looking at Cal and Alberu, while the knights standing guard, as well as the servants moving about the hall, were looking at them with shocked expressions as well. Of course, Marquis Taylor Stan and Duke Jaira, the respective heads of their households, were looking on with big smiles on their faces. Marquis Alan and Duke Orsina, on the other hand, looked grim. This is not good. Cal's face filled with awkwardness after looking around the hall and stopping somewhere. Ooh, Wuang. It was the video communication device that was vibrating and sparkling. Everything that was going on here was currently being broadcasted live in the Rhone Kingdom's capital's plaza. The foreigners who were mixed in with the citizens and watching would have seen this as well. The news about what just happened would soon spread through the entire Western continent. Damn it. Cal put on an awkward smile as he responded to Albaru. Of course, he tried to pull away from the hand that Albaru was grabbing. Your Highness, it looks like everybody is shocked. Ah, Albaru, who put on a shocked expression as if he just realized it, looked around before starting to speak. A few days ago, Cal Henitus and I decided to become sworn brothers. I may be part of the royal family, and Cal Henitus is part of a count's household, so we are not brothers by blood, however. I was touched by Cal caring only about the kingdom and peace that I asked him to be my sworn brother. These words flew out of Albaru's mouth without any hesitation. It was fitting for his glib tongue. The nobles watching could not hide their chaotic thoughts. Who would believe that? Nobody believed Albaru's statement about how he asked Cal to be his sworn sibling because he was touched. Ha! As if the crown prince is that kind of person. Albrew Crossman might be laughing right now, but he was the most thorough person they knew. Such a person feeling touched. Peace. Those words were not funny, nor were they fitting for him. The noble's mind started to get complicated. Cal Henitus is the future king's sworn younger brother. We were too hasty to be happy that we got Choi Han out of the way. The crown prince doesn't have any maternal relatives. But if the quickly rising Henitus household and the northeast region's nobles became the crown prince's backing, Crown Prince Albaru already had power and troops that even the king could not easily desire, so the nobles were all crouching in fear. This was especially the case for the nobles from the central and southeast factions who were not on good terms with the crown prince. However, there was something they were relying on. A king could not survive on his own. Albaru, who would become king in the future, had no blood relatives, hometown ties, nor school ties. That was why the nobles were bowing down now, while expecting that their own powers would eventually grow in the future. But now, Albrew Crossman had the youngest sword master in his school ties, and Cal Henitus as his sworn brother. What a scary human. Some of the nobles who were faster at processing things looked toward Albaru with fear. They were afraid of the crown prince's ability to tie the heroes of not just the Rhone kingdom, but the entire western continent to his side. They were also afraid of how he was able to coldly calculate and give those two heroes positions that were just for show and held no actual power. One noble could only watch Albaru Crossman and this situation with fear in his eyes. He could see it. He could see Albaru Crossman's power and influence that had gotten even stronger. He then looked toward Cal and Choi Han with pity. As a quick thinker, he had a different mindset about the two people who were now the future king's sworn brother and instructor than the other nobles who were looking at them with admiration and envy. They fell for the crown prince's sweet talk, instructor and sworn sibling, status that came with no power whatsoever. The noble could see the crown prince who must have swayed them by saying that these were honorable positions and the two inexperienced young men who fell for that scam. I guess they were drunk on this hero play because they are still young and ended up falling for these positions that are only important in name. The noble looked toward Cal and Choi Han with pity while thinking that the crown prince was scary. He also confirmed something in his mind. We don't need to worry about Choi Han anymore. But this is just the beginning for Cal Henitus. We can't let that bastard get a government position. He would always do things to support the crown prince. The noble was thinking that no position nor title could go to Cal, no matter what achievements he had in the future. This was something most of the nobles were thinking about as well. We need to do our best to make sure Cal Henitus has as little power as possible. They needed to make it so that he could gain no power in this political arena, in this battle for power. If they could not hinder Count Henitus's family, then they needed to at least block Cal. This determination started to spread through the nobles. One person calmly started to speak as if he did not notice the atmosphere at all. Cal, I was extremely disappointed to remove you from this list, but I am very happy to continue as sworn siblings from here on. Don't you agree? There was only one thought on Cal's mind as he listened to Albaru. How long is he going to drag this on? Unfortunately, Cal had to play along. A smile appeared on his face for the first time today. That smile looked quite innocent, unlike his tired face. A bright voice modestly answered as if he was honored. I am happy as well. Hyangnim, that modest and slightly innocent-looking attitude made the nobles start to think he's really an innocent hero. He's being used by the crown prince. It looks like Cal Henitus is someone who truly wishes to be a hero, unlike what I originally thought. The political field is going to flow in an odd direction from now on. Cal slowly took a step back and pulled his hand away as he said that. SHHHH. Albrew let his hand go without any objections, and Cal could finally smile in relief. I'm free. His role was now finished. Cal was thinking that he could now relax and enjoy the celebration. Cal felt even more relaxed after looking around and seeing that the nobles were calmer than before. Hyang Nim. He heard Basin's whisper at that moment. Cal turned his head after hearing the quiet voice. You meant it when you said you want to live a quiet life, right? Yes. I see. Basin, who had been doing his best to study politics, realized that his brother was an innocent soul. He was smart, but sacrificial and innocent. Basin found another reason that he needed to protect his brother. Maybe he can dream of world peace and living a quiet life away from politics and power because he is such an innocent person. Basin quietly looked toward Cal with a gentle gaze as Cal slowly rubbed his stomach with his palm. Human, there's chocolate flowing out of that cake over there. What kind of amazing cake is that? I know, right? He was hungry. After being shocked by Crown Prince Albaru, Cal was now left with hunger. He hoped the awards ceremony would end quickly as he stood there with a blank expression on his face. His expression shows no greed at all. I wonder if it is real. The nobles continued to look toward him, but Cal, who was annoyed, didn't care at all. Then we will resume the awards ceremony. Albaru had returned to his seat, and the administrator peeked toward him before resuming the awards ceremony. We will share each person's merits as well as their rewards. The merits and the recipient will be announced by me, while His Highness the Crown Prince will personally hand the reward to each individual. The administrator started to announce each recipient based on the weight of their merits. For their merits in the battle at the Gorge of Death as the Roan Kingdom's representatives, general members of the Mage Brigade, Kepai Rabbit, new people went up to the platform one by one, and Albaru shook each of their hands as he handed them their rewards. Thank you. Not at all. Your Highness, I just did what I needed to do. Everybody responded energetically to Albaru, who tightly grabbed their hands and thanked them, and it was a satisfying sight for all to see. That satisfaction continued to rise as the ceremony continued. Woo 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 woo, although the hall's door was closed, they felt as if they could hear the cheering of the citizens from the distant plaza. However, the nobles were nervous. Their hearts slowly started to beat faster and faster. The administrator started to speak at that moment. For participating as the Roan Kingdom's representatives in the Caro Kingdom's naval battle, defeating the enemy's berserk warriors, and having the greatest impact in clearing the dead mana. It was finally starting. The new forces were starting to come out. The Dark Elf warriors with Tasha as their representative. The woman who reminded people of a black pearl headed toward the platform where the Crown Prince was standing. Albaru looked down at his Aunt Tasha from one of the steps. The two people smiled in a way that only the other would understand. Albaru started to speak. Tasha, the representative for the Dark Elves, who will become one of the Roan Kingdom's new strength, I bestow the title of Viscountess upon you. Gasp! Some of the nobles gasped. This was the first title that was bestowed today. The Crown Prince is really trying to draw the Dark Elves into the kingdom. Did he not see what happened to the Margoru Empire? That vulgar race is a noble. The nobles' complaints started to slowly appear on their faces. Albaru had a bitter smile on his face as he continued to speak to Tasha. However, this title is a non-hereditary title, and no territory will be bestowed. A non-hereditary title. A viscountess without any territory. The growing complaints on the nobles' faces slightly stalled. They then realized why the leaders of their respective factions were remaining quiet. It's just for show. They realized that Albaru drew in the Dark Elves with a just-for-show title as well. However, Albaru's inner thoughts were different. He looked into the eyes of his aunt, who had raised him like her own child, and made a firm resolution that he could not openly share with the nobles and the citizens. This is just the beginning. Next time, I will definitely make it so that the Dark Elves have land that they can freely live under the sun. He would prepare a hereditary title with a great territory. Tasha gently smiled as if she understood what her nephew was thinking. Thank you very much. Your Highness, we pray for peace in the Rhone kingdom. The dark elf gave a short response before stepping away. However, the nobles could not remain calm after hearing the following proclamations. One group of nobles had started to move. Viscount Chetter's territory will not need to pay any taxes for 3 years, and young Patriarch Gilbert Chetter is bestowed the position of captain of the Naval Procurements Department for his achievements. The reward for the Northeast region's Viscount Chetter's household, and the new position for the young Patriarch. Amaru Ubar and Eric Wheelsman will receive the highest positions among the naval base's chief advisors, as advisor of the left and advisor of the right. The Northeast region's Wheelsman households, young Patriarch, and Ubar households, young Matriarch Amaru, were given positions among the naval base's chief advisors. The territory of Viscountess Ubar will henceforth be known as the territory of Countess Ubar. Viscountess Ubar, who ruled the territory with the largest naval base, became Countess Ubar. The other nobles from the Northeast region who participated in the war received all sorts of rewards and positions as well. There was an especially large number of government positions. It was at a similar level to the 4 other factions that have dominated the noble society and the government positions. Anybody would be able to see that a new faction was being created. The head. The Rhone kingdom would have a new strong faction if there was a leader to lead those northeastern nobles. It might even be the strongest faction in the current Rhone kingdom. Nobody dared to open their mouths. I will take over from here. However, the crown prince did not give them a moment to get their minds straight. There are 3 people who contributed the most to the 2 battles within the Rhone kingdom at the Henitus territory and at the northeastern shores. 3 people. The nobles gasped. The eyes of the citizens in the plaza filled with anticipation. This was the moment everyone had been waiting for. They also went as representatives of the Rhone kingdom to record the greatest achievements in the battle at the Caro kingdom and the battle at the Breck kingdom's Gorge of Death, being the core of the Rhone kingdom to save the western continent from the indomitable alliance. Furthermore, they are currently defending against wars and other dangers throughout the western continent, heroes who only wish for peace and prosperity of the world. These were all major achievements. Such meritorious achievements had not been seen for almost 100 years. These 3 people are Mary, Choi Han, and Cal Henitus. Clench. The nobles clenched their eyes shut. They are geniuses and heroes whom we would have been lucky to have just one of them appear at a time. These heroes are the only ones throughout the history of the Rhone kingdom who have achieved such accomplishments. Both the heat of passion and a cold air filled the hall. They have all rejected titles and government positions. The rumors had been true. The nobles nodded their heads after hearing the Mary had rejected them as well. Albaru looked down at them. He had not used the word reward. Your Highness, both Mary and Choi Han said that they have something that they would like. Is that so? Yes, sir. Please grant them their requests. Fine. What about you? A golden plaque, please. You're driving me crazy. Although Choi Han and Mary did not want titles nor positions, there was something that they each wanted. Albaru happily agreed to their requests. I decided to listen to their requests. The nobles let out sighs of relief after hearing Albaru's calm statement. Huwu, all 3 of them would not be able to desire what is ours, as they had that thought. However, I concluded that this would set a terrible precedent for the future. A terrible precedent. The nobles' eyes opened wide. They are people who sacrifice their bodies and minds for all of us, but giving them only a verbal thank you without giving them anything else. I, Albaru Crossman, do not wish for such a thing. These were his honest feelings. I value and cherish the lives of every person who works for the benefit of our own kingdom, as well as the citizens who are watching through the video communication device right now. That is why I wish to reward them. Reward them when they rejected it. I thought he understood what they wanted. Albaru stood up and continued to speak as the nobles started to fall into a state of chaos, and those 3 people accepted my desire. His gaze headed toward a spot in the hall, the household that all 3 of them are associated with right now. Ah, someone let out a sound that was either a gasp of appreciation or a sigh. The household that represented their own kingdom in battle and achieved an overwhelming victory against the indomitable alliance. The household who volunteered a significant amount of troops for the battle at the northeastern shores and also achieved an overwhelming victory. Albarus' voice slowly started to become louder. The household that we could easily say that they protected the Rhone kingdom on their own One person made eye contact with Alberu. Deruth Henitus. Count Deruth slowly bowed his head. Yes, your highness. As he slowly raised his head and made eye contact with Alberu. The moment the other nobles gasped and nervously waited for what was to come, Alberu started to speak. The Rhone kingdom has another duke's household as of today. Gasps could be heard throughout the hall. They wondered if it would happen, but he had truly bestowed the title of duke and not a marquis. The nobles looked astonished. Alberu calmly continued to speak toward Deruth regardless of their reactions. What do you think? However, his eyes were looking at the nobles inside the hall. The nobles avoided his cold and vicious gaze. Some of them thought that this was wrong. They wanted to say that out loud. Screech. The servants opened the door and windows of the hall at that moment. Where, where, they could clearly hear the cheering of the citizens from the distant plaza. They were cheering in joy and happiness. This must be why he broadcasted the ceremony to the plaza. He used Choi Han, Mary, and Cal Henitus as bait to turn the Henitus household into a duke's household. Despair filled the faces of most nobles. On the other hand, the expressions on the faces of the Northeast region's nobles and those who had positive relationships with them were bright. He got us good. The crown prince turned the Henitus household into his backing. The nobles peeked around with their heads down. Woo 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 woo, the happy cheers continued to flow into the hall. Today was the day the future king of the Rhone kingdom had earned an instructor and a sworn brother. It was also the day that a new duke's household was born in the Rhone kingdom. It was Duke Henitus's household. This news quickly spread to the nearby kingdoms. It also reached the White Star's ears. Human, I'm hungry. Cal was rubbing his stomach and thinking to himself even during this time. Can I live as the trash of a duke's family? No, the slacker of a duke's family now. That sounds great. It was the greatest job in the world. Chapter 438. How touching. 3. We will now end the awards ceremony. The band started to play after Alberu Crossman motioned to the administrator. The crown prince looked toward the video communication device and the nobles as he continued to speak. Today is a joyous day. I hope that the people in the plaza and the people in this hall all truly enjoy this moment. The nobles who had their heads bowed avoided Alberus' gaze as if they were at a loss for words. Enjoy, truly enjoy. Do you think that is possible? This is bad. A joyous and upbeat song was playing, but the atmosphere inside the hall was oddly calm. I'm sure none of you will be able to fully enjoy yourselves if I am here, so I will make my leave. The crown prince told the nobles to relax as he headed toward the hall's entrance. Everyone tried to focus on him and walk him out, but Alberu rejected all these offers. However, the nobles could not relax. There was one person who stuck behind Alberu as he left. The person who moved like a shadow, as if it was natural, started to walk next to the crown prince after seeing Alberu motion him forward. If the crown prince would allow him to walk next to him, then that meant that the two of them were very close and that the crown prince respected him. Choi Han is that person. One noble started to frown after looking toward the crown prince and Choi Han next to him. The crown prince was standing close to and chatting with Choi Han, who would henceforth be known as his instructor. However, the nobles could not hear their conversation as the music continued even after the crown prince left. Marquis Alan, the leader of the Rhone Kingdom's southeast region's nobles faction. He was also looking at the crown prince and Choi Han. One of the counts in his faction walked over and asked in a serious tone, "Those two sirs look very close." Choi Han had now reached a status where the nobles were addressing him as Sir. Marquis Alan could see Alberus' relaxed smile and Choi Han's calm yet faint smile. They truly seemed close. Marquis Nim, is it really okay to let things be like this? The Marquis slowly blinked after hearing the Count's question. It was not okay. How could it be okay when Marquis Alan had not received anything from the results of this war? But I do not have the justification to oppose it. The southeast region's Marquis Alan and the central region's Duke Orsina were going to do everything in their powers to prevent the Henitus household from rising from a Count's household to a Duke's household. Marquis Stan and Duke Jaira were already on Count Henitus's side. It was not a fight between the Crown Prince and the Dukes and Marquis. It was realistically a 3-on-2 battle. No, it could even be called a conflict between the Henitus household and the Alan and Orsina households, and they had lost. Marquis Alan peeked toward Duke Orsina, who could not hide his disappointment as he recalled what Crown Prince Alberu had stealthily told him. Marquis Alan, do you want to miss out on something larger because you wanted to protect your power in this puny Rhone kingdom? The person who would become the next king had called power inside the Rhone kingdom to be puny. You are aware of the news spreading through the Indomitable Alliance, the Margoru Empire, Karo Kingdom, Brek Kingdom, and the Eastern Continent, right? Are you not? Marquis Alan had heard about the stories spreading through the Western Continent. There was a hidden puppet master behind everything that had happened this year on the Western Continent, and that person was trying to throw the Western Continent into chaos while Cal Henitus was moving around to stop him. Do you have your eyes closed, your ears shut, and live without any thoughts? Marquis Alan recalled the cold gaze that had looked down on him. Those eyes had told him something. Think straight. Cal Henitus is not alone. He already has his own faction that neither you nor I can have. Come to grips with reality. Does the Henitus household know? Does Cal Henitus look like just the young master of a count's household? If you want to put everything on the line to protect this puny power, then stay quiet. Aren't you a smart person? Marquis Alan, whom the Crown Prince had called smart, realized that Cal Henitus was now someone whom he could not do anything about with his powers. Of course, it would be possible if all nobles worked together to suppress Cal Henitus, but that might make Cal Henitus go elsewhere. We can't lose him. They couldn't let that happen. Marquis him. It's nothing. He shook his head while saying that it's nothing to the Count while looking at Choi Han and Alberus' friendly conversation. There were many people looking at them. One of them was Cal. When did they get so close? Choi Han and Alberu seemed close no matter how many times he looked. Human. Choi Han does not seem to be acting. It's unbearable when Choi Han acts. Exactly. Cal decided the two of them would figure things out and turned away. Choi Han and Alberu were quietly chatting at that moment. Instructor Nim, shouldn't you enjoy the celebration as well? Shouldn't I at least walk my student out? Alberu smiled gently, and a faint smile was on Choi Han's stoic face. Instructor, yes, Your Highness. I heard that my instructor Nim was a terrible actor. That seems to be the case. Alberu smiled in silence before asking Choi Han a question. Are you really thinking about taking me as a student? Please take this. Choi Han took a small pile of papers out of his uniform and handed it to Alberu. What the? Alberu looked toward Choi Han in confusion as Choi Han erased the faint smile from his face and responded with a stoic expression. I am great at teaching sword arts. The smile disappeared from Alberus' face and was replaced with disbelief. He nonchalantly looked through the pile of papers. There were images of the basics for multiple simple sword arts. Choi Han seemed to have personally drawn these images. He's really going to teach me. Was he really planning on being his sword art instructor? Alberu was someone who had never had an instructor in his life. The closest he had was Tasha, but she was family. Alberu heard a stiff voice by his ear. Shouldn't you at least know how to protect yourself? Alberu looked up from the paper and stared at Choi Han. Alberu was thoroughly observing Choi Han to see the true intentions hidden behind those words. Alberu observed for a while before starting to chuckle. Instructor Nim, I'm actually pretty good with the sword. You're not as good as me, Your Highness. That's why you're asking me to learn. It's great to learn. Living a long life without getting hurt is best. Alberu started to laugh out loud. The nobles at a distance focused even more on Alberu, but he didn't care as he looked toward Choi Han. Looks like similar people move around in a group. He put the papers into the inner pocket of his outfit. Okay then, Instructor Nim, stay back and enjoy yourself with my dancing. Choi Han slightly bowed. The message you ask me to deliver, I will make sure to deliver all of it. Yes, yes. Instructor Nim, teach me some sword arts later. Choi Han and Alberu made eye contact. Alberu had a bright smile as he started to speak. For real. Of course, Student Nim. Choi Han smiled and Alberu said, You're surprisingly like us, before heading out of the banquet hall alone. The knights and servants stationed outside started to follow him. Choi Han watched them leave before turning around. He could see the gazes of the nobles looking at him. Toy, now, is he a treasure? Choi Han's expression did not change at all while seeing these greedy gazes that looked as if they were staring at a new treasure. He greeted Mary, Tasha, and the mage brigade captain with his eyes before looking for someone. He noticed the person quickly walking through with plates full of desserts on both hands. Choi Han quietly followed behind him. Human, I can eat all of these. They're mine, right? Yes, yes. Cal nodded his head and headed to a terrace at the corner of the second floor. Cal turned his head after hearing a voice. The noble who was reaching his hand toward Cal shut up at that moment. Why is he like this? He subconsciously curled up in fear after seeing the way Cal was looking at him. Cal was giving off an aura that made it difficult to approach him, making the noble think that this was how it would feel to look into the cold eyes of a dragon. He looked like a slacker as I was approaching, but looking into Cal's eyes after approaching him made the noble feel like he deserved the titles of Young Master Silver Light and Silver Light Hero. What can I do for you? Ah, never mind. The noble quickly pulled his hand back and stepped back after hearing Cal's cold voice that sounded as if Cal was pointing a dagger at his neck. Cal looked away and continued on his way. Human, you look slightly strong today too. Cal slowly continued to walk while listening to Rayan's comment and having the dominating aura surrounding his body. The noble finally realized that his fingertips were shaking once Cal left before finally managing to let out a relaxed breath. One of his friends came over and consoled him while patting his shoulder. A hero is really different up close. I know, right? Such presence. It was like a ruler. However, his pride would not let him say such words. The other noble pointed elsewhere as if to lift the mood. Let's not worry about things out of our control and choose the sides we can approach. His friend was pointing toward Count Henitus, no, Duke Henitus and his family, as well as the Northeast region's nobles. I'm saying that we should pursue other avenues rather than trying to win the Hieronym over and facing his wrath. What do you think? Sounds good. The two nobles headed toward the Northeast region's nobles who were the center of attention. The other nobles were busy doing the same thing, such that none of them noticed Mary and Tasha slowly exiting out of the hall. Only the people watching the feed from the plaza noticed. Most of them were disappointed that Mary and Tasha were leaving so early, but they didn't pay much attention to it. Let's eat and play all we want today. That's right. His Highness the Crown Prince gave us all this food for free. Kahaha, this is a great day. Who knew such a day would come? They were all too busy enjoying the moment. However, there were some people stealthily leaving the plaza that was the center of this celebration. The two people who were covering their faces with hoods pushed through the crowd and headed out. Barrow, one of the people whispered to the other. What do you think? Bear King Sarah's eyes underneath the hood headed toward the White Star whose face was also covered by his hood. I'm not sure. Aren't you debating between the Rhone Kingdom's northwest region and the Caro Kingdom right now? The White Star did not respond, and Seru started to think as if he didn't need a response. They had quickly rushed over to the Rhone Kingdom's capital after hearing about how the awards ceremony would be broadcasted in the plaza. Of course, it was easy for them to avoid the attention of the Rhone Kingdom's soldiers. Seru organized his thoughts and mumbled to himself. Someone like Cal Henitus should know that we would do whatever we could to see this feed. But he made it obviously visible that he's in the Rhone Kingdom. Something was weird. It feels like he did this on purpose so that we would turn our attention toward the Rhone Kingdom. Seru made eye contact with the White Star at that moment. The White Star started to speak. The land of death. You sent the illusionist to the entrance of the desert, right? Of course. Then we will head there as well. Seru smirked as he asked, why? Didn't you see it? The White Star looked toward the video screen as he continued to speak. Choi Han, the Dark Elf, the Necromancer, and even Cal. All of them left the hall. After tricking us to come to the Rhone Kingdom, they'll probably use the opening to head to the Caro Kingdom and take the power for themselves. Seru and the White Star soon disappeared from the capital. At the second floor of the palace, where the celebration was taking place, in a corner not visible in the video communication device. Clang. Human. It sounds like someone is trying to enter. Rayan quickly wiped the chocolate cream around his mouth with Cal's handkerchief as Cal opened the terrace curtains and unlocked the door. Chhhhhhhhhh. Choi Han entered through the door as the curtains opened. Calnim, he looked toward Cal and asked, will the White Star come to the land of death? Crunch, crunch. Cal crunched on a cookie as he nodded his head. Yes. Then are we going as well? Screech. Cal stood up from the chair. There were other things on the table in the terrace other than the plates of dessert he brought. There was a map of the Rhone Kingdom's northwest region, files on the northwest region's nobles, and finally, A letter from the dark elf mayor that Tasha had handed him with a look of urgency this morning. Urgent news. That time will arrive in the land of death 2 days from now for 4 days. We only noticed it today as well. I am sending the message through Tasha as it is urgent. That time. The reason that the dark elves built their homes underneath the land of death. Dead mana rose up as smoke twice a year at irregular times in this desert covered in black sand. The land of death would be covered in dead mana smoke 2 days from now. We have evacuated all residents and finished the preparations as discussed, but will the plan still proceed as discussed? Cal put the letter in his pocket after reading the last sentence from the dark elf mayor. As you already know, people without the darkness attribute cannot even breathe properly in the desert during that time. Young Master Nim, will you be able to fight? Cal gently smiled toward Choi Han before starting to speak. Shall we go cut off the White Star's right arm? Chapter 439. You tried to trick me. 1. Human. Are we teleporting? Rayan asked as he stuffed the fancy desserts made by the Rhone Kingdom's greatest Tissia into his spatial dimension. Rayan's spatial dimension was pretty much a refrigerator at this point. The 6 years old dragon was at his growing phase in dragon years. I don't think I saw any vegetables. Cal started to worry about this dragon's imbalanced diet after not seeing any vegetables in the piles of food inside Rayan's spatial dimension. Human, why are you looking at me? Do you want some? I don't mind sharing with you. It's fine. Ah, Rayan hit his two front paws together as if he was clapping. Human, you probably want to eat green onion pancakes, gochujang and doenjang. Do not worry. Beecrox will definitely make it. Cal's vicious gaze turned toward Choi Han. Choi Han just let that gaze pass by like a breeze, making Cal sigh and lower his head as he started to clean the mess on the table. I guess the senior might have wanted to eat some Korean food. Cal was trying his best to understand Choi Han's feelings. It was at that moment. Calnim, what is it? Are you craving gochujang? Cal looked at Choi Han with an awkward expression after hearing Choi Han sigh. He could see the concerned look on Choi Han's face. He looked as if he was hesitant about something. Cal's expression turned odd as he looked at it. This person, why does he click? Click. Why is he clicking his scabbard with a concerned expression? I keep seeing his sword come out of the scabbard. Choi Han was clicking his scabbard with a concerned expression, revealing the cold blade of the sword every time it clicked. Cal opened up his curling shoulders as he confidently looked toward Choi Han. I can't understand Calnim's thoughts at all. Choi Han held back a sigh and started to speak after seeing the calm gaze looking at him. Calnim, I heard that the White Star needs dead mana to the point that he ordered it as a tribute. The Margarus, former Imperial Prince Adden, and the Black Mages delivered dead mana to the White Star as tribute. This meant that the White Star needed dead mana or it benefited him in some way. Choi Han was reminding Cal about this. Naturally, Cal knew that as well. He recalled the conversation he had with the ancient powers when he was on Wind Island. The person with the sky attribute periodically absorbed dead mana. This Wind Island's dead mana storage facility was a tribute for that bastard as well. Why does the person with the sky attribute need dead mana? I do not know. I tried to find out a few times, but I failed. He heard Choi Han's voice again. Furthermore, the White Star still has the Black Mages and the Lion King. He was calmly telling Cal the truth. Their powers will be immense in the land of death during that time. The time when the dead mana smoke rose from the ground. People with the darkness attribute will be stronger than ever during that time. On the other hand, Calnim, people like you and me who do not have the darkness attribute will face a difficult battle. There would be only a few on their side who could fight properly, especially if the Lion King brought out that black wall like the last battle at the Northern Alchemist's Tower. Calnim, don't you know this situation better than anyone else? So Choi Han stopped talking for a moment before continuing in a calm voice. I heard that is the reason why Beecrox, Mr. Ran, Rosalind, and Aruhaben Nim will all not take part. On and Hong as well. Oh, and naturally, the mercenary king too. Choi Han saw Cal ordering the others not to enter the land of death this morning prior to the awards ceremony and celebration. It was after Tasha delivered the mayor's letter. You said that you were going to go cut off the White Star's right arm. The White Star's right arm was probably talking about the Bear King or the Lion King dwarf. Getting rid of one of them would make their future battles against the White Star much easier. However, Choi Han was thinking that the White Star's right arm wasn't the problem right now. We would pretty much be fighting without an arm and leg. Are we still going to fight? Even with Mary and the Dark Elves on their side, the people on their side would be fighting at less than half strength in the desert. Kalnim cannot fight properly this time either. Kal had fought in the front in the last battle at the Northern Alchemist's Tower under Dorf's Black Wall. He was the only one who was able to fight properly. But Kalnim is still human. The dead mana smoke. Kal had to avoid that dead mana that would spread through the air. No matter how I look at it, I think it is best to fight in the land of death after this time is over, as the mayor mentioned. There is no reason to fight when we will end up sacrificing a lot of our allies. It was at that moment. Rayan, did you not deliver the message to Choi Han? Choi Han could see Cal calmly asking Rayan a question. Rayan stopped stuffing dessert into his spatial dimension and looked toward Choi Han with shaking pupils. Smart Choi Han, I forgot to tell you. Forgot, Choi Han. Choi Han asked Rayan a question before turning toward Cal, who called his name. Didn't you go to meet His Highness while I was video chatting this morning? I did. Choi Han had gone over to the Crown Prince's palace, as he would be entering the hall separately from Cal. Is there some important information I missed? You see. Cal looked as if he was debating something for a moment before starting to speak again. Do you remember the dragon half-blood? The dragon half-blood. The bastard they fought against in the Breck Kingdom's Gorge of Death, who was currently quietly living in the Eastern Continent's Inn. Yes, I do. It was a sudden discussion topic, but Choi Han continued to listen because he knew Cal would answer his question. Cal calmly continued to speak. That bastard doesn't have much life left. Cal's eyes then headed toward Rayan. His clear, round eyes were looking at Cal. Cal recalled one of the things the dragon half-blood told him. However, reaching the second growth phase in 900 years was my limit because I was a created being. I ate a total of 4 dragon hearts until I reached my second growth phase. If you count the original dragon's heart within my heart, I was made with the lives of 5 dragons. The lives and hearts of 5 dragons. The dragon half-blood was someone who was living because of these existences. I smell a lord. That power from earlier was definitely a lord. I know it was. I've smelled it before. He was also a bastard who knew the scent of a dragon lord who had disappeared 90 years ago when he had only lived for 900 years. Cal started to frown. Rayan had a red egg sibling. Cal had too many things to ask the dragon half-blood. The day to ask those questions was not far now. He looked toward Choi Han and continued to speak. Summer is coming to an end. It is fall soon. Choi Han started to frown. The 6 months given to the dragon half-blood were almost over. It wouldn't be weird if his life ended any day now. I made a promise with that bastard. Of course, Cal had not used the word promise with the dragon half-blood, but it was still definitely a promise. Cal had said the following to the dragon half-blood. Rest a bit, and then we will go attack Arm when I call you again. He had asked the dragon half-blood if he remembered this statement when he saw him doing the dishes in the backyard of the Eastern Continent's Inn. The dragon half-blood had answered that he remembered. He recalled the conversation they had that time. I know. The dragon half-blood answered that way before adding on. I think it is a good place to fight one last time with everything on the line. Are you talking about yourself? Yes. It was the moment a silent promise was created between Cal and the dragon half-blood. Cal said the promise he made with him out loud. The bastard promised to destroy Arm's secret base with me before he died. Destroying Arm's secret base on the Eastern Continent. Choi Han's eyes clouded over. He finally realized what Cal meant by the White Star's right arm. Cal continued to speak as Choi Han focused his gaze on him. The moment the White Star enters the land of death, when that bastard, his subordinates, and the Bear King or Lion King or whoever it may be, while a good portion of their strong individuals are stuck in the desert, Arm will disappear from this world that day. The White Star would lose his right arm. Choi Han started to speak. Then the reason Bikrox, Nim, and the others can't come to the desert, what you are thinking is probably right. They are going to stay in the Eastern Continent to destroy Arm's secret base. Yes. Choi Han finally realized the plan in Cal's mind. Cal was sending Ran and the others to the Eastern Continent instead of the desert. They were probably gathering the forces he had created in the Eastern Continent with Ran, the patriarch of the Marlan household, in charge. They would be planning for Arm's destruction. Choi Han, the White Star, would lose his foundation on the eastern continent if Arm disappears. The White Star, the Bear King, and the Lion King, they were all strong. However, if strong individuals ruled the world, then this world would already have been ruled by a select few. However, there were times when a large gathering of weaklings was stronger than a small gathering of strong individuals. Cal was planning on the White Star's organization first. And you mentioned something about fighting. Cal Nim. Choi Han, you said we are going to fight against the White Star. Cal started to smile. No, why would they waste their strength on someone they knew they couldn't kill right now? We are not fighting with the White Star this time. The Dark Elves were already waiting for them with the preparations completed. We are just tying them down. Human, didn't you say we are going to toy with them earlier? Cal pretended not to hear Rayan. He took something out of his pocket instead and put it on the table. Tap. It was an item that sounded like it was made of solid gold. Choi Han started to speak after realizing what it was. A golden plaque. Yes, it's a special golden plaque. As Cal mentioned, this golden plaque was different than the one Choi Han had seen before. It shined a bit more, and the crest at the center looked exquisite yet somber. Cal touched the outside of the golden plaque with his finger. The meaning of this golden plaque is simple. It means that everything I am saying right now is equivalent to the Crown Prince's words. Then the golden plaque you received this time is. Yes, this is it. Cal put the golden plaque in his pocket, and Rayan immediately started to activate a teleportation magic circle. They could hear the music and laughter coming from the celebration, but that wasn't for Cal to enjoy. He stepped put his body into the teleportation magic circle as he started to speak. We are going to go meet Crown Prince Valentino. They were going to go meet the Caro Kingdom's Crown Prince Valentino. He doesn't know that there is an underground city beneath the desert. He thinks that the Dark Elves and Mary are all from the Roan Kingdom. He thinks they are His Highness, Crown Prince Alberus' secret forces, the Dark Elves who suddenly crossed across the land of death and arrived at the Caro Kingdom's naval battle. Crown Prince Valentino and the others believed that they were the Roan Kingdom's forces who had come across a secret passage starting from the Roan Kingdom. It was because of how Cal introduced the Dark Elves to Valentino when they first appeared. The Roan Kingdom's forces are finally all here. The Dark Elves had become part of the Roan Kingdom's forces from that moment. Cal, the Dark Elves, and Alberu all planned to leave that misunderstanding alone. This was something that the Dark Elves had decided. Cal, who knew the reason behind this decision, was happy to do as they wished. There will be explosions and whatnot happening on the land of death when we fight there, so shouldn't we get permission to use the area? Choi Han asked as he stepped onto the teleportation magic circle. Don't you mean warning them not to unnecessarily get involved? Ah, really? Cal smiled and responded to that question. How do you know my thoughts so well? Choi Han, Cal, and Rayan disappeared from the terrace once he said that. They then appeared in one of the western continent's western cities, far from the east, where the Roan Kingdom was located. I've turned invisible. Cal opened his eyes after hearing Rayan's comment and bowed toward the person in front of him. It's been a while, Your Highness. Yes, good to see you again. Crown Prince Valentino welcomed Cal and Choi Han with a bright smile. Cal heard Rayan's voice in his mind at that moment. Human. Grandpa Ran contacted us. He said the preparations are complete. Cal's smile became thicker. Chapter 440, You tried to trick me. 2. This is quite a cozy and quiet location. Cal looked around as he said that. They had teleported to a small reception room. The room was decorated with the Caro Kingdom's unique exotic and vintage decorations, but it was too small to be one of the Crown Prince's rooms. Isn't a stealthy place best to have such secret conversations? Crown Prince Valentino responded in a friendly manner before taking a teacup from the guard knight. Only Cal's group and Valentino's close confidants were in this small reception room. All right, let's sit down and chat. We made it so we cannot hear anything from the outside either. The door was closed shut, and the large window on the west side of the reception room was closed as well. Valentino sat on the couch as he started to speak to Cal. Do you know how quietly I came to this city from the palace to see you? Cal recalled when he had a meal alone with Crown Prince Valentino, the Margoru Empire. The Crown Prince who said that he would only feel refreshed after seeing the fall of Imperial Prince Adden, who betrayed him, seemed to have matured a bit. I didn't know you thought so highly of me. I am touched. Cal responded as he sat across from Valentino. It is nothing compared to what our Caro kingdom has received from you and the Rhone kingdom. Tap. Valentino heard a dull noise at that moment. His gaze headed toward the table. Dot, 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 it's a golden plaque. It was Crown Prince Alberus' special golden plaque. The smile disappeared from Valentino's face. I heard the gist of what is going on. The person responsible for everything, this white star, is coming to the Caro kingdom. The smile disappeared and was slowly replaced with quiet anger. How shocking. Do you know how shocked I was after hearing about everything from Crown Prince Alberu? We thought that only the Empire was involved with the indomitable alliance that threw our Caro kingdom into chaos. Crown Prince Valentino's fingers were slightly shaking as he held the teacup. In some ways, Cal thought Valentino was the most human of all future kings. But there is someone worse than the two of them. This person is the White Star. He had heard the rumors that had spread across the Western continent about Cal and the White Star. He had then heard the detailed explanation from Alberu. The night Valentino heard about the White Star and everything he had been involved with from Alberu, there was a secret meeting in the Caro Kingdom's central palace. Most citizens, nobles, and administrators had no idea that this secret meeting happened. It was because Valentino listened to Alberus' warning. I wish to keep the information that the White Star is heading to the Caro Kingdom as quiet as possible. This is someone who had installed his people inside the Margaru Empire. That is why I am keeping everything about this person under wraps in the Rhone Kingdom as well. Valentino started to share the results of that meeting. The Caro Kingdom with me, Valentino, as its representative has chosen to accept Crown Prince Alberu Crossman and our savior, young Master Cal's request. The thing that Alberu and Cal had asked for. We will overlook your battle against the White Star in the land of death. Also, he hesitated for a moment before continuing to speak. We will not involve ourselves in it either. We will not enter the battlefield on our own accord. This was a battle that was happening in the Caro Kingdom's territory. In addition, the White Star was their bitter enemy. That was why Alberu and Cal's request for the Caro Kingdom to not get involved in the battle in any way was hurtful to their pride and a big embarrassment. This was because telling them not to get involved was saying, dot, 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 it means our kingdom's forces are not helpful at all in their fight against this White Star. Valentino felt bitter that the Caro Kingdom's strength was this useless. Furthermore, we will approve of the Dark Elves and the Rhone Kingdom's forces coming and going through the Caro Kingdom for this battle. The position of a ruler who had to allow foreign forces to come and go for a battle happening in his own territory. Valentino could not smile at all. Your Highness. He forced himself to smile after hearing Cal calling out to him and quickly added on. Thank you. I heard that this White Star is very strong. I heard about the black mages who follow him as well, so I want to thank you on behalf of our entire kingdom for stepping up to fight against them. Cal quietly listened to Valentino's words and observed his expression. Human, isn't the truth that we called the White Star to the land of death? He heard Rayon's voice in his mind. As Rayon mentioned, Cal was the one who led the White Star to the land of death. He naturally hid that fact from the Caro Kingdom. Otherwise, the Caro Kingdom would not cooperate with Cal and the Rhone Kingdom and would instead point their blades toward them. Of course, the White Star would eventually stop by the Caro Kingdom, even if I didn't lead him here. The White Star believed the final Earth attribute, ancient power, was located in the Caro Kingdom's southern region, the land of the Whale tribe, or the Rhone Kingdom's western region. Cal felt a bit sorry for Valentino, who was trying his hardest to smile, but could not hide his bitterness. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He suddenly recalled what Alberu had said about this operation. Why are you thinking about the Caro Kingdom's feelings? If you think about it, we are the ones who are suffering. Well, you guys, not me. You guys, my aunt, and the Dark Elves. Alberu was certain about something. Crown Prince Valentino and the crown might be upset. However, their pride is not more important than the lives of the Caro Kingdom citizens. I'm sure he'll thank you. Valentino was thanking Cal as Alberu had suspected. He meant it. That was why Cal was honest back. Your Highness, thank you for granting our request. Valentino smiled in a slightly more relaxed way with Cal thanking him as Cal Henitus and not as the Crown Prince's representative. No, you are truly a hero for what you are doing. Cal's expression shook for a moment, but Valentino continued to share his honest sentiments. Honestly speaking, what wealth or fame do you have to gain by fighting in the Caro Kingdom? It's just trouble for you and your peers. Valentino's gaze was full of warmth as he looked toward Choi Han and Cal. At the same time, he felt bitter that his kingdom had nobody who could help out these heroes. It was at that moment. If you think this is difficult, Valentino looked toward Cal, who was speaking. Please help us next time. I believe it will be much better if the Caro kingdom fights with us. Help you next time. Yes, your highness, is it an unreasonable request? Valentino slowly started to smile while looking into Cal's calm and confident gaze. That forced smile had disappeared. Absolutely not. It is not unreasonable at all. The Caro kingdom will fight beside you next time. Thank you. I will trust that to be the case. A hero, a person who was becoming a hero, requested for them to fight by his side next time. That fact alone was enough for Valentino to draw out the Caro kingdom's future. It was because Cal's voice and gaze were full of confidence that he would fight alongside the Caro kingdom next time. That means he believes that our kingdom will become stronger. Valentino, who had been feeling bitter and upset that they had to continue to receive help from others, since the battle against the indomitable alliance, now had a strong determination in his mind. He opened his shoulders up slightly wider than earlier as he continued to speak. Anyway, I will grant you everything you wished for, but we cannot sit around and do nothing. Of course, I understand. Valentino raised his hand once Cal accepted. One of the knights walked over to the only window in the reception room. The large window was soon opened. Clang! Once the window opened. This is the top floor of the tallest building in this city. Cal's gaze headed out the window. Human, isn't that the land of death in the distance? It's good girl Mary's neighborhood. They could faintly see the forest covered in red sand in the distance. I plan on staying here in Yungen with the Caro Kingdom's Royal Knights Brigade and the Royal Mages. Yungen. It was a city slightly away from the Dubori territory that touched the land of death and the most developed city in the area. Should the White Star and his subordinates damage the Dubori territory or injure the Caro Kingdom's citizens, Valentino raised his voice. I will take the Knights Brigade and the mages and immediately start to fight against the White Star. He would fight if the White Star bothered the citizens. Cal nodded his head at that statement. That is completely understandable, Your Highness. Good. Silence filled the room for a moment. This short silence had naturally happened because they had just made a large decision. Valentino soon broke the silence. I hope that you return safely without getting injured. I cannot forget the powerful image of the Dark Elves cutting through the land of death. It was amazing. Valentino was saying things to cheer Cal on, and Cal bowed to thank him. Human, the Dark Elves are originally from the land of death. I feel bad for the Crown Prince who knows nothing. Cal ignored Rayon's comments as he started to speak. Your Highness, I must be on my way now. Sure. He looked toward Valentino, who was getting up, and recalled a conversation he had with him in the past. Cal had talked to Valentino about the land of death during the battle at Caro Kingdom. Your Highness, do you know the story of people running away into the land of death? Cal had shared the truth with the clueless Valentino. They choose to head into the desert because it is difficult to survive in the territory due to the high tax rates. They run away to this desert that nobody is said to return from. What? To the land of death. And did you say the citizens are running away because of high tax rates? Crown Prince Valentino had been shocked to learn about this. He seemed to have been angry after hearing about it. Peace then returned to the Caro Kingdom after the war. Cal recalled what Tasha told him this morning. The taxes. It's the same as before. There are still people climbing the walls and escaping to the desert. They said the taxes keep going up. They said that they could not survive in the Dubori territory. Crown Prince Valentino was a very humane person. That made him a good person, but it also made him a bad crown prince at times. The Dubori lord's cousin is extremely influential in the central politics. Apparently, he is one of Crown Prince Valentino's strongest supporters. That's probably why it is difficult for Crown Prince Valentino to say anything to the Dubori lord about the taxes. Tasha had smiled as she said that. Young Master Nim, do you know what would happen if the Caro Kingdom finds out about the underground city? The fact that they would say the Dark Elves are part of their forces is not an issue. The Dark Elves strongly emphasized that the Caro Kingdom could not find out about the underground city during this battle. Do you know what the biggest problem would be? If the Caro Kingdom's people found the citizens who ran away because they could not pay the taxes, They would be severely punished, following the laws of the kingdom. Then they would have to return to their original territory. The Karo kingdom handed severe punishments to people who ran away to not pay taxes. Those people would also need to pay the taxes in addition to extra penalty amounts. Well, Crown Prince Valentino might leave the people who ran away alone, but I don't know. I can't be sure about that. I can't tell whether that Crown Prince is a good person or a bad person. Young Masternim, our underground city is not something the Karo kingdom created. It is our land that our residents created. A city where dark elves and humans lived in harmony. Those people did not want their home to ever be revealed to the outside world. Young Master Cal. Yes, Your Highness. Valentino reached his hand out. You will be victorious. The Roan Kingdom has that formidable necromancer, the youngest sword master next to you, and you, young Master Cal, so what would it fear? Cal grabbed his hand. That's not true. Mary's hometown is here. I know, right? That formidable necromancer had stepped onto the land of death and even managed to overcome death. Cal thought about the numerous people like Mary who ran across the desert without being able to look back, as well as this crown prince who brought the Knights Brigade and mages to protect his citizens before starting to speak. Yes, sir, there is nothing for us to fear. Cal let go of the hand first. None of the citizens will get hurt. We just need to do what we can do. That was the method Cal, someone who was selfish and had a pretty bad personality, came up with for us to protect us. Then I will be on my way now. Of course. Let me know if there is anything I can do to help. Valentino could not finish his sentence. Boom! The reception room's floor started to shake. Your Highness. The knight supported the stumbling Valentino and surrounded him to protect him. Human, he could hear Rayan's shocked voice. Choi Han supported the stumbling Cal. Calnim. This motherfucking. Some rough choice of words came out of Cal's mouth. He had unintentionally said those things. However, there was nobody who was throwing a fit for Cal saying such things in front of the crown prince. What was that? Valentino's gaze was focused outside the large window without moving. The large desert in the southwest region of the Karo kingdom. The place called the Land of Death. The vast and depressing land that appeared once someone left Youngin and passed through the Dubori territory. Boom. The reception room, no, the ground shook violently once more. Valentino continued to look outside the window toward the desert as he started to speak. Isn't that fire? The land that was covered in red sand during the day and black sand during the night. There was a large fire shooting up from that area. Human, we got a call from the gentle Tasha. Cal sighed. He was certain that that bastard had caused the fire. They struck first. The White Star struck first. There was still about a day and a half remaining before the dead mana smoke would appear in the desert. I will be heading out first. Ah, right. Hurry over. Cal urgently rushed out of the reception room. He could not have Rayan teleport them in front of Valentino and the others. He confirmed nobody was in the hallway before quickly giving Rayan the order. Rayan, the video communication device, please. All right. Cal didn't need to worry about being seen by anyone as Valentino had emptied out the top floor for his meeting with Cal. Huang. The video communication device appeared in the air and landed in Cal's hand as it connected. Boom, boom. The ground continued to shake. Such rumbling. Cal couldn't even respond to Choi Han's statement. How big of an issue must be going on in the desert for the rumbling to be felt all the way here? Young Masternim. Cal quickly started to speak after hearing Tasha's voice. Is the city okay? What is up with this sudden fire? Cal was thinking that it was good that the residents of the underground city had already evacuated because of the dead mana as he asked. The rumbling is so strong, the city shouldn't crumble, right? What are you talking about? Huh. His quick steps stopped moving. What do you mean by fire or rumbling? It is quiet over here. What? Cal could see the confused Tasha on the other side of the screen. He raised his head and saw Choi Han looking just as confused. I contacted you to see when you would be heading over. I was going to go to meet you outside. Cal listened to Tasha's calm voice before asking Choi Han a question. Hey, you see that fire outside, right? Yes, Calnim. What is that? What is that fire? What was this fire that was covering the desert? Cal started to frown.